top again, I would be lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but hey, we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
KDA, should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali don't stop, Kali don't skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my hotbed, 이건 문 열지 마, that's a rock day. I'm giving you more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking back. 부루마법 메시지 monopoly. 눈종이 돈이 나 real 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. The mission 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. It's life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it in, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, let it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的微浪，不断往前，Oh you never way down。This is how I do it every day。Wow wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，Give it need more。No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it in, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, let it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and
never thought I could love. I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise. There was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind, wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Alive, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize? Then I throw you to the side. And am I really that bad if I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad? Only care about a bad in control. That's how I like it, and I'm never letting go. No, never had a soul, so you ain't taking nothing from me when you go. No, I stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. But I'm dead, you know what's up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Bang, bang, you can do anything. No fear, no pain. Listen to your brain go. Go stupid, go dumb, go stupid, and then we go insane. Whoa. Just do what I say, follow me, I like the way. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Life, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go.
I feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side. The devil in disguise. You in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He's on my side. The devil in disguise. By that time it's going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. And I won't see it coming. You might have beaten up so much more than you thought you could do. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. And I won't see it coming. I swear I'm just gonna go out and get my revenge on you. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. 내 눈에 비친 창문 눈을 감아 바람이 부는 곳에 날 데려가 Wanna be myself Wanna leave this hell
꺼내줘 제발
Stuck in a place between the space of heart and mind
시간을 쫓아 꿈을 찾아 흘러가
So mad Drop, sit on the floor Thinking I'll stop Can't take no more
준비될 때 그게 나 roar
Now it's a battle but this is a war I'll show you what I'm made of Rise to the occasion Got fears but I'll face them Oh, and I'll show you what I'm made of A heart full of fire Looking at a fighter I got a way, it depends on the day that I forget I'm the best that's done it Hard on myself, put my heart on the shelf Cause I forget that myself needs loving 어둠이 가려진 기억 모두 이젠 잊어 Cause I know that I can make it out Those days I drop, sit on the floor Thinking I'll stop, can't take no more 준비될 때 그게 나 roar Now it's a battle but this is a war I'll show you what I'm made of Rise to the occasion Got fears but I'll face them
It's been a long journey. We have been preparing for a long time.
It's going to be tough, but I think it's startable.
Worlds 2021 Living Legends clash at last.
Nobody's harder than me. I'm a breaker of chains. I'm living it free.
That's looking disastrous for Team Liquid.
We played really bad today.
Elatier inside the base, baby!
好像是我们厄斐罗斯就是对面拿先锋的时候，然后我们厄斐罗斯在点对面下一塔的时候，感觉游戏就已经差不多结束了。
Icon redemption game!
We expect a lot from ourselves because we really wanna represent Europe in a good way.
El Yo-Yo gets another good ult. This game is over.
Luckily, Genji lost, so every team has a 1-1.
This group is shaping out to be a very competitive one.
Fake is down.
This EDG just feels different.
我觉得战胜 T1 对我来说感受非常好，因为这是我好像第一次打 LCK 的队伍，然后感觉赢了就感觉很开心。
Can't quite catch up. Flandre manages to flash and escape unkilled here at Worlds.
역시 중국 우승팀답게 좀 잘하는 것 같았고.
You can't afford to underestimate them, and they're definitely a strong contender in this tournament.
T1 didn't look too strong today, but I still think they're a really good team, and I hope that we can beat them.
Commanding win as they face T1, and it is going to be a huge matchup. Dumb one. undefeated.
솔직히 펌플러스 말고는 다른 팀들은 크게 경계가 되지는 않는 것 같아요.
Big FPX, they overstayed, they overfought, they thought they had a Baron, but they got nothing.
경기를 이기긴 했지만 좀 많이 아쉬움이 남고.
Every single thing that Fnatic has thrown at them, RNG has immediately shut down.
就是想对他们打野说不要再来入侵我的野区了吧。
RNG will clean ace Fnatic in their base.
Like it's been 2 games now and I don't know. Nothing good can happen, I feel like, and it's really hard.
PSG will secure themselves the Baron. Just excellent execution.
下一场对上粉 AD， 就他们的上路是这一季的单杀王嘛，对，我会非常小心在推进上。
Top teams have weaknesses, they show flaws.
다음번에는 더 보강하면은 충분히 이길 수 있다는 생각이 들었습니다.
People will doubt about us, but we can bounce back.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is awaiting. Make it yours.
Welcome back, everyone, to Worlds 2021 taking place in Reykjavik, Iceland. We are approaching the midway point of the group stage, and as the finish line grows ever closer, the stakes continue to rise. Here we can see Hanwha Life and RNG entering the arena ahead of their match today. Both teams still fighting for their spot in the next stage and the title of World Champion. I'm Shox, and I'm joined on the analyst desk by Kadril and by Emily. It is also Emily's last day with us here on the analyst desk in Berlin. So we're sad, but you know, we're happy because we're going to make it an amazing day, right?
Yeah, this is going to be great. This is the first time being with Kadril on desk. I'm so excited.
Yeah, me too. We're going to end it with a bang, I promise.
yeah, I know. I've seen what you guys have prepared in terms of segments, and it's going to be lit. But let's first take a look at our groups here at the top of the day. We've got Damwon Kia, EDG, and RNG all remaining undefeated so far. And I think that was what many people had expected, perhaps, for those three teams. But Group D, everything is up in the air.
Yeah, it really is, because you've got Mad who beat against Gen.G, Gen.G beat LNG, LNG beat TL, and TL beat Mad. So everyone beat everyone.
Circle of Suck.
The Circle of Suck, right? The three groups of Group A, B, and C, they have clear favorites, 2-0. Clear teams that need to step up, 0-2. But that team, it's anyone's, that group's anyone's team.
Well, this is kind of what we expected, right? Because when we were going through the groups initially, Group D was the group that most people did point out as like, okay, we're actually not really sure what is going to happen in this group and how these teams are going to match up. And, you know, no surprise, it's been the closest.
Yeah, it's not changed. Still, anyone can get out of that group. Is it fair to say that when we look at the other groups, even though we have a clear designated favorite, it seems like the underdog runs are possible? I'm thinking about how C9 got so close yesterday to winning, as well as Rogue in that hard-fought match versus Damwon. So I think there's possibility, but you still have to make it work on the world stage.
Yeah, Group A, like you said, is the spiciest to me, because just like you talked about, Rogue were doing well against Damwon, C9 was doing well against FPX, even though expectations, those teams were already counted out and they're just fighting off against each other. So there's a lot of close games. It's best of one at the end of the day, right? You can come up with anything, surprise with anything, and that can get you a win in the group stage.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me, and the thing that a lot of people have said behind the scenes looking at teams from scrims, is it's really going to depend on how these teams match up against each other. So not only how they adapt to the meta, but also whose playstyle is going up against another team's playstyle and how that shakes out, which makes for a really interesting and honestly volatile tournament.
Yeah, when we look at it, you know, the teams still have 4 games to go. Anything really is still possible, especially if you, even if you're down 2 games.
Yeah, it's a fast-paced Worlds as well, right? There's only 1 day off in between best of round robins, right? Normally you had a couple days to prepare things, but these teams need to be quick on the move, right? If you're a top side team and you're struggling on bot side and you're realizing now Yumi's OP and Lucian Nami are conquering lanes, now maybe you need to start transitioning and kind of filing the resource out a little bit differently, or vice versa on the top side where we've seen teams take over with the Graves top.
Definitely. We're seeing that, you know, what has come out in scrims may not necessarily work for everyone on stage, or they're caught off guard by a Yumi and a Graves.
Yeah, I mean, I think Graves is definitely the pick. I'm glad you pointed out, because Graves is the pick that I'm looking at as something that's kind of quietly overpowered. I think Graves is incredibly strong right now. He's one of the best top lane picks. And I'm really curious to see if teams continue to jump on that train.
We'll see. And speaking of a wide open meta, yesterday PSG Talon showed off a triple TP comp to take down Hanwha Life. And Emily is going to walk us through why it was so effective in this edition of Neighborhood Tactics presented by State Farm.
Hello again. So this is a composition that I absolutely loved from PSG Talon. They're using a triple teleport with an incredibly mobile composition, especially with the Talon, which means that they don't necessarily have to take flash because they can still collapse on people. And the triple TP allows them to cover up some of their weaknesses that they may have shown in the PCS when it came to playing to side lanes. So basically, the setup here is that Chovy's going to try to shove this wave in. And we have TP wards here and here. And the most important thing is that he feels really safe because of this vision line that's right here. The wave's pushing in here, and they also have vision here. So now, clear that out. Chovy is going to come, and they've actually been setting this up so that he can come push in. Maple is going to match, and we see right away the ease with which PSG can immediately collapse on whoever their split pusher is going to be. In this case, it is Chovy. This happens multiple times throughout the game, and I really absolutely love this is going to be another one where an entire team fight comes in. You can really see the power of, we've talked about Yuumi, right, and her play bot side, but paired with a jungler like the Talon with such a mobile composition like this, it allows them not only, the triple TP allows them to collapse, but then the mobility of this comp and their ability to collapse while Jhin is firing across the entire team is nuts. This was Unified's first pop-off, but then after this, he was just firing from range and no one could get on him. So I absolutely loved this look from PSG, and once again, I thought it addressed something that they had trouble with in the PCS, which was matching side lane pressure. So I don't know, I know this is something that you had touched upon, Kedrol, as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think the TP dynamic is so interesting to me because you can do like an early play top side, get your top laner TP advantage, and then use that for a bot play as an example, right? Or you can do things like Team Liquid were doing yesterday up against global compositions where you put both your solo laners together to cover that off, right? You know, if you had Morgan coming behind Chovy there and they were pushing that bot tower, if you TP, your top laner's already there, right? So covering those kind of bases, but then running triple teleport on the top side, you can play anywhere on the map.
Oh, absolutely. But we can't forget that you also have to have the presence of mind to press it on time, right? Because otherwise you're still going to be late on the play. And I think PSG showed us that they know how to play with these three teleports. And that's why they were able to be ahead of the play oftentimes. We will see rather how the meta will evolve. There will be another 8 games today. And PSG Talon will be up against Fnatic in Game 4. Our first matchup will be Hanwha Life versus RNG. But again, you know, it's the last day of the first round robin. So this is the first or the last game, basically, that the teams are going to play versus a team they haven't played yet. Then they'll play them all again.
Yeah, this will basically shape up the groups, especially Group D, because now you'll know who the real victors are, right? If Mad come out on top, they'll be 2-1. You know, if Team Liquid come out on top or Gen.G, they'll be 2-1, and we'll know kind of where the teams are sitting. But again, it's going to be a very fast-paced world. Coming into the second round robin, teams will be very quick to adapt, especially on these picks, like Emily was talking about, Graves and Yuumi, Jarvan jungles. A lot of teams are slowly realizing what works on stage and what doesn't.
Yeah, and I think the amount of time, like how little time these teams have in between the first and second round robin also makes these games today particularly important.
That it does. And our last game of the day will be the arena where the new god of North America takes on one of the biggest names in league history as Abbedagge tests his mettle against Faker in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, 100 Thieves versus T1.
On day 3 of the World's group stage, we get a matchup we've been waiting for since the legend of Faker Dage was born in the LEC.
Is limit by Abbedagge.
Faker Dage! It's a nickname that comes with a lot of responsibility, but this year, Abbedagge and the 100 Thieves have earned their showdown with the GOAT himself.
Unipod going down, that's the reset. Prophet, you see, he gets this one as well, so it is a repeat closer.
Whoa. But to make it to the quarterfinals, the first seed from the LCS need to go through the ultimate raid boss, the Titans of Korea, led by the best player to ever load onto the Rift.
It's coming out, and now T1 are looking to find on the bottom side. JJ down, Counter Calls coming out, Scout diving under your tower, but he almost loses as well.
It is the classic clash between the veteran and upstart. Who will come out on top? Find out as 100 Thieves and Abbedagge challenge Faker's T1.
What an exciting last game of the day. It's like in approximately 10 hours, so don't worry, we will warm you up for it again when we get there. But it is a pretty hype-featured matchup. We've got Abadaga versus Faker, and if you've been following the LCS or the LEC before that, we used to dub Abadaga, or we still do, Faker Daga, and it's really cool to see him on the world stage because, Cadwell, we remember him from being a scrim god for the longest time in EU, and then it finally happened on stage.
Yeah, I've played against this guy for many years. I've been casting him now for a year, and initially when he joined Schalke, he was really not the greatest on stage, but in scrims he was really hard to play against. But that transition to scrim god, which became rumors, and everyone kind of knew that Abadaga had some kind of skill. And then in the Miracle Run, he carried Schalke alongside a few other members to get the Miracle Run going. And then this year, specifically in spring, finishing 4th place with that team, especially with Gilius alongside him and the whole Schalke roster, they left and went to, well, Abadaga left, went to 100 Thieves. And summer, Schalke's whole split kind of fell apart, so you could see the impact he had, and then he became the NA champion.
Yeah, and then while on 100 Thieves, I think the biggest thing to point out is his relationship with Closer, right? Because they're a phenomenal duo, and one of the things that's really allowed Closer to take over games as this incredible carry jungler is the fact that Abadaga is so stable and plays for him so well. And it's been like a great addition to what was already like a really strong team dynamic.
And you've seen that dynamic between the mid and jungle really evolve throughout this year. And I think we can say the same on the other side. Faker with yet another jungler now under his wing in Owner. What is that going to look like?
I mean, how many junglers has Faker like helped raise at this point? Like the main one I keep going back to is Blank, but then Wonder is the latest kind of young jungler that's really popping off a lot of the time because of the coverage and just because of what a great player Faker is. I don't want to take anything from Owner because he is like incredibly strong mechanically, and I think he's only going to continue to improve with experience. But having such a force in the mid lane for him is obviously, you know, a great mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, the interesting thing, all the junglers this tournament feel like they're very young and they're very hungry and they want to play these assassin-style champions in the current meta, and I think that mid laners need to facilitate that, right? When you're playing Talon jungle, Kiana jungle, you really need resources in a sense. So playing through your lanes and for your lanes, they'll always give you the buddy system back, right? If I push out mid with you, you come top with me and we'll dive. Or if I take your mid wave, you can take my Raptors, right? Especially in such a carry jungle meta, Owner to me stands out because he is the highest elo player in the tracking kind of pros of the bootcamp in Europe right now. I think he's very close to rank 1 on the entire server.
That's crazy, actually. Just a grind that some of these players have gone through. Not a worrying trend. In fact, the opposite. And for T1, it's going to be, you know, a big match as well as for 100 Thieves because, as we said, the end of the round robin. And for T1, there maybe are a few doubts here and there. Before we get to that last matchup of the day, though, we have to talk about the first, of course, Hanwha Life Esports, who pushed through the play-ins and now stand with a 1-1 record so far as they dive into their first matchup versus RNG. And yeah, let's take a bit of a stock about what Hanwha Life has done and shown. As said, they had to go through the play-ins. Now they are at 1-1. Where do we land so far, Cadrel?
Well, Hanwha Life, if you think of their team, you think of Chovy Life Esports, but there's two specific players around Chovy which I think do facilitate this team to carry. One is definitely Willer in the jungle. Nothing really happens on the map if Willer's not actually enabling his team. Again, 18-year-old jungler, very hungry, very willing to prove himself. To me, he's the standout jungler in the tournament itself. You can see on the screen behind us, KP of 91%. So just goes to show that he's kind of sacrificing himself a little bit to get the team rolling. I think up against Wei, he's going to have a tough task, though.
Yeah, I mean, the player I would also point out is Willer, because I think one of their weaknesses, even in qualifying, was that it didn't always seem like he was communicating really well with the team. But throughout this tournament, like from play-ins on, even yesterday in the loss, it felt like he's communicating with his lane so much better. And that's such an improvement for Hanwha Life, because that was their greatest weakness, in my opinion, was their jungle to lane communication.
And also when you get to the world stage, I think you you don't really know what a new player is going to show, right, and how they're going to evolve. So this initial hopeful signs out of the jungle for Hanwha Life, I think, spells out that they have a lot of room to improve even in this group stage.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then on top of the mid jungle, I just wanted to point out Deft, who I think is almost like the unsung hero of this team, because all of the popularity, all of the plays, all of the good stuff comes from Chovy in a way. But Deft's kind of doing his job, and he's doing the best he can in the role he's playing, right? He's an AD carry. It's the least impact role in competitive play sometimes, unless you can get to 30, 40 minutes. And Deft was the man in EDG when they won the MSI 2015, 6 years ago. This is a stable player. He's played in the LPL, the LCK. He's been to the top. He's been to the bottom. And he's such a person that you can rely on in a world championship like this.
But let's think about yesterday. yesterday and how frustrated he must have been. He didn't even cash in on the Draven.
Yeah, 3-2 on Draven. He had all the items, you know. HLE was kind of ahead in that game, you know, but they just kind of dropped the ball. Biggest thing for HLE in that game, don't put Azir on side lane.
Yeah. I mean, we saw the triple TP collapse, and I don't think RNG will necessarily pull that out, but I do think this is a team that, you know, plays really well to side lanes.
Yeah, but thinking about don't put the Azir on side lane, they're likely going to have to put someone or do something for those side lanes and wave control because they're up against RNG here, and we know how they like to play, right? Heavily towards that top lane. Make sure that Xiaohu can really do what he wants on the map, but also be instrumental in team fights.
But this is the thing with RNG. This was this Worlds, this was against PSG. They are so far ahead in the game. What do? They overforce bot. Look at mid wave. There's no push in mid. No one's pushed mid. No one has to respond to mid wave. No one has to respond to top wave. What you're essentially doing here, it's around 17 to 18 minutes in the game, is you're sieging a bot tier 2, which is almost impossible with the comp that they had, and they overforce and die. And then what happens? Well, now they're playing bot side, and they lose a Baron. So this is a very common thing that RNG actually does. If you watch their playoffs run against LNG, which was kind of so short-lived because they just got knocked out straight away, they lost 3-1, but every single one of those games, RNG was ahead. And if you go back and watch those games, the same thing always happens. They're ahead, they dive. They don't push mid-wave, they dive. Numbers matched, they lose the fight on the dive, and then they throw the game. That's what happened against LNG, that's what happened against PSG, and I think that RNG will win Worlds if they can just fix this small issue.
Emily?
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, so I want to go back to their MSI performance as well, and something that categorized them in LPL Summer, is that I do think that when RNG have really strong communication, especially with kind of Xiaohu leading the charge. He can get leads in that top side. When they do cross-map trade, they're typically very smart about it. So if they can shore up the weaknesses that you pointed out, I do think that kind of split-second decision-making, even if they do kind of dig themselves into a hole like that, they are able to take a step back, think about it clearly, and this is, in my opinion, what characterized their MSI run so well.
Yeah, and I think that if you actually watch their series against WE in the regional finals, they put a band-aid on that problem.
Yeah.
We talked about mid-wave not being pushed, and then you're diving 5v5. What was Gala playing all 3 games in that trio? Ziggs. One shots the wave, runs the side, everyone has to match. Just felt like Ziggs was a huge band-aid for them to actually win games and fix that issue. It's not going to work forever if people start to ban it or you start picking it, of course, but it's a very easy, simple problem to fix, I think, when you have work and time to be able to
and we're seeing a common denominator in some of the group stage, like some picks being used or the TPs being used to kind of band-aid a situation, and so you can work on it in the long term.
Yeah.
We talked about how there is a strong bot side also for the side of Hanwha Life, and yesterday we did see the Draven coming out. What's our expectation in terms of Yuumi probabilities, Enchanter probabilities in general, and if they're going to go ham in that bot lane, or is it going to be stabilized like we see so many times from RNG?
Yeah, I'm really wondering what RNG are going to do to contest bot 2v2, because in my opinion, yes, they have a strong 2v2, but I think they're much better when Ming can make plays on the map. So I would like to still see them go for a strong engage support from Ming so he can help out the rest of them.
Yes, please, a strong engage support. Do you hear us over there in Iceland? That would be so much fun, but we'll see if Hanwha can hold their own against RNG as we join our casters in Korea for the call.
Thank you so much, Sharks. And welcome to LOL Park once again. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf and Chronicler here for the first 4 games of the day. And I had a lot prepared, gentlemen. For Hanwha Life, I was about to say things like, yeah, but the draft wasn't so good in that game and all this sort of stuff. But they're against RNG. And as we heard, spoken about on the desk, this is going to be one heck of a task.
It certainly is. I think this is going to be the toughest opponent Hanwha Life has faced thus far, and RNG obviously have taken a 2-0 lead. A little bit predictable in terms of their drafting. 2 of their players have played the same champion twice in a row. We haven't seen a whole lot of that this World so far, so I'm looking forward to see if RNG will add some more diversity going into this best of 1.
Yeah, and we're straight into the draft as well. The Yuumi, thankfully, has been banned away. Chronicler?
We can have fun this game, which I personally really appreciate. Yuumi, to me, felt very similar to what we saw at the beginning of the year. It was, oh, Udyr, that's cool. And then after about a week, we were like, wait, is this going to remain relevant? And now Yuumi has basically become a permanent first pick. Obviously, the main interesting thing is that it is banned on blue side, whereas a lot of teams have just left it open, make sure that their opponent banned it or first pick themselves. But as the desk already mentioned, I think for RNG this makes a lot of sense, as they are probably going to look to put Ming on something in which he can impact the map and impact the team fights a lot more.
well, we don't even need to worry about the Jarvan problem either, whether it's teams picking him or picking it into them. Because, of course, RNG have played the Jarvan to pretty great effect in their very first game, but he hasn't necessarily been the high-impact early-game jungler that we were expecting.
What's really standing out to me in this draft so far is that they take away the Irelia instead of the Camille here, which isn't a champion that Morgan usually prioritizes first early on in the draft. So this means that that's probably going to go through, because we will see RNG, almost no doubt, take one of the high-priority AD carries, whichever one Hanwha Life Esports leaves open, either the Lucian or, okay, they're going to leave both open so they can counterpick. But this means Hanwha Life Esports might be able to get something like the Lucian and that Camille themselves, or vice versa. They could end up getting the Camille and the Misfortune.
Yeah, and let's see what RNG are going to first pick. There are loads of different options. Lee Sin, certainly worth first picking. Leona is available. So many different choices, but I think Lee does sort of stand out, especially when Wei has been playing so well.
It's not only been Wei playing it incredibly well, but also Wheeler, to me, has looked the most comfortable this tournament on the Lee by far. As was earlier pointed out, he is essential to actually getting some action going. Yes, we can look at the lane stats for Chovy, that's great, but that in of itself isn't going to win you the game, which I don't have to tell to you guys because we've been looking at it all summer. And I like the Viego. I think Viego has really dropped in priority, but we're slowly starting to see him come up a little bit more. And a comp that forces Hanwha to go for early skirmishes, I think, is good. I want him to see them make plays.
Yeah, I completely agree. Now, there's the Camille I was talking about that's going to come through here. This is what we saw Hanwha Life Esports have so much success with in that gauntlet leading up to the Worlds qualifier.
Yeah, and it wasn't necessarily success for the Camille either. It was just picked, and in the score sheet at the end of the game, someone played Camille. However, the Camille didn't necessarily do super well in lane. So let's see whether Xiaohu can effectively punish Morgan as well, because we know just how dangerous he is as Lucian. Speaking of Xiaohu, going to get hovered, but there is the Twisted Fate for the third time in a row for Cryin. And I was actually wondering why the Rise came out instead of the Twisted Fate ban that I think maybe should have happened at some point.
I agree. I don't think you should keep giving RNG the same champions, because Wolf already mentioned RNG, you know, that they're kind of sticking to their guns. If you keep winning, I personally don't mind it as much. And the TF, also domestically, has been heavily targeted because Cryin is not necessarily the strongest of laner. He's up against arguably the strongest of laners. And the TF kind of allows him to just take the laning phase as is and impact the rest of the map. Now, I am very happy that we get to see the Sylas pick here, because it is an incredible pick for Chovy and a pick that he actually makes plays on the map.
Yeah, and you need to have this pick to be able to match those Twisted Fate rotations in terms of controlling the top side of the map. But already we have a draft for both these teams that's extremely tempo-focused. You can get a really nice early game lead if you can take that first Herald, if you can get a few kills early on. And you need that Sylas pick here. It's 100% going to be banned in the second phase if you don't pick it up right now. But you've given away his Twisted Fate. You could, really only remove one of the Rise or the Twisted Fate realistically here. Let's see what the top counter pick is going to be for Xiaohu, because I think that is really going to give us a lot of information here.
Yeah, unless they're just going to flex the Lucian up there, which they could theoretically do. I don't know whether you want to play it into Camille all that much, as there's the Misfortune taken away from Deft. Of course, Deft, pretty high win rate on that champion of all time, and certainly very good in the meta at the moment. And there is the Jace taken away from Xiaohu. So, Hanwha Life not thinking that that Lucian is going towards the top lane, which we haven't seen, and of course, after the change, doesn't fit into a solo lane all that well.
And it is something that as Hanwha you kind of need to keep into account, because Xiaohu is one of the strongest top laners, not just in this group, but I'd say in the entire tournament. RNG have shown how well they play around him, and Morgan is just, if you look at individual players, clearly the player that has been the biggest problem.
I really like this pick, if we get it.
That would be something that I can hear Atlas already gasping besides me, but this is, I think, really cool, because it still allows you flexibility. There is the chance to go for something completely off the wall if you want to, but you still get the Leona, a pick that has had very great effectiveness throughout Worlds thus far.
My concern with something like this Aphelios pick here is that you don't have a very strong front line as RNG against a composition that has insane engage. If you're going to flex this Lucian into a solo lane, you end up picking the Aphelios for Gala on the bottom side, you've got to deal with that Viego, you've got to deal with the Camille engage, the Sylas, the Leona here. So I like this set pick a lot more here. Leave the Lucian to the bottom side of the map, let him try to get a tempo advantage there. But if you're putting yourself into that fragile of a composition against what Hanwha Life Esports Esports is running, you can get punished so easily.
Yeah, let's see whether Ming plays the set as support, which we probably wouldn't necessarily like, as that is Ziggs being picked up. That could be in the top lane, that could be Gala being playing it, that could be yeah, in a couple of places, considering the fact that it's RNG. So we'll leave things unconfirmed for this particular pick, and let's see what Hanwha Life Esports make of it.
And it's a testament to the power of RNG, having already picked up the Syndra mid, that we should know what this is, but we really don't. And I think that's incredible, because
I think it's
is it the Lucian chop?
Right?
Like I assume. Well, yeah, you'd assume so, but we don't know until we actually get in game, and that is something that Deft has already played a lot. Not the biggest Kai'Sa fan, but in this comp, I think it does fit very well.
I really like the Kai'Sa because I think what they were looking for potentially was super late game scaling, right? With this composition that already has a great frontline, already does well in the early game. But I like going all in on this composition, given that it is going to be the solo lane Lucian. Again, assuming that this isn't going to be flipped at the last second here. This composition is fragile. Yes, you can run into problems against this set, but when you do engage past the set with this Kai'Sa, you have a lot more blow-up potential. You can get one of these squishy targets like the TF, the Lucian, or the Ziggs.
I like that there is that flexibility, though, for RNG. It just shows that they have, like, this extra thing that you have to think about. Always. Like, any pick could be going to Xiaohu, as it turns out. I remember when this guy first started, he was the Emperor of Shurima, right? He played Xerath, and he played Azir. This was, I think, 2015, so he's come a long way since then. But now, he actually just plays every champion that exists, and in any lane, ever. It's just, it must be so frustrating to draft into. But Hanwha Life, they've done a decent job, focused on just themselves. They are very, very short range, and they have to try and dive onto this composition. And the mobility for RNG in the mid game is going to be so scary. And gentlemen, I'm not sure whether Hanwha Life Esports have shown that they're coordinated enough to deal with it.
I don't think they should be, but I have doubted Chovy on Sylas before, and this is the one pick where I know he actually does stuff. We've been a little bit frustrated, me personally, by seeing the Azir get a lead and do nothing with it. But with Sylas, I don't think it's happening.
Well, I mean, look, I look at this composition, I'm very excited to get into this game, and I think that one of the real strengths that Hanwha Life Esports comp has over RNG, if they don't fall behind, if they don't make major mistakes, which you can never be sure, is that ability to side lane so extremely well. So that's something that, yes, RNG can do this, but they won't be able to do it necessarily as effectively, as we're going to have a big group up here on the top side of the map.
Yeah, looks like Hanwha Life Esports have gone into the fridge, collected some cheese, but not going to be taking any of that bait as RNG. Xiaohu just chilling out in the brush, but sometimes you just got to go for it. You miss every shot you don't take, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's been very common to see this attempted in the top side of the map. The success rate has been very low, but the risk is 0. You get a ward up there, and Hanwha Life Esports don't really lose anything from this.
And if we look at these comps as a whole, I think there's going to be a really interesting dynamic come mid-game where RNG have a range advantage, and actually side laning for Hanwha is going to be somewhat stifled if Cryan doesn't fall very far behind, because the Twisted Fate means that if you ever get into a scenario where it's just Morgan with 2-3 items in a lane, he's still going to have to be very aware of where Cryan is at all times, and Gala also has a teleport available, so that kind of makes it even worse. But then if RNG at any point misstep with a composition with a TF, a Ziggs, and a Lucian, and Hanwha Life, they have plenty of engaged, they can get blown up in seconds.
Yeah, they also have Viego, right? So if they manage to make picks work, then it snowballs so incredibly effectively.
Yeah, every single fight you take as RNG in those side lanes, you better be ready to win it, because if it goes even slightly poorly, the risk of even trying to punish a Camille on the side lane is just so high. And that's why I think if RNG does fall behind early, Hanwha Life Esports will just be bold on the map. That's the assumption, right? We don't always get that from Hanwha Life Esports, but to try to really pull the trigger on getting that extra push is what they're going to be looking for.
And what we saw RNG do exceptionally well, as we get a little bit of trading here, was play around Xiao, who read it when he played the Syndra. And I'm happy to see a similar thing here, where we see Wei path towards the top side, and post 6 Cryan can also cover. Morgan, that's the melee laner into Lucian experience right there.
Yep, that's Morgan chilling in the brush, hoping that the Lucian doesn't notice him, which is the laning tactic, which, you know, I kind of appreciate, because this is not going to be fun. Wouldn't have been fun regardless of what the nameplate said, right? This is Lucian into a melee champion. and it's not going to be a lot of fun for Morgan, but Morgan's as well, just not that great in the laning phases. Wei is going to pay a visit to Willa, steals away the red buff, and is now chasing after the Viego. Already, Wei putting the pressure on, and Cryan mirroring him beautifully.
Yeah, this is something we saw Fnatic do, obviously, to Willer in the early game. Didn't have a happy ending for the European squad there, but we know that Willer is the type of player who is very much about pretty standard pass, doesn't often diverge from that, as Wei's going to stick around. But anyway, back to the point. We see a lot of junglers trying to actually mess with Willer's pathing, because in the past he has been a player who's kind of messed up and gotten a little bit panicked at times when his pathing is disturbed. But I've been pretty proud of him for improving quite a bit over the course of this tournament. Expected him to be one of the big weaklings for Hanwha Life Esports, but as pointed out by the desk, over 90% kill participation so far this tournament. A huge strong link for Hanwha, in fact.
What I really liked from RNG there, and it's something that we've seen Dumlon do very well in the rogue game, don't talk about post 15 minutes, but in the early game, which is if you have double prio in your lanes, actually utilizing it, right? Cryan was able to use the fact that he's playing into a melee matchup as a ranged character early on to get the shove, so Chovy shoved in, then Zhao, as we already pointed out, had a huge wave crashing into Morgan's turret, so there was nothing to do that for Willa, and RNG is a team that I'm always really happy to see them use these timing windows so well, because now you've already put Willa on the back foot, right? He's decently far behind. That experience is really going to hurt him, and that takes away any windows for Hanwha Life to maybe find a nice little skirmish with that Viego, with that Sylas in the early game, because again, post 6, Cryan is going to have such an easier time to have an impact on this map.
Yeah, and as you can see, this wave going to get shoved in by Gala on the bottom side. Vista, oh, not quite in range, was deft there. Vista is going to be able to use his charges up now, but decent back timing there for Deft, trying to get back to this lane and only misses the cannon, so not too bad. As Cryan's now in trouble, down to 200 health as Chovy is looking for it. There's the Q, the flash going to come through from Cryan, and Chovy not going to use his.
This is the, you get the lopsided top matchup where Shahu is probably going to dominate Morgan, right? He's got the range advantage, and he's a player that, just historically speaking, is way the veteran. But then you look at Cryan, and a lot of people think of him as one of the weaker laners for RNG, so Chovy gets to make the big plays. Getting a flash this early is fantastic for the Sylas in this matchup.
Yeah, a little bit greedy for Cryan as well, because he, of course, hadn't teleported back to lane yet and was just overstaying maybe just a little bit as Willa's going to come through, but Ming is in position, but Vista's here as well. Facebreaker is decent there from Ming, but First Blood's still going to go down over to Hanwha Life, and immediately it's answered as Chovy falls down. Ming now down to 300, not going to have another haymaker, and that is going to be another kill to come through from Willa, who was cosplaying as Twisted Fate. And now, still fighting. The flash forward from Wei takes a turret shot as Vista's looking for a Deft. Turns up now as the stun comes in onto Gala. He's going to satchel his way out, and I think maybe that now the action's over.
Hopefully. I don't see anyone else move into the map. Cryan didn't have ulti, or he would have joined there, I'm quite sure. And I am both impressed with the fact that Hanwha Life was able to read RNG so well, because I saw that roam up from Ming, and that is something that a lot of teams have had a difficulty with. Ming has been very good about his movement on the rest of the map, enabling the rest of his team, trying to find these angles. And in a 2v2, that probably would have worked out well, but it was 3 people that were ready for Hanwha.
Exactly. Now you've given over so much gold over to Hanwha. You've given a free kill to a Kaisa. Your double summoner's down on the Ziggs, so that upcoming Rift Herald fight is going to be so much more difficult to stomach now as Chovy gets caught.
Yeah, speaking of difficulties, Chovy just going to get burst down. Wei picks up that kill, almost evens things out, and that is, I mean, he got the destiny. He might be able to come back to his lane a little bit easier, but now Wei going to transition towards the top side, and Morgan, he's already out of here, but that is still bad news for Hanwha.
Really well done by RNG, and it ties again, it's the same type of play. Get the prio, you know where Chovy is, Chovy doesn't know where you are, and then the moment that he doesn't have the ability of a Dragon's Rage, he just dies.
Well, let's check out the new Axe Effect replay here, as this was an absolute cacophony, gentlemen.
Yeah, it was definitely a very messy fight here, and you have to respect the power of Leona in these skirmishes in the early game. She's just so extremely tanky, so you just don't really, you're not actually a man up like you feel you are in some of these exchanges. The teleport commitment there as well on the Ziggs just doesn't end up working out. Willer's so incredibly low as he gets out, Wei goes down, and this is not a trade you want to be taking. It all stems from just one big overextension. You get pushed out of lane, you feel like, I gotta rush back in as Crane, I gotta catch up, I don't want to get too outmatched by Chovy. You take that one step too far forward, get punished.
The cool thing is that because of that play that Wei made, the lead that Hanwha had found for themselves basically immediately disappeared, right? Like now, we're a little bit later in, we do see some of those CS leads, especially in the bot lane, come to fruition. And we didn't really get the chance to talk about it yet, but the fact that Deft was able to pick up a kill there thanks to that really nice roam, also shoved out the bot wave, so missed basically nothing. Whereas Gala did actually have to give up a fair amount of CS, has now a lot of kill threats, and that is really bad for RNG, and it kind of keeps him in place as setting up a trap here.
Yeah, Wei now going to put down the ward so that he could safeguard out, and Morgan's actually going to be able to find the hook shot to kick back onto Willa to get him out of here, and now Morgan has to deal with 3. Wei's very low, but he's still alive for the moment, as now Chovy going to use that stolen kick to try and get some work done, but immediately he's going to get taken down. It's a double kill now for Xiaohu, as well as desperately trying to find it, and there's the Heartbreaker finally coming in, and Cryan is now behind enemy lines. Ming's in trouble on the bottom side as well, but does get a double face breaker as Gala's trying to rain those bombs from over the wall. Deft doesn't have the ulti, but will have one more auto attack as he flashes on forward. The Q's going to be there as Solar Flare comes through from Vista. He's got 100 health, but he does not care, and the Ziggs will get taken down, and he's unable to answer.
Oh man, you could see him scratching his head there as well. You could feel the frustration coming through here, and I mean, 2 big wins on the side of Hanwha Esports. They're outnumbered on the top side of the map, but it doesn't matter because you're dealing with a Sylas and a Viego. And yes, Viego's heal got nerfed quite substantially over the last few patches, but he still is going to skirmish so incredibly well in these types of fights. You've got the extra healing there for Chovy early on in the game. It's not a fight you want to commit to as RNG.
And the interesting thing is that looking at the topside play, I actually thought that was going to go very well for RNG. Because they were able to utilize the power that Cryan has on the Twisted Fade. And even though they saw the, or they didn't know that there was vision on Wei, he had vision, so he knew Morgan was coming in.
That's how it happened. Just face check.
Yep, yeah, being trying to be a part of the action, trying to maybe help out some of his teammates on the top side of the map. Instead, that's found by Vista and Deft, and then the level up here is about the most frustrating thing. I can hear Valdez screaming about how broken stopwatch is, because that is an incredibly big turning point, because now Deft's Kai'Sa, and any play, if the Killer Instinct is available, if he joins the fight, RNG needs to be so careful.
Well, they might need to be careful right now, as Cryan found himself in amongst 5 members of Hanwha Esports, but does make his way out of there as the Rift Herald now down to about 3,000. RNG getting themselves into position. All 5 members of both teams are here, and Willa is going to be able to secure it. The Eye not going to get taken, as there's the Mega Inferno Bomb, really softening up the Hanwha Esports members. And now RNG just going to zone Hanwha away from this Eye. Shelly just won't be participating in today's game, which makes me a little bit sad.
Yeah, if Gala had his teleport, which it comes up like in a few seconds time, remember he used it in that mid-skirmish, if he has that there, I mean, I think this is a really easy team fight win for RNG, especially with the damage they put up on Morgan at the beginning of the fight. But by the time he gets there, Hanwha Esports are already able to get that smite off and get out. They are able to take the Herald, not the Eye, but still a big win here for Hanwha Esports in the early game that they wouldn't have necessarily had without that teleport being down, just now coming online.
Yeah, I think denying it might actually be very helpful here for Hanwha Esports, because it means that Xiaohu can't smash down this turret very comfortably. As now Willa, speaking of Xiaohu could be in trouble as Cryan's going to turn up. Willa immediately tries to ult his way out. There's the flash as well, and it is going to be Wei that shuts down the Viego. But now, Chovy comes on in there, finds himself the showstopper. Now he's underneath the turret. Wildcards will go wide, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
And that's a big risk that you take as Hanwha Life, knowing that RNG, they like to play towards that top side. They like to play towards Xiaohu, and you see Willer is going for a play. Xiaohu just goes into the brush because he knows double reinforcement is coming. Unfortunately for Chovy, he has the teleport available there, and you also see, if you don't immediately lock down and kill Xiaohu, the amount of damage that he's going to be able to output in these skirmishes is revolting. You need to make sure that if you go for a play like that, you are both fully at the ready.
Yeah, it's so important too. The mobility he's going to now have with this Gale Force makes it so easy for him to actually stick around and make those fights happen in his favor. This is one of the reasons why you end up keeping the solution. Obviously, one of Xiaohu's most historical picks now on the top side of the map. We saw it dominate earlier in MSI. But this is why you keep this, even though it makes your composition squishier, it gives you really nice power in the early game. And it's crazy to me that Hanwha Esports still nearly 1,000 gold ahead in this game despite the RNG draft. And that gives me hope there's a chance that this team can actually still pull through. You've seen Hanwha Life Esports with small leads like this before, and then they fall apart in the mid game.
Yeah, speaking of mid-game, though, I'm very scared because RNG can snowball so effectively with a comp like this, right? Like, their ability to punish any sort of misstep, and then as soon as these champions get ahead, oftentimes they stay ahead, right? Like, because you have Xiaohu in that side lane. Morgan's already getting doubled. Like, it's not even close there towards the top side. And yes, he's 1-1 and 2. It's not a bad scoreline, but as you can see, Wei continues to put pressure on, and Xiaohu's about to get yet another plate up here.
It's a Gale Force against a Kindle Gem and a Sheen. And that's not ideal. And we have seen Hanwha do this a lot, where you just sacrifice that top side. Morgan has gotten some attention. We see Vista coming up as well, but I don't know if that's enough, if it's in time.
Yeah, can they actually get here is the question. As Destiny's available for Chovy. He's stolen that one away as Morgan does look for the hook shot, but does not quite find it. They're just going to walk away with all of those plates now on the floor. RNG not going to bite off more than they can chew. Intelligent play here, the Chinese squad.
Deft going straight back to lane. Hanwha Life Esports not overcommitting to try to punish here either is actually really nice to see. We see oftentimes Hanwha Life Esports go fight or go broke. You know, not gonna actually walk away from a lot of these skirmishes. They actually just send Deft back to the bottom side of the map where he has a huge advantage. He's got that Gale Force up. Already got his second item, about halfway complete here, so he's in such a nice position to continue to push that wave. And they still put the threat here on mid. Hanwha Life Esports not getting huge advantages here in this neutral, but they are going to be able to keep that lead right now, not make any major mistakes.
Yeah, and if you were talking to me like 4 years ago, and you said that Deft was 3-0-0 in a match versus RNG, I'd be like, yeah, of course he is. Because 4 years ago, he was on EDG, and he was doing this to RNG all the time. And I find it so interesting that now, isolated there on that bottom side of the map, it's still happening. I don't know whether it's going to equate to the rest of the game, but I wanted to take you guys with me on my journey down memory lane because it is just, it's a fun history that Deft has with the organization.
And I think within the context of the year that Hanwha Life has had, it is actually interesting as Morgan is going to be able to hook shit away. So that's, good for him. But the issue is, as per usual, like, yeah, he lives, but that's going to be possibly first turret, more minions shoved into the wave. And I didn't get the chance to finish it earlier, but I think that Hanwha's often use strats of paying limited attention to Morgan. And in this game, I think it's not even been that bad. Doesn't work against RNG as the teleport comes in.
Yeah, Morgan's coming back. Let's see what they can do here as Willa slinks into the mist. Vista's turning up as well. He's got the ultimate at the ready. As Deft is on the bottom side. Solar Flare will connect though. And there's the Everfrost as well. Hanwha Life piling on in. Cryan's already going to get taken down, but they're underneath the turret. And Chovy is immediately going to get taken down. Heartbreaker gets Willa out of there. And in the end, it is just a 1-for-1 as both mid laners go down.
Deft just going to pick up the slack in the mid lane, but there's another one of these fights where if you are perfect with your engage as Hanwha Life Esports, you can take it. I was really worried we're going to see a few of these moments before where we did see them back away. They didn't commit to the fight. This goes better than it could have. My concern here for Hanwha Life is, as you mentioned, they don't get the top turret. They don't pick up the Rift Arrow. Yes, they slayed it, but they weren't able to actually get that extra traded back gold. And now plates are down. It's hard to pick up the slack here. You can see that gold lead now going over to RNG.
RNG also able to pick up the first turbo at the start of their play, meaning that they have now solidified that gold lead, as you pointed out. In addition to that, the strongest player on Hanwha Life side at the moment is Deft, and Deft was not able to join that fight at all, was kept in lane by Gala. By the time he roamed up mid, the play was basically done, only able to shove out the wave, whereas RNG, as per usual, the person who is doing splendidly is Xiaohu. We weren't sure if it was going to be a Lucian Flex. Turns out the Lucian Flex worked very well. He is insanely far ahead, picked up multiple kills, picked up all the turret plates, and also has a 60 CS lead. So any play that Hanwha Life tries to make where Xiaohu is involved and Deft is not, I think unless you need to take it, you just don't.
Yeah, and then you can go back to what we were talking about, and RNG have so many tools to start fights whenever they want to as well. You press Destiny, you decide whether the players are on parts of the map that you want them to be. As there's a kick flash from Wei, finds himself to Q as well, as now Chovy. Yeah, I don't think Wei wants to fight him underneath the turret. Of course, Kingslayer is still pretty strong.
He's got the
trying to get out of here, yeah. Showstopper still available. There it is, as Chovy doesn't have that Kingslayer back available. Hanwha, they are looking for Shirley. They should be able to lock her down as Morgan's underneath this top outer turret. And I think the punishment might be enough here from Hanwha.
Chobi's like, my showstopper button isn't working. It's not working. I thought I could just get a big shield there. Not going to happen. Not going to get away with it. Chobi is 0-5-6, a very rare scoreline to see. Only 10 CS up because he's been matching his rotations in bad fights. As you mentioned, Chronicler, where RNG are at their strongest, keeps getting picked off here. And it's not the Silas we normally see from him, where you get that huge lead. You start to get those stacks on the Dark Seal he often picks up early. Not to be the case this game.
And it's again the punish game from RNG, right? Way identifying that, this is not your normal, you're not fed. You can't not try to try and play with me. Goes deep, flashes, has the backup from the rest of his team, and that has also led to them getting that second turret. That is more gold going to the people on RNG that are already the strongest. And I'm starting to feel like Hanwha Live, their calls of when to fight this game still haven't been amazing. And as we get further and further into this game, I think it's one or two of those mistakes. You don't actually kill Xiaohu, he's going to solo the game. You don't take Gala once he's finished his second item, he's going to be able to. With how fed Wei is, even he right now is an insane threat. And RNG, outside of, you know, giving up a kill left to right, still feel to me like they're in firm control of this game.
Yep, I would 100% agree. Hanwha now just trying to pick up the pieces, as we do have about a minute until Baron is on the map. Deft going to be taking this red buff, as it looks like most of Hanwha Life Esports just looking for a bit of a reset. You can see all of the vision available for RNG. They managed to deny that inner turret going down, so they win yet another gold trade. And I feel like the longer this game is left with nothing happening, the more and more RNG is just building more money than Hanwha Life Esports. Like they've just got better investments. Like
exactly.
Their assets just continue to get better, and Hanwha's just not.
They have the stronger control of the map. They have the better economy that way. But also, what I'm really worried about for Hanwha Life Esports is they didn't get enough of a lead to where they could feel threatening against these squishy targets like I was talking about before. Now you could just simply get stunned by the Twisted Fate and get blown up on your way in as one of these engaged champions, as this looks like a very dead turret. And the other problem is that, yes, Gala got a little bit behind Deft, but he's still going to scale extremely well to help slowly set up these objective fights later on. You so desperately need that Mountain Soul as Hanwha Life Esports.
Well, this is going to flash away here. Willa in the mist right now, but RNG, they take the turret, and what did they invest? That was a culling and a Mega Inferno. And they'll be back up pretty soon.
They got the locket too,
Good
you
deal.
know?
Oh, there we go. And an ignite. And an ignite. Yeah, okay.
I'd still take it. I think if you're RNG, picking up free gold all around the map, and we pointed out earlier how, yeah, Deft is the most fed member, but in what situation is this Kai'Sa actually going to be able to find value?
Exactly.
That is, if you do find that fight, if you are able to get in short range, if you get that backlane dive, and those just, have not really been happening. As that is one level above showing a cannon, being missed.
Wouldn't be the three of us up here casting at the LCK studio here in Lol Park. There wasn't a cannon minion zoomed in on that was missed, and I mean that's quite significant when you're this far behind as Morgan. You need that money.
I think that just randomly using your flash in a side lane as a Camille that is supposed to have backline threat generally not preferable.
Oh, I thought it was the cannon we were focusing on. I didn't even realize the flash. I'm just conditioned here.
For the setup.
I'm just conditioned here for the LCK.
Good luck to getting onto Xiaohu now, right? And that if you don't do that, it's really hard. As Atlas says,
I can't get past I can't get past it seeming like it was just he missed the cannon creep replay, but instead we were looking for the flash being blown. As now Wei moving towards the top side of the map. And there is a Chovy here once again. 0-5 right now. As Hanwha, they are kind of pushing on the bottom side. They are going to be able to grab this turret, so trading up for the moment. But I just feel like in a game like this, where you get to have Ziggs in one of these lanes, soaking up all of the experience and gold, it's got to feel like you're on a clock for Hanwha Life Esports. And, and it looks like they want to try and force things, but they just don't really know where to force it, right?
I mean, it's so difficult when a Twisted Fate can match any rotation you make so quickly. I mean, how do you actually try to make plays? How do you try to ever punish the Ziggs? You're really one step behind in every situation. Not to mention the fact that if you have a slow neutral fight around this upcoming Baron or around this upcoming Mountains Drake, which will be the first towards the Soul, it's just so easy for RNG to wait, counter-engage, blow up the champions coming in, or just chip away with the Ziggs.
Because Hanwha Life are the ones who are going to make the play. And I don't think it's all doom and gloom. If you look at the champions individually, they do skill quite well, right? Camille, when she hits a couple of items, can 2-tap anyone with Q. Yeah, Chovy is very far behind the curve, but as the game progresses, that will become less of a problem. Deft, self-explanatory on the Kai'Sa if you can find an angle. But the main issue for me is, and it's more with how RNG have played the tournament up to thus far, compared to what Hanwha has been able to do, is that, as you pointed out, Hanwha are the ones who need to make the play. The range advantage is there for RNG, and if as Hanwha, you don't make a play, you lose, and if you play, you try to go for doesn't work out, you also lose. So it's just a lot of a harder situation, and there are teams in the LCK that I think would be very comfortable doing that. But that's not been Hanwha's strong point. So, as you pointed out, I think it's going to be a rough one, and we might see whether or not Hanwha can actually find a fight in about 20-25 seconds as that Mountain Drake comes up.
Yeah. They have no vision around it, by the way.
Yeah. So probably not going to go for too much here. Is it my? Should I try huffing some Chovy?
I was gonna say, like, when you,
I can list some things, you know, if you want me to.
When
0-5 Atlas.
When Chronicler said,
I'm gonna need a lot, okay?
When you said that, oh, I gotta leave up time.
Deft is in trouble. There's the dash forward from Xiaohu. Immediately the ult comes out from Deft, and now the fight might be on. In goes Wave, it does get stunned down. Xiaohu with double buffs is very scary. Teleport to come through here as both Chovy and Morgan turn up, but that is both of the teleports, and RNG just say thank you and walk away.
And they have so much control over the Dragon now. They had vision control before this, and after this exchange, I mean, it's just free. Hanwha Life Esports don't even get the chance to take it. And yes, they are going to send Morgan to the top side of the map. You might be able to get that inner turf. That's greedy, that's risky in itself. And what can you get here as Hanwha Life Esports? You're just walking home with nothing.
It's so cleanly baited from RNG as well. I don't even know if it's necessarily baited. They just woke up, realized that a teleport is invested, and they already kind of backed off as soon as the first teleport came in. I think that if Morgan, and this goes back to the team communication that has been an issue for Hanwha so often, was told, hold off, that they're backing off, you know, like maybe you can get to the fight in time if you just look for the river because it was relatively close. You can keep those summoners. Now, in a position where it's already hard for you to set up a possible threat in the side lane because of how far behind your individual laners are behind Xiaohu, you also don't have the teleport to quickly respond around the map. And that's probably going to lead to a lot of inactivity from Hanwha Life. Fortunately, we're LCK casters, so we know our way around the game with a little bit less activity.
Are you talking about the LoL state?
I might.
Oh, well, it's not happening. This is going to get tagged up. Now going to flash on forward. Finds the Zenith Blade into the backline. As now Morgan dives on in. Cryan's in a bit of trouble as now Ming finds himself on the front line. Mega Inferno Bomb, not a lot of value, but the Camille will still fall. And RNG, they find their pick, and Hanwha Life Esports unable to continue forward.
I mean, you've closed the gap for Hanwha Life Esports in this fight. You've walked into them. You were just saying, I'm going to straight up go into this fight where there's a, you know, enemy engaged on the other side with the Leona, with a Chovy on the Silas, with a Viego, and they still win the fight, Swimming. They still are able to get that culling over the wall. So much value here in this skirmish that is a fight that Hanwha Life Esports they'd be dying to take a fight like this, but they're just so far behind at this point, they don't even get a piece of the action.
The one upside for Hanwha here is that RNG, unless they are going to go hard on this Baron, which I don't think they need to, didn't get that much out of that fight besides the one kill, and they did invest the flash on Gala as well as the teleport on Xiaohu. And I don't know if that in of itself is going to be enough, but considering that no further objective was picked up, that might provide a window for Hanwha as we get towards the Mountain Drake as Vista.
Yeah, immediately the Destiny comes through. 4 members of RNG here, though, and I have a feeling that even though the Leona's pretty tanky, she is still going to die, and indeed she does. Now RNG thinking about possibly going for this Baron. They could all just blast cone their way over. There's a satchel available for Gala, so it wasn't necessarily left behind, as there's the Void Seeker, finds out what's going on here. 4 versus 5 here. Unless Hanwha Life Esports can enlist Baron onto their team. Already doing a fair bit of work for them here. As Wei down to about half health, but he's looking to back off. And RNG not going to overextend onto the Baron. Just testing the waters. Hanwha will figure them out.
RNG is a comp. Hold that thought.
Okay, Mega Inferno Bomb just to deny this push into the mid lane. Hanwha still going to be able to take this one down, but RNG, they do not like it. And now Ming running pretty quickly. But isn't going to be able to find any face breakers or anything onto Hanwha, who are trying to slink their way out of this one. Another back massage comes through from Xiaohu as Deft is going to be able to dash his way out. But Vista has found his way back into the fight immediately. Hanwha trying to dive on forward, and it is Xiao that's taken down. The high priority target is out of the fight, and Chovy somehow survives for the first time this game.
And that was beautifully done by Deft. As low as he got, he was able to reposition himself there with the killer instinct. But again, it's a really nice fight, but I don't think anything is going to come from it because they won't be able to pick up any objectives. Drake isn't spawning yet, there's no angle for Baron. So the careful balance that we've had in this game thus far, still not being disturbed.
And not only do they not gain anything from this, they're going to lose a little bit of vision control on the Baron pit. They're going to have to regroup and set up for that. But for RNG, I think part of the reason why they haven't been able to actually take this out is because their composition doesn't do well on top of a Baron on turns. If they're the ones approaching the Baron, or if they have full vision control around where Willer stands right now, their red buff, you can slowly chip away at Hanwha Life Esports and force them to take a bad engage over the Baron. But if you're starting it up, Hanwha Life Esports are all alive. Very, very risky fight for RNG to take. So that's why the game has kind of slowed down a little bit here. That lull state we were getting into right before that Baron exchange is where we sit right now. And this is pretty good for champions like the Kai'Sa that are going to start to get a little bit better on, but you're still dealing with the Ziggs that's scaling up here. This is what's scary for me, is that RNG in those slower fights is going to be so strong.
Yeah, it's so hard playing a dive comp into a Ziggs as well. As Wei taking a fair bit of damage here. There's a Destiny from Cryan, though, to immediately come through and save the day. Mega Inferno Bomb, speaking of which, that is just going to obliterate Vista. And there's the kick flash onto Morgan. He's going to die as an afterthought as Willer going to flash his way out. Wei immediately following, though, had that resonating strike already coming through. And now Willer has to try and get out. Doesn't have flash or Heartbreaker, but RNG not going to be able to catch up to him. They'll have to just settle for 2 kills, and seems pretty good to me.
And that's a familiar sight for Hanwha Life fans. Chovy's off in the side and does have teleport, but because the play is basically already lost by the point that it would be there would be a possible window, Hanwha Life gave up 2 free kills and gave up the second Drake. Now, because the Drake take pace in this game has been fairly low, we don't even have a team or sword point yet, although RNG about to hit that now, which means that in 5 minutes that Mountain Sword would be so good against the Hanwha Life composition, because a lot of their strength comes from isolate target with either Leona or Camille, blow up target, and get those resets going. Yeah. And once that becomes a lot harder with the Mountain Sword resistances as well as the shield, it becomes even harder for Hanwha Life. And there you see again, Hanwha Life sometimes hesitate, is this a good play to go for or not? But RNG, if they see an opportunity, they go in. Again, Wei going for a flash kick, and again, it works out beautifully. They're sneaking.
Yeah. They've got that approach composition. RNG is so good at fighting these types of fights if they get in there.
Well, Q is going to connect. Mega Inferno Bomb, not going to get too much done, but just gets Hanwha Life out of the pit. They do have to disengage. RNG were thinking about accepting the leash, but they do not.
And this is what I was talking about. You know, this is the type of Baron fight that RNG want to take. You're like, oh, you're going to be on the Baron in that choke point. I absolutely want to toss those Ziggs bombs through.
And I'm pretty sure that Hanwha Life could have gotten the Baron there, but then the question is, how much do RNG get, right?
Because if they cost?
Yeah, at what cost, exactly. And I don't mind that they play it a little bit safer, because if you do give up a couple of kills there, RNG are going to shove mid and end the game. But still, Hanwha Life still showing signs of life. RNG, though, still the ones. Look at the vision lines, right? Look at the lack of side lane that Hanwha Life have been able to find. The fact that Cryan didn't have the biggest early game impact, but still this Twisted Fate has been expertly used in setting up those side lanes, something RNG love to do. And yeah, Xiao is at 4 items. And you call them back massages. I don't really know if that's what they are anymore. I feel
that's
like
what we're used to calling them.
No,
but, it doesn't really apply.
Starting to take away a lot of the health bars. It's not very therapeutic, the massages that are coming through here.
Licensed?
Maybe it's just not a very good massage. You know? It's one of those massages you go to and it's just like, it's just painful, and you walk out and you're like, well, actually, I'm not refreshed whatsoever.
It doesn't have the adjustability that you're looking for.
Yeah. Or maybe it's one of those massage chairs.
Yeah,
I've sat in one of those, and they just hurt.
Yeah,
I don't understand them at all. It's just not a great.
They make your joints ache. But RNG trying to look for the engage here.
Yep, Chovy going to use those chains to get himself out. Vista just soaking the Mega Inferno Bomb. Some chains coming through here as now Vista dives on in. The teleport is channeled as Ming finds the engage, but there's no follow-up here from RNG as Wei finally will find his way in there. But Deft is just free hitting from the backline. Wei could be in trouble. That is going to be a Q going to Narnia as now Cryan running away does have some wild cards he's going to throw out. And Hanwha, they're just going to grab a couple of picks and now look for a potential Baron.
I mean, this is not the way you want to fight with this team fight composition that RNG have. You're once again walking kind of base first into Hanwha Life Esports. That is where the composition is going to excel. Use your range advantage, poke at them, use that Ziggs. Don't just walk straight in. Now we're at a stage where Hanwha Life Esports can rush this Baron down so easily here, and they're going to be the first ones to take it. And suddenly, this is anyone's game to take.
And now, Hanwha Life need to do two things. They need to pick up a lot of the standing gold on the map, take down those turrets. They haven't gotten a single tier 2 turret in those side lanes yet. And secondly, above all costs, this Baron needs to be used to set up vision in that bot side jungle. You cannot give over the Mountain Soul, because that can really hurt you going further into the game.
Yeah, and this should be a really big Red Bull Baron power play as well. As you mentioned, there are those turrets to be taken, but let's have a look at this one once again. Mega Inferno Bomb soaked by just the Leona, which is actually huge.
I mean, that's a big engaged tool. It doesn't necessarily even have to be an engaged tool used here for RNG before the fight even begins. So you've lost so much of your execution damage. You're not going to be able to finish off these weakened targets now. And look at where Morgan is in this fight. He's able to zone away Xiaohu here. He's not able to do that full consistent damage. And Chovy, in these types of scenarios, is very happy to shove you away.
And you see a lot of the damage. We talk about the back charger. This time, it doesn't actually find anyone, right? Goes into a cannon initially. Cryin doesn't have the opportunity to join Ming, who went in very deep there. But then when Morgan showed up and spotted the fight, like you pointed out, Wolf, there wasn't really an opportunity. And Hanwha Life, you know, they don't have that much range, but if you do actually walk into their effective range, if Deft can get a couple of autos off, you blow up in seconds. Exactly. You saw that there. And now the push comes through it from RNG.
Yeah, I love this, because they've got a Ziggs. They can explode this turret so quickly. Hanwha, they've got empowered recalls, but it's not enough. The satchel charge just explodes it. The Demolition Man just wanders into the mid lane. Now Vista looking for a potential flank, but RNG already walking back towards this Mountain Drake.
Morgan is going to rotate up here and try to cut them off. The alternative option is to just continue to push. He doesn't have teleport right now, so he's not able to trap them. And RNG, it looked like they're just kind of going to get away with this for free, because they don't end up losing that inhibitor turret, and they can just walk up, group up perfectly timed for this mountain. Morgan still has a flank angle here, but he's spotted.
They know he's there. They know he's there. They saw him walk up. The pings are already going down.
Yeah, the Destiny comes on in there as Deft flies on forward, looks for Gala, but he flashes himself out. Deft goes golden. Now Xiaohu is in trouble. Immediately the pylon comes on in. Deft gets over the wall. Is now Willa trying to keep himself alive, but he's not going to be able to. Chovy surviving in amongst four, but that ain't going to last for very long. Is now Deft looking to burst down the Drake, and he does it. But can they actually survive in this game? I mean, I guess they managed to get a pick onto Xiao, who's a lot of the damage. But still, they're missing 3 members for another 30 seconds.
And they actually do get that inhibitor turret, so permanent damage. That means there is an exposed inhibitor later on for Morgan to potentially take, for Chovy to potentially side lane and take. They still have the Baron buff here for a few more seconds to sort of stave the bleeding here off as they do survive. But this is the first of their Mountain Drakes. And by the way, if they end up getting a 3 Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul, it's so good into the Ziggs.
Chovy Life Esports has disconnected. This is Deft Life Esports, okay?
Yeah.
Again, we see that Morgan was spotted there. Really good read by RNG. They're aware that he's there, so they collapse onto him. But we see another situation in which the fact that the fight is kind of dragged about, like it's multiple tiny skirmishes happening all over the place, allows Deft to go in, do as much damage as he possibly can, flash out over the wall to not get taken down there. Despite all that, Chovy somehow did more damage, so
He was the one actually fighting people, though. I mean,
yeah,
Deft was fighting a dragon.
Yeah,
throughout
and
most of it. Yeah, which
you know,
in a fantasy TV series, that would be really cool. However, in a game like this, you know, he's not necessarily participating in the team fight, but denying that Mountain Soul is so incredibly important. So now Willa just going to help clear out this wave. This Viego is actually pretty important for late game damage as well, and he's looking for that GA, much like Morgan has. Morgan now with his, which is definitely good. Didn't have it in that last fight, can now buy even more time.
He also has teleport, so he's going to have a lot more options available to him now as a side laning Camille. The big group up here unseen.
Yeah. Control ward goes down. Morgan now knows there are probably a fair few people here, as the vision from Hanwha Life hasn't been swept very effectively here from RNG.
Yes.
So Hanwha knows exactly what's going on, and now is setting up for a bit of a play for themselves. Gala's going to blast his way over, as now Willa in that brush, in the mist. He should be all right. Chovy now slinking in from the bottom side. Can dash his way over as there's another Mega Inferno Bomb and Culling to come through to soften up the members of Hanwha. They are able to back themselves out, but the pressure is still there from RNG.
And this time we see RNG do exactly what they need to. You saw Gala, 1Q takes about a quarter of the health bar away from Morgan. Here the same thing. If Xiaohu throws a Culling, you don't actually need to go all in. You can play it slower, play it a little bit back. And with the amount of damage with the items you have right now, it's up to Hanwha again to make a play, and they're going for it.
Yeah, Morgan looking for that flanking teleport. Who's he going to ulti as Vista flashes, grabs the Solar Flare, and in comes immediately out of nowhere Morgan. And he's going to be able to go down to his GA, keeps himself alive. That is 2 kills now for Chovy. Can he save this KDA is the real question. As now Hanwha chasing after the remaining 3 members of RNG. Vista not quite sure which way he wants to go, and Deft isn't going to be able to catch up. So they are going to be able to leave Cryan, Wei, and Xiaohu to get themselves out.
Such a great engage, though. They have the flank teleport there. Morgan finally able to make a big impact. Gets the engage there. You see the targeted bomb coming through from Chovy. They blow up the majority of the damage here. Unfortunately, timing-wise, this has happened multiple times here for Hanwha Life Esports. There's no big objective to take just yet. Baron is spawning in 10, but it's not a realistic one to take. That really important Mountain Drake that they so desperately need, also far away. But seeing them stave the bleeding, deal with this top pressure is so incredible. Now watch the teleport angle here. They know exactly what target they want. Chovy's going to go for the steal, and they just instantly remove the Ziggs from the map.
And without the Ziggs available, you're missing a lot of the damage. And even with the health bars being a little bit low on, for example, Vista and Deft, doesn't really matter as long as you get in and blow up the one target.
Exactly.
The resets start coming through. But I do agree with you, Wolf. Yes, that was a good fight. Happy for Hanwha that they were able to pull it off, but you don't have a GA on Morgan anymore. He doesn't have the teleport, so flanking is going to be a lot harder. And it feels like this has been a recurring theme this game, mostly for Hanwha, to a lesser extent for RNG, where a good fight in of itself hasn't really led to a breakpoint of objectives. Yeah, Hanwha got the Baron, and then the power play was like 1,500 gold because RNG was actually the one pushing in, but now Hanwha going for the Baron again.
If at first you don't succeed, get another Baron, I think is the call here, as Hanwha Life have started it off. It goes down extraordinarily quickly.
Oh,
Deft does so much damage. It's at 3,000 health, and RNG aren't going to be able to take it. That's going to be secured by Deft of all people. A great face breaker, but Ming, again, no follow-up whatsoever as now Xiaohu gets himself in there. Going to be able to grab the Camille, who didn't have that GA as you knew. And Wei now finding that pick-off. As it's unfortunately the Viego that is going to go down. No resets this time around as the chains are flying around, but it's always a numbers advantage here for RNG, and Chovy once again going to get taken down.
Deft, the lone survivor here. Defending this is going to be so frustrating to try to do. And I got to say, RNG once again engaging into Hanwha Life Esports, closing the gap first, but the face breaker is actually what makes it okay this time. And now Deft, it's going to take a lot more than heroics, I think, to defend this base.
Yeah, he needs to kill all the minions. Otherwise, it should be RNG just being able to push on forward. There's 20 seconds on the next member of Hanwha Life Hanwha to actually come up as Deft goes into the supercharger, but there's the exhaust. Goes down to his GA. I guess it's not quite over just yet, but he's in amongst 4, and that is going to be that. RNG, they pull Hanwha Life apart. They give them a Baron and then take their Nexus and say, that's a pretty good trade.
And by the end of the game, it is the RNG team fighting that pulls them through above all. Clearly, the call from Hanwha Life in the previous situation to give up that Baron, pull back, and make sure that they don't fight on RNG's call was the right one, because this time they think we can finish it and maybe get out. The resets don't come through. Hanwha Life look disjointed and are unable to do anything with the Baron buff. Baron for Nexus, I'm going to say, it's not worth.
I will say, too, doing this against a stronger team, you do this against one of your fellow LPL teams or against Dom1 Kia, you'll probably get punished. This won't work against every team, but against a team like Hanwha Life Esports that is oftentimes in moments like this, these high-pressure situations, a little bit disjointed, ends up working out for RNG. Didn't play to their win conditions, their range advantage always, but when they did, they looked strong. And when they didn't, they were still able to smash through. I mean, they really put a square peg into a round hole in a lot of those team fights, but it was good enough because the coordination was so strong. Ming's facebreaker there, beautiful in that second to last fight. And Hanwha Life Esports looking better than I expected here in this game. But now, RNG, perfect first round robin here, 3-0, setting the stage to get out of this group in first. That's the expectation after tonight.
Yep, the MSI champions looking absolutely fantastic right now. And man, Life, it almost looked like they were going to be able to make it happen, but they unfortunately were not able to. But while we get ready to see the Mad Lions take on LNG in Game 2 of the day, we're going to hear what it's like inside the mind of madness in those sounds of the game.
I'm going. They're going on me hard. They're going on my hard. I think we win this, We win this. You win this. I'm behind them, Wait for LeBlanc, Kalista is hitting hard. Kalista is hitting hard. I'm on Kalista. You need to go on. You win this for sure, okay? Oh my god. Look at Kalista. She has J. Yeah, I'm chasing him. Yeah, back off. Yeah. Oh, now Lucia. He's 1 HP. Can keep chasing Grace, maybe? Okay, you can it. You have just push bot armor. Just push bot. No. But Kalista can hold back. But guys, why are you not? What are you doing? Just chasing Grace. Not letting him base. It's fine. Both phases are fine, I think. But we could. I mean, okay, it's fine. I can just poke them. Just poke them. I'm probably gonna ult. Okay, I'm going. Look at him. I'm diving. Care. Okay, that's. Okay, look at Kalista. Oh. Okay, care. Okay, nice. What is this fight? I don't know. What is this brutal fight?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Anytime you play for reaching greatness, relentless, you'll survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll rot into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world
welcome back to Iceland for Worlds 2021 group stage. RNG are now 3-0 in their group. And Ming, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. There was a lot of back and forth this game. What would you identify as the mistakes that could have cost you the game?
那首先恭喜你们这一轮已经拿下3-0嘛，但是这场比赛其实打得非常有来有回。那你可以跟我们讲一下这场比赛是出了哪一些问题，导致你们有可能会输掉比赛吗？
就可能自己集中度不够吧，然后因为第一场嘛，自己集中度打得不是特别好，打得不是特别专注，然后就输掉的话，就可能打得这么艰难，就因为失误还是有点多嘛，就操作上面的失误。
I think it mainly came down to our focus because this was in schedule-wise, it was the first game of the day, so we came in just a bit lackadaisical, and we had a lot of executional errors that could have lost us the game.
Yeah, and in the end, you were still victorious, but I want to have a quick hit on the draft because you chose to put Lucian top lane, which is not a surprise given that Xiaohu is really known for this champion. Ziggs bot lane, it's the second time we see that champion, but I also want to have your input on set into Leona because it's not something we often see in Western regions.
那这场的话，其实有看到你们上路是选路线嘛，那下路选这个希格斯炸弹魔这样。那主要想问的还是就辅助这个选择，因为赛特打雷欧娜好像在西方的这些赛区不常看到。你对这个打法这个对决看法是什么？
因为我自己玩射题打雷欧娜的话会打得比较多嘛，然后觉得还算一个蛮不错的选择的嘛。然后吉格斯的话就可能高打觉得蛮好的，所以就选了，因为觉得对面也可能会选这个 BP。
I actually play a lot of set against the Leona, and my personal thoughts on it, it's actually quite a good matchup. As for the rest of the picks, we thought that the enemy could have a chance to take those picks as well, so we locked them down for ourselves.
And I really like your input because players often have very diverse opinions onto that matchup. Last question for you, Ming. You are coming back as the winners of MSI. You had a difficult summer, difficult beginning of summer, I want to say. You are now 3-0 in your group. What are your thoughts on the development of second round robin and how the group is going to play out?
那你们目前也是拿下3-0了吗？那想看一下往前看的话，你对第2轮有什么样的看法？那认为这个小组最后会是什么样的一个情况？
虽然我们现在3-0嘛，但其实也不是那么轻松的取胜的嘛，都打挺艰难的。然后我觉得第2轮的话可能会比第1轮更难打嘛，因为大家都交手过一次，所以说后面我觉得会更难。然后我觉得就每个人都挺尽力的嘛，所以说后面都真的说不准。
Even though we were 3-0, our games have been very, very hard fought, and I think the second round will be even harder because everyone has already faced each other and know what they could do. And I just think that it's very hard to tell right now, given our situation.
Yeah, opponents know their opponents a bit better now. Well, we'll see how this plays out, but for now, that's the end of the interview. for this interview, Ming. Clement, thank you so much for the translation, and we'll be back in a few minutes with more on this game at the analyst desk. See you soon.
언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game Said I'm on fire with the blade You're about to hit my leg
back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, Day 3 of the group stage at LNG. And
he's a Pokemon master. He has all the gym badges.
Is that what that was? Oh my god, that's amazing.
Got me out of my concentration completely. Anyways, Group D, super exciting, super neck and neck. Mad Lions and LNG are about to go head to head. Also, if you're an EU fan, 3 games in a row, babies. So let's strap in. And it's going to be such a good game, I presume. The Mad Lions, let's talk about what they did yesterday. They got their first win of the group stage, and it was all about Elyoya, not necessarily in the beginning, but you saw that he was really adjusting on that Kiana as the game versus Gen G played out.
Yeah, and I mean, pulling out the Kiana pick was like kind of a little bit unexpected from him since he hadn't played it in a while. I think Elyoya, if you're comparing Mad Lions, you know, this year and their success to the previous year, he has been a massive difference maker. He's someone who's shown up on the international stage previously. No nerves on this guy. He's such not only an excellent facilitator for this team, but also a massive carry in team fights. And, you know, he played phenomenally yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of things fell into place for Mad Lions, just like you were talking about there. It's Elyoya still his rookie year, you know. It was MSI, it's now into Worlds. It's been a long year for a rookie, I have to say. But I think a lot of things, like I said, fell into place. Kiana coming out from Elyoya, despite 3 or 4 jungle bans, and then the enemy team was taking away things like Graves and Xin Zhao, flexing these champions. So he didn't really know where to find the jungler, but Kiana was a great staple. And I think that Armut especially, the Jace pick, the Wukong pick, sorry, did so much for them. You know, he was actually able to pick Wukong into double AD jungle top. I think that was kind of gifted to them. Gen G obviously made a couple mistakes here and there, but still, great game for Mad. It's their comfort zone. We know Mad Lions, when they're down 2 or 3K gold, you know, you're like, every single time your heart's like, they're still going to win this, right? You doubt them, they find a team fight, and then they come back.
It was very close, but I think we need to commend like the individual members, all of them, for Mad, for keeping them in the game until they could win the game, right?
And Carzzy stealing dragons.
And Carzzy stealing dragon, which actually also is pretty crazy. Now, Elyoya also commented in the interview yesterday that he really looks up to Tarzan, and these are their opponents today in LNG, and Tarzan is a great part of that lineup. And we've seen, I think, highs and lows from them, right? Yesterday versus TL for LNG was a fantastic game where they really just smurfed on their opponents.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Kadril brought up Armut, because I think there's a night and day difference when he plays something like the Wukong that he's really, really comfortable on, and then a few of other like meta champions that he seemed less comfortable on, like the Jax. So I'm really, really looking at the top side for this matchup because of what we already said about Elyoya and Tarzan, but also Ala into Armut is really, I'm really going to look at what they pick for that matchup specifically, given how Ala really likes to take certain 1v1s and counter pick, or just pick something blind and then go into it anyway. And then Armut looks a lot different on champions he's visibly comfortable with and other meta picks.
Yeah, and Mad Lions, I believe, are blue side, so that means that Armut's going to have to blind pick his top laner, and both these teams are top side teams, right? They want to play for top side, get Ala ahead, get Armut ahead, and then snowball the map from there. Both bot lanes don't get as much resources, so I think counter pick will be really valuable for LNG, which means Mad Lions need some kind of good blind pick for Armut. Jace notoriously worked a lot in the playoffs, but we'll have to see how he does.
Yeah, also the mid lane, we need to see which icon shows up, right? Is it yesterday's icon or day 1 icon? A lot of questions. And with just a moment to go before we get to the match, let's check in on our MasterCard fan prediction to see who everyone at home favors in this matchup. LNG at 30, Mad Lions at 69, KegW percent, 0.8. Remember to check out at MasterCard Nexus on Twitter to vote for future matchups. But as we know, apparently the fans know nothing at home, right?
Yeah, 15% was last time's one when Mad Lions lost. So Mad Lions having the higher percentage votes, not a good sign.
Maybe not a good sign. Yeah. I hope it's a banger of the match. We see both teams at the top of their game. The fans have spoken, and now it's time to hear our casters speak, because that's what casters do. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Sharks, and welcome back to LOL Park here for game number 2 of the day. Looking forward to seeing whether all of our pick'ems can be saved by the Mad Lions here today.
Yeah, that's the question, right? I mean, this group is impossible to predict. We ended up with 4 1-on-1 teams. There was the Circle of Suck that was mentioned earlier. I like to think that every team disappointed everyone a little bit. Expectations were shattered and then shattered again. I personally think this one could go either way. This is one of the best matches of the night, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. Do you think so too, Chronicle?
I'm really excited. I think that what we've seen thus far from Mad Lions was one game that was very far below their standards, and one game that was actually more in line with what we expected, right? There was still some scrappiness going on, but that decisiveness in team fights, to me, was a big factor of what made them, well, pretty much you know, stomp Gen.G. And we've seen Gen.G get stomped when they don't really do anything. So I was actually happy to see Mad really go in on that aggression. And then for LNG, it's kind of been a similar case where their game against PSG, against Gen.G, obviously, not the greatest, but outside of that, they have been great this tournament.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how it is going to go. Here we are, into Champion Select for this second game of the day. Already Aurelia, of course, joining the permaban list once again. And there is LeBlanc taken away. Of course, Humanoid had a great game on their win. And, of course, being able to solo kill a BDD that everyone overreacted to after day number one, myself included.
We should have known.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. I thought that their draft in their second match was just revolting. And so now a couple of the picks have been banned away as the Yuumi is also illegal in this particular game. She should be in all games.
One of the shared champions, Atlas, that are between both of these teams that we've seen prioritized very highly is the Aphelios, but of course that's a lot of the time because of the previous 80 carry bans on the table. We only have the MF this time. Lucian is still available, so Karzi could pick that one up. The Aphelios, definitely something you could leave towards later if you wanted to pick up something like the Lee Sin here for Elyoya. Just because he looked great on the Qiyana towards the end of that Gen.G game yesterday doesn't mean that he necessarily wants to prioritize it very highly here. Definitely something you could leave for later. And they're going to take the Rise, because that one's left open. You know the Twisted Fate is banned, so matching that one in terms of the roaming and the teleporting there to the top side of the map can be quite strong. We'll see if Silas is now picked up here for Icon.
And I like the Rise. Rise has been a staple in pro play through playoffs as well, in all the regions for a very good reason, outside of the fact that he's able to relentlessly shove from basically his first back. In addition to that, also has been very successful for a lot of teams to have that global impact without actually being something like a Galio that if he doesn't have a global impact, you feel like the champion doesn't provide nearly as much, but he's Rise, so it doesn't really matter. He'll be able to find an angle as long as he can be given a little bit of space. As high Leona priority here, we've seen Leona drop a little bit in where she's picked up. She still has a really high presence, but it's kind of drops a little more to like second rotation. Gets picked up early here.
Yeah, and it is going to be Leona and Lee Sin, and these are definitely high priority and also like first pick worthy, to be perfectly honest. Leona just so stable. We saw her lose in the last game, but we saw that she is still very powerful, and the Lee Sin as well, pretty stable and also very flexible. Fit into basically any composition. As Samira's being hovered, we'll see what Elyoya actually decides to go for. As this is tried and true. I'm really glad that the Mad Lions have welcomed us to casting some LEC games with a very classic LCK mid and top lane in the Gnar and the Rise. I'm not this way too much.
I'm not a huge fan of the Gnar with the Rise this early though, because you do leave yourself open to a lot of counter picks. Now with this Xin Zhao, it is going to make things a little bit easier up there as long as Elyoya is going to hover the top side of the map. The problem with the global that Rise gives you with a Gnar is a little bit timing based. There's only a thin window in which you can actually utilize that Mega Gnar bar with that teleport. So if you don't have prio at the right time, or you're not in the stage where you can actually utilize that Gnar bar, you're going to have a tough time. This Camille, on the other hand, can really put a lot of pressure on Gnar, especially towards the later part of the game in the side lane.
And post 6 especially, the setup with a Lee would become incredible, but no, it is instead going to be the Syndra pickup. And I do think that in what LNG have already drafted, the Syndra provides you an incredible 2v2. And if at any point, anyone on Mad Lions' team isn't in the right position at the right time, they're going to get Hunters zeroed, right? And that kind of threat, I think, works really well against Mad, a team that does like to get a little bit aggressive at times.
And as we know, Syndra is a triple flex. Can of course be heading towards that top side as Xiao showed us. Probably not going to be Ala's pick, of course. Xiao certainly one that's a little more flexible, a bit more of a contortionist there towards the top side of the map than most other people, and likely to be Icon, of course. He has played a heck of a lot of this, and we are going back in time with a draft like this, right? Like Lee Sin, Syndra, Leona, we've been seeing this all year round, and of course, the Rise and the Gnar, no strangers for many, many years. On the same team together.
I think when you already had the Camille hover earlier, the Jace is a given. It's the obvious ban. It's one of Ale's better champions right now in this meta, great into the Gnar. You could ban the Camille. The other ban you would have wanted to look for potentially would have been that Silas I mentioned earlier, but when they lock in the Syndra here, you're not expecting it to be either a Silas top or of course that Syndra flex. So I think banning the Camille away here is still the best option for Mad Lions at the moment. But you've got to consider that Silas could still potentially be a thing so strong with the ability to match that Rise teleport, their Realm Warp rather, and the ability to, of course, gnar people later on, one of the strongest things you could steal in League of Legends. Take away the Wukong, though, instead.
That's really interesting that Mad abandoning the Wukong, of course, respecting the power level of said Wukong, but it's Amit that's so good on this particular pick, trying to protect himself from one of his staples, but it does leave the Camille that they were trying to pick anyway, still available. So probably just happy to go into that particular matchup, and we'll see how Amit is going to survive.
It was also kind of calling the bluff, I feel like, what Mad Lions were. We know what you hovered. We don't care. We're going to lock 2 picks in that we feel like are more problematic because I do think that the Gnar has a window against the Camille early. If we do see early presence with that Zins out towards topside, there is a possible punishment window there available. And that's, again, LCK staple. Felios fresh, lock it and shop it. And if I look at the LNG comp, against the Lee, against the Camille, I quite like it, but especially if a ranged AD carry is picked up here from LNG, I wonder how much space Kazi is going to get.
Yeah, that's the real question. I mean, he's going to obviously have a lot of escape options here with this composition. There's a lot of disengage, too, on the side of Mad Lions here. The Jhin coming through as the final pick does have a decent front line. There's a lot of setup here on the side of LNG. It's a pick that they like to pick in the LPL as well, so not a big shocker to see this one coming through. But I'm very happy to see that Mad Lions kind of stick to their guns here. They're going to play the Felios again here. This time they have so much support for it, and they have a composition that can deal a lot in the early game. You can put a lot of threat in the top side of the map with Realm Warp. You've got this Gnar, but the late game team fighting, 5v5s around objectives, this composition, if it's not too far behind, is so deadly. It scales so incredibly well.
Yeah, and I love that they've just gone back to the basics, right? You know, they're just LNG, scary team, but Mad just look at it and they're like, well, what are we really good at? Well, we're really good at team fighting. We're really good at being able to have Kaiser on a champion that is able to have a lot of agency in this game. Going to be throwing out hooks left, right, and center. That is the fist bump from the coaches as we are trying to get in to game number 2. I'm looking forward to it because Mad Lions are a team that I'm just going to come out with it straight away. They're top of my group in Pick'ems, and after day 1, I overreacted as well, and I was terrified and upset. And thankfully, yesterday happened. They did much better, and let's see whether they can take down LNG here.
It's telling that I think all the LCK casts were, yep, Mad first, Gen G second.
Yes.
We're gonna feel good about that one. And we haven't really talked about the LNG comp yet. I do think that this is the type of composition where if you find a lead, if Mad make a misstep too many in the mid game, you just take over the entirety of the map so fast.
Yep, and remember, ladies and gentlemen at home, you can share your opinion, cheers, and well wishes using the Verizon 5G All Chat. And let us know who you think is going to be able to take this game. Let us know whether your Pick'ems are also relying on the Mad Lions.
Or if you could find a way for Genji to disappoint you more than one way in a single game.
I'm not even playing, Wolf! Come on! Give him some space!
Look, I'm very excited for 2 reasons.
Are you going to blame Genji if LNG wins this game?
No. I'm just saying I'm very excited because A, Genji is playing later, and B, I'm not casting it. So
you just wanted to get it in. It's not even relevant right now.
But yeah, Chronicle, as you were saying about the LNG team composition, yes, please continue.
Yeah, so LNG's comp has multiple elements where a single skill shot leads into certain death. If a hookshot gets hit, follows up by a scatter, you're donezo. If I1D finds a Zenith Blade, you can instantly get blown up by the follow-up from Light. And I do think that the LNG comp runs into some issues if they fall substantially behind. I think their ranged wave clear is rather lacking. You're only looking at the Syndra really because Jhin, his wave clear in long-range scenario is not amazing. But at the same time, I do think that this is a type of composition where if you can rely on Tarzan's early pathing and the laning strength that we have seen from Ale in particular, there is a possibility to put Mad behind to the point where that team fighting is going to be very much on the back foot.
Yeah, it does also feel like, to a certain extent, LNG's composition later on is going to be more about picks, as we see a bit of an engage here.
Decent little flayback there, as Kaiser does take more damage, but still some fighting in amongst these brushes. Both of these bot lanes just protecting their wards that we're just about to run out. Top side of the map, Bit of a health trade there, as we saw it was like ships in the night as the hop came through from Ahmed there. And we decently. How did that boomerang miss, by the way? That was weird.
That was a bit odd. We also see a couple of interesting root shots. Icon has gone.
Okay, just walks up and hooks him. Light's now in trouble, gets flayed back, has to flash to get himself out, but Kaiser is also in trouble as now Iwandi wanted to chase down the support. But has to back away and respect Kazi here. A big win for Mad, but do they overstep now with Tarzan waiting in the wings?
Iwandi was still level 1 while the play was happening. Must have gotten zoned off of a single creep. Tarzan is now looking for an opportunity.
Mad, they're feeling safe because they do have that ward in the river brush. As you can see, Tarzan not going to go for it. Thinks that maybe things have calmed down and he'll go to his blue buff.
That was really nice timing for Tarzan to be hovering around the bottom side there, because there was a huge opportunity if there was a big overextension. Not to mention that Icon had full control of the mid lane and still does at the moment. So nice timing on that one here, as Elioya will scout out this ward. The top matchup is, as it often does in the very early game of this Gnar versus Camille, is starting to go a little bit Armut's way here. He's controlling the wave very well, using that range advantage. And, I mean, this is just so much pressure here onto Humanoid. You mentioned, or you were about to mention, Chronicler, that Airy coming through, and you can see its impact here.
Yeah. Tarzan only looking to try and reinforce it further now as Humanoid down just under half health. Does have that wave pushing in. Ooh, no, it's just going to be a Dark Sphere going to be utilized. That's a decent stun to come through from Ale, but he's missing a bunch of mana. So he isn't going to be able to do too much more of that, as now Ahmed's going to chase him out of the lane.
Really nice spacing there from Ahmed as well, right? Making sure that he maximizes the damage. Because in those short trades, Camille obviously with the shield going to have the better end of those. But Ahmed has more sustain as well, has gone for the fleet as opposed to the grasp that we often seen for the Gnar. And is going to be able to, in that longer trade, still have a very nice moment. And
great wallop.
Be careful.
Yeah, that is going to be the route down onto Icon. Holds onto the flash. Tarzan is in position. That Q very, very close there. Bit of a mulligan from Tarzan. He's going to now slink away once again. Still wants to take down those Razorbeaks.
Yeah. Armut's playing this matchup so well. He's very patiently using his auto attacks, seeing those empowered through, his Mega Gnar usage there. Fantastic, threading the needle there onto Ale, and has a lot of control over the top side of this map. We'll see if that continues, of course, once level 6 is hit for Tarzan. There's a lot more kill pressure.
Did have to flash, so I'm wondering what happened there.
Yeah, when did that happen?
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Are we going to get another one?
That's really important, because Tarzan is like sneaking up through the fog. Ahmed used his flash.
Can they chase this one down? Will he have Hop available? We haven't actually seen it, as there's the hook shot. He just pops off the wall. Tries to find the minion. Tarzan gets underneath the turret, though. He's got the safeguard, and that is a very simple first blood. And I'm still baffled. Where did that why did the flash go cooldown?
Yeah, I don't know. This last time we had the update, this time we were a little bit late on it. And I mean, the power of connecting that Q there is so easy to get the execution kill when you know that Camille can, at such a long range, get the hook shot there and then sweep to get the slow. And you can see on Armut's face the second he sees Tarzan there, he's like, oh, I got no flash, I'm totally dead.
And the problem with this is that Armut, I think, has the biggest window to try and get a lead in this matchup against Ale early on, because it's not like post-6 that the lane becomes unplayable for the Gnar, right? We have this matchup like Wukong versus Jace, for example, where you don't really get to play the video game anymore. It's not that bad, but the problem is that if you are ever in Mega Gnar, you need to play very respectfully, because a 2-man unit in mini can blow you up in seconds. The Camille locks you down with the Hextech Ultimatum, and there's nothing for you to do.
Yeah, we're going to see this one yet again. So this I think was where the flash went down, as the wallop not quite going to work out, and he flashes the hookshot.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think he has to. He's just about to go mini there. And then the sneak from Tarzan here, using the fake the confidence that you have with that Scuttle Crab on top side, feeling a little bit safer than you should.
I mean, you connect the Q here as well there as Tarzan, and you just know it's a guaranteed kill.
Well, they're looking to try and answer it here, as Ale's going to get taken down to half health. The Gnar is going to get flashed as Tactical Sweep comes through, dodges all of the skill shots. The Wallop finds it in the end, though. Humanoid needs it. He flashes forward, and then we're tanking up the turret beautifully. Oh, calculated there from Humanoid, who's in between these turrets, and no one's actually coming to try and take him down. Yeah, that is going to be the execute, and so Mad do manage to get away with the heist.
That was actually really well played. It's not over yet.
Okay, Icon moving his way up. Can he find the scatter is going to be the question. No flash for Ahmed still, of course, as the Dark Sphere is going to come through. Okay, ultimate comes down. That's some gameplay, and Ala's going to pick up the kill there onto Elioya.
So in the long run, not quite sure who is going to benefit most from that. If we look at who the kills have gone to, Ale able to pick up a kill himself, and that's going to be really big. After that, looking at a moment as if Ale was going to get away, but actually really cleanly executed dive by Mad at the moment that all those side steps comes through, but because there was still someone tanking, Humanoid could actually walk up and get those last hits, also didn't take any damage himself, so the execute works out well. But now, Ale picks up a kill, shoves this wave into the turret, picks up a plate as well, so that lead that was there for Ahmed, after a nice counterplay to the initial play from Tarzan, has actually worked out well, and I'm loving the tit for tat here, both teams really trying to get that top side ahead as far as they can.
And not to mention, Icon also had the wave push, gets an extra wave of minions, and had teleport advantage. Doesn't lose anything here. In fact, has a nice lead, and they're not done with this mid lane advantage. They're going to look for more. Nice hook there.
Good lantern.
Yeah.
Kaiser's just going to save his mid laner. Very nice.
Look at the setup here, though, for LNG. They're already pre-grouped up for this Rift Herald fight. They have a lot of pressure to put onto Armut, who's already used that Narbar, I believe. Actually, not quite finished there. But I mean, this is a really tense moment for Mad Lions. This is where you can lose all of your power in the early game.
Oh no, the face chip comes through, and that is going to be the kick. Armut does get Mega, and that is both of them into the wall. The wall-up's great as well, and that's another lantern. Damn, Kaiser's got so many lights, and now just going to allow Armut to help out with this Rift Herald as well.
Just like that.
Yeah, and for a second there, it looked like Armut had overextended. We know how comfortable this player is on Mad. I think the desk also managed it, how much better Armut looks when he's on a champion and he's comfortable. He's like, no, I'm at 80% Narbar. I'm fine. The moment that you transform, stun them into the wall, they can't actually make a play. And Tarzan and Ali looking to try and 100 to 0 that Gnar, like we talked about earlier, and then you get a free Herald. Instead, they use a lot of resources, don't actually end up getting anything, and give up the Herald. So even though Mad is a little bit behind in terms of gold because of that that second play that happened on top side, should still be able to, at the very least, equalize once they drop this Herald.
Yeah, you'll take the Herald over the first solo Drake, I think, any day of the week, especially when you already have a really nice lead against this Camille that's struggling to get to that point where she can be a big threat in the side lane. Yes, got some plates and was able to get that kill earlier on, but isn't really as big as she could be here, as Armut actually has a 15 CS advantage at the moment.
Humanoid looking for an opportunity onto Icon in the area, but not going to be able to go for it. It's like you say, the Drake does go down, not going to be a Cloud Soul. It makes me sad, makes most other people quite pleased. As 4 minutes until that Cloud Drake is going to be available. Another rock going to get thrown at Arla here, as we've got the Wallop landing as well. Armut picking up these boulders left and right, and Arla has to use that hook shot to get himself out. And I love seeing Armut on Comfort, right? We saw him on the Jax. He looked like he didn't really feel himself on that champion. Then the Wukong comes out and you're like, ah, there's the guy. There's the guy that we all know and love. And the Gnar is working out the same way, at least for now.
And it's showing again, Mad Lions had the opportunity to ban the Gnar, or ban the Camille rather, right? They were like, no. We have faith in Armut to navigate this matchup, and so far, that faith has truly been rewarded. Again, he's pushing up far, but that Narbar is almost full.
Yeah, Iwandi. Ale's at 200 health right now. The hookshot comes down. That's the Gnar. There's the Wallop as well. And he just picks up the kill. Launched himself into the waiting arms of the Mega Gnar. And Armut's not done. Humanoid's tanking up the turret for the moment. There's the flash after the boulder toss. And Armut's now trying to make the great escape. Icon will have some Dark Spheres, but he's pretty slow now with the boomerang. And out he goes. Yeah, he gets a little bit of a love tap there from the Krug, but it's not even close.
It was so much closer to being even more as well with the Realm Warp coming through there. You know, we almost had Humanoid escape. The teleport timing there almost lands him another kill. It does not work out. That was pretty well punished here from LNG. But, I mean, it's like the color point of, look at this guy, look at how comfortable he is, and then it just happens again.
He literally
has no
does
fear.
It's like,
blessing, finally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's at 75%, you know, he's feeling confident.
He's 30
and then they
CS
still
up.
go for the play. And it just backfires spectacularly. I think because of the fact that we do see Icon roaming up here, they feel more comfortable than they should. But one, teleport is available, and even if this teleport does not come through, just want to reiterate, like, worst case scenario, Armut gets a 1-for-1. Right? Like that is also not a terrible scenario when your opponent is sending 3 people to your lane, and it showcases why Mad felt comfortable. Yeah, we're just going to blind pick it up. We know how comfortable he is on this. We've played a ton of games with it, and so far it's working out nicely. And there comes a point where if Armut gets far enough ahead and he plays well enough around Naba, which based on what we've seen thus far, fairly confident he will continue to do so. The windows for Ale and Tarzan, or Ale and Icon, or whoever goes up topside, become smaller and smaller. And eventually Camille will hit the 2-3 items, and we know what the champion can do. But if you delay that enough, you might never reach that point. Now Mad Lions, nice gold lead.
Yeah, a Pride heading towards the bottom side of the map as well, as we can see the Rift Herald pops down, and that is going to be the rest of this turret. Pretty textbook, but you love to see it as in goes Elyoya. Maybe didn't really want to, as he just explodes. So, as I say, textbook, Elyoya's like, no.
They got first turret blood, you know, just making sure.
I was going to say, I mean, a lot of teams like to push that Rift Herald into the lane they're controlling. They try to stop the Camille and really just empower Armut, but they try to spread the love. They try to spread the gold. Maybe a little bit too much spreading of the gold there on the bottom side of the map, but hey, first turret going over there. And I do agree that there are ways where LNG can really turn this game on a dime later on. Don't think it's going to be the Camille for a while here, but Icon is starting to get very, very powerful himself as well. Almost 30 CS up on Humanoid. And if the engages are good, we know how good Icon is on this champion. There's a lot of ways to shut down those Gnar engages. And so far, it's been LNG kind of playing into into Armut's hands on the top side of the map. When Armut is going to be the one who has to manage his own Gnar bar around objectives, that's when it gets a little bit more complicated.
Ooh, Humanoid not going to face check Tarzan, but now if he walks towards it, he's going to be in trouble. That is the flash kick into the wall. Hextech Ultimatum comes down, and that bullet is going to secure it there by Light. Armut teleports forward, but doesn't really find too much more. Wind becomes lightning. He's going to whiff as Arla going to get out of the way of the hook, but I wonder, you're not going to be so lucky, and Armut's just going to get taken down. Not enough members of MAD, and a lot of LNG down here towards the bottom side.
And this is the ultimate scenario for LNG. It's one by one by one. You can pick them all off. This is where you are at your strongest. And
yeah, another flash out here as Kaiser is down to just a sliver, and Icon's just going to throw an orb at him, and that will pick up the Thresh. As Kazi, yeah, he puts a Sentinel over there, but I don't think he's going to go in. That is going to be that.
And there was no need for that. It's sad that Humanoid dies, but it's, again, a 4-man investment. It's a nice play coming through from LNG. And I think as Matt, if you can maybe look for a cross-play, secure some vision on top side, try to go for something. But Armut feels the time pressure because he's in Mega Gnar and he wants to try and help.
Yeah, and these are those complex decisions that you're going to have to make around objectives later on that become a little bit more tricky to pull off. I know Mad is very good at the macro. We've seen it already so far this game, and they are a team that will play around the Gnar bar for Armut very well. But when it does come to some of these skirmishes where you go, well, I've got this bar, we've got to make this fight happen now, and you make the wrong choice, the consequences could be quite dire, especially with a composition like what LNG is running. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They're going to look to hold on to this Herald.
And I think they saw that Kazi just went home as well. So they have full information that there is only possibly 4 members here, as Shirley goes on quite an excursion. She will eventually get her way out.
So she's like, off-season's coming up, I'd like to join the Mad Lions. I just want to put my best foot forward.
Yeah, well, she definitely did, and now LNG are going to say, well, no, that's not happening. You are coming over to our side. But now the Mad Lions are going to welcome her back. The invitation in the mail. And now we're just very confused, if we're Shirley, to be perfectly honest.
This is like the Speed Racer
still
movie.
waiting here. Light is on a ward, but the curtain call just about to come off cooldown, but not quite. And the Mad Lions will take their second Herald of the game. And they're not done just yet. Yeah, the Warp is going to get on forward. Arla does have the Blast Cone, though, so he'll be absolutely fine. And Shirley pops down in her den and then immediately pops back up again here on the top side of the map.
This ends up being a little bit of extra value going over the top side of the map. The question is, can LNG deal with this? They do have Iwandi up here, but I think this is just going to be another crash. You don't have enough resources to stop this right now, unfortunately, because Icon, no teleport, is on the other side of the map. He should just keep pushing.
Well, I guess he is. As he's just heading back down there, you can see it is going to be the smite. Onto the Rift Herald as Arla gets himself out with the hookshot. Good buffering there, but they're not going to be able to save the turret. So Mad Lions going to be taking more. It's a 1,000 gold lead at the end.
And I'm loving this from Mad because I think that there would have been a lot of teams that they secure the crash and then they back off, right? Not wanting to take the risk. But those secondary turrets are so incredibly valuable in terms of raw gold they give you. They recognize, again, Armut, he's ready to fight. And with a Icon, which is one of the most fat members on LNG at the moment, both in terms of kills as well in terms of just CS, not a lot to be done there for LNG.
Yeah. And let's have a listen to Aito Sakawara. We are supposed to be in class, but here we are supporting the Lions. #MadWin. Hopefully your teacher isn't watching as well. Otherwise, you could potentially get in trouble.
Just send in your sick note, and also we don't endorse...
that's true. Yeah.
We don't endorse skipping class for Worlds, but actually, yeah, we do.
Don't.
No, we
Stay
don't.
in school.
No, we don't. Stay in school.
Stay in school,
Yeah.
but, you know, maybe miss a class here or there.
Yeah, just watch on your phone under your desk. It's easy.
Hey, maybe you have one of those cool teachers that is like, guys, you're gonna have to do your homework. We'll have this up on the big screen. Okay?
Hopefully it's not
muted.
English class, because then that's too much pressure on us. I
Yeah,
think.
if any of your classes were canceled today, it might not be a coincidence, especially if you're in Europe.
That's looking good.
Well, let's see whether this team fight is going to work out. Is Kaiser going to get slowed down? It's a good play to stop the re-engage. Lands the hook, but Light only going to take half of his health bar. The Ignite ticks down. Not going to go for too much more. Good pick off there from LNG. And this is what their comp really does well. They can 4-1, they can pick. And the pick comp part of it looking really good in that instance.
Yeah, that's perfect, right? The moment you hit one of your skill shots, the amount of burst that is going to immediately follow forth, as well as lockdown, is going to become a big problem. Unlike last time, though, I felt like Matt kind of felt the need to overforce it. That you say, okay, Kaiser, you're taken down. There's no objective on the map, right? There's nothing that we need to fight for. Just going to let it happen. Don't try to force yourself in a bad position. I do quite like that because LNG, they currently have the double drink. And I feel like this game is still on relatively even footing. In a straight-up 5v5, I will favor Matt with how it's gone thus far and how they've played out the skirmishes as well. But if LNG get this next Drake, we gotta also recognize how hard it is for Matt to like try and engage if you lose control of your vision.
Yes.
Because their actual engage is not amazing. It's okay if you hit a hook, if you find a flank or not, but if you fall behind against this LNG comp in terms of control, you can't walk up with anyone because like we saw, you're just gonna get immediately blown up.
It's also the, you know, the Gnar bar exchange is, speaking of Gnar, it's going to be chunked down a little bit here.
Yeah, Tarzan.
Oh, yeah.
Going to get in position,
Fighting.
but yeah, Oyoya is going to be there as well. Q is going to miss, and Icon took a turret shot. He didn't want to do that. As now we will have Mega Gnar, so that's going to keep Armit relatively healthy. Icon's going to go golden, but I think this is a see your death moment as Kaiser moves his way up. Icon, relative safety right now as Iwandi's going to come through here. The Camille in the meantime is going to grab a solo kill onto Humanoid as Tarzan falls down as well as they go for the dive. The curtains have been called and Kaiser is going to answer them. Not in a way that benefits Mad Lions, unfortunately, and Ala is going to push down this inner turret.
This is a moment, too, where you know LNG have this all planned out from the beginning. You could even see the hesitation there on the top side of the map for Mad, trying to kill Icon. They back away because they know that Jhin ultimate is up. They know Light can engage from so far away, and he does eventually pull that trigger. And now, I mean, it's incredible what Mad Lions had in terms of the pushing power in the early game, the lead they had there, because LNG are now 10 kills to 4, but only still up about 500 gold. But this is where the cracks do start to show.
And what I'm loving from LNG is that they've identified that Mad sometimes go for fights you don't need to go for. There is no objective at that point on the top side of the map that you need to go for, right? Mad, in that situation, like, we want to fight because we can fight, because we are able to try and utilize the power that this team comp has. But LNG, they're doing it in full face of them, right? So they're at the ready for it. The fact that Ale then also finds this solo kill onto Humanoid is just, yeah, having your cake and eating it too.
Yeah, that's the X Effect replay, and Humanoid just no real options here as he gets tactically swept.
Yeah, there's just no reason to Everfrost and look for that there. Unfortunately, just a big misstep. And the flash is committed, and that is one thing you do trade back here, but absolutely well worth it there for Ale. Really finishes off that bottom turret, and now I'm starting to get really worried about Mad's ability to fight over objectives.
Yeah, I think it's more how they move around the map and go for these skirmishes. If they are in a 5v5 river situation where they actually do have vision of LNG, gold still even. But this next fight is going to be pivotal. It's going to be, one might say, make or break, if you haven't heard that enough yet. Because if you do fall behind here and you give LNG soul points, then there are so many opportunities for this team to pick up an incredibly strong soul, especially with the amount of, you know, bucket they can throw with Light and Icon trying to go for the spheres and the shots from Jhin. So giving that over is going to put you in a very rough position, but Mad, in terms of items, still very even. Just about, can they find a good angle for the upcoming team fight?
Armit already used the Gnar bar, just got out of it. He's back in main Gnar form here. 20 seconds to go before this Drake. This is such an important fight. This is basically do or die.
Yep, Icon going to teleport for a potential flank. Remember, this is Ocean Rift. There are loads and loads of hidey holes for anyone to come on through, and that does suit a pick composition very, very well in LNG. So many options when it comes to that as well. Kaiser throws a hook into the darkness. He's going to get spotted out. Good Q going to land there from Tarzan. We're just jostling for position right now. The mid lane now in control by the Mad Lions. Now they can venture towards the river. Ale looking for a potential flanking opportunity. This control ward, frustrating for LNG, but they're still just going to start off this Drake.
Armit just wants to auto-attack anything he can right now to get that bar up. That's one tool that they don't have that they so desperately need to 5v5.
Yeah, and Icon's actually the one flanking here, as the Scat of the Week is not going to find any value at all. It is going to be Tarzan locking down the Drake as Iwandi going to go golden. He's very low, and the Moonlight Vigil is going to miss, unfortunately, but Kazi still flashes forward for the kill, but he sacrifices himself for it. It's not what you want, as now Humanoid's going to follow suit as well. It's a double kill for Light as the curtains. Kaiser once again going to suffer their wrath as LNG now look to push towards a potential Baron, maybe? They were moving towards the area, but they decide just to take this turret first.
And LNG, if you get the Drake there and you lose a fight, don't lose it too badly without giving up the Baron, you're fine. If you take the, or if they get the Drake in the flip, but you win the fight, you're fine. But they get the Drake, they win the team fight, and they get Baron.
Yeah, and this is the, I mean, I hate to keep harping on it, but it happens in Nara compositions all the time. Look at the damage there for Armit. 300 in that fight does nothing because all he can do is auto Icon. Icon completely zones him out. That was basically a 5v4 fight, and I mean, there's just nothing you can do when you don't have that incredibly important resource when you're going into the most important fight of the game. Look at where Armit stands in this team fight. He's just not involved.
And look, everything's backwards. It's Icon pretending to be the Camille, and then you've got Tarzan topping the damage. It doesn't make sense.
Look at Tarzan here, because again, like, he secures the smite, that's one, and then he sets up this double kick just after also following up with an insane amount of damage on Karzi. And it's this type of like clean gameplay that we always loved Tarzan for in the LCK, right? And then you also have Icon doing a great job zoning, Ale identifying the window. Iwandi, he died at the end, but who cares? He soaked so much damage regardless, opened up that fight for his team, and now the Red Bull Baron power play for LNG surely going to be devastating because, again, they're also at soul point.
Yeah, and they only had one turret taken before this. It's now rocketed up to 3, of course. Actually, it was 2. Both of the bottom lane towers were taken, but it was taken relatively late, right? This gold lead could absolutely explode.
I like this.
Mad. Yeah, they're wanting to try and create a little bit of a gank rush, and that's a beautiful hook. Trying to deny it there and keep himself alive for a little while, but 4 versus 1. Not going to like those odds. LNG realizing there's 4 people topside. They're just going to be able to take down this inner turret.
Yeah, and they can even potentially push for more. There's no teleports here on the top side of the map. There's no angle they can really teleport to punish this, so LNG are going to be able to get away with this, and for really no cost. There's no objective up right now that they can, of course, take while they have that pick. They still have to defend the Baron buff, so feels great to grab the kill and to have this extra pressure, but they're not even necessarily, I mean, they're definitely not going to get that top inhibitor turret, and what do you really gain here except a little bit of gold?
It's not the, I think at that lines at this point, while Baron buff is up, you can't really fight them. You do run into the issues that we talked about earlier. If you don't fight the flank or you force LNG to face check into you, engaging can be a little hard. Shove 2 waves into the turret, so that's feeling good, but now they're going far forward.
Yeah, looks for the Gnar, only finds it onto 1, but maybe that's going to be enough. Now, Tarzan does have the best item in the game in the stopwatch and going to go golden for a little while. Flashes come out as the curtain call is coming through as well. Good flame once again, but there's the ulti to come through from Ale. But is he too far forward is the question. The answer's no, says Icon, as he's on a rampage now. Throws down the gameplay button, and that is a triple kill out of nowhere. Tarzan's going to answer another one, as actually it's Light that picks that one up for, I believe, the full house. And that is going to be only Humanoid left standing.
The stopwatch usage of LNG has been insane this game. Every time I think that, man, they've done it. They found someone, stopwatch comes in time and time again, and they're going to push for the win here.
Yeah, that's going to be the first Nexus turret being taken down. Humanoid, no answer whatsoever. We'll call that the unofficial quadra kill, as Icon feeling fantastic in this game, and LNG going to pick themselves up another win.
LNG looking strong when it matters most here, and for the Mad Lions fans, it has been a roller coaster. It has been high highs and low lows, unfortunately, here in their first round robin of the group stage. And very quietly, I believe it was 5-0 and 9 was Light at the end of that game. They had such great engage. They had so much frontline. The Jhin pick worked so perfectly. We've seen teams like PSG pull off this Jhin pick when they do have really strong engage, great front line there. And unfortunately, even though the early game was so good for Mad and Armit played the top side of the map so brilliantly, they couldn't translate that into objective fights later on. Partially, again, like I mentioned, because of that ability to manage those fights with Narbar, but also just because LNG did not hesitate even once. And that's what you love to see from an LPL team.
I thought that the play by the end by Arley as well, flash hook shotting into like 4 people, was like, no, my team will back me up. Even though they were like, at that point, the screen behind them, and you see immediately the curtain call, the stopwatch is always there.
Yeah, and there were purple spheres all over the floor as well. I mean, Icon was almost like on the side, but doing so much damage in that game. And it must feel fantastic for the mid laner of LNG, who's been having a rough time, to be perfectly honest, here this world so far. Hasn't really been the guy being able to find all of that action. But definitely looking very, very good here for LNG as they finish up 2-1. But for now, we're heading to a break. When we return, we'll have Law standing by with Iwandi for an interview.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big mean vibe on the wave. Look.
Smell irresistible. The new Axe Effect.
to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them.
A new era is waiting. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Iceland for World's Group Stage 2021. LNG come out victorious against the Mad Lions today, and I have Haiwandi to talk about this victory. Thank you very much for joining me. Ni hao. I want to talk about the early game because Mad Lions were trying to play for top side with some early skirmishes, but you tried to adapt on the bot lane play. So talk me through the early decision making to break the bot lane from Mad Lions.
我们可以问一下，就是前期你们是怎么样调整？因为看起来 Mad Lions 是一直在筑上路嘛，那你们下路的话是怎么样去集中，然后把他们的下路线打穿的？
因为对面的打野就前面一直抓上嘛，然后我们就跟他站沟通，就让他先下来，然后先抓他们的下路，看下路有没有机会。
Because Mad Lions jungler kept going into the top side, we told our own jungler Tarzan to come bot and see if there were any opportunities available.
Yeah, great communication here. And I also heard from Candice that you're the main shot caller for the team for this LNG lineup. I want this. So can you tell me a bit more about your role within the lineup and maybe the pressure that you can have on your shoulders sometime with this lineup?
我们从于少那边听到说你是队伍上面的主控，你可以跟我们讲一下你在队伍上面的一个定位吗？然后可能这个位置会不会带给你很多的压力？
就一般的话，就主要还是听队友的沟通吧，然后从他们的沟通里面，然后我得到反馈之后，然后再做出判断。然后其实压力的话就还好吧，就只要还是大家正常沟通，就没有什么特别大的压力。
I think you could call me the main caller. I listen into everyone's comms, and then I make a decision based on their reactions. As for the pressure, I don't think there's that much pressure. We just try to do everything normally.
Which is what makes great player. After all, I have a last question for you, Haiwandi. You are one of the rookies at Worlds this year. What does it mean to you to finally play on this stage, and what do you hope for achievements here on this run?
那你这也是第一次来到世界赛嘛？那想请问一下你自己有没有什么样的一个目标，想要达成什么样的成就？
我觉得这次来世界赛对我来说是一个新的开始嘛，然后对我的目标来说的话，就是打好世界赛的每一场比赛吧。
This is definitely a new start for me, and my own goal is to play well in every single Worlds game.
Is there any player you would like to face in particular if you make it out of groups?
有哪一位选手你特别想要遇上吗？如果你可以有幸晋级出现这个小组的话。
我觉得是 T1 的下路吧，因为我觉得他们的辅助。 是玩的挺厉害的，所以说想跟他们交手。
I think it would be T1 in their bot lane because their support is very, very powerful. So I would like to face them.
Wow, and you will see if you get there as you unlocked a very good position in your group. For now, Haiwandi, that's a lot for this interview. Shay for the interview. Thank you so much for the translation. And we're going to take a short break and we'll be back in a couple of minutes for FPX versus Rogue. Stay tuned.
everyone to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We have FPX and Rogue taking to the stage in Group A, trying to get that win to get that all-important move up in the standings. We're going to get the standings up in a second because a lot has happened in this group. LPL also has gone 2-0 so far today, so we'll see if FPX can make that a 3-0. Why are you smirking?
No, I just hope not.
Okay, I can understand that. So let's talk about Rogue and FPX, starting with Rogue, who yesterday also had a tall task. They were up against the world champion, Damwon, and after a horrific start, somehow pulled that game back, but that doesn't buy you anything, Kadril.
Yeah, the top side was horrendous. You know, Ramno was playing the Graves, he was getting perma-dove, forced off waves. Top side was absolutely lost, but luckily for Rogue, bot lane was actually winning, and Hans was the biggest part to keep them in the game, and almost win them the game.
Exactly, the bright spot, I would say.
Well, and I think against a team like FPX, who has not shown Rogue's similar you know, meta read, I think Rogue actually has quite a good meta read. And I mean, Hansama showing up in this mid game was absolutely massive for them. Obviously, you know, there were some missteps by the Damwon bot lane, I would say. However, like, Hans is definitely the player that you want to look for. And also the meta right now that we're seeing with the bot side 2v2 actually suits Rogue really well. Like, as what we've seen from this tournament be successful, I do think suits their playstyle very well. And they also seem to have, like, and I know Odo said this in the interview, but they seem to have fixed, you know, the Rogue time meme, where their communication in the mid game has actually really impressed me compared to what I saw from them in the LEC playoffs.
Yeah, and Vedius was talking to me about this group before Worlds even began, and he was like, I'm going to make a bold statement. Hans is the best AD in that group. And I was like, the more I thought about it, the more I slowly agreed. But between him and LWX, I think this is the best bot lane matchup we've got.
That I think that's a good one. We can just watch the bot lane and see what gives us the answer, right? Oh, Vedius on that Hopium. It is strong. Regardless, Hansama had a good game. And let's talk about FPX now, because FPX did not have the easiest game yesterday either versus Cloud9. Some would even say they should have lost that game rather. Emily, what did you make of the FPX that we've seen so far?
So let's just say I strongly dislike their read on the meta thus far. I like comparing them to Rogue. I don't think they've shown as strong of an understanding of what picks have been strong thus far. And additionally, I think that it's also a lot different than what we saw from them in their strongest games in the LPL, right? And I've talked so much about how important it is that Tien is helping facilitate things. He's having a pretty rough tournament thus far, and then getting Crisp unlocked from that bot lane and targeting bot side so they can do that, I think is something that we haven't seen from them yet, because that's really important to ultimately unlocking Doinby and having him roam to sides and having them be able to play to their style.
And if you look on your screen now, that was 2019, the year that FPX won Worlds. They were 4-2 in that group, right? Best of ones, they weren't so hot. They lost to J-Team. 3 games against Splice, they lost 1. And in one of those games, Splice was winning. It was a Veigar bot from Kobe, I believe. They're actually losing that game, FPX. So not the hottest best of one team. I agree with Emily. They're not coming out the gate swinging. I think that they have a bad read on the meta. The Jarvan early rotations, 2 games of Tian, who I think was really struggling in the finals too, is showing kind of scratches in the armor of FPX. And I think this is going to be a very close matchup, right? C9 almost beating them, Damwon demolishing them. This will tell a lot about the group.
Yeah, scratching maybe towards the meta and not knowing exactly what to do. But regardless, this is still a phenomenal team in FPX. I think we saw for both teams, though, that going into the draft, there are options here, right? I think the blueprint shown in the LPL by EDG, for instance, to take Doinby off his strongest roaming champion so that he doesn't impact the map as much, as well as try and stabilize the top lane. But for Rogue, yesterday, that top lane was also a big issue. So what are the priorities here for both sides?
Yeah, top lane is probably going to be the point of contention. And just giving examples of that, right? Doinby was playing Galio, but they were playing Galio Jarvan into things like LeBlanc and Ezreal and stuff like this, Graves top, so it's really hard to pull this off. So I think they need to kind of fix their draft to have a stronger top side with more synergy and more of a stronger mid jungle. Maybe get Doinby on things like the LeBlanc.
So for me, I'm actually looking at the bot side, and that's how teams have consistently beat FPX in LPL, is either by banning out those champions. If you look at Spring Finals, RNG, I believe, banned out 5 supports in one of those games. And then EDG, we've talked about how strong their 2v2 is to keep Crisp locked in lane, because, you know, Tien performing better and Crisp being able to leave lane, roam, help Doinby out so the 3 of them can take over the map is honestly so crucial for an FPX win.
Yes, the group stage is flying by. Both of these teams need a win. Let's join our casters, Atlas, Chronicler, and Wolf.
Thank you so much, Sharks, as per usual. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LOL Park as we prepare for what could be a very interesting game between these two teams. I want to go off the back of, talking about FPX and throw out a bit of a fun fact, a little bit of a stat here. I'm going to try my hand at a bit of color, which is not necessarily my forte, but here we go. My stat that I'm going to go for is Noguri did 41% of his team's damage over their first 2 games. I think Noguri's pretty good at League of Legends.
Atlas, he's been gone for a year. Okay, I miss him as well, but he's happy in the LPL. He's doing really well.
Yeah, hey, who's to say he can't come back? All right, who's to say he can't come back? Cons retiring coming up. Just put it out there. But look, I mean, in those games he played Jace, right, and he played full damage cannon, which he did crush.
He played like no stopwatch cannon as well, which would be against what our friend Valdez would want from anyone on the Rift, to be perfectly honest. But here we are. On to champion select for this game. And Draven going to be the first one to be banned away from Hans Sama, of course, obligatory against the gentleman that is so very good at it. And the cat on a book taken away as well. Thank you, Rogue, for that.
And after what Rogue showed against Damwon, I'm going to be watching this game with specifically how they play out the mid game, because obviously I think Hans Sama had a standout performance in that game, able to apply so much pressure repeatedly, solo kill, ghost and or barrel, and really showing that Rogue, coming into the group, everyone was like, oh, Rogue and C9, good luck, but then they actually look good. And yeah, they didn't win the game against Damwon, but they really made them sweat. And we know how hot that can be. So the resilience of Rogue that they showed in that mid game, I think might be important to FPX, because even though FPX haven't looked as good as we have expected of them, that's got to turn at some point, surely.
Now, they've banned the Twisted Fate. They get to pick up this Rise, and for the first time of the group stage, Rogue is not going to be able to play the Nami Lucian. So you're not going to get to see Hans Sama on that Lucian, not going to be playing that duo this time around. So it's going to be a completely different look here on the red side. They do go down that Misfortune path for the first time we see her tonight, and then we'll get the Lee Sin pick here as well. The question is, will they match this with a Silas to deal with that Rise? We haven't seen that pairing so much tonight here. I'm curious to see if Rogue wants to pick it up.
Yeah, well, it is going to be 2 very high priority picks. I love that they banned the Graves and the Yuumi. The desk was talking about meta read, right? And I think as far as red side bans are concerned, these 3 look pretty well read. To me, one of them even has a book, for goodness sake. As the Jhin and the Leona taken away, very standard bottom lane here for FPX. We still don't necessarily know where the Rise is going. Some flexibility there, but maybe Doinby isn't going to be a hipster in this particular game, as Larson gets the very high priority LeBlanc.
Yeah, LeBlanc combo that goes way back.
LeBlanc, I get it. That's good one.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. But is a pick that has a lot of skirmishing power, makes damage, can snowball incredibly well. And again, looking at that Damwon game, one of the main reasons why that game took as long as it did was because Larson was able to pump out an insane amount of damage in team fights and wasn't afraid to get as close to death as humanly possible, as long as he made sure that he got his mark. And against FPX already, like with that Jhin, we've seen a lot of teams really kind of revert back to what we saw in 2020 so often, kind of leave the Jhin on his own, he's fine, and once his skirmish breaks out, he'll just get the curtain call going, maybe throw out a W, and a team with as much mobility as this, I think, can really threaten that Jhin, and if you are able to do that consistently, should work out very well.
Now, I like this Nami pick because it's something, well, not necessarily going to be locked in here. There's a lot of CC that they're looking for. Obviously, the Rakan and the Rel, 2 great ways to set up bullet time, especially in team fights. You can see it in lane as well, are taken away. So looking for another engaged support here. It looked like we'll actually go with a safer Braum pick in the end.
Wow, Trimby cycled through so many fun champions and then landed on Braum.
Yeah, it was like the ultimate buzzkill there, but
yeah. A little bit of a shame.
Fun champions.
Yeah, let's see whether it is just going to be, like, this would be extraordinarily cut and dry here for FPX if they lock away something like a Jace here for Noguri. That would put the Rise, of course, in the hands of Doinby, definitely his most famous champion. And Tian, thinking about the Viego here as well. And I feel like in the last game that we saw, very standard drafts to come through from LNG and from the Mad Lions. And FPX have done the same thing once again, with Rogue following suit. Let's see whether there's going to be an interesting one here for the last pick, as the Rumble is going to be locked away. I love Equalizer and Bullet Time. That is a cool combo.
Incredibly strong combo, and I have liked the Viego into teams that are really have a strong type of early skirmishing draft, right? That are really looking, or even if they don't get a draft like Fnatic, they'll just go for it. You know these teams, you know that they want to skirmish early, but picking it into a Braum, as well as a Lee LeBlanc, which I think is a really strong 2v2, to me is a risk. The laning phase for Rumble into Jace, I think, can maybe get punished by Nuguri, who we know is incredibly comfortable on this champion. But in terms of team fighting power and overall comp, I think that Rogue have something very similar to what we saw when they played against Damwon. There's a lot of mobility here, a lot of threat, but also good team fighting. And if you don't fall too far behind in the early to mid game, this comp can do basically anything you want it to do.
Yeah, I feel like Rogue is going to have to take a lot of these fights somewhat defensively later on, too. Yeah, in the early game, you could definitely have a lot of power. You can look for a little bit of skirmishing with that Lee Sin pick, but Bullet Time doesn't have a lot of great setup for it in this composition. However, if you do look to take these fights defensively, control vision around these choke points, you can use Bullet Time as a disengage when you do see that Viego come through. But there's a lot of range here on the side of FunPlus Phoenix, so I have to say I like their draft better. It looks stronger in terms of the ability to control laning early, scales up pretty well, a lot of range, a lot of consistent damage.
Yeah, I like it as well. And I feel like it is just going back to basics as well. Like, Tien, he had 2 games on the Jarvan, and then he's like, all right, that didn't work. Guys, let's just do things that we know are good. Doinby goes to Ryze, obviously his default champion. Nuguri on Jace. Of course, everyone in the world knows how ridiculously good he is at this champion. And LWX and Crisp on a very standard bottom lane. Crisp with a whole lot of roaming potential can affect the rest of the map and just be basically unkillable because Leona is pretty silly when she presses her W. I just feel like this is a very standard and solid draft to come through from FPX, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether Rogue's carpet comp can make things work with that Glacial Fissure and the EQA. Do you like carpet comp? Does that work?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
You guys
Yeah,
okay
no,
with it?
I'm on board.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I feel it. Yeah.
We don't have a lot of
good.
carpet in Korea compared to when I grew up, so I'm always happy to put more carpet in my life.
Just want more carpet.
Yeah, just any
you
more
like
carpets.
shag pile carpet?
What, like what?
Shag pile carpet. You know what shag pile carpet
It's like the
is?
really high type, right? They're really soft.
It's like carpet
fuzzy.
that hasn't had a haircut for 2 years.
Yeah.
That sounds like a no for me. I don't
That's
know.
hard to clean, though.
It's impossible to vacuum. It's very,
Yeah.
it's not exactly the greatest.
need
But
to
if
get like
you get it brand new, you're like, oh my goodness, it's like walking on a mattress.
You need like a professional cleaner, I'd imagine.
I don't know what
It's
you need.
rough.
I've never had a shag pile. I didn't grow up in the 60s, despite how old I am. I didn't quite grow up that long ago.
Just a few years shy,
Yeah.
of course.
And you talked already about how good Crisp has been when he's actually able to impact on the Leona. The Leona roams have been a big part of this tournament thus far. Not just Leona, but I think she's been the most iconic because of how unreasonably hard she feels to kill at times. And I do actually like the Rogue bot lane in terms of being able to both match the 2v2, because Braum into an engage support is always going to feel good, and MF has been widely considered one of, if not the strongest AD carry up there with Lucian, and the laning pressure is quite strong as
Yeah, there's a Zenith Blade, level 1, and we're already battling, but Hans Sama creates enough distance between himself and Chris, but it's still a bit of a health advantage here for FPX. LWX just dancing grenades across them.
Yeah, and with range advantage here in level 1, MF is really going to struggle to do anything here, so they just have to sit back and wait. She'll, of course, be able to heal up with the pot and the biscuit, but still, really nice trade here for FPX early.
Yeah, we saw Hans Sama go for the... Oh, they're going in again.
Yeah, level 2 actually just gained a Trimby's going to get taken down. That timing utterly beautiful, and first blood for the bottom lane of FPX. And LWX, of course. That's why I had W in my brain. Too many acronyms down there, but absolutely fantastic play here from FPX's bottom lane.
Yeah, and it ties into Hans Sama going for the pressy attack and going for double up level 1, which in terms of like trying to get some early poke going, we've seen a lot of Comet MFs as well, which have a little bit more pressure on that first level. Zenith Blade also leveled by Crisp, able to actually get on top of Hans. And early leads for the FPX bot lane are not a good sight if you are in a UFIC, because as we already talked about, Hans Sama, he was the big win condition for Rogue in their game against Damwon. And then it also ties into if FPX do look weak, it's generally because the bot side is struggling. If they are not on the back foot, Nuguri has Primo on top side, Tian has been able to find his way throughout the entirety of the jungle. Oh, I do think he might get double scuttled here.
Yeah, I want to point out this top matchup. You kind of honed in on it for just a second there, but remember, this is a team that against Damwon Kia played Fiddlesticks into Canyon's Talon.
Yep.
And now you've picked into Nuggery's Jace as Rumble. So you're going to have a bad time early. It's going to be a lot about absorbing that pressure because there is a reward at the end if you can survive through the hardships. But as we saw with that pick just yesterday, the Fiddlesticks, surviving through those hardships isn't something that Rogue is able to do so far too much in this group stage with these somewhat niche picks.
Yeah, and look, Rumble still works out very, very well when you get to that mid-game as well. And if Rogue can get towards some of these early skirmishes and team fights after that level 6 mark, they can certainly make some things happen. But, you know, that bottom lane not getting off to speed at the beginning is certainly a bit of a worry here for Rogue as Crisp walks over a ward. So Larson knows what's going on, but probably doesn't know that Tien is there as well, as Doinby going to get chained up. But not actually going to move out of the way. Doesn't want to break those chains. Now LWX just underneath this turret by himself. Trimby runs on forward. That's going to be the Winter's Bite, as LWX is going to get stunned up. They're not going to dive the turret or anything like that, and Crisp makes his way back down.
Yeah, really nice just knowing that Crisp had roamed there. Just go for an aggressive trade. Very well played. This is very, very risky here.
Don't mind the counter gank timing though for Inspired. Turns up, Noggery's going to get queued. Taking down to 200 health, but he stands his ground. It does a fair bit of work there to Inspire, but is still just going to walk away with not very much of a health bar.
Don't really want to risk it there as Rogue. You can hold off a little bit longer on showing Inspired, and then maybe they go for a play. But if that backfires, because it is, of course, a 3v2, then you'll be in a rough shape. Don't really need to necessarily go for that. Do want to highlight that, like, LWX having to use his exhaust that early on might actually become a problem. Crisp also went for a roam, which one, didn't work out, but also secondly, has put him on a sizable disadvantage in terms of experience. And if Hansama and Trimby can stay within that lane, hit a level 6 timing window, and find a kill or two to kind of get Hans rolling, that could be a good way for Rogue to kind of get a grasp on this game. Because thus far, FPX, they haven't been able to blow it open, but a 1k gold lead at this early on in the game is still sizable.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that the bot duo of FPX will be very aware of that potential timing, because bullet time as 6 is hit is such a terrifying ultimate. It's one of the strongest you can get in the game in terms of laning prowess, so just going to be something they have to be aware of here. In terms of priority, though, they have so much control right now, FPX do. It's hard to imagine a world where they don't end up winning this Rift Herald fight, and that's with a Rumble that can stack at very, early stages of the game. Such an important ultimate on top of the team fight, but I mean, getting that prio and rotating over to the Herald is going to be the first step, and it's going to be the toughest one, I'd say, here for Rogue.
And Braum is also incredibly strong at 5v5s in terms of laning to engage reports, but his setup for ganks is not as good, and we kind of seen that Doinby thus far has been able to just shove in the wave, and he's never really been at danger of getting punished. Either his team is hovering around the side, and thus far he hasn't actually found an opening, but he will continue to keep looking for them, and if he does find one and we also get a kill on him, it might be a rough go.
Yeah, and he's down by about a wave or something like that, and by being able to leave his lane so often and only paying that as the price, you'll take that any day of the week. So FPX, as you can see, a whole lot of vision. Their line of control wards across the map, absolutely beautiful. And they're just going to continue to move further forward in this game. We've got under a minute until that Rift Herald does come up. Level 6s should be available here for the bottom side as Larson pulling that wave on over.
This is that timing you were talking about where they have the level 6 advantage. Crisp is level 4, but not going to be able to actually do anything with it. And it's not really that big of an edge on the bottom side of the map there alone. That ward in the river next to the Dragon Pit is going to make it so rotation over from Larson, who also doesn't have prio, is not realistic here. So unfortunately, there's not really much Rogue can do before this Herald fight. Even having to use the Equalizer here to actually clear this wave is no good for Odoamne, and this looks like a free Herald to me.
Yeah, that's really big because that is so much of your potential power budget that you have. The Rumble is known for how strong he is around these early game team fights just because of having the one level Equalizer, right? It goes back to what, like season 3-4, what Rumble was picked just so you could secure Drakes. And now that fight, it looks like Rogue still might want to opt into it, but it should be a lot harder.
You can see 3 versus 2 there in the mid lane as now Odoamne having to deal with Noggery. He's just going to combo him. Bombed him away as Crisp now down to about half health as Inspired has to safeguard his way out. Didn't want to go too deep. on that one. As Tien, in the meantime, is just taking Shelly by his lonesome. Odoamne looking to try and get down here. The flash forward from Noguri. It's a lot of damage, and that is the Rumble just taking down a solo kill for Noguri for the second for the game for FPX. But it's not over just yet. Trimby's still in the middle of this fight as Tien, the Heartbreaker, comes in. The bullet time is avoided. And he gets himself out of there in the form of the Braum.
Oh man, that's the dream value there on the Viego to shut down the bullet time there at the end of the fight. And going into this tournament, I was so impressed with Rogue's first Herald and first Drake control. Their setup on objectives in the early game is so good. And this is another one of those scenarios where if they had the proper tools, if they had that equalizer just now coming off cooldown, this is a fight you can maybe win. The rotation was almost perfectly timed there for Hansama, who's still got that extra push in the bottom lane, but it's not enough because the team fighting is so clean for FPX here. And I mean, it's a really tough scenario now because now the gold lead is going to balloon even further.
And while the jungle matchup is better than it was last time, as we look at the new X-Effect replay here, the topside matchup is still so rough as Trimby.
That's a flash, as LWX does have the passive on him, but Crisp is going to make his way in now. Not level 6 yet, so Solar Flare not available, as he does land the Zenith Blade, however. That's a deadly flourish as LWX trying to get some damage down. Trimby is a pretty beefy Braum. He'll be absolutely fine in FPX. Thinking about a potential dive, but I don't think they're going to go for it.
Especially with Inspired still in the area. They know that Walt was placed. But as I was getting into, remember the game against Domon where Khan really was able to get the better end of Odoamne, and we see it similarly here. Noguri gets his Jace, they get the counter pick in the Rumble, and then getting shoved in lane and falling behind to a certain extent in CS, I don't think is the end of the world. But then the combination of that Equalizer having to be invested just to clear the wave, and Odoamne then trying to roam, match the rest of his team, and help out with a Herald that might have already been gone, only to then get solo killed, meaning that no matter what happens, FPX are going to be up a person, makes it so much harder. And now again a friendly deficit for Rogue. The Drake goes over to FPX as well. They should be able to just make it out cleanly here. They still have the Herald in the docket. They're feeling good.
Yeah, and it feels bad as Rogue, right? Because you've got these high value level 6s, and it's both the neutral objectives on the map being taken for free by FPX and actually grabbing a little bit extra in that Herald fight. See whether Rogue can continue to move on forward. It's still a good team fight. And of course, if you can layer all of those ultis together, things could definitely work out. As Noguri, no flash, remember. Larssen looks for the chains, doesn't find them. Is now Noguri looking to turn it onto Odoamne, but he's going to get burnt down, and Larssen picks up that kill in the end. Doimby turns up a little bit later. In the meantime, on the bottom side of the map, Rogue doing it again. And I guess, no, it's not a team fighting composition. They're just going to take picks around the map. That's what it's built for, gentlemen, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to get these small windows to find mistakes out of FPX, you take it anytime you can. Every opportunity you get, you're going to look for that extra gold. Grabbing the teleport there away from Doimby as well is going to feel like a really nice win here for Rogue. Small baby steps potentially back into this game, but the problem still stands that now the item spikes are starting to get hit. The Eclipse is online here for Nuguri. The next fight isn't going to be any easier, but at least you're one step closer.
Clearly has been an inversion of Rogue time. Well, now their mid game is just insane. Because this follows the same pattern, right? And something that I really do have to give them credit for, and that is easy to underestimate, is the mental fortitude of, again, taking such a rough fight, falling behind against a team that coming into the tournament was touted as one of the absolute favorites. And yeah, they've shown weakness, but still going for this respective place is essential. Might get collapsed on now, though.
Yep, Crisp going to clear out that ward. Trimby going to do the same thing, as that is going to be a whole bunch of plates raining down onto FPX. Hex Flash to come over there as Crisp just pays a visit. As Hansama battling against LWX. That's the bullet time. He's taken down relatively low, but Noguri's teleported in. That's the curtain call, and Hansama doesn't have a whole lot of places to go. He's playing some DDR pretty decently here, is now trying to work out when he has the opportunity. He's got the strut available as well, and he gets himself out.
Inspired is here.
That was an escape room at like the hardest possible level, and Hansama, he thought all the way through it.
I mean, that was actually insane to watch. I mean, this is why this player, Hansama, is considered by many the best AD carry in this group. His positioning is so good, his control is so good.
And here we go back to the play that we saw earlier, which was very straight up overextension into a Braum ult. There should never be an opportunity for Trimby to just hit a Jhin point blank. But the desk was talking about, you know, maybe Hansama, best AD in the group. Well, that sold me. That was incredible. Able to sidestep multiple shots, able to sidestep the shock blast of Jace, spend enough time so that you can flash over that wall. Whew.
Yeah, it was really clean. Really, really nicely done. Only got hit by one bullet. as well of that curtain call. Very nicely done. So certainly making things work as now Doinby takes down the top outer turret. That is going to be the first of the game for FPX.
Indeed, a lot of extra farm coming through here.
And remember, guys, our final match of the day. Faker Daga against Faker himself. 100 Thieves versus T1. It's going to be a banger. Make sure you check it out. As in the meantime, we have FPX versus Rogue.
Yeah, it was our Mercedes featured matchup, of course. The big one of the day there at the end. We'll see how that ends up going. It's a really awesome one to conclude the night. As Larson has actually been able to get away with so much here on the top side of the map, and he's LeBlanc, so that's just how it goes. It's really difficult to punish this champion. Now they're trying to set up here. Actually,
Chains connect, yeah, Trimby gonna come on in, but he's a little bit too late, and yeah, Tian was just in the right place at the right time.
Caster curse there, I think, a little.
Come on, Wolves, we're better than that. As Inspired looking for it here as well as Tien's trying to keep himself alive. Doinby, though, to protect his jungler. Crisp roaming up at the same time. Solar Flare's available as well. He can use it over this wall, but he blast cones in instead. Looks for the Zenith Blade, and he will find it. Still holding onto the ult. He still has even more CC available. In the meantime, it's another solo kill from Nuguri somewhere on the map. I think it was on the bottom lane. Everything's just happening all at once here.
And you understand the sentiment for Larson, because he knows I was able to carry almost against Donmon. I am reasonably fed, but flashing forward like that is Nuguri.
There's the bullet time, just caught back in, I think, just a little bit.
I mean, you've got to be so careful. Han Sama is starting to get some extra gold he's not supposed to have in this game. He already is 30 CS up. And this is one of those players, you know, I'm getting a little bit of flashes of doggo from even the play-ins where you give this Misfortune too much money, and then suddenly this mid-game becomes free.
And it is those opportunities that Rogue need to look for, right? So I understand the sentiment, but even with people that are helping you in the area, you can't flash forward on the turret like that. And how does Nuguri do it again?
We'll see.
Mini wave here.
Yeah, well, Odo overheats, so he doesn't really get to do anything, and then Nuguri just takes him out. That's a Korean Jace right there.
Yep.
I wouldn't have made that assessment if I was Nuguri, you know, like he's down so much more health, and he's just like, no, if I hit all of my buttons, does the math in his head, I do, yeah, exactly that amount of damage.
Odoame doesn't really have items online just yet. He's been so bullied in this early game. And it just continues, you know, being pulled off the map like that's going to cost you a lot of experience and cost you a lot of gold. This is going to be another Rift Herald crashing through, extra turret here for FPX. They have so much control over the map now. And these next few objective fights, I mean, as Rogue here, you have a comp that can do well in team fights. If you can set up some picks, if you do that poke damage as Larson, but he's not really online just yet.
Did you see that double up? That was a lot of damage.
And that is what you're looking towards as Rogue. We have seen that FPX, as well as I think they are individual playing in this game, are still capable of making mistakes, right? Walking up too far, maybe over-aggressing. And if you can get a kite back going as Rogue on top of either a bullet time, an equalizer, or ideally both, you will feel a lot better, and there is the opportunity. But as Wolf already pointed out, there is a lack of lockdown, and it's not like FPX really has to hard force with the amount of range that they have available. They're up 2 Drakes, right? Which means that if they get the mountain in 5 minutes, which how the state of the game is currently feeling, I don't know if Rogue can really wrestle control back before then, is going to feel very similar to what we saw last game, where then Rogue are going to be forced to move up even if they don't want to. And with this comp, the lack of hard engage, the lack of lockdown available, that's going to feel really, really bad.
Yeah, you want a comp that's going to be coming to you. You've got things like the Equalizer and the answers that Rogue does have. Not quite necessarily working out. This comp relies on having vision control, but they're having that controlled to them. Although they do have a lot of wards on the map right now. It's FPX coming out of base now, looking to try and clear things up. They will do so. Chris moving on in as Han Sama. He's feeling pretty good. The only one on Rogue at the moment. Feels like he has complete control. And the gold lead was about 3k. It's now slipped back to about 2. And yes, those Drakes are a problem, but this is by no means over or anything like that at this stage. Larson in the side lane, looking to try and get some work done to this outer turret.
The problem in this game that Rogue is facing very quickly is that they aren't going to be able to remove these wards very safely in both objective pits, nor will they be able to deep ward themselves because the waves are constantly crashing into them. Inspired and Trimby both can't really get in there to sweep. They can't place deep wards. This means FPX can always threaten, and there's no fear that LeBlanc is going to appear.
It's still going to be a flash forward, though, as there's the Glacial Fissure. LWX is going to avoid it, though, as in goes Inspired, gets the kickback, as Nogger is going to get taken down. The bullet time is huge as well, but Tien, he's getting all of the resets, and now the curtain call comes in. It's a double kill for the Jhin, and now the Realm Warp on top of Hans Sommer is now going to flash, not going to get deadly flourished, and Larson's still alive as well. Tien needs to be a little careful here as the Heartbreaker comes on over the wall. Not going to be able to find any more resets, but it was a fight win from FPX.
I mean, Viego is just so slippery, too, in these types of scenarios. He can actually chase like that. He's like, ooh, can I get away with this turret as well? Here on the bottom side, he'll not be able to do so, but these are the fights that Rogue are looking for. They have these small windows, these tiny opportunities, and yet still, at this stage of the game, they're not powerful enough to pull it off.
And I understand the kind of inclination of Rogue to try and pull the trigger there, but you do see the limitation that they're somewhat run into, right? Even if FPX being this far up, it takes Trimby everything just to get on top of Noggery and lock him down for a little bit. That's not enough. It's a really nice kind of split fight that's created there by Hans Sommer with the bullet time, but the actual damage isn't quite there. And then as soon as someone dies, the Viego starts resetting, and there's really nothing for you to do, especially with how far behind individually some of the members of Rogue are. And now you took one bad fight in an opportunity, didn't really have to, and now that subsequent Drake fight in 2 minutes, 4K gold behind, giving over a Mountain Soul point against an FPX is not going to be a fun time.
Definitely not. Larson actually taking half of his health bar from an empowered Shock Blast. Noggery is gigantic.
Yeah.
At this point in time, Ghostblade now complete as well. He can just freely split push with no inhibitions whatsoever. He can run real fast to get himself out of there. 2
critical flashes down for Rogue as well. Inspired, not going to have that extra range to look for deep kicks.
Larson finds the double chain, though, as there's the flash out from Noggery. Actually high value. Now Tien has to get out as well, uses the ultimate. Solar Flare comes through just for a slow and a bit of zoning as Rogue actually biting back a little bit here, although they don't get any kills, but they get a couple of summoner spells. Definitely feels good.
And they get Nuggery's flash. I was talking about the flashes being down Inspired, not going to be able to have that extra kick, or extra closer on the kick there to get behind somebody like Nuggery, but Nuggery now can't escape from that. If Larson is able to find him and get on top of him in the side lane, or as he's rotating into an objective, there's some kill pressure there. Blowing up Nuggery before a fight starts eliminates so much of that poke damage that FPX needs to lead into an objective, so there's still hope, and getting that flash is actually quite huge.
And with the itemization that FPX has gone for there is not like we've seen a lot of focus on plated steel caps. Instead, we see a lot of magic resist getting picked up, and that's going to make Odo, who is considerably behind on this Rumble's job, even harder. And it puts more pressure on Hans Sommer, who, while he's been playing exceptionally, has thus far also finished his Collector, and will be able to do a lot of damage. It also means that for FPX, it's pretty singular. If you ever kill Hans Sommer, the remainder of Rogue should not be able to do a lot. So Rogue needs to be so incredibly clean in making sure that Hans can do the most damage that he is able to. But the setup for that, I think, is quite hard, especially with the amount of poke that's available. A single Shock Blast on top of Hans, if Trimby isn't there to keep him safe, is going to immediately put him out of the fight.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. And they've been completely blocked from this Dragon Pit as well. It's like, yes, Rogue have some control around, you know, this opening around their mid-outer turret, but
yeah.
That ain't going to do it.
I like how you said that.
Yeah.
It's a tiny space, but it's theirs.
Yeah, there's a little bit of space there.
Not anymore.
Yeah. I mean, at least they know that FPX is not going to walk up and kill them after they take this Drake as well. But I mean, yeah, I think you said it in so few words that there's not a lot of vision control, and this has just been a fundamental issue. When Nuggery got so far ahead, the side lanes are so well controlled from them, and Doinby, who's been down on CS a majority of the game, is now also starting to take a lead in farm. That's usually how the copy pasta goes, but I gotta say, you know, Rogue here hanging on by a thread, weren't able to take that fight because of the vision problem. But I think there's still hope if they can get those picks. Like, there are ways to which their composition can blow up a single target, like Nuggery, like Doinby, if mistakes are made. The proactive plays are going to have to continue to be there. Hopefully not the overextension like we saw before. Here's one of them.
Yeah, it's a big teleport to come on in here. Gale Force forward from Hansama as Noguri is going to be dead yet again.
That's how you do it. You got to find picks like this.
Got to go for Nash. Got to try and force it as hard as you can, surely, but it looks like they don't want to take the risk, and I understand it because it is really high risk, but at the same time, I don't know if you don't try to push as hard as you can here as Rogue, if it's going to be enough.
Well, it's 30 seconds, but there's teleport available from Noguri, and Rogue not really wanting to risk it all for that particular moment. I don't really blame them.
No, I think it's probably the safer call, but that's my issue is the safer call going to be enough?
Yeah, when are you going to have a better opportunity?
Exactly, because in 3 minutes, you are going to have to win that fight, because the one thing that you still have available as Rogue is burst, right? Outside of Hansama being able to like channel a full ultimate into 5 people, which should never happen. He is also going to be very bursty with double up with the crit, and then Larson is self-explanatory. And then if you lose the ability to do things like this because of the Mountain Soul Shield, I don't see a way back in for Rogue. So it's so incredibly important that they get that fight going. But yeah, again, they pick up Noguri, and it's nice, but what else do you get?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, too, was Doinby was pushing bottom super far under that inner turret. He had teleport available. He's got Realm Warp. You can't punish him either. And it feels like we've seen so many of these games here in this meta in Worlds where one pick isn't enough because it's just so easy to rotate back over if you don't have control over the map. The team that loses someone can actually punish the Baron and win the game, like in that moment.
It happened multiple times. Yeah.
And it's a 3.5k gold lead. FPX is still very, very strong in this moment as well. Tian is terrifying on this Viego. LPL Viegos, man. It's becoming a bit of a thing. As now the bottom lane of Rogue just trying to move forward, clear out mid wave, but without that turret, and it's so dark on the map. It's just so difficult.
And as FPX is now in the well on the way of the 3rd game, I think we can safely say that while I don't think they reached the level that maybe some of us were expecting coming into the tournament, they are starting to look more and more like themselves, right? The Damwon game, meta read didn't feel right, execution wasn't there. Then against C9, there were a couple of openings, but in the end they were able to make it. And then this game has been their cleanest thus far. Given up a few kills left and right, but in terms of objectives, they've had an iron grip of this game. And most importantly, it feels to me like they're also very aware that if they don't majorly misstep and give Rogue the opportunity to try and get a big jungle skirmish to get their way back in the game, I say that.
Yeah, possible opportunity for a potential fight, but there's just too much vision. FPX, what they've been doing beautifully this game is dotting I's and crossing T's. Like, all of it. It's like the only letters they've been writing this entire game.
Yeah.
Because they have complete control.
To go back to Chronicler's point as well, like, that was one of my points going into today, is I feel like in terms of expectations, FPX has been the most disappointing team, actually, of Worlds so far, just in the fact that everyone was saying, this team could go all the way. You know, I was myself personally looking at EDG as the strongest team from the LPL, but most people disagreed. Most people said FPX. Then that Damwon Kia series really disappointed us. It's a bit shaky against Cloud9. And I think what they've learned through that loss in that very shaky game against C9 is how to minimize mistakes. We still see a few of them here. We do see a few overextensions, but they are taking a lead, taking vision control, and playing about as standard of a game of League of Legends as you can from ahead, given the draft that they have. And that's what you want to see. That's the consistency you're looking for here to make sure you get out of this group in top 2.
And in 30 seconds, it's going to be the fight that very possibly might decide the game. If Rogue don't blow it open big here, if they don't get the big bullet time, the equalizer, backline access, I don't know if they're going to be able to get away back into this game, Atlas.
Yep, and FPX, they're just going to grab control of that mid wave, brute force it, and now move in towards this river. 10 seconds to go. Noguri on the bottom side of the map, looking to pick up that minion wave. Rogue moving on over. They are on top of that control ward. They have to get here. They have to try and stop this. This Mountain Soul is going to be absolutely massive for FPX. Make it rain coming on down. Chris. Not going to quite get any flank or anything like that off at the moment. Inspired moves on over as well, but again, on top of a ward. Trimby isn't, though, as he throws the Winter's Bite over the wall. Larson dashing on forward, looking for LWX, looking to take him out as Hansama channels the ultimate, but everyone in FPX does get themselves out. Inspired, not able to lock down Crisp, as now the curtain call comes on in. This is just to soften up the members of Rogue, get themselves out of this dragon pit. But FPX's health bars aren't exactly the highest right now. Rogue certainly with a life lead.
Yeah, even with the magic resist that Chronicle was talking about earlier, that Equalizer is going to do quite a bit of chip here. Look at the angle for Inspired as well.
Yeah, teleport coming on in from Noguri as well on the bottom side. This could be a 50-50, and it's one that Rogue needs to win. Crisp, he's too low. He can't actually go in now as the Drake looking to try and reset. They're not going to let it. Down to 2,000 health as Doinby immediately goes golden. Trimby's very low. Crisp flashing out there outside of the pit as Doinby looks to try and grab the Drake himself, but he's not able to. He stays alive, though, for so long. What was he, invisible? That was ridiculous. They're not able to take him out. And FPX lose no one. They do lose the Drake. Rogue saved that. But somehow, it is no one on FPX dying and then picking up 2 kills. 3 kills.
And I don't know if that's worth it, because yes, as you point out, you've staved off immediate defeat, but giving over a Baron to FPX with the amount of seats that they have available might be just as bad, and that is the reward that FPX have rightfully earned after how strong their early game has been, how they've been able to play around their dominance in multiple lanes, pick up the Baron, increase their gold leads. Looking rough for Rogue.
I mean, also FPX just with such discipline in that fight, they were willing to give the Drake to look for the team fight win instead, which is, it's a win-win scenario for them. And going back to, is it worth it for Rogue? You don't really have good options. Both choices
you have no
are
choice,
bad.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Both choices are bad. So what do you really do here? But I really appreciate that FPX don't just go, well, they don't pull a Genji and kind of walk away from the Drake and say, well, we're going to give the Drake and we're just going to walk away from this fight. No, they go all in on this, because even if they fail this and lose the Drake, this is still a very recoverable situation, but they deal with it so well. Look at Doinby on the side here. Survives with so few health and still helps turn this fight around, as Nuguri is very happy to clean up house.
Yeah, it was like half a health bar. Half a health point for Doinby, and just Larson didn't auto-attack him, wasn't quite able to make that one work out, but wouldn't have even mattered, right? Even if he falls down, it's still a win for FPX.
And here you see a lot of the elements that have made FPX such a terrifying team is their team fighting and their limits. And we saw this from LNG earlier as well. It's just insane. Like how well aware, how much damage they can take. It's so hard to deal with.
Yeah, it's real tough. Now FPX looking to push 1-3-1 available here with both the Jace and the Ryze. Pretty fantastic in the side lane, pushing on forward. Zoe going to be waving sadly here.
Yeah, the Red Bull
is going to bounce forward.
Red Bull power play is ticking up here. I mean, Rogue, it's do or die time right now, and
oh my goodness,
look at the damage your 2 backs channeling right now. But FPX have such a free push. Doinby's on the side lane, Realm warping forward. They want to end this game very soon. They can force a fight this way, and if Rogue don't respond, they slowly lose the game.
And the problem of having 3 soul points is that you only need to get 1.
Yeah.
You know, like, okay, the first one didn't work out. Who cares, says FPX. We shove in multiple lanes. We're going to fight these turrets. If we get an opening, cool. If not, just need to win the next fight, and we will be still in a prime position to take over this game. And now for Rogue, like, what are your angles to get back into this game? I think it remains the same. You need either someone on FPX to misstep, get blown up by a combo of Larson and Hansama, finding maybe a double tap, a chain, a combination of that, or walking into a multi-man old layer combo.
I mean, look at the items too. X-Drinker's up now for Nuguri. So Doinby's got his Banshee's Veil. Killing him even in this scenario is not very easy to pull off. In fact,
yeah,
he's going to
this
trade back.
even possible? As there's the flash out from Hansama. He channels the bullet time, but Doinby was nowhere near it. He's able to get himself out of the way. Had no flash available, but he's still going to be all right. The curtain call comes in. That is going to be the Gale Force, getting Hansama to relative safety. Trimby not going to be so lucky. He's got a big door, but unfortunately he doesn't have his life. And FPX with 5 members on the top side of the map think that this is their avenue into the Rogue base.
Certainly looks that way, even though we've had some Stormtrooper shots here for LWX this game.
You think I was saying Rebel?
No. I can't let LWX take credit for missing those. That's Hansama going full Luke Skywalker, making sure that all of them miss. But as you point out, I don't know if it will matter.
I certainly don't think it is going to matter, unfortunately, at this stage. This is looking like the beginning of the end.
Certainly is, as the Nexus turret's now under fire. Okay. FPX not going to bite off more than they can chew. This has been very disciplined. I mean, outside of Nuguri dying all the time in side lanes, but we know that that's how a lot of teams with Nuguri win, is by Nuguri dying in side lanes and then the rest of the team getting advantages.
He's been doing it for, what, like 2.5, 3 years at this point? It's a tradition.
He's made it a strategy.
Yeah. Well, I got to say, though, we've seen both the extremely disciplined FPX in this game but also the pull the trigger, be aggressive, and absolutely all in team fights side of FPX in this game, and usually get one or the other, which leads to a weak side, but not in this game, not in this particular case.
But FPX did make a mistake here, because by pushing so hard and not actually getting anything, they've given Rogue the opportunity to set up a vision line around this dragon. Inspired is in flank position, and do not forget how dangerous this teamfight still can be.
And this time he's actually unseen on the vision that FPX has, so this is going to be very, very important. In fact, they're a bit lax on the vision, to be honest, but they get that ward over. Larson is spotted. FPX just setting themselves up here in this river. There's another curtain call to come on forward, and Inspired's going to step on the trap, and he doesn't have the smite in this pit. That was very, very strange. He was looking for the flank. Instead, he tries to brute force it here as the bullet time comes down, but Doinby has the best item in the game, and he's going to be completely fine now. LWX able to walk on in with guns blazing. It's a double kill so far. I believe that's the triple, as the teleport is going to get Larson back to his base, but Nogari's there first, and he's looking to take down these Nexus turrets. This, I think, is it, ladies and gentlemen. FPX, they're going to be able to grab themselves the Mountain Soul, and then they'll finish off Rogue. That was very cute from Nogari as well, as he gets the solo kill to finish this one off. FPX looking so much better in this game. Move to 2-1.
Yeah, a lot of discipline in this game from FPX, and I really love to see the change in their playstyle. Humbled by those first two games, I think, in a lot of ways, and for Rogue, I think a lot of people will criticize some of the team fights they decided to take to the mid to late game, but as we pointed out several times, lose-lose scenarios make you look bad no matter which one you take. So a lot of those fights they were desperate to take, and they had a composition to where if the itemization wasn't as good as it was for FPX, you do get those picks, you do get those blow-ups on targets, and maybe they could have had that miracle comeback, just wasn't meant to be.
And as you pointed out, has FPX been perfect? No, but neither have done one, right? Who are also, even RNG have dropped the ball left and right, but they're still able to pick up the wins. At the end of the day, they're 2-1. They look to be scaling very nicely into this tournament. And for Rogue, this feels painful because it's such an important game, right? Like now you are gonna feel, or gonna get out into that second round robin feeling a lot less good, especially after that Damwon game. You felt like maybe this one was attainable. And individually, I still think there were a lot of highlight performances. Of course, we're going to talk a lot about Hans Sama, who had some ankle-breaking plays. But even Larson in the early game was able to exert a lot of pressure. It just wasn't enough.
No, and I feel like just the turnaround from FPX is so incredibly impressive, right? They go from having some questions in their meta reading, their drafting. You know, I think that a lot of people were talking about the Jarvan being a little bit confused and things like that. But in this game, it was just all discipline. It was a very standard draft that just works. It was fantastically done. But we'll be stepping away for now, but on the other side of this breakout, experts will be breaking down all of the action from the game, and Law checks in with Doinby after his win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where FunPlus Phoenix are starting to find their stride in Group A, coming off a spectacular win against Rogue. As we get the draft up, we don't have that much time. But Emily, there's a lot to be said for FPX in terms of meta reads. You said coming into this that you weren't too sure if they had the right priorities. That seems to have shifted.
Yeah, so here we see the Viego, which has been a prio pick from some of the LPL teams. The most important thing, though, is the Leona pick for Crisp, and then additionally, the Rise pick for Doinby. If people don't remember from 2019, this is like one of his strongest champions, and, you know, shocker, with an actual composition that works not only really well together, but to the team strengths of, like, as in FPX as a team, they looked significantly better.
And as you mentioned, the Leona and Crisp, we decided to award him Oppo Player of the Game, and I know you can make a case for Doinby as well as the other players, but Emily, specifically kind of the way he was able to roam, even though the first one wasn't that successful. Besides that, this has been a huge influence on this game and on this team in general.
Yeah, and I said unlocking FPX as a team really starts with Crisp for me because of the way that, so first of all, they get this bot side 2v2 kill, which is what allows him to roam mid, and pairing him up with him, Doinby, and Tien is so important to the team's success.
Yeah, I think a different FPX we're seeing here. I only thought the top winning lane they had was top lane, but mid wasn't punished from the mid jungle of Rogue. Bot went in favor of them from the 2v2 from Crisp. Really good mechanics, Eing in the second he levels up to punish Rogue's bot lane, and from there he was just doing well in team fights.
And really a measured game, I would say, coming out of FPX, even after they got the initial upper hand. They just played out the game the way it is supposed to play out, and Rogue wasn't able to get the upper hand. Only one win left for them in this group, and FPX with another win. But we're heading over to Laura, who's standing by with Doinby.
Thank you very much, Shox and Doinby. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview. I want to talk about the adaptations compared to the C9 game, because this game was very methodical and slow-paced compared to the game you had against Unite. So, yeah, what kind of adaptations did you implement into today's victory?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。那也想问一下，可能你们在 C9 打完 C9 之后，你们做的一些调整，因为感觉你们今天好像整个的节奏更平稳、更缓慢一点，而且打得更稳扎稳打，所以能问一下进行了哪些调整呢？
其实也没有什么特别的调整吧，这就是 FunPlus 的打法，我们是一直都是这样玩的，只是因为稍赛开始前1-2天吧，当时打训练赛的时候，可能选了一些不同的，就是我们第1天、第2天选的阵容吧，然后当时效果很不错，然后只能说上当了，就被骗了吧。然后当时觉得哦，其实这个阵容应该比我们之前玩的更好，然后比赛选了之后发现。 哦，训练赛跟比赛还是有点不一样，然后我们还是回到之前的我们打法，我们最喜欢的，我们最想要的。然后我们今天选的算是比较我们最喜欢的、最擅长的阵容吧。
To be honest, we didn't make too much adaptations. We just played the traditional, very typical FPX playstyle. I think like before the group stage, 1 or 2 days, we in all the streams and the practices. To be honest, we have tried some new drops, some new champions. But to be honest, we feel like based on the on-stage performance, it's not that good. So I really feel like all the streams and also for the competitive tournaments are totally different. So I got this kind of feeling. So we just returned back to the traditional FPX playstyle and to pick the drop that we're really comfortable with. So with that, we were able to have a very clean victory with our FPX playstyle.
Back to the basics, indeed. And I remember that in 2019, the team took a bit of time to ramp up and got stronger throughout the tournament to finally get the victory and become the world champion in 2019. How confident are you about turning it around in the second round robin, and how different is this iteration of FPX?
那其实回到你们19年的时候，其实你们19年也是可能最开始有一点点小挣扎，后面是越打越顺手，然后最后获得了世界冠军嘛。那所以能问一下，你可能觉得你们对未来有多大的在下一个小组赛下一轮的比赛中有多大的信心，能够越打越好？同时呢，你觉得可能和19年相比，现在的 FunPlus 有什么不同呢？
我只能说，我们全部都能赢下来，就是我们第2轮、第3场，真的不是第3，那3场全部都可以赢下来。因为其实19年跟今年真的是完全，真的是一模一样，只能说，当时也是小组赛开始前1-2天，我们练了一个比较奇怪的阵容吧，然后效果特别好，然后比赛选了之后发现哦。 比赛赢不了，然后其实这次也是遇到一样的情况，就是小组赛开始前1-2天训练赛选了一些奇奇怪怪的阵容吧，然后我们输掉比赛之后觉得哦还是不能这样玩。其实跟19年我觉得只能说 差不多吧。然后其实我们也大家都看得出来，我们选了我们最想要的阵容、最擅长的阵容的时候，我们节奏是非常好的，所以我很有信心，后面那3场全部都可以拿下，都可以赢下来。
So the thing I can share is I definitely have the confidence to win all the 3 matchups in the group stage. So I want to share a story in 2019 because we have the same kind of scenarios. Like before the group stage, we tried some very weird drafts and weird picks, and we got a very good result in our practice. So at 2019, we just showed those drafts on stage, and you can see we didn't have a very good result. So we just do the same thing for this year, and also you can see. But I really feel like if we just chose a draft that we have the confidence on, or we can be very comfortable with, definitely we can have a very easy win. So what I can say is definitely we will win all.
Oh, yeah, super good confidence here doing B, and yeah, maybe a super scary FPX in the second week. It feels super good to see you again on the world stage, JMV. 谢谢 for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. And we're going to take a break now, and we'll be back in a couple minutes with Kajol, breaking down how PSG's playstyle evolved throughout the year. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, ahead of PSG Talent versus Fnatic. And we wanted to take a deeper dive into PSG Talent and what they've shown so far this year and this World Championship. And I think especially the fact that they have evolved so much over this year, Kadril.
Yeah, exactly. What we're going to do is look at their finals against Beyond Gaming, which went to 5 games, and then look at a game that actually happened at Worlds and just show some improvement curve from PSG. So the first clip we've got here is what I like to call cinema gameplay. So you have a really good side lane set up, and you can see the whole team of Beyond Gaming are setting up around the Herald. Your team's not in good position, and they have full vision. What do? You cross map. You have a free bot tier 1 here. Maybe you can pressure a bot tier 2. And as we roll out the clip, you can see Maple is actually zoning away the enemy mid laner Moan with Kaiwing. They've got his flash. They've forced him back. They could go back to bot here and take a free bot tier 1. But instead, they run towards top side. They look at Beyond Gaming take the Herald, and then they quickly realize, like, guys, this is not the right play. We should be pushing bot. We had a free bot tower. And then they quickly run back down to bot. And that's a minute of time wasted where you could have taken bot tier 1, based, and then maybe done something else on the map.
But for PSG, they've taken lessons from this, and they've evolved since then.
Yeah, but another just quick second example on this is in that same finals, it's a similar situation. I feel like their side lane control in bot lane especially was not that strong. Let's look at the map. As we bring it up, top wave's in an even state, but there's actually a stacking wave in bot. So that means you have more minions in the enemy, which means it's going to push. That's a free bot tier 1. That's really low HP, and in this situation, PSG have Herald. Maple running mid is fine. He's a Xerath, he does not want to go side lane, and he doesn't have that much vision. But let's look at where PSG are leaning towards as they're contesting the point. You can see their jungle support AD are on the bot side of the map, so that means that they can get vision for whoever pushes bot. The problem is, look where Hanabi's running. He's running top. There's no real tower there. So if they actually played better over their side lanes, Hanabi could have ran bot, and he could have got this bot tier 1, and they could have got mid tier 1. So again, wasting time on objectives, really.
And yesterday, of course, when we saw them playing up against Hanwha Life, they got the 3 teleports in there, and they were different in their approach, right? They said, we want to cover this weakness in some way, which is a clear evolution from what we saw in the beginning.
Yeah, just like here, they look a little bit lost, right? They're like, okay, we can get this mid tower, there's nothing really to get top, and then they quickly realize, oh, we could have had a free bot tier 1. Yes, they deny the wave, but you're completely right. As we look towards their game yesterday, PSG playing so much better around side lanes. Maple pushes out top, then he bases. They have TP wards bot, as Emily was highlighting today in Countdown, and then they look for the play initially. You can see on the minimap there's wards behind. The enemy team is pressuring the side. Instead of not knowing what to do on the map and running around and maybe staying on this extra top wave and trying to contest Camille, the plan is clear, right? We're going to push out mid, try to match where Draven's going, and then look for a TP play behind bots. And that's exactly what they do. This is a bot lane play. We saw 2 clips in the finals where they struggle, and this one they are very successful.
And I do also want to call out that Unified had also a corker of a game yesterday as well. And they're really finding their form. And can they be considered favorites here versus Fnatic? I think you have to say yes.
I feel like they are, given Fnatic's current form. They look a little bit lost on the map right now. Of course, losing Upset was a big hit. Bean's been doing fine, I think. He's in a bit of a tough situation where he's just trying to do his best, but I feel like the team as a whole just looks very inconsistent in what they want to do. It just feels like they have different plans, mainly the mid-jungle.
Yeah, they're up against it for Fnatic. Really important win needed, but PSG having their eyes on the quarterfinals. Let's see what they do and head over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Shox and Kadril, for that breakdown. And I agree. I think that PSG certainly should be the favorites moving into this one. But let's see whether Fnatic can turn this one around. It will help even things out here with PSG Talent. And Maple there in the mid lane, I think, will be very instrumental in whether or not PSG are going to be able to take this one. And we are well and truly into this draft, lads, as TF, Ryze, and Lucian taken away on the blue side. And there is the Yuumi, LeBlanc, and I assume Aurelia, I guess, as the final ban here from Fnatic.
I would like an Aurelia ban. I don't really want to see Aurelia in my games. I'm glad Yuumi has been added to the rotation. Everyone has collectively agreed. No, we're not really going to let that through anymore. I wonder if at any point in the tournament we're going to see the Yuumi left open and maybe get like Soraka, you know, or a Sona as a response. But why would you risk it in group stage? And especially Fnatic, they play it safe. Aurelia is still open, but they do ban Maples. Zoe, which I get.
This is what I was concerned about, because you've banned Lucian here as PSG. They're not going to ban the MF counterwise, so you have a really strong first pick here. Yeah, you're going to give up the Lee Sin, but they haven't necessarily relied on that in the past. It was played once already in the group stage, but now you're lacking in terms of strong early picks on the AD carry role for Bean. See if that ends up being something they pick up much later. They're going to have to draft very differently, though, around this MF.
Haha, Niski's going to pick it up. The Tryndamere going to be taken away from Maple. Considering now the Kaiser for the AD carry position, this has been very popular, picked into the Misfortune, repositioning, burst damage, things like that. You can understand why. We haven't seen it necessarily represented statistically being able to take her down, but that was mainly in play-ins in a different scenario there.
Don't mind this as well. It is slowly becoming the main neutralizer into MF lanes, the Jhin, because you don't really have to interact with her at all. You can somewhat match the shove that she tries to put out. Her poke is not as dangerous as you can mostly deal with that from a range where it's not going to bother you too much. And we've already seen how well teams have been able to play around those curtain calls.
Yeah, and also Jhin is just a straight upgrade to Misfortune. Hers only bounces once. His bounces a bunch of times.
It's 4.
Yeah.
Of course it's 4.
It's
Jhin.
It's ludicrous. So many extra bounces. So obviously it's just a much better champion.
There's a lot of threat. Depending on what support they end up picking up here, Leona is still available to try to all-in on top of this Jhin early. He's got a lot of range, of course, but you make one misstep, you have one error, and it's very difficult to kill him. Another strong engaged champion, one of Maple's best, one of the best champions you can play or watch Maple play here in Worlds is going to be the Sylas. So much potential for him to carry, and he really has been, without Doggo here, I think the strongest player for PSG, their iconic leader in terms of the games we've seen played for them so far.
And now the frustration just doubled, because now there's Undying Rage on both sides of the map. And that's absolutely not what I mean, we all know the Sylas is picked into Alistair, you know, he picks up that Unbreakable Will and you're like, oh my goodness, it's a mid laner, does so much damage and is impossible to kill. It's the same thing, guys. Just that's a roughie. Kennen gonna be locked away here for Adam though, as the team fighting possibilities for Fnatic are extended. I like this.
I like Yamato's shirt.
Me too, but his shirt's always good.
As ever. Yeah, I mean, he always does, but I feel like this one in particular deserves a call out. And now you have the opportunity to ban away a couple of counter picks if you want to for the top side. But I think one of the beauties of the Cannon is that it is kind of hard to really counter him. Yeah. We've seen Zhao who do it, but I don't expect Hanabi to pick up the Syndra mid, or the Syndra top rather, out of nowhere. So I think that is a very safe pick that you can still provide yourself with a lot of opportunity to look for maybe a support counter pick. And when we talk about Fnatic, you're always going to have to talk about Bwipo and Hilly. They are the ones that are able to really, when Fnatic looks good, is off the back of them finding plays across the map on snowballing, playing this high octane level of gameplay. And I do gotta say, with what PSG have drafted so far, I feel like we should know relatively early in this game what the outcome is going to be. Because if you fall behind with this PSG comp, you're in deep trouble. But if you fall behind as Fnatic, it doesn't bode well for the playstyle.
No, I do agree. And what I was going back to earlier with that Leona discussion, they chose the Sylas instead, is that you do have a lot of power with this Misfortune early on against the Jhin with Leona, but you also had a lot of power with the Amuba. I really love these support bans coming through here on the side of Fnatic, because you are going to take away a lot of that power. If that lane gets out of control early with this comp that is so good at skirmishing with the Sylas, with the Lee Sin already, you're really going to have a hard time coming back into the game. So really smart bans here. The counter pick potential here on this Cannon, as you mentioned, there's not a bunch of really hard counters, but the Jace is still available here for Hanabi. That's where I'm kind of looking for the next step here for PSG.
Interesting Thresh being looked at for Hylissang, of course, one of his favorites, but not necessarily the champion that you think of to be paired with the Jhin. But with so many supports being banned away, of course, now we've got Yuumi, Leona, Amumu, and the Rakan. Just, you know, a bit thinner as far as that champion pool is concerned, and they are going to lock it away. And so now, a possible Aurelia here, if you wanted to, for Hanabi, if you'd like to, but he really likes Gangplank and always has, and he's going to lock that one away. Circles to be put down onto the ground for both of our top laners, and this means that the team fighting from PSG just got even scarier. And also, what were they doing? They were using all of those teleports in their last match against Hanwha to help with their macro play. Do you know what Gangplank does? He helps with your macro players. Kaiwing thinking about Brad for the bottom lane, but it's going to be Braum.
It's too fun.
I know.
It's too fun, Atlas. I actually think that it would have been really good. Like, if you look at the amount of damage that they can layer on top of it, a Maffield, Sylas, if he steals something like the Cannon Ultimate or a Curtain Call, can also follow up on that. The Braum, though, I think into Fnatic specifically, huge fan of. And Fnatic, they see the Braum, they see the Gangplank, two champions that are going to be very happy when you try and go hard engage on them, right? When you try to play melee, But Fnatic will remain Fnatic. The Jarvan gets locked in, and if they don't find early leads with this comp, I think it's going to be a really, really tough time for them. And they're already 0-2. We've seen Adam talk about like the atmosphere in the team, and understandably, considering their circumstances, it's rough.
It's also a team comp where if they don't get ahead, it's not great, but it's falling behind where things can get tragic. And Fnatic has been, so far in the 2 games they played, all about Bwipo's jungle pathing. How aggressive can they be early? How much of a tempo advantage can they get? And, you know, we did see that Bard pick highlighted just there for a second. It's one of Kaiwing's favorite champions to play, but the Bard is just so strong into this type of engage that we're seeing from Fnatic. Just kind of play it safer. You've got that Gangplank later on to scale up super well. You've already got a really nice tempo comp with the Lee Sin and that Sylas. So if you could just stave off that early pressure from Fnatic and go even in the mid game, I think you feel really great right now as PSG talent.
Yep, well, fist bumps have gone out, and now it is time to hop onto the Rift for the 4th game of the day. Don't worry, guys, there are another 4 right after this one, including our Mercedes game to watch in T1 versus 100 Thieves, but that is at the very end. And now it's time to see whether PSG or Fnatic are going to come out on top. And look, I'll forgive the Jarvan. I think a lot of people have been really down on the Jarvan. I don't know whether we're getting ahead of ourselves, because that's what, you know, the first few days of groups at Worlds is about. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's the general standard.
We've been nailing it. We've been nailing it. We've been saying things like the Jarvan's just terrible, which he's obviously not, because otherwise these best teams in the world would not be picking him, right?
He's 4-6, not too bad, not too bad.
But I think the Jarvan sort of only works if you're going to hard camp Hanabi, right? Because everybody else can find ways out of a Cataclysm, outside of Unified, but maybe he just stands his ground and kills
if you Cataclysm Unified, like, something has gone horribly wrong.
No, honestly, like, I do think that when it comes to, and we've seen Jarvans being picked into compositions that have, like, 4 mobile characters. And in this case, I think you have, like, 2 great targets. And then in some scenarios, if his cooldowns are down, maybe you can go for Maple, maybe you can go for Kaiwing if the stand behind Braum have already been used. But we talk about Fnatic, right? This is a really important win for them. They're 0-2.
Yeah.
Spirits aren't that high. After the last 2 losses, I imagine that EU is also really looking forward to picking up a win. But then also, let's take a look at PSG, because a win here would put them to 2nd in this group. And this is a group where we've seen a lot of volatility. Outside of RNG, who just look like the best by far. Hanwha Live has been very up and down, which shouldn't surprise anyone. But it's something that going into a week number 2 can kind of scare you, and a win here for PSG would kind of solidify them as the powerhouse that they also were at MSI.
Yeah, it's really, for certain players on Fnatic too, you got to feel for them. Like, Bwipo's put such a great effort into setting up so many of the early games here for Fnatic. One of the star players, big personality over in the LEC. Adam, this is supposed to be his big break, right? This is supposed to be his moment. One of the best top laners in Europe. And, you know, he's playing with a bit of a handicap. And even for being, right? You don't want to be remembered in this group stage as a stand-in. You don't want to be remembered as the guy who played because Upset couldn't. You want to actually have a fantastic performance. And this is not over. They're only 0-2. This is where you could start to make a big comeback in this group. And that's where momentum can massively swing in terms of your emotions, right, and your morale.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Bean as well was actually quite good yesterday.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That double?
Yeah. Quite liked it. Laning phase was strong, and now they're going to get the push. Of course, didn't help Leash or anything like that, so are going to be able to get to lane first and grab some added control. That's going to work out. Melee versus melee feels pretty good as a Tryndamere. Not something that you're used to necessarily as mid-lane Tryndamere, just in general. But of course, both of these champions are basically going to be as frustrating as each other as the game goes on.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Tryndamere, if they're ranged, just sustain it off. If they're melee, just crit.
Oh my god, I just realized. It's like, it's the return of Voivoy. It's like the AP Tryndamere is back, but in the form of Sylas. I love it.
That's a
I don't know whether it was Voivoy that actually came up with it, but I watched a video of him talking about the AP Tryndamere back in the day, and that was where I got it, so I like to give it to him.
Remember how many... Oh, never mind. Okay, no, they're fine. Remember how many champions that weren't supposed to be AP, but were AP? We've had AP
Yeah,
Cyan,
we're talking about Yi.
AP
I was going to say Yi, okay.
Yeah.
I remember Corn Salad and Faker mid, yeah. Well, it was a fun time back then.
Was it fun?
No.
It was not
Absolutely
good for solo
wasn't.
queue players on the Korean server during that time, I can tell you that.
It wasn't good. It's like all of the pentakills from that period of year are just going to be the weirdest thing for someone that didn't watch League of Legends, looking at like a list of like the pentakills, because those ones happen in like a second. As I'm going to have to hold the thought for a moment. Flake comes back here, Hilly, going to be able to land the hook as well, throws out the lantern, but Kaiwing gonna stand beside Unified, gets himself out of the way. The dancing grenade takes a very, very long time. Ignored gravity completely, getting towards the MF, but going to be able to walk this one out. And Whippo just going to be stealing away this Krug camp.
That's really nice timing, actually. Gets him here for free, although, as he overstaged, should be able to get out of here.
Ooh, Q gonna connect though. Flags, drags, gets himself out, but River, he's got a safeguard, but there is also a lantern here as well. Hilly demonstrating just how practiced he is on the Thresh.
Nice little play there from Fnatic, using the fact that Whippo is on the bot side as well as the priority that have been able to kind of find early on in that lane, have been basically shoving Unified and Kaiwing in continuously. And we're at LoL Park. This was bound to happen eventually.
How do we get to 4 games without a pause?
I know.
This is absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rarity here for us these days, but
to not have one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rarity to be pauseless. Yeah,
it's getting late.
But yeah, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. But anyway, yeah, I like the play there from Whippo. It's a fairly even game here, and the tension is really high because we've talked a lot about Fnatic and where their mental is at right now. You know, they're 0-2 in the group. They're not playing under ideal conditions, obviously. That's the big storyline for Fnatic.
Looks like Whippo's feeling himself, though.
Yeah, he certainly put on a bit of a smile after the pause. PSG, on the other hand, you know, again, tough road here through the play-ins, and they're 1-1, and a team that had high expectations after MSI, where they really, really outdid what people thought they were going to be able to do, and it turned out Doggo being the sub in a similar scenario, right, to Fnatic's current situation, ended up being a huge boon for them, right? He ended up helping carry them through MSI, and you could really feel that Unified is starting to pick up the pieces here, but he hasn't quite reached Doggo's level just yet. But
it's so weird saying that, though, as well, because Doggo was a sub, and he's like, now Unified, the mainstay on the team, is trying to catch up to the sub that we saw at MSI. That's not fair.
And Doggo also didn't make it to the main group. PSG, of course, as the #1 seed for the PCL. But yeah, no, we're actually fine. And I have been, I wouldn't say surprised, because it's something that Maple has done so much over the years, but it's just a beauty to see how quick this team is able to like find a small mid-game, or what feels rather like a small mid-game opening, and then sequence like 3-4 plays off of the back of that. Get a kill, get a collapse, then turn it into a Drake, turn it into vision control, and turn it into pressure on Baron.
Yeah, exactly. Hanabi as well, actually going to eat some oranges. Has to get away from Adam here. Does have a decent CS advantage to the tune of about 10 right now. But this is, of course, a very, very comfortable pick for Hanabi. I feel like as long as I've been watching Hanabi play, every single tournament he's in, he plays at least a few games of Gangplank, unless it's banned away. Certainly extreme comfort here for him. Let's teleport back to lane. Maple is going to have a fair bit of company here, potentially. As we can see, that top brush is very dark. But PSG know what's going on. It's 3 versus 3 right now as the chains come in. Maple knows exactly what he wants here. Good knock-up from Whippo, though, is going to force the disengage from PSG. No first blood yet.
Yeah, you know Maple is going to hit 6 and is going to be able to have this Undying Rage stolen away. So really, really a lot of opportunity here to dive deep as PSG in this exchange. You also were able to pick up Hillsong's flash in this because he was a little bit overextended. So massive trades here in favor of PSG.
Niski also forced to use his Ghost just to make sure that he doesn't die. He wasn't 5 when that skirmish started, only hit it midway through. And one of the cool things about a Tryndamere ultimate is like the amount of sustain that the champion has also enables him going low but then sustaining back up quickly. But so does Sylas with Kingslayer, right? Like the more you think about it, the more it's how sick really this Sylas counterpick is into something like a Tryndamere. Fnatic though, they are able to use the knowledge of where PSG was. That play that didn't really work out for either of them, but they found the shove afterwards. They're able to take control of the Dragon Pit, and getting an early Drake, especially after having seen 2 games today that were basically decided by which team stacked, thank you.
Yes.
3 dragons first. I think that is already gonna give you a little bit of a better feeling, and Whippo has been super diligent about his counter jungling, and has been enabled by Hilly, and that's how we love to see Fnatic.
Oh,
Whippo, man.
A Sonic Wave secure.
Whippo
is a very interesting move.
Very quietly been one of the best junglers of Worlds, I think, and it says a lot, I think, coming from a team that's 0-2. His ability to punish enemy junglers, counter jungle, steal camps away has just been so fantastic. He really pushes the limits of what's possible as a jungler. Is very often 10 CS or more ahead of his opponents in the early game. It's transitioning to the late game for Fnatic where things have started to fall apart, but as you mentioned, Chronicler, having that early Drake, really nice to have. One of the best abilities you have in the game is going to be that Kennen ultimate when you go towards that first Rift Herald fight, especially if you can control vision.
And hey, we already got the pulse, and he might be setting up for a Cloud Soul as Kowing goes in.
Yeah, River looking to try and get himself here. There's the exhaust onto Hylissang, down to 200. The Q's going to connect. Fantastic flay, though, from Hilly. Gets himself out and looks to avoid the Winter's Bite, but Bean's going to pick that one up for his support. Oh, man, this guy's pretty good at Thresh.
The timing here on this Rift Herald, there was a window where you could see some warding there from Adam. It was deep and had better vision control. Flippo was going to come over the wall here, but look at the group up now. The scary thing is, Hijack's coming off a cooldown here from Maple very soon. This is definitely a winnable fight here for PSG if they can rotate in, but they're very slow on this.
Yes, so much vision available, but they're not really going to do anything about it, because the eye is just going to be picked up. Cannon Barrage could have been used. I mean, we've seen Cannon Barrages steal things in that pit before, especially as LCK commentators.
Certainly. There are a lot of ways they could have come in a lot faster there.
Yeah, just didn't quite have enough people in position, and now Kyling's forced to flash, get himself out of the way. Bwimpo's going to get first blooded, though. Hanabi flashes forward with his flaming sword. Now Maple with an opportunity. He's got his own slicing maelstrom and will clean up Fnatic. Better late than never here for PSG.
You don't need to fight. You got the Herald. You did the thing that you came there to do. You don't have to stay. And this is something that we've seen Fnatic do so often. We're like, I love that play, right? You read the map very well. You're able to pick up a Herald for free on vision. You get away with Nerd, and then you walk up to the police and go like, guys, I did it. Like, yes, like, put me in jail. And the frustrating thing with this is I think if you just back off there, you're able to then take the Herald, turn it into gold lead on one of your characters, and then snowball the map pretty consistently from there. But instead,
look at how it starts.
All in.
Look at how it starts. Whippo's just trying to get a bigger lead in the jungle, and if you could actually get over the wall there on top of Maple, maybe you can make a play. But this is just a bridge too far, Fnatic, because you're walking into a choke point here. Yes, you do have the Kennen, so it feels like if you see an engage from PSG on top of your carries here, maybe you can get that slicing maelstrom off. But the slicing maelstrom is stolen. You don't have positional advantage there. You're walking right into a trap. Arms behind your back, even. It was just not the place you wanted to be as Fnatic. Extreme greed, and what was a fantastic start is now a huge lead for PSG.
Yeah, and when the Rift Herald comes down, it should equalize this gold just a little bit, but the advantage that you had for yourself, like Fnatic, that was beautifully done at the beginning. Oi. Difficult.
And this is something that has categorized PSG so much. Like, you cannot disrespect this team. Like, they are really, really good. Mechanically, they will identify situations like this. River's like, he's dead. Like, I don't know what he's doing here, but like, he's dead on my screen. I'm going all in. They blow him up immediately. And it's exactly that type of kind of decisiveness that makes going for aggressive plays like that without proper control of the enemy jungle such a big risk, especially against a team that played really well. And I wonder whether they fought Unified back, because what happened there is Unified walked up relatively far, then started channeling his back. But then PSG saw Fnatic, they keep going, and then actually made his way to the fight. And we saw how it ended.
Well, now River looking for an opportunity. There is the Rift Herald thrown down. Q's going to connect onto it, though. We'll see whether they can actually poke Shelly's eye, as she's not actually starting up the charge yet. That Q not going to work out. And then River just going to smite it. That was a whoopsie. And now, any advantage that you were supposed to get from the Rift Herald is non-existent.
I don't like it. I get so excited for Fnatic early games this tournament. I get so excited.
Yeah, well, the door is going to be shown to Fnatic now as both of them get knocked up with the Glacial Fissure. Kylling down very low as now Niski gets into the Cataclysm alongside Bwimpo. He's going to get that work done, but it's a 1-for-1 as Bwimpo's already been taken down. Maple still with the Undying Rage available. Bean not going to be able to get any further forward. He does, of course, have a lot of long-range abilities. As meanwhile, on the top side, picture-in-picture, there is a lot of work being done by Hanabi. As Adam going to be forced back home yet again. We'll have teleport if he wants to get back, but this is going to be the Drake taken away by PSG.
The scary part about taking fights like this as Fnatic in these skirmishes is that Maple gets to press R second over Niski in every fight, in every scenario. So if you do go too far, if you do go too deep, trying to look for these kills, there's no way out. There is a very easy punish available for PSG as long as Maple is nearby. So it's just so terrifying to commit. Lantern block.
Oh no, it's been what he's just able to walk out, but it was well blocked.
Yeah, I was scared for a second.
Well, now Maple's going to come through. Yeah, exactly right. Once again, extended exchanges. It's another concussive blows to come through to get that stun. Is now Niski. He's got his Undying Rage as well as Maple. He's going to proc his. That's the killing spree for the Silas. As, yeah, he unfortunately doesn't have the ability to press Q and get all of his health back afterwards, so he's just going to die to minions. That wasn't great from Maple, and Niski's going to be able to walk his way out.
He pressed R first.
I think the R is spelled A-H-H-H-H-H, unfortunately, in this case.
I guess you'll take it. Niski getting fed is one of the ways that, as Fnatic, you're clinging on to this game. And, like, clinging on is a bit dramatic. They're 1k gold behind. They have a composition that can still fight. But we can't get this lead extend, right? And it's not like the PSG side doesn't snowball well. And now Niski able to pick up both his guild force and also has the lethal temper, so he's going to put out an insane amount of damage. Unified.
Yeah, well, they're just going to dive straight underneath this turret before that teleport could even come through. Barrel's going to come up and going to be avoided completely. The Cataclysm comes on in, and Hanabi, unfortunately, this ain't it, my friend. He didn't have his Cannon Barrage and was just trying to find a kill, but 1v3 ain't going to do it.
We take those.
I guess so. I mean, look, as Hanabi, he's probably like, oh, I don't know if there's another ward in this brush. I don't know if I'm seeing, like, should I just back? That's the one way I can get out of this. But he decides to try to look for the traded kill. Doesn't get that either. And suddenly, you know, Fnatic had that little dip. And then they've been given a few donations here in the mid game. And the gold lead is now only 400. I mean, you talked about it was only 1,000. Now it's halved. And PSG really need to be careful about playing with their food here.
Yeah, and got to tighten it up. They have been able to do this, of course, and it's close to 15 minutes into this game. Shirley going to be on the map very, very soon. 400 gold, still the lead here for PSG, and their team fighting is still going to be very, very scary. Right? Like, this composition is not to be underestimated. Fnatic have some tools themselves, so PSG, we're going to tighten this one up.
Again, want to highlight Bean here, being able to play as cleanly as he does. Very low death, especially considering the fact how Fnatic has been kind of bullied around. These continuous skirmishes, and again, from a player basically going straight from EU Masters, but not like Adam did, where you win EU Masters and then you have like a split of LEC, but just straight to the World's group stage is such a tall ask, and I think that now 2-0 on the Jhin should be able to really exert his presence in these fights, as the second Herald does get picked up. Going to be looking, as per usual, at the Drake fight that's going to be set up in a minute 30, because with Fnatic now being not even behind anymore, I was going to say barely, but that's not the case, and having two big spikes in those Guild Force finished, also is the mythic finish for Adam, who has the Proto Belt. Fnatic now very much in this game.
So much mobility added with these three mythics coming through, and I mean, Niski gets the bottom turret, grabs those Krugs. He is starting to really get online here, and this is a really scary moment where PSG can very quickly lose control over the map and lose control of vision. Look at the deep wards there for Fnatic actually to the left of the Drake pit. They're starting to get that extra vision, and PSG have a few champions that can't just really walk through the jungle safely, especially this Misfortune, who's trying to roam a lot, trying to have big impacts, especially dealing with this pushing Tryndamere. Might get punished if she walks over one of those wards.
Yeah. Well, here in this side lane, Niski versus Maple continues, but it looks like the Tryndamere is going to have the priority in this lane, at least for now. 2-0-0 on the mid lane up for Fnatic. That Gale Force, like you were talking about, is going to be completed, not going for the Gore Drinker build that we've seen so many times. Of course, people talking about Kraken Slayer as well, but wanting that extra mobility. Of course, Tryndamere's liked the Gale Force first, before he sort of became cool just recently in more recent patches. Tryndamere players did like Gale Force when mythic items first became a thing. Not so much, but Niski's still on that train.
The thing for PSG here, of course, is that you can try and force it. As I say, that the teleport, so I guess the force, you don't have to. You have great scaling, but they're looking to fight here, or at the very least, throw down Herald, maybe go for a push down mid.
Yeah, I like this. Just grab yourself some control of this mid lane. But Blippo says no. He wants to fight right now, and he's just thrown into the bouncy castle. Thankfully, he has a lantern to take. Shirley's still amongst this one as well, as Cannon Barrage was picked out. She is going to charge forward. Fnatic, though, back to the mid lane. Unable to be in position right now for this Drake that both of these teams want so much. Blippo under half health, going to be so difficult for him to engage. Doesn't have Cataclysm.
Adam has teleport, and he could try to look for a flank here. He's got his ultimate available, but he's sticking with his squad for now. They're playing this so slowly, Fnatic are so safely here.
And Maple's the one actually looking for the flank, as you can see. Makeshift cannon, and in goes Adam. He's immediately exhausted. The rest of the team, they do need to try and follow up, but it's the flash out from Kaiwing. Niski looking for the low health targets. He's going to take down Unified in the backline, and Blippo's going to deal with Maple, who tried to do the same thing, but failed. And Fnatic win a team fight and will now be able to take the Drake.
And what we see there is the immediacy of Fnatic. Even though Adam doesn't actually find anyone specifically with the Slicing Maelstrom, he does even exhaust and split up the fight. And that is all the space that Niski needs. As the Gale Force, as mentioned earlier, already quite fed, spins on top of that backline, takes a little bit of time. Kaiwing tries to jump out, is actually able to do so, but then does find the kill on Unified. And now we have gone from a game where it felt like Fnatic, good early game, then PSG taking a huge lead after a misstep of Fnatic in the jungle. And now I'm starting to feel like Fnatic very clearly aware of the fact that if you get a favorable take like that, 3 ultimates used by PSG in that mid lane kerfuffle that didn't actually lead to anything. And Fnatic's like, we still have 4 of our ultimates.
Yeah,
we can go.
And they did, and it worked.
You've got to be so careful, too, as Hanabi in this game now, because your side laning is always going to be under threat. As watching this fight happen again, I mean, you talked about Adam in this Axe replay. He just flashes in, looks for the Slicing Maelstrom, and suddenly now, half of the team of PSG is cut off from River and Maple. So Maple can't actually really buffer, he can't actually set up for anything in this fight. And by the time that he actually gets into the thick of things, it's already over. And Fnatic now are in a position where they have so much control over the map, so much control over vision. Side laning, not really a thing that PSG could do safely anymore, especially dealing with Niski's Tryndamere. He can catch you off guard, he can catch you as the GP.
And the big thing for me was that Hanabi used his Cannon Barrage when Blippo engaged. And that was actually, it was so clear how hard it is for Fnatic to deal with. And in hindsight, that play from Blippo was so smart because I think the goal seemingly was PSG just throw your ultimates. Blippo was able to get out, only invested the Cataclysm. It was both the lead kick, the Cannon Barrage, as well as I think Kaiwing's ultimate. So with all of those gone, all of a sudden the pressure from PSG in that follow-up skirmish was so much less. Now Fnatic able to get the second Drake, able to start finishing these items. And the beauty of the cannon by Adams, yeah, you know, he's behind. He's probably not going to win his side laning against Navi, but it doesn't matter at all. We have Niski, who just finished his quick blades. We have Bean, who is building towards the second item, just finished his last Whisper. And as long as those two players can remain on the map and try and find an opening, the moment that there is no CC available for Niski, he's going to spin on someone and he's going to die. And there is an exhaust Brom, but Kaiwing also got 2 tapped, so it's not great.
Yeah, and the Braum had to try and get out of there, try and save himself, and then Unified's like, but aren't you supposed to stand beside me? But no, he can't do that either, because the spin is just a little bit too strong. When these cooldowns, like you were talking about, they've been tracked so well by Fnatic in that last fight, that Niski's just able to do whatever the heck he wants, and that is not what you want if you're a PSG fan, as River looks to try and get his blue buff. He's not going to get it.
Fnatic are cross-mapping so well. Every time Niski comes up to, when he goes to the side lane, it was bottom before, now the top side, he gets a turret and the rest of his team goes with him. They're kind of setting up as bodyguards. If anyone tries to rotate in there, you collapse on top of them. And you're doing fine as Adam on the other lane against Hanabi. You're not winning it, you're not crushing it, but you're going to be totally okay, especially when you have teleport up like this. If there is a fight, if they do decide to commit, you've got that teleport, you have your Slicing Maelstrom available. It almost just feels like map checkmate here for Fnatic. We talked about it all the way back to when this map started, but I mean, the beginning of the game, get that early Drake control. I know this is a big meme in the LCK whenever I call a game of LCK on that. But having that early Drake control is
That's
nice.
another Cataclysm. Blippo deep underneath 2 turrets. He's going to get taken down, but can Fnatic find anything more? Niski now has to use the Undying Rage. Looks to try and spin his way out, but he's on top of a Cannon Barrage and will be tidied up. Adam with the ultimate, but only onto Maple, who uses the best item in the game and does move himself away. Now 5 alive for PSG and Fnatic without their jungler or their mid laner. And it could just be a Baron for PSG.
I was fine when it happened in mid lane, but there was a turret there. You can't dive that deep without the rest of your, or that deep rather without the rest of your team to follow up. And also one of the most fat members in Niski isn't here.
Well, now the bullet time comes through. Hylissang going to flash out of the way. It's now Maple coming on in for the flank, but not going to get too much with his slicing Maelstrom that he stole away. Hylissang with the 3-man plays pretty good, but he's still dead. Saves, possibly. One of the members of Fnatic tries to stop that engagement.
Well, at the end of the day, they're able to prevent the Baron here. I mean, that's what counts. I mean, sometimes you have to make rough choices. You have to take these awkward fights to prevent that from happening. Could have been a little bit cleaner here, but at least they're able to stop PSG from getting that critical Baron. And Hylissang is able to help his teammates escape there, because I don't think that's a fight you really wanted to commit into further, despite those low health bars.
It's probably fine, because now it's actually Fnatic that has tempo on the Baron, right? Like the multiple members of PSG actually have to back up the back of that. Like I said, fine with it last time. This time you're diving 2 screens deep while there is a turret. So immediately we see the cannon barrage comes through, we see the barrage, and yeah, then also Niski is in a very unfortunate situation, but there's no one to help him. And he does a lot of damage, but if everyone just kites him and or is too tanky, don't really get a lot done. Do really like Fnatic's attempt that we don't get to see here now, or rather successful attempt at taking the Baron. That's
going to get flashed on and killed.
Hey, I said it earlier, suddenly Tryndamere appears. As your side lane is Hanabi, you die. You can't deal with that at all. You've got no escape. You've got no way to get out of there. And this is a fed Tryndamere who's now got the quick blades, as was mentioned earlier. Very easy to actually just come in there and say, nope, you're not allowed to do this. It's illegal, as Chronicle would call it. And
no, that's Caedrel. I appreciate
you used it a little bit here in the LCK.
I did, but credit where credit is due.
Sure. I thought that was you. I didn't know.
No.
I mean, he did use it, so actually, you know, it's fine. If Caedrel's willing to share, we'll have to ask him. Let us know, Caedrel.
We don't have enough memes in the LCK yet. We need more.
Yeah,
really?
See, that's why I tried to attribute it to you. I'm trying to buff you here.
we have like an encyclopedia of memes. Like, it has its own page.
And now with the soul point going over to Fnatic, I do actually think that they're in a very favorable position. Obviously, overforce, not necessary, but it doesn't actually lead to an objective, which has been a recurring theme today, where as long as you don't lose the Baron, the soul point, or the actual soul, giving up a kill left and right in the current state of the game isn't gonna be the end of the world. So as long as Fnatic stays cool, and I know that for Fnatic specifically, sometimes that can be hard, but for the next 4 minutes, set up nicely with the pressure that you have in your side lane with an unkillable Tryndamere, should be in a fine position to get soul and be in a primo position to get that first win.
Whoa, in goes River, goes very, very far, following the flagging and dragging Jarvan, but he is going to be kicked into a bullet time, but he's pretty tanky, so he's going to survive that one. Bwipo does have to use the flash, so no more flash cataclysms to come through, as now Niski on a potential flank position right now if PSG wanted to challenge for the chickens, but they do decide not to.
Adam has teleport as well, but there's no great ward to get onto here to try to collapse there, and this ended up being a pretty safe exchange for PSG at the end of the day. The problem is that Adam is still side laning freely. Someone's going to have to deal with that, and yet again, Fnatic just rinse and repeat. You're going to clear that Baron vision off. You've got the better range with this Jhin pick, and you can just sit back and wait for them to come to you. And if they do overcommit, and you have that ward this time because you finally get that deep vision, as you can see here, they're starting to clear up, then you can get that really awesome flanking cannon through.
Yeah, and you can see the island of PSG gold lead that happened between 10 minutes and 15 minutes is going to be immediately into the ocean of Fnatic, which is what I saw in the picture that was the gold graph. Can't help but seeing
How are you doing,
every time.
I like the island.
It's
I never thought about it that way.
A little bit late. Yeah.
And it does kind of show, honestly, we've talked about Fnatic being a little bit volatile sometimes, but PSG have also had some rough early games. RNG comes to mind, and now the trap being set again. We've seen this one before.
There's a lot of PSG members around here, but Niski is still very, very scary. Adam's going to teleport in. There's the slicing Maelstrom. The stand beside me comes on forward. Kaiwing staying alive. The exhaust comes in, and both of them are dead. And PSG, after tidying up both of the solo laners, are thinking about grabbing some more control around this Baron.
This is not what I had in mind when I was talking about the teleport coming in here from Adam to look for the big ultimate there, because they don't have enough follow-up damage. You hit the slicing Maelstrom, but you're not able to kill anybody, and this is just too little too late here.
Well, now Maple looking for more. Bwipo's going to get himself out with the help of Hylissang, though. And there's another bullet time to come through. The flash forward from Maple. He doesn't want to give this one up just yet. Still has the Undying Rage. Fnatic have backed away successfully. Very deadly flourish there from Bean. No follow-up, really.
Health bars are low.
And with PSG investing this much in an attempt to chase down Fnatic, it's going to be another scenario. Yeah, cool. You got the kill. You killed Nisqy and Adam, but now you're not able to get anything out of it. Instead of trying to reach for the Baron when the 50-50 is still there, when the flip is available, because they do actually read this play really nicely, right? You have the Guardian Braum standing at the ready to make sure Hanabi is safe. Adam immediately gets exhausted like happened last time, but then I get that it's tempting to go for this Baron, but like there is a lot of range still available. Bwipo is full health, so even in the best case scenario where you do actually get the Baron down, it might be a 50-50, then they chase really far through the jungle. And I think that the most important objective in this fight is not that Baron, it's the Drake that's spawning in the next minute.
My biggest issue with that play is that there's a clear disconnect between Bean and Hylissang and the rest of the team that's going in. They're looking to set up for Baron. You're going all in on this fight that looks like a 3v4 at best for Fnatic. And now you also lost your teleport on your cannon, which is one of the best ways you can objective fight. Now this is sneaky.
Yeah, we're just doing Baron. Here is Fnatic trying to two-man it. Of course, Tryndamere and the Jarvan can certainly do so, putting the flag down to help everyone out as well. It's down to half health. PSG have no idea. This is gone.
And they can't even contest.
Yeah, Drake's not even up. And they might be able to sacrifice Adam, but to get a Baron for this, you'll take that any day of the week. The flash comes in, there's the dash cannon as well. He stuns them up. Cannon barrage comes on down, and yes, they managed to take the purple ninja in the bottom lane. However, the purple worm dies in the Baron pit, and now Fnatic just... I don't understand this game, but I love it from Fnatic.
It's beautiful. If your team is sneaking a two-man Baron, you don't have to shove in the bot wave. Like you can take it a little bit slower. Adam investing a lot and actually getting taken down, but Fnatic,
he was baiting. It's totally fine.
I don't think they knew, Atlas.
Well, I mean,
I'm
look,
trying to get on the level of this, and I don't think I'm there. Yeah, the 40 chess, I'm trying to catch up.
They will get the Drake as well. They're able to get Adam's flash, and we'll see how big this Red Bull Baron power play ends up being here because, you know, you've lost your cannon yet again. You still have obviously extremely powerful side laning with this Tryndamere pick, but you're not in a position right now to safely utilize it. So in a lot of ways, you get the Baron, and that comes with a lot of gold, that comes with a little bit of map control and extra presence. But if you can't use it for major objectives as PSG, you still feel like there's a chance you can hold on here, look for better fights later. This is definitely not a massive Baron by any means because of that bottom pick and the control that came with it.
Yeah. I just like how ahead of the play Fnatic were, though, knowing that PSG had to stop them from getting the soul, and then using that, which we've talked about, you know, make sure that your opponent isn't able to make the decision. PSG had to go to the Drake, and therefore Fnatic capitalized by just giving it up. Don't lose too much from that. It's just a singular ocean. Really beautifully done here from Fnatic, but they still have to close out this game. It's not, there's 1.4k. I'm saying close out the game. They have to utilize the Baron to get themselves a lead that is going to be able to allow them to win as the cute little shot onto the turret and then Lantern Ride to safety for Bean.
Because there's been a lot of Gangplanks that have gone for, you know, these builds that they're kind of beefy. Divine Sun, the respect. Not Hanabi. He has a full crit build on the Gangplank, and that is, no matter what you do as Fnatic, you need to remain in full awareness of one, where he is, and secondly, like, where are the barrels?
Yeah.
Because if a barrel hits now on someone like Bean, who's been playing very cleanly all game, has been playing very risk-averse, which I think is really good, you know, provide the stability, the backup that Jhin can really give a team, you cannot get hit by one. Because the Infinity Edge is there. This time, the character in question actually does have 60% crit, so it works. And that does mean that if Hanabi now finds another of those Fnatic plays where they overextend, you eat like 1 or 2 barrels and a cannon barrage, you can still get blown up. And that's why I think that Fnatic, they have a lead, but it's more due to the fact the pressure that they have from this Ocean Drake.
Well, the other issue that they have is that they have obviously a really strong front line. They have a Tryndamere good side lane. They have a cannon that can side lane, but they don't have a really strong pushing mage. They don't have amazing siege in terms of pushing these waves through. They obviously have a lot of range in this Jhin pick, but the consistent damage in these fights is very much short bursts. You've got to have that cannon ultimate coming through. Once the Undying Rage is done, if Bean didn't kill somebody, if they're not actually getting extremely low, you don't win the follow-up fight because they have way more consistent damage than you do in that extended exchange with the Gangplank, the Sylas that can then engage on you, use the Undying Rage second. So It's very difficult to end the game with a Baron like that. To even get inhibitor turret damage with a Baron like that, we've already lost your Kennen. You didn't have map control.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's actually really interesting because both teams, if left alone with turrets, like this game will just be over because they tear through them. I mean, you look at Hanabi, you've spoken about his items already. Like, he gets some free time with a turret. Those things just die, right? So
it's gone.
Already, like, at 32 minutes into this game, this could end extremely quickly after an ace team fight for both teams because both of them have so much 80 damage.
Yeah. Or we go to 70 minutes because neither team wants to lose.
I've seen Silas's in 74-minute games this year. I like it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm ready. I'm not ready to stop casting.
I don't think the rest of the world is. But I think my LCK fans, you know, they remember the game in question. It was T1 versus Nongshim. It shouldn't have taken 70 minutes. That's not a thing that should be allowed in the game anymore. Because
Jinna SKT have taken 92 minutes?
That's why that's why Elder was invented. You know, and then we found a way to also ignore that. I don't think either of these teams are going to. Elder is going to spawn at the very latest. In 10 minutes, right? When we do get possibly to the, or past rather, the full 7 Drake mark that is possible within a game. But that is provided that neither of these teams see an opportunity to pull the trigger. Based on the gameplay we've seen thus far, I'm pretty sure that either of them is going to identify an angle, regardless of whether it's one you should take, and then go all in 50 seconds to the next Drake.
Right now, I mean, Fnatic has positional advantage here. They've got 2 side laners pushing. And right now, Adam has teleport. Obviously, Niski does not, but he's fairly nearby. He's rotating up. This is where PSG is going to have to come to Fnatic because this is the soul for Fnatic. This is not Fnatic ignoring a 3rd Drake. This is actually the important one, the one that you have to stop as PSG. So we're going to have to see a rotation in. Fnatic, the timing of this is so thin. 20 seconds the advantage, right, or rather the timer with the advantage they have, but PSG have now grouped up.
Yeah, they did their homework, though. Top side of the map is dealt with by Adam, and now he's made his way back to the rest of the team. PSG now just trying to tidy up the mid lane. It's great hook onto River from Hillsong, but they're not going to engage. Niski spotted out off to the side, checking their flanks. As Bean finds a deadly flourish. No Q from River.
Adam's got flash.
Again. These are magnetized.
There it is.
As there he goes. Adam finds the stuns. The slicing Maelstrom is just beautiful as Bwipo puts them into the Cataclysm as well. It's a good kick from River, and they haven't quite got the kills. It's a double from Hanabi. Remember the amount of damage these barrels raining through as Bwipo's still got a smite, I guess. Looking to see whether they can steal this one away. He gets on in. Not going to be secured. It's Hanabi that takes down the Dragon of all people, and Fnatic is running away. Niski as well.
This is where it gets scary. I mean, you talked about that pushing power with these two teams. The burst damage is there. And unfortunately for Fnatic, even though they have great engage, they've got Niski can go into the front line there. You've got Adam with a flash over the wall into that slicing Maelstrom. The damage from Bean on this Jhin is just too slow. They can't finish off those targets. The other side has a Sylas. They have a Braum. They can live through that initial burst and then actually win that longer fight with those barrels and the gangplank damage coming through.
And while I love the angle that Fnatic tried to go for, you also saw how ready PSG were, right? Like, they knew that Adam was waiting there, and they were so ready. Like, we're going to get a replay of that fight, I'm sure, and in that, you should see how immediate the response from everyone on PSG is, and then the rest of Fnatic can't really get quite as deep immediately. Also, an insane kick coming through from River.
It was really good.
Look at this. So they are clearly suspecting that there's going to be a play coming in here, right? And then Fnatic, immediately, the flashes come through, but the follow-up damage isn't really there. Maple zones him away, and then look at this kick. 3-man knockup. Niski doesn't get to do nearly as much damage as he would want to with how fed he currently is. And it's the Gangplank.
There's multiple damage dealers
insane.
for PSG, and there's really only one here outside of the initial engage, and the cannon going through is always going to be burst down, always going to be exhausted on the side of Fnatic. I mean, it's really hard to win these longer engages because of that, these longer fights, rather, I should say. And, I mean, the whole map has opened up now for PSG. They've got the Baron, they've got extreme pushing power, and this might just be Fnatic on their last legs.
Yeah, it's crazy because Fnatic did have so much control. There is still only 1.5k in this. This is still very, very close. And Fnatic are able to tidy up these minion waves and try and stop PSG from pushing. But Maple on the bottom side, unanswered for now.
Yeah, if unanswered for even a few seconds, these structures just disappear.
Yeah, Hanabi in that mid lane. He just needs one auto, decides he doesn't want to. It's not even worth his time, Wolf. As the inner turret does fall. And now it is going to be just the Fnatic jungle that will be eradicated of everything. Now Niski going to push back towards that bottom side of the map, closer to 40 minutes into this game. I believe the longest game so far at Worlds was Genji versus Matt, I believe. 45 minutes, something like that.
I wasn't going to mention Genji in this game.
I said Genji without even thinking. I was just trying to remember. It's obviously Genji that has to be in the longest. Oh, no, I've done it now, where I'm teasing Genji, and they haven't even played in the first one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Should not be doing it.
You know, only we can do this, just to be clear. You know, they're our team. We love them very dearly.
I mean, everyone else can do it as
well.
No,
if anyone else talks smack,
I would be very upset.
Are you getting protective of the team you've been teasing? I like it.
The key thing for Fnatic here is, and I'm sure that after this fight they will identify, as long as you kill Hanabi, you can win a team fight, right? Like, with how far behind Unified, yeah, we're deep into the game. You still can't eat a massive bullet time, but especially this lethality build, I don't think is going to be as threatening, especially with how far behind the curve he is. And then Maple has actually been able to pick up quite a few kills. He's going to finish his death cap soon as well, so he has to be dealt with, but it's very bursty. Whereas Hanabi basically has enough DPS to just win against everyone on Fnatic. If you can't find a gangplank, it's not enough, but go to Maple.
Hook, as Maple is going to put down the Undying Rage. Gets himself out of the way, but that means that ultimate unavailable for the next little while.
That's big.
He's got to be so careful about these types of exchanges here as Maple. You don't want to be throwing that away. That Hydra Jack is so massive, you can't use that ultimate anymore. That's one of the best ways for Sylas to buy enough time for those damage dealers, right? The Gangplank and the MF to actually do that damage in those longer fights. And really fighting over basically nothing to actually commit that is so unfortunate. Also lost control of the top side of the map during this as well. So PSG, I mean, it doesn't feel like they just had a Baron buff.
Well, now, I mean, Maple can't steal away the ult. It's Niski, the Undying Rage. Oh my goodness, thankfully does have a little bit more of it. Level 18, of course, so it does last for a while. Is now Fnatic able to run their way out. Hylissang's positioning, I loved that. Being able to get there, grab that hook so that they could get themselves that advantage. I like the idea behind the play. Unfortunately, not able to break open the base with it.
And what's important here is a couple of ultimates have been used. There will be no Cannon Barrage for this Drake. There will be no Dragon's Rage for this Drake. Hanabi doesn't have the teleport available either. So Fnatic, while not being able to actually get anything in terms of structures, in terms of kills, has still made this upcoming fight a lot easier for themselves. And if they can win here, the game is still very much within their grasp.
They've got to kill somebody early in this fight. It needs to be either Unified or Hanabi, or both, ideally.
Oh, this could be the pickoff, though. Adam just destroys the Sylas! His ultimate was better as the hook is going to connect from Hylissang as well, but he does take a lot of damage there as Unified throws down a defensive bullet time, but this will be the Ocean Soul for Fnatic, and Adam, the young gentleman of the top lane, just obliterating one of the oldest veterans of League of Legends in its entirety in Maple.
We talked about that tool being down, is able to steal that ultimate away, but can't use it. And, I mean, you end up dying here in a straight-up side 1v1 before the fight actually happens. We don't even get to discuss how the longer fight goes.
Check. Hook is easy there from Hylissang as well, and Kaiwing has to do this. He has to try and get some vision. As in goes Niski. Maybe didn't want to be doing that necessarily, but there is, oh dear, a turret shot in the sky. And the Undying Rage is going to wear off. So, they're going to trade mid laners in the end.
And this is important to remember. Yes, Ocean Soul, very, very good, but we have seen teams lose with it. There is so much damage in the game available right now. If you look at this composition from BSG as well, where they're going to blow you up in seconds. And then that health regen doesn't matter with Maple.
No, Maple out of the Death Chamber, maybe back in there, as he's looking to try and just last for as long as possible. Bean wants this. The flash comes through. There's the curtain call. One of these bullets probably needs to connect, but not really, as the Cataclysm is going to close the gap, and Bean is going to connect it. And now PSG lose their mid laner again.
They push top here. The Baron spawn timer is perfect for this. It's going to be a cross-map rotation over. I mean, there's just enough time here for Fnatic. If they rush right over to have this, they have flash for Adam, so you can flash slicing Maelstrom into this. They need to rush over now, though. A little bit slow on the realization.
The Baron's down to 3,000. Okay, so they do have the vision available as Adam ults. And then his team probably tells him to back away. I would assume that's why he sort of drive by Slice Maelstroms there.
This is a game of League of Legends that has been very back and forth, okay? There's a lot going on. There's some missteps on both sides. You can tell the tensions are high, right?
I will have no Adam slander. He got the Ocean Soul, okay?
I think that the rest of the team is like, no, Adam, don't. Don't do it. Not another solo laner.
I mean, we could see everything, right? The fans could see everything, and this is a moment where it's like, oh god, how low is the Baron? Like, can we fight this? I want to get that speed up on the Slicing Maelstrom. Maybe we can turn this, so you get desperate, but that tool is not going to be available now for the defense.
Still have half the cooldown available, though. It comes up very, very quickly. We're very deep into the game, but if PSG can push before that is available, the Maelstrom is such a big team fight moment.
Hanabi is just nursing his barrels right now, waiting for that opportunity, waiting for Fnatic to step too far forward. Does have his cannon barrage. All of the cooldowns that PSG want are up and available.
Maple's about to have his teleport too.
There it is. That was the pick that they were looking for, and Hylissang unfortunately walks into the trap. This is going to be a free inhibitor. Niski had cancelled his back as well. He was trying to continue pushing, but Maple, like you say, was back. PSG, they're not wanting to stop this. Hanabi, these barrels are just so scary.
Teleport coming through from Maple.
See whether PSG can continue to do this. The Nexus turret's taking so much damage.
Slicing Maelstrom's almost up.
Yep, the hijack on the Undying Rage as well as Adam gonna fake this one out, but Bwipo now just gonna flash away. Does have the Cataclysm available. River now looking for his opportunity on Devine. There's the flash forward. Adam doesn't get exhausted. He's going to cut through the Braum, but I think the PSG can still fight with this one. Cannon Barrage now on cooldown, not actually hitting any of the members of Fnatic. As the curtain call comes on in. Not going to get too much joy here as Fnatic should be able to hold on to this one as Adam, underneath the relative safety of his inhibitor turret. And PSG have pushed away.
I mean, look, they got value out of redemption on this hold. They dropped the redemption down. That buys just enough time. Adam goes in. He's got the flash. Maelstrom gets a pick there. And somehow, some way, even without those flourishes connecting from Bean, they're able to pull this off. This game continues.
Fnatic is not letting this one go. EU hasn't won yet today. And they're going to get it, even if it's the last thing they do. That barrel by Hanabi. Actually insane. You see exactly the threat that this character provides. Now has 6 items, sold his boots. So you can't get near the barrels at all. And starting to feel, to me, like I said 10 minutes ago, Elder is about to spawn. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be an Elder Thip, surely, at this point in the game.
I mean, it starts to feel that way. The question is, can PSG start to control the map, because they will have this inhibitor powering through mid, and they could deal with the side laners here if they collapse quickly. Adam flashless right now because he had to use that to defend. That's not going to be up in time for this Elder fight. His Slicing Maelstrom he will have teleport, but he's not going to have a teleport ward because they lost full control of this bottom side of the map. So yes, Fnatic stay alive, but in terms of how this next fight goes, it is going to be definitely way harder for them to steal this Elder away. PSG have all the advantages.
Yeah, they can set up for it most definitely, but the fact that Fnatic have kept one Nexus turret alive, you know, it's mid lane. They're going to be in mid lane anyway, right? And Fnatic are now pushing forward. Whoever wins a team fight, if there's ever an ace, the game's over. It doesn't matter who it is.
There's also a TP ward in the base, and I don't know if Hanabi can take on a turret by himself through the backdoor resistances that the turret gets. But what if he does?
He has a lot of items.
River?
Now River. Okay, he's now going to look for the kick. Does find it on Devine here. Gale forces to get himself out of the way. Cannon Barrage not exactly finding the value that they want. Is Hylissang going to flash out? Gets that hook back in as well. Bwipo decides that he just wants to dive straight on top of PSG. Maple looks for the backline as well. There's the Slicing Maelstrom. The CC is beautiful under Maple. He's thrown around like a ragdoll, but he keeps himself alive. 1 versus 4, that was ridiculous, and PSG, they can see that one last Nexus turret, and they're pushing for it.
Tryndamere is so broken that even when the enemy team doesn't have him, they utilize the ultimate there. Maple single-handedly takes down multiple people, and this might be it here.
Yeah, Niski was trying to do it.
He was trying so hard, man, but Fnatic, they cross the map, they see an opportunity, they thought they could take the fight to PSG, but they fall flat in the end.
There is so much damage, and this Nexus is not going to stand a chance. It was so heartfelt from Fnatic. but PSG will go up to 2-1 in the group.
One of our closest and longest games here in Worlds, but this is the mental crusher. This is the one that hurts. You had a lead in your first game, you lost it. You know, we had great jungle pathing here. You're playing with a sub. You lose that second game, but you lose this third game. You go 0-3 in the groups, feels terrible, but you lose this long, grueling 45-minute game where many times you had such a lead, you had such an edge, but you just couldn't close it out in the end. That is what's really going to hurt for Fnatic fans and for this team going forward.
And for PSG, if you had any doubts about the BCS after MSI, you were like, oh, Beyond, it didn't look that good in play-ins. PSG themselves make it very clear, we are here to stay. A steel mental and an incredible performance from 6-item full damage Hanabi on the Gangplank.
Yep, and I think we can all remember some of the Hanabi Gangplank games, and we have been well and truly reminded after this one. Ridiculous amounts of damage, and you can see definitely deserving of all of the celebrations after that one. What a marathon of a game. But as we step away, check out Gen.G's pick All In, produced by Groovy Room and performed by J-Park, PH1 and Groovy Room, as the song that represents their playstyle and the rest of the teams competing at Worlds on the official LoL playlist on Spotify.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Flying with fire, and we'll burn it all down.
Would you ride with me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big mean vibe on the way, look.
He's on my side. The devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, no. An evil that was deep within. We will meet you in your darkest dreams. Think like I hope no one can hear your scream. He's on my side. Devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, no. An evil that was deep within, deep within.
Welcome back to Iceland for Worlds 2021 group stage. Fnatic are now 0-3 in their group. And Javier, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. It means a lot. I know that it's absolutely not what you wanted for Fnatic this time around, but I mean, you had to adapt to a very difficult and last-minute situation. So tell me about this week and how you adapted to this, please.
Well, yes, it's obviously a very tough situation. We had to go through some unexpected circumstances, and as you said, the only thing that we can do is try to adapt as quick as possible to this. It's not only that the situation was very challenging, it was also very last minute, so that gave us very little time to react to this. I think anyway, I have said it in several interviews, I think the team is going to be improving step by step as long as the week continues and progresses. I think every day we are playing better, but that obviously comes with time to find some more synergy, and yeah, hopefully on Sunday we will be even better.
Yeah, of course, and I mean we saw the improvements for Fnatic, right? The fact that Bin adapted to the team really well. He's been performing really well, given the fact that he never played in the LEC. And I mean, we saw that every game got better for Fnatic, even if it was just missing something in the end. But I mean, I feel like right now what's important is keeping the players' morals up. Tell me about the next few days and how you can cheer up the players so that they can come ready on Sunday.
Well, I think we just need to keep working really hard. I think today it's another example of why we need to keep trying, because Monday it was not a great game. Yesterday it was not great, but still we had some windows of opportunity to win the game. Today definitely we have had it in some moments, and it has been very, very, very tight until the end, so we could have got the victory. And the team is finding more synergy, and we just need to try our best and come on into Sunday. Obviously it's really hard, but it's not impossible.
And we know that you guys won't give up. This is what Fnatic is about in the end. And again, thank you so much for this interview. Is there anything you would like to share to the Fnatic fans before I let you go?
Well, I would really like them to support us until the very last minute. These have been these are being really tough times, and I think everyone deserves to be cheered until the end, because, as you said, it's not the first time the Fnatic does one of these miracles. So it's going to be hard, but we will die trying, for sure.
And we will keep on supporting you. Javier, thank you
very much,
for this interview. Best of luck on the next game. And that's all for us here on this side of Europe. And we'll be back in a few minutes for Team Liquid versus Gen.G. Don't you go anywhere, please.
I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise. There was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter, December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. Hey. On a throwback to summertime. Drink a red cups and see the lights. And with a burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk as we see Gen.G and Team Liquid preparing for their next game. First half of the day wasn't too good for, I want to say the West, at least for Europe. Yeah. Now all the main teams get to play, starting off with TL versus Gen.G in what has been the most hotly contested group in this World Championship so far. And we do have a bit of news to start off, is that Gen.G made a substitution in the top lane. Birdal is in. He is a rookie, though, but what else do we know about him?
Yeah, so small introduction to Birdal. He's 17 years old. This is his first ever international event, and he was on T1, I believe, in 2019. He never played. I think he was on the academy as well. And he's only played 6 games this year, okay? He's 3-3, and he loves Irelia. That's basically all we know about him.
Okay.
Well, I mean, talking to you, so I talked to Chronicler this morning about this, and Birdal is actually one of the players that he's hyped about the most. And the big thing about him is that he offers a lot more of an aggressive, proactive, sometimes mistake-prone, look, which is when we talk about Gen.G and we talk about some of their weaknesses, as we saw yesterday, when they do have plays that don't work out, they tend to turtle and kind of miss timing windows unless they get that like 90% victory rate. But Birdal is not that type of player. Yeah. He will go for those plays. So it's interesting to bring him in now on the world stage to see if he can add more proactivity to Gen.G.
Super interesting, and I think it's right in time as well. And I believe you guys also looked at a specific example from Gen.G's Baron take, in that if they would have had maybe a more proactive decision-making, this could have turned out differently.
So yeah, I actually wanted to point out this Baron take because I liked it a lot, like the fact that they decided to go for it. But because it doesn't end up like everything doesn't end up going in their favor, after this play, you see Gen.G take a step back and then say like, okay, we can't go for these plays even if they have a timing window, because when you're behind, you're never going to have that 90-10 play, right? Like the game slips away from your favor and you have to take risks. And Gen.G don't necessarily do that. They kind of slowly lose. I saw, some LCK fans very annoyed with that yesterday. And so again, if Birdal can bring that kind of proactivity when behind, because we've seen them be proactive when they're ahead. It's just making those plays to get themselves back in the game that's really important for Gen.G.
Yeah, and I hope he comes out and does it with confidence, right? He's got nothing to lose. He's subbing in. And Rascal, if you think of him as a player, the difference is what he does a lot is he split pushes. He picks a champ, he goes side lane, and he pushes for his life. Hopefully, Birdal can bring something different.
We do have Alphari, of course, up against him in that lane.
The best Western top.
It's a bit of a tall order from that side, but we'll see what happens. So let's dive a bit deeper into what we've seen from Team Liquid. Also 2 different looks in where they looked phenomenal versus the Mad Lions. Not so good yesterday versus LNG. And it came down to different priorities in terms of what they picked out for mid and especially jungle.
Yeah, mid jungle is where I've been looking at for Team Liquid, because I think in their finals against 100 Thieves, Jensen and Santorin looked very disconnected, we'll say. If you look at this example here, Santorin is in the bush and he sees Abudage on the vision. So he says, okay, this looks like a free kill. I have red buff, I'm Trundle. Early game's good, but there's a lot of hesitation here coming out of Jensen. He doesn't move initially, then he moves a little bit later on, takes some creeps, and by the time Santorin actually dies here, you'll see Jensen pop up at the bottom of your screen. The difference is that actually improved a lot for TL was their game against Mad. Exact same situation on your screen. They get information, they see the enemy mid laner. Look who's there to react instantly. It's Jensen, and that's what they get a kill through mid jungle.
And generally, what I've heard from the LCS experts and you as well, Emily, is that Santorin is a very intelligent jungler that usually has the timings correct.
Yeah, so I think if TL are going to win, and I'm really glad that you brought those points up, because I think like them playing the Sejuani and the Lee Sin for Jensen in their playoff run when they looked really, really good in the upper bracket of LCS, that was a massive part, was those setups and playing through mid jungle. In the game we saw them win, Santorin was such a massive part of it. And so having him back on the lineup after having some health issues, but then him and Jensen's communication needs to be really good. And if it is, that's where I think they might find an opening against Gen.G.
Yeah, playing through mid to the man on your screen, top lane, Alphari is what they need to do. I think TL does have a little bit of obvious when they pick certain champions, they play through obvious lanes, right? If Tactical picks Kalista, they're probably playing through bot. Otherwise, TL will never really dive bot or play for bot. What they'll do is get top ahead and use Alphari's TP to defend the weak side and keep playing for Alphari. CoreJJ notably likes the lane top with Alphari.
So what I'm hearing here is that both teams actually have pretty set ways and that you can kind of spell out what they're going to do through draft. So Gen.G says, we're going to throw in a trump card. We're going to throw in a new top laner.
But I think the difference between Gen.G is you have Ruler on your team, right? Who is like probably one of the best AD carries in the tournament, very reliable. viable bot lane especially. And if they ever have any issues on the top side, Ruler is someone you can fall back on, I think.
Yeah, and I think for Gen G, what I really want to see is, again, early proactivity from them, because once they get ahead, they do end up closing it out and playing around that really well.
All right, let's see what happens, and let's see if Team Liquid can continue the growth and take down Gen G as we join our casters in the arena.
Ooh, the arena.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. I am Freak. Lyric is in the middle. Azalea's on the far side. It's not a Doug trio, but that's okay. How's everyone doing?
You know, nice to be here, united with the NA boys. How you doing, Azale?
I'm doing good, man. We got the back-to-back-to-back NA games coming up.
Yep.
And I actually slept last night, so I'm feeling good.
I didn't, so it's going to be one of us casting well. two of you probably casting well. I'm gonna hope to do, you know, Kobe style justice here.
Kobe style.
Yeah.
Madness
the whole way through.
I love it. All right. Well, I'm really interested for this game. You know, the swap up in the top lane for Gen G, we were actually talking about this on the way in. And I'm really curious to see, you know, was this something where they had pre-planned some sort of counter? Are they looking at Alphari's champion pool and saying, hey, Quinn is good into this, or Fiora is good into this, or whatever they have come up with, and actually swapping for mastery with a specific champion? Or is it just playstyle like the analyst desk was talking about? Because it is a very surprising move to swap someone out when your new player has only played 6 LCK games.
I feel like the big thing when I saw this move going along with that point is the fact that Rascal has blind picked top in first rotation both games so far that Gen G have played. So I definitely think it can signal more of an aggressive counter pick coming out for Gen G in this draft.
Yeah, I want to see what's going to happen with this one because, yes, eyes are on Bertle, former T1 trainee. Played a couple academy splits, or a couple academy sort of matches, tournaments. They have like a monthly tournament structure. And actually played with T1's jungler, Owner. So like, you know, there's some experience there, and obviously Owner's done well with T1. They're at Worlds here as well. But yeah, you're replacing Rascal, and this is an important match. Like, this group is super wide open.
Absolutely.
I think there's a lot of space here to be the top dog, and I gotta say T1 should feel confident in the fact that they're up against a player with so little testing.
Yeah, TL, I think, will be feeling pretty good against that, you know, especially because Alphari is known as such a fantastic laner. He is on red side, so if they are concerned about a potential counter pick coming out for Bertle, something like that, they could save his pick for last, but going to be really interested going into the draft. You know, Aurelia is the one champion that, speaking with some of the LCK casters, they said you should not give Bertle his Aurelia. Yeah. That is what he is known for. That is his bread and butter, so we'll see if TL are concerned about it.
And I feel like, interestingly enough, we've seen Aurelia banned almost every game. Not actually banned this time around, though, so Gen G will have the option to pick that one up if they so choose. But Lucian off the table, wanting to go with a strong AD in the bottom lane for Ruler. I mean, Gen G have always lived and died by Ruler, so I think it makes a lot of sense they're going to go for this lane-dominant champion. Yeah, absolutely. Misfortune has been very powerful throughout the tournament. A lot of different builds you can go for. More of the crit-style builds with PTA if you're worried about killing frontline. We've seen a lot of lethality, Comet, especially when paired up with Enchanters, try to bully that lane. Gonna be interested to see what Tactical and Core JJ do bring out. Actually taking the Aurelia for themselves here. So, potentially could be going top, could be going mid as well for Jensen, but it does feel like more of an Alphari style champion. Jensen has played less of the melee mids this year.
And already they're kind of cementing their style here, right? Ziggs locked in early on. Generally speaking, you consider this to be a weak side bot laner where the support just leaves. Ziggs can 1v2 a lane. He can shove the waves out clearly to make sure he's not getting dove, has CC if there is a dive going on. And so this is all right. Hey, rookie top laner, this is your 7th professional game. It's at Worlds. You're against Alphari, who's the best laning top laner North America or Europe has ever seen. We're playing to his lane. Have fun.
Yeah, and he did bring out a carry-style champion going with the Camille. Interestingly enough, we're seeing the Amumu come out. We saw the Prio after play-ins fall off immeasurably because this champion just couldn't find a win. Still coming out the combo with Misfortune. And we get a Sejuani with Lee Sin and Zinzao both off the board. I was wondering where this was going.
They want to slam top. It's the Aurelia Sejuani pairing. This is so powerful. The ability to go up towards the top lane to actually try to punish Bertle up there is pretty massive. You can ban out some of the tough matchups for the Sejuani in the jungle right now, take away the Olaf, something like the Zin could be, is actually already banned out. Lee Sin's already banned out, so they're going to be able to push Clid down fairly far on that jungle priority, and I think it's going to be a lot about top lane this game. You know, with Tactical going to be playing the Ziggs, get a roaming champion for CoreJJ, move around the map, really try to get active early.
Yeah, I actually really wonder where Gen.G will go with that jungle pick. Something like the Trundle is open. We've seen it a few times. It's something Klid did play in the LCK. I mean, you can take away those stats from the Sejuani. You have Pillar to try and disrupt the Irelia on the other side, but that pool is really getting pinched by Team Liquid.
And I'm curious which way it goes, because anytime you have a Sejuani, you kind of want melee in your top and mid lane. You mentioned the Irelia being flexible before. You can still wait and still send the Irelia to the mid laner and end up with a different counterpick for Alphari.
You know, I wonder if you wouldn't just go something like Trundle jungle here. You know, the set ban does mean it is open. That was always an answer to Sejuani in the past, especially Aftershock. Sejuani really does struggle into the Trundle. You use the ultimate post the Aftershock being procced. You take away all those stats. Sejuani can melt. But we have been seeing a lot less of those style of champions, and the Renekton ban seems a little bit atypical. That feels like...
They still think it's Irelia flex, right? That's why you do it.
It just doesn't feel like a TL-style draft to go Renekton plus Irelia. This feels like something that they would be used to seeing in the LCK, and it feels a little bit more of an autopilot ban rather than something that's tailored towards a TL style. The Shen support could actually come through here. That's really interesting. This could also be Shen top, and it could be the Irelia flex to mid, because Shen early game against Camille is actually quite strong, and you still have that melee pairing with the Sejuani. So really interesting draft here from TL, kind of keeping us guessing until the last pick, because there is the possibility to flex a number of these champions.
I actually love the pick going either way. Again, with the Ziggs, would have so much freedom to roam. That top lane matchup you just hit on. But we're seeing the Sylas come out once again. We saw the Sylas stealing away the Shen ult the other day, how massive those shields are with that AP ratio. And Azel, you said it, the Trundle coming out against the Sejuani. Very brawly, very skirmishy on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, and if you're going to go Shen top, that's a concern for you as well. You know, having multiple good targets here for that Trundle. I do think banning that out instead of the set would have actually set TL up for a better draft. I'm not sure if they were more concerned about a BDD set or something along those lines. It's going to be Jax. Oh my god, this draft from TL. They are going full melee. It's going to be Irelia mid, Jax top, and it will be Shen support. So it's all about the pairings here, giving multiple lanes for Santorin to attack here with the Sejuani, go to the Irelia or go to the Jax, have CoreJJ roaming heavily on the Shen, enabling the 1-3-1 by having this Ziggs to hold down mid lane, wave clear later in the game. This is really interesting, but these comps are so hard to play from behind, so I do think that the lack of range will punish them if they get behind at all.
Yeah, and I do think this is a great welcome for Bortle coming into Worlds, right? It's going to be a party up in the top side. That's the whole reason you have Ziggs with the Shen. And I think a big focus is also going to be the mid-jungle 2v2, right? We have an Irelia, we have Trundle on the opposite side to try to shut that 2v2 down. Yep. You can ever get that lane prio going. Feels like they're going to have an upper hand in that top lane matchup.
Man, I feel like this is just going to be an all-out brawl on the top side of the map. Like, Santorin is going to want to play in that top quadrant. When you're thinking about fights around Rift Herald, you're thinking about priority up there, vision denial, roaming supports, getting up there, because Santorin wants to have access to go both mid or top without being spotted and really play in that quadrant of the map, because that is what this game is going to be about, getting Jensen ahead, getting Alphari ahead, so they can run the side lanes later in the game.
But I got to talk about the other half of this game. We have spent a lot of time talking about Team Liquid, talking about that draft. We say the Trundle looks good, okay, sure, but I need to talk about Gen.G. I need to talk about the fact that Ruler is here, because this man has been one of the best AD carries since he came on the map. He won a world championship. He's against a player he won worlds with. He and CoreJJ, they became the best bot lane in the world. They took down T1 in the finals. They were an incredible pairing. This is the first time they are playing against each other since winning worlds together. And this bot lane combo of Ruler and Life, Curse of Sad Bullet Time, has been known around the world when it even wasn't a bot lane duo. This could be very, very scary, and if Tactical's left alone, MF Amumu can punish that champion. Yeah. Ruler can easily be one condition, just like we're setting up Alphari to be one as well.
I think one thing that's really interesting to me, though, from talking to teams, they've been surprised at the lack of Ziggs coming in, because Ziggs can do quite well up against Misfortune. You clear the wave easily. You can throw out the satchel charge to try to disrupt the ultimate as well. And we haven't really seen Amumu quite work yet. Maybe Life can, breathe some life into the champion.
Yeah, Mumu really has been struggling in play-ins. It was pretty high priority. Pretty much was only losing. I think got like maybe 1 win in play-ins in 5 or 6 games, somewhere thereabouts. But this is going to be an interesting one. And that was a pretty clever level 1 that didn't amount to anything from TL. You know, you can taunt over into the Rift Herald pit there as CoreJJ. Then they had the 3 members wrapping around through top lane. And if the top laner is actually guarding in the brush, which is a pretty standard level 1, then you collapse from both sides and potentially can get a kill there.
I think especially talking about junglers, I'm really curious to see where they path because both mid and top lane matchups are super volatile, right? When you think of both Irelia and Sylas, typically they win their matchups by going for the all-in, so henceforth they need vision, they need junglers to be around, but both your top laners have Ignite, so I think it'll be very telling to see where Santorin and Clid focus first and then try to bring that pressure elsewhere. My guess would be heading up towards the top side first and then maybe looking mid afterwards.
Well, you can see the pathing, right? So Sejuani is doing a pretty standard bottom side to top side. So yes, going to see her around level 3 on the top lane. But unless you're doing a level 2 gank for Clid, you know, doing blue Gromp and then just an instant gank to the top lane, he's playing around getting kills in tactical. Because keep in mind, there are 0 defensive summoners in the TL bot lane. He's got a TP. That's not getting you away from move bandages. So the ability to just chain down this Ziggs is very possible. And just say, okay, well, Jack's going to have some lane pressure, but Amumu, right, and the MF, like, they can just win the lane, and you can get help from Trundle there.
Yeah, but we are seeing the Trundle go for that level 2 that you were just talking about, Freak. Alphari now jumping in.
Okay, looking for the stun. He's going to be able to dodge for a little bit, but be careful. Walks in to find the stun here as well. Now the Q is the important part. Jump back to a minion or a ward. He's going to buy enough space that he'll be all right. The flash follow. They've got the slows, and Alphari has no way out. First blood comes through as Clid gets the 3 camp clear in the top lane.
Yeah, well played there by Clid. When you're playing this Ignite versus Ignite, no flash available for Alphari. As soon as he uses the Counter-Strike forward, you kind of feel like he's dead. Not going to be able to have enough time to actually get out of there. So Alphari does go down, and it's so rough because he's actually TPing back in on the minion. Santorin is here to cover him, so he just wants to get this into a good position. He wants to be able to potentially freeze this against Bertle, try to threaten Bertle, make him go back to base and expend his own teleport so that can be even back up.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Santorin, right, he was on a ward. Really nice by Gen G to cover that side of the map. And now we're going to see a bit of aggressive trading coming out. Both junglers going to path towards that mid lane. We might have a bit of a skirmish on our hands.
3 on 3, both supports are heroes. BDD teleports back in. Santorin walks out as well. The pillar not getting a whole lot done. Already, I got my first mistake in the cast, because yeah, it was red Raptors, or sorry, red blue Gromp, which is the easy level 3 path, and it was a very good gank path as Bertle got some help on the top side. The kill did go to Trundle, by the way, and Clid has not spent that money just yet, so that's not cash yet on the field. Bertle has TP'd back to the top lane, though, with a Cull.
Yeah, and thankfully for Santorin, you know, he was power farming there, so he did get up a bit on the farm himself, so he's not tremendously behind. Bertle did expend the TP, so that's really what Alphari wanted there. He wanted to TP back, fight aggressively, push Bertle back to base, make him teleport while Santorin was in the area. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold any sort of a freeze, so the wave is going to bounce back here, and that is when Alphari will be exposed once more, and we have to see where Clid is going to actually head out on the map.
Yeah, and Clid's actually set up pretty well, right? Still has his bottom side camps up. Ortal just got the wave into turret, so can path from bot to top when Alphari's minion wave should be on Gen G's side of the map, and look for a bit of a repeat gank with the fact that those flashes still aren't there. So I'm actually more curious to see how Santorin's going to respond. He's also potentially able to path towards that top side as well.
So what's interesting is, yeah, Santorin's is doing his full clear, right? Back to bottom to top, this is very standard, what you expect, and it's also what Gen G kind of knows. All 4 normal camps were up for Clid. He could have chosen anywhere to start his camps. He could have done like Wolves Gromp back to top, for example, but he's saying, I'm also going to go for a full clear. We're also going to go 4 camps top side. Right now, it also allows him to cover bot in case something is spicy down there, but didn't go for the aggressive play towards top.
Yeah, it is interesting because he would have had to rush towards top for Alphari to not crash that wave first, because with that stacked wave, you need your jungler there. You can't just hold it as Bertle or take too much damage. Jensen, though, could be in some trouble here.
Flashes get away from the pillar. Santorin is around, but there's no way you really would not fight anymore. Despite both mid laners being low on health, Flashless Jensen not going to be liking that one.
Yeah, still really nice coming out from Jensen to, you know, recognize right away. We've seen Irelia doing quite well in this matchup. When she gets her passive stacked up, Sylas just can't go for those extended trades.
Well, they make over
this. They're going to find the stun. They're going to find the taunt as well. The teleport coming back in as well. They're going to bring over the Ziggs. Is it going to be enough damage? The flash follow. And yes, CoreJJ with Ignite gets a second kill of the game. 1-1 so far, close in goal.
It's the support diff. CoreJJ coming in, trying to show Ruler what he's missing here.
Nice fight in the mid line. Okay, low health on Jensen, but he's going to be okay as well. 200 HP with BDD hold him into a turret shot, so it's going to be the wave shoved out. This is a 3v2. Tough to get much done, but CoreJJ dangerously low. 100 health left, has a shield with a stun. The pillar is up. Is that going to be a kill? Yes, Clid takes him down 2-1 Gen G.
BDD, really great dash back there. We saw CoreJJ try to go for that minimum range taunt, tried to get onto BDD with that, but when that misses, he is in with no way to get out, and he gets taken down.
And I just love the fact that Gen G are also using that play to transfer next into top. Scuttlecrab topside luckily did come up. You're also able to cover your Camille at the same time. And with TL coming from bases, it looks like they're trying to cover Alfari knowing something can happen. Portal might be punished.
Gonna be a stun, level 6 on both top laners here. Bertle pretty low, finds himself a stun, but the taunt is in. Santorin finds himself a kill. Assist only onto Alfari and only 75 gold for that.
I feel like they should have just given that to Alfari. I don't think that Santorin, it's worth him going in, trying to get the assist tag, I understand. But it is important to get your jacks ahead when you're going for this type of draft. Instead, they will just shove. They're gonna reset the wave, and Bertle does have no TP. That's why he was hard shoving. He wanted to reset the wave. So at the very least, they will deny the minions from him. But Clid, already very rich, is going to get even more gold as he'll be able to pick up that wave.
Tactical, you can see getting zoned out of the wave right now as well. That's one turret plate taken over to Ruler as the rest of this Easy cooldown to come back, and sadly, gets 28 gold. But that is a plate, and that is several minions. Lost Ruler up 12 CS here.
I feel like it's also interesting to think about how these comps are going to look more holistically going forward, right? I definitely think Team Liquid going to have more of an advantage in the side lanes in the 1-3-1. They have the counter pick and top side. They have the Shen. Zig's much better just being able to toss his ult across the map and be able to clear any waves. So Gen G, I would expect to see start maybe stacking up some dragons quite soon. Rift Herald is about to come up, though, so maybe Gen G can try and find that 5v5 with Ruler pathing towards the mid lane right now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they want to go for that. It does look like with Ruler coming up here, that is the plan. I do think TL could just happily trade for the dragon. If they're not ready for this 5v5, just take the dragon yourself, play slowly through the side lanes, because Soul is going to be the easiest way for Gen G to force TL to come 5v5 them later in the game. So I do think even just the one dragon here for TL is fairly valuable. They don't really have the setup to contest this Herald, so no sense in even trying.
I feel like that's the big thing, right? When we think about comps that want to play through side lanes, it's all about like how long you could delay that timer you're going to be put on for Soul. And this is something that you were actually talking to me about yesterday, Azael, is the fact that dragons have been slower and slower here at the World Championship than they were before. I feel like that's why we've been seeing a lot of these side lane comps thrive a bit more.
Fighting the mid lane now. Good son of Jensen. Ult comes across as well. The pillar is into the head. The damage to kill him. He's getting low, and he gets the dodge zone. Just in time. CoreJJ's there, but Clint's still able to follow in and find that kill. Nearly getting CoreJJ as well. Life under the turret. Support diff indeed. The turret is going to get him back, so Santorin gets a kill graciously, but it's Gen G in control. Mid lane turret going to fall to Rift Herald.
Yeah, this is a dead tower there. Gen G getting aggressive here in the mid lane. They know TL want to try to attack this place, but Gen G has been better at it. Clint has been dominating here in this game, always in the right place at the right time, and now post 6 with this lead that he has, Santorin just cannot really match up against him.
I feel like the big thing that scares me for Team Liquid now is the fact that Jensen going to be in a position where he can be punished so much now with that long lane in mid. Clid going to be able to get a lot of value, but now we're looking at Santorin. Alfari stacking the wave. They could set up this dive.
BDD does have teleport, though, so this is a bit of a tough one, I think, to try to pull off. We'll see if they're going to go for it, and if the TP will come out immediately.
Okay, here we go. Mid lane's showing up now as well. Ulti going to buy a little bit of time. They're still going to find that first stun, the second stun, and Bertol's burning down, and he will die. Turret dropped, and now Jensen finds himself alone under the turret. They're going to be able to reset on this one. Half health should be enough to survive the fight. BDD looking aggressive. 100 HP left on a Jensen. Gets a second cube for a heal, but the pillar makes sure that BDD can land that final shot. It's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, really nice coming out from BDD. Sadly, didn't hit the Abscond Abduct at first to keep him under turret, but realized, hey, Clid is right behind. If I keep going, I can secure this kill. Jensen then maybe thinking, hey, we can try and turn this. There's 3 of us. Does pretty much just get insta-gibbed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually the right choice there for Alfari and Santorin to not turn around. If you turn back, I think Clid will get involved. You'll all end up dying. But unfortunately for them, again, Clid is up here. He already has the mythic completed. They're going to shred this tower. Trundle is one of the best tower killers here. Q working on tower, the auto reset, the additional attack speed from your W. They take 3 plates, plus they traded a kill. The gold lead is exploding. They're nearly 3,000 ahead now. Gen G running away with it.
right? I feel like that's the big thing coming in. Gen G have had like slightly better map movements than Team Liquid. Kills have been close, but now this is just coming down to cash money diff. But they're getting more plates on the side of Gen G. Those stats and item differences are going to start to build up. We are seeing Team Liquid finally answer on the opposite side of the map with that Dragon, though.
I mean, you look at the mid lane diff, though. This is 2,000 gold in the mid lane at 11 minutes. That is...
Hit him just the wrong direction. He thought he was pushing him in. Tactical still shorted it. You want to put it a little farther back regardless, but all right, you know, not too much harm, not too much foul. Tactical gonna keep trying to farm some turret plates. Obviously, Gen G off to an 11-plate start. 2.5 minutes to go till the rest of them fall off. And Team Liquid have one down in the bottom lane.
I feel like a big thing looking at that mid lane difference that Azael was just hitting on is the fact that there's a lot of like valuable ultimates on the side of Team Liquid. You take away that Sejuani ult, you have things like the Hextech ultimatum in the top side. You set up so Life can't miss a bandage toss like we've seen so many Amumu's do. You have such an easy way of locking down Team Liquid's whole team.
And I mean, if BDD can actually steal the Shen ult, it scales with AP incredibly well. It has an above 1 AP ratio, so you're putting down like 800 HP shields with the Shen ultimate, and that can help Bertle if he even is behind. But to be honest, they haven't really been able to create any soul lane advantage, and TL is just getting destroyed in this early game. It's been about BDD, Clid, Life moving around some as well, but really mostly mid and jungle for Gen G getting so much done, getting the Herald. Santorin has had a pretty good game. I mean, he's 2-0-2, he's been involved in everything, but Clid has gotten more done, and the amount of gold they have taken from towers has really just skyrocketed Gen G into the lead.
There's a 2,600 gold from objectives so far in this game. It's going quite well for the Gen G side. That pretty much explains the entire gold lead. Obviously, farm is pretty close. The bot lane within 17 is not horrible. Mid laners, basically identical, and the top jungle kind of makes up for the lead that Ruler has. Dragon has been taken by Team Liquid. That is one saving grace, makes the score a little bit better than what you can see from the gold difference. But yes, this is TL trying to go top focused, and sadly all they've gotten is a kill and 9 CS top side. It's looking really good for Gen G as once again everyone comes around. Bertle finds himself in a 1v4, but his jungler and support are on the way, so Santorin has to pay respects now as the pillar comes in, hits to the side, and now running out of stats, he's got to be careful. Bertle dives in, Jensen's around, here comes a team fight. Does TL find their way back in as Ziggs falls to the bot side? 2 for 1 so far on the top though for TL, but BDD is here to take some names and add them to the list. It's going to be everyone on Team Liquid dropping across map. Ace, Gen G came to play.
I feel like that is so massive for the side of Gen G. Once BDD got to that fight up in top side, it was locked and loaded for them. And bot lane solo kill Azael, it's not looking good.
It's looking all over in this one. Ruler just under Chiziro's tactical, trying to TP in his face there. Gets lit up by the MF ulti. And that fight, as soon as I saw 4v4 happening top, you know that one is pretty much going to decide the game. Gen G already ahead. They smack him with the wall. It's BDD and Clid running over TL. And this one feels done. And we'll see it again in the new Axe Effect replay here.
Oh.
Just right in his face. I mean, he knew that he was there because he was in sight of the minions. Tactical knows that that fight top lane is going to decide the game, but just not thinking it through, and he knows he messed up.
Yeah, you can see the frustration. I do want to walk back and say, I can understand what Team Liquid were going for at first, right? You can't group mid. We talked about the side lane comp and trying to play around. They just need to stall and try and get the Jax going. They hover around top side. They hope that Bertle will maybe make an overstep. But Gen G, no one's showing on any waves on TL's side. They can only be looking for one place. Gen G go with the counterattack. And sadly, TL might have had the right idea, but it just got punished with how far behind they are.
I mean, the Trundle has just absolutely destroyed them, and it doesn't really get better. You know, he's so far ahead that he has so much damage, and he's going to be incredibly tanky while making the Sejuani really, really easy to take down. So it's very tough to see how TL come back in this game unless it goes incredibly long. Really, the only way for them to actually come back is just playing side lanes, hoping Jackson gets to 3, 4, 5 items. But Gen G has the ability to push the pace of the game.
Done in turret range, turret shot number 1. Ult at least gets flashed away, but Jensen's down a 5-minute long summoner spell. His team's got to retreat, and BDD finds a second stun. Almost life. Nearly gets him with the bandage toss, but it does mean Santorin can walk the rest of the way out. There should not quite be a tower dive, but the tower itself can't have that same safety. That'll fall down.
Yeah, and I feel like a big thing in that place, Gen G got to win everywhere on the map, right? Clid was up on top side taking the Rift Herald. We saw TL cross-mapping quite nicely, but not able to get that turret damage down, especially up against BDD. Life was covering, and BDD realizes, hey, Herald's done. Clip can start making his way down. They look for the engage. Now it's going to be 2 turrets for the side of Gen G.
Lead keeps growing. 3,100, yeah, goes up to 3,200 now. That is a 7,000 gold lead at 16 minutes, nearly insurmountable here. If they stop doing stuff, and to what the analysts have talked about a little bit ago before kind of leading up into this game, sometimes they do play a bit passively, but mostly that's when they're losing. That's when they don't know what kind of risks to take. Here, you just show up for any objective. They're already there on spawn for their first dragon, so, okay, on the way to a relatively late, but you know, probably a securable Dragon Soul later on in this game. We know Baron's up at 3.5.
Yeah, and honestly, I think you can just start sieging aggressively. Like, you don't have to play this game very clever. When you are this far ahead, you just start pushing all the lanes, taking any even number fight you can find. BDD as well as Clid are really unstoppable at this point. TL only have one game plan at this point. It's really just pray for Jax and hope that Jackson gets so big that he can start finding solo kills, he can start finding answers in the side lane, but Life is here to cover it.
Yeah, I feel like that's one thing Gen G's doing really well, right? Because there's no easy neutrals on the map that you can take. No Dragon, no Baron for a while. BDD, though, one with Jensen.
Battling with Jensen. Gromp gets claimed by BDD. Healthbar's getting low on both sides. Zig's here to assist. Stopwatch buys a bit of time, and now Clid has arrived, and Jensen nearly finds it, but not enough. BDD gets the last of the kill, and now we find a topside dive, but Life will stun them out of the turret, and that means it's going to be curtains, though, for the Camille. BDD back in, whiffs the stun. Maybe something comes in. Quadride flashes away from the bullet time. However, Ruler's still here to shoot, and that might be Santorin dropping, but Life has to burn the stopwatch. Now, Jax is back in, but cannot get that kill, and it's time for TL to run away. If someone's in range, they're going to find the kill, but not quite. Just the 1-for-1 up there. That said, Jensen still dropped in bot lane.
Actually, so close to picking up some of those bounties there. BDD on very low health, but TL doesn't have enough gas in the tank to actually finish off any of those kills. So Gen G continues rolling.
Yeah, and I feel like one thing that Gen G's doing quite well is, you know, this concept of being able to cover 2 sides of the map at once with your lead. You know, if it's an even game, if you're behind, not the best idea that the team with more players in the area will be able to win out, but Life, covering that top side like you mentioned, Azale, allows for Clid to go and help BD down in bottom side. They find that first kill. Once again, Amumu able to buy enough time for the rest of Gen G to make their way up towards top side as well.
And honestly, the dive felt a little bit desperate, going for it in the face of the Amumu. You know you're going to get Amumu ulted under tower, but they have to go for risky plays now. They know that they are very far behind. They've got to take swings, and at the very least, they did force a lot of summoners. You know, Ruler could be vulnerable here. You know, both summoners from him, both summoners from BDD. Life has used his as well. So you've got to try to look where those bounties are, see if you can pick up some gold here from TL. But Gen G is just enormously ahead.
And now Gen G, I think, are making the right call. Just keep playing around your Sylas. Again, no Baron, no Dragon up just yet. Get topside vision, look for picks, put some pain on Alphari if you are able to catch him out. And for Team Liquid, you're just going to keep playing away from that, go towards the opposite side of the map, trying to get the jungle camps you can, and it's just continue to extend the game. Where for Gen G, I feel like if Team Liquid don't really make any mistakes topside, you aren't going to be able to take too much, and you kind of are waiting out for a Baron, which will be up soon, and then you probably can try and pull them out of their base and force a fight.
Before I get some damage into Bird all, but yep, down a level right now. Top lane tier 2 fell instantly. The inhibitor turret now under fire as well. Zig's wave clears most of it, and that means okay. Got to back out for a little bit longer. You can see if the Aurelia's flip get much done. No one is answering her just yet, and in fact, Team Liquid's ward control is all around that bottom side, but as we wait for the next wave to come in, we should expect that top lane turret to fall. It should be Gen G getting that with Sylas and Trundle if they want it, but the recalls will come through, and they're going to wait their turn for this one. It's going to be safe jungle clearing for TL, and safety as the Camille has controlled bot lane.
Yeah, and now we're going to get to the point of the game where we expect, again, Baron coming up just now. A lot of resets coming off for Gen G. Make your way up towards the top side. Pull Team Liquid out of base. This is where I'd like to see Gen G be a bit more spicy, realize the kind of lead that they have. Try to bait a Baron. You have great turret potential. You have the Amumu, you have the Hextech ultimatum. It would be very hard for Team Liquid to walk in, face check vision, and be able to get out scot-free.
And honestly, even if you don't want to start up the Baron, just start invading the topside jungle, denying vision from TL, make them nervous that you're on it, make them enter into that jungle and fight over vision, which is a very safe and easy way to kind of progress the game.
Zale, in the LPL, you don't go for the safe, the guaranteed way. You go straight towards the LCK. Baron. It's fine. Just bring a bit of flavor into it. And now Gen G just going to keep pushing up mid. Looks like Gen G maybe just wanting to go for that, you know, again, more risk-averse route, get some vision up top side. Next Dragon's coming up in 40 seconds. I just feel like we're so far away from a soul that it doesn't really make much sense to play for it.
Yeah, well, right now, Team Liquid's not really concerned either as they kind of recall away from that side of the map. You can see Jackson, Shen both walking topside, the Ziggs and the Sejuani over there as well. Indeed, Team Liquid is going to keep seeding Dragons for now, and Gen G, they're doing the paint by numbers, right? They are just saying, okay, we go for the big neutral objectives. They have not gone for the aggressive siege. They have not yet gone for a Baron setup. Of course, they have plenty of time to do so. We're not about to crest the point where TL have caught up, but you always wonder, is a team ever at some point too safe? As Clid now is going to go ahead and tower knife tactical. The slow is in, it's going to force the flash. So indeed, not too safe. Bot lane tier 2 is down. Gen G ready to get more done.
Yeah, TL will get the top tier 1, but that is just not nearly enough. They're already on the inhibitor towers. They just know how strong they are. If BDD and Clid are there, TL basically can't do anything, and they already lost one inhibitor tower. They're about to lose the second unless TL are willing to fight.
Looks like they are willing to fight for it as Jack stays in the top lane. They want to defend the 4v5, pulling the TP, and now Jensen getting low. Ziggs ulti goes on a ruler, forcing him back, kills. Oh, it's a 2-for-1 so far. Team Liquid may have defended the base for now. Corja J is in for the third kill, and the fourth, an 800 gold shutdown. Oh. Gen G went to take a fight, and it blew up in their face.
Oh, they're trying to dive the inhib here. They may have thrown the game. TL can go to Baron. Alfari just got an 800 gold shutdown off of Clid. What was that? Why are they doing that? They have a free inhibitor to take mid lane. Instead, BDD is ulting in onto Jensen under the tower with his whole team around him.
It's kind of crazy because Gen G looked like they weren't willing to go for those riskier routes of closing out the game.
This is why!
But never go for that. That's not risky. That's suicide.
All right, they got to burn this one down. Spite should be easy. Yes, indeed it is. Birdall's here alongside Ruler. Jensen has the flash to get away. So Team Liquid, all 5 alive, all 5 have Baron buff, and the gold difference is now only 3,000.
I cannot believe what I just saw.
I can.
This is one of the most unlosable games we've seen at Worlds so far, and Gen G may have just found a way. I mean, re-engage, the whole team is here. Yes, they do force out the TP, but so much damage is being done from this tower that has been heated up. Alfar getting such a huge amount of gold here with this shutdown, 800 from him. They clean up 4, they take Baron. The Soul is still a mile away from Gen G. They got 2 during that replay. But now TL do have a real way to win this game. Blade of the Rune King is completed. The items start to come in, and they are within striking distance.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Liquid, their win condition for the past, 10 minutes has been buy time. Just turtle in your base, get as many jungle camps as you can, and try and prevent Gen G from getting any big objectives or breaking down something like an inhibitor. But now, keep stalling, keep building up. Gen G, though, I will say, I still feel like they're favored in team fights as of now.
I mean, they are. They're
Absolutely.
up about 3,500 gold, but you can buy a lot of time with the Baron and 4 kills, and so indeed TL going to sit back in their base as Birdall wants in, burns the ulti, and Tactical is under fire, gets a lock, it gets to interrupt the ult, but he will still drop as BDD claims the shutdown now himself, and Gen G may just try again and take that fight. Alfari on the early recall.
I thought Gen G maybe were going for round 2 right there. I think it would have been a lot better with the fact that Tactical is down. Portal just walking in, getting the Hextech ultimatum, but they're still positioning for this. I don't know why they're not taking mid inhibitor though, Zale.
It looks like they just want to try to end the game. They're just looking for a rinse and repeat. This time it will be a 5v4 because Tactical is dead for 25, but it's so much easier to take the mid lane inhibitor first, get the pressure there, then go somewhere else. They don't need to have this obsession with that bottom lane.
Especially weirder when they didn't even have a wave at that moment. Looked like they only had a couple of minions left. They are going to make the safer play now, though. They're going to back off. Looks like sending BDD to answer that wave up in top side. Maybe pick up a blue buff as well. Team Liquid's Baron buff should be timing out soon as well. And it will make Gen G's life a lot easier looking for those aggressive pushes.
Yeah, the Rebel Baron power play is a solid 600 gold. That actually may still head to the dot, though. Clid is going to now be taunted. Indeed, gets the scuttle, so that's some money in his pockets. But as he's stunned up, he's still going to try to buy some time. Puts the pillar down. Now Aurelia's in for a bit more as well. They should have the damage, and indeed, finally a kill is answered. 300 gold goes to Core JJ, the kill leader of Team Liquid, by the way, as the red buff goes to Alfari.
Yeah, another nice kill there. They punished the missing flash from Clid. It's just Santorin and CoreJJ chasing him down. They can't hurt him at all, but they just needed to slow him down until Jensen could get there, and Jensen is becoming a legitimate threat now. He's completed the second item. You know, we have that side lane win condition here potentially for TL. They are still quite down in this game. It is still Gen G favored. But this should have been a sure thing for Gen G, and it's definitely not at this case.
Yeah, and I think Gen G have to realize that, played a bit slower. Wait for one of those TPs to come back up so they can't have someone defending.
Good sidestep by BDD. Gets away from the stun. Does have a Zhonya's tower. That's going to be difficult as Centauran drops tower aggro. No stun to be found. Second stopwatch used to make sure he isn't dropping to the Ziggs damage. That is at least an important cooldown and a consumable fully taken away now. Gen G missing just a couple of resources. We wait 2 minutes for next dragon to spawn.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty expensive little bit of survival there used by BDD. The second stopwatch has no value, right? He just spent 650 gold to live there. So yes, you don't give over the 300 gold for a kill, but this was not actually fighting over a Baron. This was not fighting over Soul or Elder. You spent 650 gold to live. So that does cost you something, and that is something that you can kind of chip away at the lead as well.
It's even weirder when you think about that it was an off timing of where there's nothing on the map that's going to be up anytime soon.
Yeah.
That would have been one of those, sure it's bad, it would give, you know, over another turret potentially to Team Liquid, but wouldn't really change the state of the game all too much for the side of Gen G. Now, though, I think Gen G do have some important summoner spells coming back up. Both BDD and Bortle do have those TPs up, so they can put BDD down on the bottom side of the map. Dragon's going to be there, just have Camille answering waves on top side, get some aggressive vision, and go back to trying to find those picks like before. I think what we've seen from Team Liquid's comp, though, is as long as Tactical's playing far back, there really aren't too many windows for Gen G to find those aggressive picks.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be coming from multiple angles, using things like the Trundle Pillar to help close the gap there, get Life into the backline, get Bertle into the backline, so you can set up for this bullet time that Ruler wants to get. Because really, you only have to do it once. Yes, Tactical can play far back, but he is a very swishy build. He doesn't have a stopwatch. He doesn't have a Zhonya's or anything to keep him safe. If they can connect, get that CC onto him, and bullet time goes over top, even just for a couple hits, he's going to die.
And now for Gen G, though, it just looks like they are consciously waiting out the next dragon. Baron will be up around the same time, though, so it feels like Gen G at least have ways to try to find and force the fights they want. They do have vision behind Team Liquid. Centauran, though,
he knows his right side is safe, and he can always jump away, so he's not afraid of a pillar play, and the rest of the CC is pretty well telegraphed. With flash up, you can survive in a Mumu. And we're seeing now the setup around the bottom side. This is what we're playing for here. Gen G with a little bit better ward control, now walking up for this ward as well, but Tactical going to zone that out, so TL will keep some wards up.
And it's worth pointing out, Tactical is level 16, highest in the game. He's gotten so much solo experience clearing these waves. Level 3 Ziggs this early is punishing.
This might fight soon.
But look at mid lane.
Look at Centauran. BDD coming behind, and yes, Bortle can go for the base itself. He's going right in for it, so you got to watch for this one. Nice smite comes through for Clid. Other team fight comes in, but Camille wants the base. How much time will they buy? BDD with the ulti, as Centauran's coming in for a bit more, but next Centauran's going to be dropping pretty soon. BDD is down, 1-0, but you have to defend the Nexus, and that's going to happen here as Alfari is there to fight his 1v1 again. Third dragon came through for Gen G. The question is, can the Camille be caught, though, as she runs around, has a blast plant to hit, and Centauran, without an ulti, he's going to find the knockup, going to find a slow. There's the last auto. There is the stun. So that should mean the kill. Bullet time is big. Centauran versus Zhonya's, and Core JJ goes down. The ult comes across for Ziggs. It's still going to be a tight fight. GA pop. Jensen, can he get on the Ruler? Sterex popped. Running out of health. Life could be next. The damage comes in, and Clid continues to carry the game. How about Tactical? He's in a 2 versus 3. Bit of a 1 versus 3 as Alfari not nearby as well, but Clid is armor stacked, and Tactical wants to find this kill, but cannot land the shots, and that means it is Gen G who win the fight with an extra turret on top and the dragon.
Still, this game feels so close at this point. Ruler's ultimate absolutely massive there. TL getting a bit baited, chasing Bortle in, and Gen G feeling like this is an opportunity to look for this Baron, and man, are they burning it.
Yeah, Ziggs could come in here, though, over the wall, look to try to get some poke, but he has to be worried about the turn from BDD and Life, and it looks like he's just going to have to give it up. I'm not even sure that he's aware it's going down. TL will lose the Baron. They're way down in gold here.
Oh! It was a nice attempt. Ult landed at about 1,500, but then it was in smite range, and Clid claimed it. So well done to Gen G to play around that. You saw them kind of stop DPS. Some of that might have been for Bertle's respawn, but they made it happen. They claimed the objective, 5,000 gold lead, and just as Baron times out, they're going to have to fight for the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised, right? We were talking about earlier how we didn't maybe think we'd get to this point with the early lead that Gen G had to where the game would come down to his sole play. Team Liquid done a decent job so far, but we're going to go straight to a replay of the Baron. I guess just we want to see how close it was for Tactical. 1,500, looks like it left about between 7 and 300 left. I'm not sure if the ability came out after that, but nice try.
Death Cap, I think, was completed after that play. That would have been probably not enough to finish it off. That's not quite how aggressive the AP ratio is, but again, still well done. They saw the icon on the ground. Everyone stopped DPS. Okay, we're safe. Let's go grab this. So well done by Gen G. They played it around pretty well. And now we get to find the third attempt at this bot lane inhibitor turret. Team Liquid do their very best to wave clear, but these minions are tanky.
Yeah, with the Baron, it's very tough now here to actually clear them out, especially with Bertle pushing in mid. Tactical's going to do his best. He is very strong, but we'll see if they can hold on.
That's a stun on a Santorin. Doesn't get a whole lot done. Jensen pushed back by a pillar. Still just going for the minions. Half HP on the bottom inhibitor turret. Middle inhibitor getting chipped down by minions, mostly not going for the big siege there, as they're going to allow Tactical to knock down this wave.
And I like the Gen G just playing out their 2 waves. Didn't want to keep anyone top to have to go up against someone like Alphari. They are just going to use these cannon minions to slowly chip down at these structures. And for Team Liquid, it looks like they're just hoping to find an angle where they can get a good fight, but Gen G playing it nice and slow.
Ruler walks up for the turret after getting knocked back once. He's able to knock that one down. Bertle gonna be stunned up. Now ulti coming across. They might go for the play, but he immunes the stun. Still gonna be able to find that first kill. 5v4 in the map. However, bottom inhibitor is down. The turret was already killed. Core JJ dropped a little bit there as well. Team Liquid lose a turret, find a kill, and wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, they do hold on here. They do lose just the one inhib, but it is an important one when Baron comes up next. Thankfully for them, it's going to be about this next dragon, so at least it is easier to push that out when you're playing towards the dragon. But Mountain Soul, I just think, is so powerful in this meta with such high amounts of burst, and it will be extremely valuable for Gen G if they can get it. TL have got to contest, but they're going to have this constant pressure in bot.
I feel like especially this game, right? We look at the amount of resistances already coming out so far, both on Sejuani and Trundle, Alphari having some as well. But I do feel like Team Liquid have finally gotten to a respectable point where, you know, if the Curse of the Sad Bullet time doesn't hit the mark that it's supposed to, if Tactical can hit a good ultimate, it will be really close. So definitely looking at execution. Gen G do still have Baron though, so they'll control waves. They'll be able to get the deep vision in the enemy jungle, and they should have an advantage when TL have to walk in.
So 2 stopwatches for Team Liquid, support and top lane. 2 Guardian Angels for Gen G in mid and support. So keep in mind that both teams can go twice basically. Dragon spawning in 23 seconds, that's going to be the play. Bot has been pushed out pretty well by the Jax, but of course timers are going to be limited as mid's going to be pushed in by Ruler's Misfortune. There's always the angler running it straight through mid and ending the game that way. Alphari going to get one more wave. This Dragon's up in 7 seconds, and Gen G going to fork this a little bit. Camille stays mid, has teleport. Jensen matching that one for now, and here comes the Dragon fight. Last time around, Clid won the Smite fight. If he gets it here, it is Dragon Soul for Gen G.
Alphari is just looking to try to get a potential angle here for the flank. And Bertle continuing to push mid. Jensen has to sit back. Whoever TPs first could potentially get interrupted by the other one, but TL does have the positioning here, and they are going to grab the dragon. Now, can they get back to base? Gen G doesn't want to commit for it. They're just trying to take the inhibitors top.
Instantly burn the teleports, don't lose too much of the base. They're going to go for a top lane inhibitor turret. Decent damage there, but not going to kill it right away. Oh, damage onto Alphari. Wave 3 means the turret might switch aggro, and BDD will not be stunned. Goes gold, and Bertle back in. Alphari quite low. Bullet time comes across. Locket buys a bit of time, but Alphari loses the Guardian Angel. Jensen has to be careful, has his own GA, but does Alphari live? Yes, he does. Stun not going to land from Santorin. Disengage is safe from Gen G. Double inhibitor down because of Bertle hitting mid earlier, and now we wait 1.5 for the Baron to spawn.
Yeah, I do feel like going back to that sequence was so strange coming out from Gen G. Looks like they kind of just wanted to posture in front of Team Liquid, maybe buy time for Bertle to do well in the 1v1, but not a lot of like poke coming out, no ease coming out from Ruler. Could try to set up for an ultimate, but they just back off and give the dragon.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why they were afraid in that given 4v4. You know, they have their 2 strongest members there. Mid and jungle are both there. You know, at this point of the game, you feel like that's a 4v4 that they could have pushed a little bit more aggressively into, but it did feel like they were paying a tremendous amount of respect to Tactical, who is quite strong at this point on the Ziggs, maybe worried about trying to funnel in into that Ziggs damage, but they give over what would have been a soul without even contesting when they're the ones that are in the lead here. At the very least, they did take mid inhib. Bot inhib's going to be back here probably pretty soon, but they will maintain at least 1 inhibitor down with the Baron spawning.
I feel like the big thing, though, is like the items coming out, right, Freak? Like, we already see item advantage coming out in top side. Team Liquid just hitting those spikes that you want to see, and Gen G really giving up that lead that we saw early on. Sure, it's 4K gold, but 4K gold at 35 minutes.
Yeah, it's less meaningful than before for sure. Good smite comes through for Clid. What they're going to point out as you're talking about items, though, is the fact that Zhonya's has a far shorter cooldown than Guardian Angel. So we traded BDD's Zhonya's for Alphari's GA, and that item spike, yeah, it's nice to have, but now it's an on-cooldown Guardian Angel, so it's barely worth the stats you're paying for in the first place. And now they're going to try for him yet again. Puts the dodge up, but be careful. You're not coming back from this one for his last life. Alphari may die as Birdall gets the kill, gets the shutdown, and they may go for the base off the 5v4.
Yeah, that is huge. Such a long respawn timer here for Alphari. It looks like they want to just take Baron first, then look to try to end the game with that Baron buff. Only one inhibitor tower, only one Nexus tower still alive here for TL, who's hunting for Birdall, but he knows no one's showing. Back it up, wait for Gen G to grab the Baron.
I feel like the big thing for Gen G in this moment is the fact that they are missing some of the key ultimates, right? They use the bullet time, they don't have the Hextech ultimatum. If they had those, I feel like being a bit more confident, maybe trying to end, still could have been suicide, but with yourself giving TL so much time to breathe that you have to look for the next window you can. Gen G have already been in the spot where they've had the Baron, where they've gone for these pushes. Team Liquid do only have one inhibitor turret and inhibitor left, so it will put a lot of pressure if you are able to break that one down. We just need to see Gen G be able to follow it up with the kills to be able to end the game.
Might be this time around, though. Still 2.5 minutes on the Guardian Angel, which means basically during the entire Red Bull Baron power play, Gen G can grab Dragon Soul. They can go for any push that'll kill Alphari for real without him reviving. At the tail end of that, timing out is when the GA comes back, so we'll see just what point of that we get to.
And I just don't think TL can afford to give over that soul. I really do think they have to fight for it. We'll see if they agree or if they are willing to sit back a little bit more. And right now, it's a 3-1-1 here for Gen G. They have Birdall and bot, BDD's pushing in mid, and they have this 3-man squad here pushing up top, and they're just looking to get that triple inhib here and seal the deal here by locking TL into their base.
Ruler no longer earns gold. Alphari going to be TP'd upon. His teammates coming now as well as CoreJJ is in there, but Alphari, despite the locket, will go down. 1-0. CoreJJ not going to find anywhere to go.
That's going to do it.
The TP, I believe, was canceled, and that should be the game. Gen G made it close to their own volition, but the jungle and mid difference were just too good. Centauran going to fall. Jensen going to be next up as Tactical is going to drop for the third time this game. Gen G go to 2-1, knocking down Team Liquid, the Nexus to follow.
Gen G looking extremely strong in this one. Really nice game, I think, especially coming out from BDD and Clid, getting that early lead. Did take a bit longer to close it out, I think, than they would like, but they kept pace, they kept stacking up Barons, they kept answering these side lane plays coming out from Team Liquid, and in the end, they were able to get the win in such a crucial group game.
Yeah, I mean, TL, I think, just made a few too many mistakes. Gen G gave them an opportunity to potentially come back in with that bot lane dive. You know, got them the Baron, got them the kills that allowed them to hang on here. But the early game from Gen G was so impressive, and I do think the Trundle, there was no answer to it. They banned out the set. I'm not sure if that's something that they were really that concerned about, or if they just weren't even thinking of the Trundle. It really did feel like it completely ran over the game, though. They got so much tower gold, through the advantage that Clid was able to actually build. Taking the Herald, using that to get one tower, then pushing TL off the top tower, killing that from full on one push with the huge amount of damage that Trundle could actually do to turrets, and that just kind of exploded the gold lead. And it never really felt like Alphari was that relevant on the Jax. They kind of try to do this very clever draft. You have Shen, you move around some of the pieces to try to get this counter pick. You get the Jax into the Camille. It didn't really ever result in anything. Yes, they killed Birdall a bunch of times, but Jax never got any solo pressure by himself in the entire game. Yeah. And it didn't feel like the comp really ever came together. So
well, jungle mid difference, honestly. Clid and BDD got so much done, and they remained ahead the entire time through. Well done to Gen G for well-played game. Now, after the break, our experts will break down that Gen G win before we hear from Lore and Clid.
lion.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of the time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. On a throwback to summertime, drink a red cups and see the lights. And with the burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where Gen G secure a win against Team Liquid, sending them to the top of the table in Group D alongside LNG Esports. Every single game in this group has been crazy. I think a lot of games have been crazy today in general, but this one, oh my god, up until the very end.
There was a lot of back and forth, wasn't it? It felt like Gen G was in control and then TL was in control, similar to the Mad game, kind of, right?
Yeah, very back and forth, Emily. Let's talk about the draft. We said at the top of the game in terms of what the expectations were for the draft that we wanted to see something in mid-jungle that could be proactive enough from the side of Team Liquid, but also stabilize and be comfort for Santorin. We did get that.
Yeah, so I had already called out the Sejuani as a Santorin pick. The Sejuani Aurelia has a very similar idea behind it to the Sejuani Lee Sin that I noted in their playoffs. The rotation I really loved from Gen G, though, that ended up making a massive difference in this draft was actually that Silas Trundle in their last two picks. I thought that was incredibly smart into what TL had already picked. And you know, those two champions ended up making a massive difference, especially in the early to mid game.
Yeah, I agree with Emily, and I'm really confused of TL's kind of 4-5 bans because you pick Sejuani on 3, you ban away Olaf, which is a notorious counter, but then the only real counter left to Sejuani is Trundle, because once you go in and you proc Aftershock, he ults you and you're quite squishy, right? So the jungle matchup wasn't optimal, and I think Clid played very well around top side, which top lane was everything this game. It's absolute Armageddon when there's a Shen on the map and he's leaving lane. I think Life and Cordier were never really in lane as well.
Yeah, they had a, I think Life had a 27% duo procs for the first 15 minutes, and Core was at a solid 17. Oof.
Yeah, there we go. Let's look at some of the early movements, because I think you guys called it out, both of you. Clid had a monster of a game, and it started from minute 1.
It's so basic though, isn't it? He does red, gets a leash, he goes to blue Gromp and ganks top because you have no flash, whereas Santorin does blue Gromp and then he goes for Wolves. So if you look on the minimap, you can see Santorin goes for a full clear rather than Clid, who just goes for a fast level 3 top gank. And you can see it's just as simple as, hello, I'm a level 3 chandler, 2 minutes, 30 seconds in the game. You are one-shotted with no flash. And Santorin's not there to respond, so I feel like Santorin maybe could have done a pathing in a sense where he could do blue Gromp red and was able to match this top 2v2, in which case I think they could contest a little bit, but then again, Trundle is incredibly strong level 3.
Yeah, and I really like this because if you have a player coming on who hasn't been with the team or practiced as much as the team, it's really great to try to set him up early, right? And so trying to get him ahead, especially in this lane, which is later going to go, you know, this matchup is later going to go significantly Jack's favored because of scaling if you're trying to match in sides and, you know, all things are even. So I really liked this move from Clid. And again, when we're talking about Gen G, they do have this early proactivity in them.
Yeah, we also saw that from the side of BDD, who got off to a fantastic start, and it did prove that every second counts. Thanks to Cisco, with BDD showing up just in time, because this could have turned if he wasn't there on time.
Yeah, and if you notice the wave state, this is really well set up. Like, it basically forces the fact that TL kind of have to do something, right, to reset this top wave. And it ends up going in Gen G's favor with the Sylas coming in. Really great stuff from them in the early to mid. I was very, very impressed with Gen G.
Yeah, Emily's completely right. The wave's frozen, so TL send everyone top to make sure they can break the freeze. It's a 4v4, and then off screen you saw Ruler just kill Tactical as he's trying to TP in, which could have swung the fight into a 5v4 for TL, but yeah, didn't happen.
But then we got to talk about what ensued in this game. Absolute pandemonium when Gen G, and I think as you both rightfully called out before, is that Gen G sometimes doesn't exactly make the right decisions in the mid to late game. What was this?
Just look at how long Jensen survives for, because that's where the commit goes on to. It's onto Jensen and Santorin. Through an MF ult, he uses W, then he Qs through a few people. He does end up dying, but at what cost, right? It's a 1-for-1, 3 members are low, and Ruler's completely split, and TL from this bot dive actually managed to get a Baron off the game, stabilize the game into an almost even state, and their only real win condition at that point was to hold the line and slow the Mountain Soul, in which case they couldn't eventually.
And I do think after this, you saw a few things from Gen G, right? You did see Bertle trying to make plays, or them, you know, sending him, and then sometimes it didn't work out because they didn't synchronize their waves correctly in the siege, or they just weren't communicating as well, and they were a lot more hesitant after this play happened. So again, even with the win, and I think there were a lot of impressive things that Gen G did in this game, going forward, you know, making it out of groups, this is something that I am, again, a little bit more concerned about with them. When they do make a mistake, they tend to really, really pull back.
Yeah, and I think the top lane was a small issue for Gen G this game. Bertle was kind of all over the place, but eventually, as we've got the final fight we'll bring up on the screen in a sec, they did manage to close it out, which is important, right? Against Mad Lions, not so much, but against TL, they were able to close the game out. As we saw on the all-in on bot, as Emily was saying, Jax outscales the Camille. It's a winning 1v1 matchup, but then God knows what ensued involved. It was just a huge fight.
It was a huge fight. We don't have a lot of time left, but I do want to hear kind of finally Emily's take on what we saw from TL, because after a very successful game versus Mad Lions, we see 2 blowouts in the early game, right? And that has to be a little concerning.
Yeah, for me, again, it comes down to a lot of really smart things that Gen G did in the early to mid, getting top ahead, and then additionally targeting that mid jungle that we talked about, both in draft and then on the map. So for TL, you know, just continue to look for mid jungle like picks that they can play around like that, but maybe make a few small draft adjustments.
And as a reminder to everyone at home, this is the end of the first round robin, so all the games will be played out within the same group on the same day. This is gonna be nuts, but we're gonna hear from the victor himself, where Laura is standing by with Clid.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Gen.G get another win in their group. And Clit, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. You guys decided to bring in Birdle instead of Rascal today. Could you elaborate on this decision making?
네, 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 오늘 젠지가 라스칼 선수 대신 버돌 선수 선발 출전을 결정했는데 이 선택에 대해서 설명 부탁드립니다.
라스칼 선수 같은 경우는 되게 정교한 플레이를 추구하고 그리고 이제 세계적인 게임을 원하는 방면 버돌 선수가 나왔을 때는 되게 야생적이고 와일드하게 하는 것 같아요.
Rascal is a player who kind of prefers a very controlled and very delicate plays, but Birdle is a wild player.
And it's nice to see that Gen.G has another trick up their sleeves, but we know that a jungle top synergy is very important. So what does it change for you as a jungler, especially when it comes to the top lane plays you did today?
네, 그러면 사실 탑 정글 시너지도 굉장히 중요하잖아요. 그러면 오늘 버돌 선수가 들어옴으로써 탑 위주 상체 플레이는 어떤 식으로 변화가 되었는지 궁금합니다.
일단 먼저 앞서 말씀드렸다시피 버돌 선수가 들어오면 되게 와일드한 모습이 많이 나오기도 하고 그리고 인게임 안에서도 탑 매치업이 좀 중요했기 때문에 좀 그런 면에서 되게 신경 많이 썼던 것 같아요. 5명 다.
So just like I mentioned, Birdle, he's kind of a wild player. We get a lot of wild action on the top side of the map. And also, the top lane matchup was so important in today's matchup in general. So all 5 players are paying attention to the top lane.
Thank you very much for these insights. I have another question for you because most of people tend to say for Gen.G that it's a team that usually goes for the reactive plays rather than taking opportunities themselves. Do you agree with that statement? And could you explain why you think maybe this is the style for Gen.G?
네, 일부 사람들이 젠지는 좀 주도적으로 기회를 만들어서 플레이한다기보다는 상대방의 움직임을 보고 반응을 하는 식으로 플레이하는 성향이 있는 것 같다는 평가가 있거든요. 이에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 왜 그런 평가를 받는다고 생각하시나요?
일단 인게임 안에서는 일단 저희가 주도적으로 하려는 모습도 있었고 근데 만약에 그런 모습이 잘 드러나지 않았다면 저희가 못한 플레이라고 생각하고 있기 때문에 그런 방면에서는 최대한 다양한 방면으로 시도해보고 있는 것 같아요.
Well, we are trying to be proactive in game, but if that didn't really show, I think we didn't play well enough. And we are trying our best in many different ways to pull it off.
And that's nice to see that you can play very different style today at Worlds. But for now, 감사합니다 for the interview. Clit, Jisan, thank you so much for the translation. And we're going to take a short break and we'll be back for C9 versus Damwon Kia. Stay tuned.
정말 꿈에 그리던 무대에서 우승해서 너무 좋았고 행복했습니다. 확실히 디펜딩 챔피언이라는 자리가 있다 보니까 좀 더 부담감이 심한 것 같고 좀 더 잘해야겠다는 생각이 많이 드는 것 같아요.
That was Damwon Kia on the pressure of being the defending champions this year at Worlds, thanks to Oppo. And we've got an exciting matchup here. So far, Korea is 1-1 in their games today. The LCS is 0-1, but Cloud9 have a chance to strike back.
I'll let you take that one, Azael.
Hey, Cloud9 beat them at MSI.
Exactly. Hopium, Azael.
Exactly.
You know, to be fair, I feel like a lot of people watched that game yesterday, Cloud9 FPX. Cloud9, amazing, like, first 25 or so minutes of the game. So if they can do that against Damwon today and then, you know, add, like, an extra 15 minutes of that, it can work.
Exactly. Just kill the Nexus, easy peasy. But, I mean, on the real, it's all going to be about consistency from Cloud9, right? You know, we know that these players are capable of some pretty amazing things. At their best, we have seen them take down some really good teams. You know, they did beat Mad Lions and RNG and Damwon all at MSI, but they also lost to Pentanet. They can give you, you know, a really good first half of the game and also give you a terrible second half of the game as they did against FPX.
I feel like the scary thing with that, though, right? You're talking about, like, they need to show consistency. Damwon have been consistency in their first two games.
They're incredible.
Last one did get a little bit funny, but their early games especially have just been so dominant against both FPX and Road, amassing incredible leagues with very different drafts coming out as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do here, already taking away things like the Irelia and the Nami.
Yeah, their top side has been really incredible. The bot lane, when we saw them up earlier, right, when they got tested quite a bit, it was shades of MSI, where the bot lane was the liability. The bot lane is why they didn't come away with the title in the midseason. It's why they dropped so many games even in group stage, is that became something risky. They nearly dropped in semis, right? Mad Lions almost took them down. The bot lane was the reason. So you can see the Nami banned away. Sven and Vulcan have been not shy to play the Lucian Nami, to play for lane dominance, so that is probably the avenue in for Cloud9 if it happens. Of course, Damwon Kia, still, I would say, heavily favored, hovering for the first pick, Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate coming out. I'm actually really curious to see what C9 want to go into it. Things like the Rise are still open, so obviously Perkz didn't have the best of games on that yesterday, but still, as a champion that matches well into it, you're able to, you know, get that prio later on and always match him on these side plays. And C9, really aggressive bot lane, Azael.
Yep. Pretty much the highest priority support as well as AD remaining in the draft right now. Vulcan can roam. You can also set up very well for the MF ulti with that engage. And yes, I mean, Perkz did have a bad second half of the game yesterday. Obviously, I was pretty frustrated about that. A lot of fans were frustrated about that. I'm sure he was as well.
He was.
But he also did put himself in an incredible position, right? He had an amazing early game on the champion. And you can't be shying away from a champion that you are very proficient at just because you had a bad game. So I do think that the Rise makes sense as an answer. Sylas is banned out, and that's one of his other common answers. So I think we'll see probably that, or potentially a LeBlanc if he wants to go aggressive. But with a lot of these defensive TF builds, it feels very difficult for the LeBlanc to actually create an edge. And some people are not thinking it's that great of a matchup anymore. So Rise makes more sense.
I feel like, especially when you think about the fact that Canyon can play absolutely anything in the jungle. He's the one player I look at him like, okay, Damwon have been leaving their jungle pick for later on, because he even still has the confidence to pull out a lot of the assassin junglers that a lot of other people have fallen off the hype of.
No, I'm expecting this to be Khan playing the Graves top. And what I would actually really like to see from Fudge is a tank. Play something like the Malphite or the Shen. Stack some armor up early. I do think that you can actually answer these types of champions fairly well. Mundo, I also actually think is actually pretty proficient at just farming it out in the top lane against the Graves, and is actually not that vulnerable to TF roams because your passive immune's the gold card. Some of these tanks I think have been pretty underplayed. You know, even when we're getting blind Jaces and things, we're not really seeing it. So I think it could be a good fit here from Cloud9. Would like to see something like that because Graves runs over so many of the common meta champions up there.
I think especially when the fact you look at the rest of Damwon's comp as well, right? Two other immobile champions. So you get some kind of tank or some kind of hard CC in, you could make both Showmaker and Ghost's life extremely hard.
Yeah, Malphite, I think, just like fits what the comp is seeing. Pop into the good example of a champion that would work. Orin, etc. There are a lot here. And considering that if I'm Cloud9, right, if I'm Mythi or Reignover, and these people are have been around forever, it's like, yeah, let's just go for a bot lane focused play. Like that's why they drafted MF Leon on 1-2. Like this is the expectation. This is how I would target Damwon Kia. Trundle not on the table. Hey, you know, they're learning what Team Liquid didn't. Trundle bans are good.
And with Trundle banned out, that actually leads me to believe even more so that they could be going for that tank top, because you're already looking at Jhin plus Graves and TF, right? That core is not really high damage at killing someone like the Malphite. I think Malphite would be an incredible pick here. I really would love to see it. The Trundle ban gives me some hope that we could get something along those lines.
I'm also really curious to see where they do go with jungle first. The Xin Zhao still being something that's left open, I think has been more standard, would set up for that mid-jungle, but no. We see Blabber wanting to go for the Qiyana. I mean, I guess you guys know better than anyone else. I can see Blabber extremely aggressive in the LCS, so wanting to get his hands on that one. Also, big ultimate that's really good against the immobile squishies that we talked about on the side of Damwon.
Yeah, the scary thing is, though, then you're walking into the Xin, and you don't win that 1v1, so it's difficult to actually maintain pressure, plus the addition of the TF on the other side means that there's always the threat of that collapse happening if Canyon is getting aggressive, as he loves to counter jungle so often. And Graves is also deceptively tanky. So, you know, you're looking at TF, you're thinking, okay, Zhonya's early armor could be coming through there. Graves is actually pretty tanky. Xin, you don't really win the 1v1. So yeah, there is the potential to make those big plays happen, but it's also so easy for it to go wrong, I feel like, for Qiyana into this draft.
Yeah, and I think especially now with Damwon wanting to round out with the Rel, right? I mean, the tankiness is just getting even worse. Yeah. and
like actually insane with Xin too. Like
I feel like there's the setup as well, right? If you want to make Qiyana's life easier of trying to land a really nice Supreme display of talent, hit a Malphite, lock everyone down, try and set up for the big combo.
MF too, right? You know, you can have the Supreme display of talent, you can have the MF ulti coming across. I'm getting so excited for this pick that probably is never going to happen. All right.
Yeah, so they have the Jax.
Now I'm sad.
Now that said, Khan lobotomized Odoamne in Jax Graves.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think that's how the matchup is supposed to go.
I'm just saying, I saw the matchup once, and it was the most one-sided top lane matchup I've seen all world.
And one thing I will say is that a lot of top laners do like Jax into TF because you can use the Counter-Strike to immune the gold card, right? So it is another one of those picks that can actually answer some of the side lane pressure. It will win out in the later levels, but early game you do expect to go towards the Graves. As long as you don't you use your dash actually defensively, it's very hard to ever land the Counter-Strike as Jax. You leap strike towards him with your Counter-Strike up, he dashes away, drops smoke screen on his feet. These types of plays are pretty easy to actually pull away and avoid the Counter-Strike. Then you're kind of left with no ability to close the gap and getting ran down. That said, in the later stages of the game, once you have some CDR, once you have levels, yeah, Jax wins that 1v1. You have multiple leap strikes in a fight. These types of plays can happen, but it's also not really a strong team fighter, and that's why I think we've often seen Jax not really work out in the World's Championship so far.
And I feel like when we take all these factors into account, right, both drafts look more mid-jungle focused for me, especially on Cloud9's side, right? If you can get the Ryze setting up for the Qiyana to start getting ahead and then have very easy assassination potential onto the likes of Twisted Fate and Jhin with the fact that Jax should be getting pushed in. And then for Damwon, it's the same, right? Just hit level 6 on Twisted Fate, start making those plays up in jungle. I think Damwon can be a bit more topside centric with having the Graves, being able to get those waves pushed in under turret, maybe be able to set up a dive. But either way, it's starting with mid laners.
Exactly, yeah. I think it all starts with mid, especially if Damwon get ahead in mid jungle. I think it's going to be such an unfun game for Blabber. You're going to have Canyon and Showmaker in your face the whole time. They take over the top quadrant of the jungle. They look to punish Fudge, who should be getting pushed in. So we'll see if Cloud9 can make it work here. It's feeling like it's not mathematically a must-win game, but let's be honest, it's starting to feel like a must-win game. Sure. We're in this incredibly difficult group here with Damwon Kia, you know, with FPX. Going down 0-3 is not giving you a lot of chances to get out.
Right. Anytime you're 0-3, you pretty much instantly lose control of your own destiny, but obviously, we've seen Fnatic back in, I want to say 2016. You can have a 0-4 start and make it if the stars align. And in general, no matter what's going on, you're always mathematically in there after the first round robin, because you can always reverse the results. I know I'm not correcting you on anything. I know you know how it works. But for anyone watching, I've seen people say, oh, are they dead at 0-3? No team is ever dead at 0-3. It's impossible to be dead at 0-3 until there's more games played. But yes, Cloud, I would love to find the first win for the LCS on the day.
Oh, no.
Oh, Blabber, he's face checking in at 2, gonna find himself quite a bit of damage with a dash and nowhere to go. First blood is claimed.
And now he's gonna lose his red buff. And now he's gonna be set so far behind. You're gonna be starting, you know, like 20 seconds late, no leash, losing your red.
Even things like the ward EXP being given over to laners to be able to get those lanes ahead as well. I feel like a lot in that sequence just going really well for Damwon. Going to be quite hard for Fudge to play out the start of this laning phase as well, with Canyon up on the top side. Just going to have to concede his pressure. And I mean, when everything looks built for Blabber early on, the fact that he's the one that goes down feels even worse, in my opinion.
Oh, he's actually going to take his whole top quadrant potentially. At the very least, Raptors. He could go Raptors to red and then just defend his own red. But you see the multiple wards are actually placed there, on the map from the side of Damwon and Kia. They have these defensive wards to track if Blabber actually crosses over whatsoever. So, if he tries to invade to take away his enemy's red, they're just going to collapse on him because they have push in mid and in bot.
Yeah, and we're going to see that now, right? He's going to do exactly what we said to Zale. Canyon heading down towards his bottom quadrant. The jungle should be able to wrap up around. And sadly for Blabber, no real ways to answer. Both your mid and top are getting pushed in, so you can't really look to trade camps. And I mean, heck, depending on the situation as well, Canyon might even be able to set up for a double scuttle coming in. So for Blabber, might be rough. Might have to try and look to get into a lane early to try to find an avenue back in the game for Cloud9.
The tough part about that is your ganks become so predictable, right? Because that's the only option for the player when they have no camps to actually farm. There's nowhere else that they could really go, and he will be able to spot that ward and clear that out. But I mean, there's going to be like one Raptor waiting for him, and then his Krugs, and then he's going to have nothing to do, while Canyon will have this whole side of the map to actually farm up. And Blabber is moving in, but there's no way you win this fight. You don't win it even if you have the red and he has the blue, but unfortunately, Canyon is the one sitting on that red buff.
That looks like maybe you're going to try and be cheeky.
He has Smite, and if he looks at the scoreboard, he knows Canyon is out of smites. You can always, anytime you're 3 minutes in, you press tab, you look. If there's 3 charges, okay, no smites my opponent, right? I can win a smite fight. And if it was a bad leash, if he plays it wrong, maybe you can look for the red steal. Either way, he gets the bottom scuttle out of it into a respec. Problem for him, of course, is he doesn't know his Raptors were only partially cleared, so that is money and XP he's not getting for a while.
Yeah, and look at how rough top lane is. And this is before Khan even based to spend his first blood money. So, he already is going to be up and have nearly double the CS when he does base. And he's going to have the first blood gold to spend too. So he's going to be way ahead in this top lane, and Fudge is going to be in for a really not fun time.
Especially when the draft is already pretty telegraphed coming out from Damwon, right? When you have the Graves up in this matchup topside, when you have also a winning mid-jungle matchup, engage!
It's a good stun though, and Sven's out of health! Ghost is burning, and I believe he will die! However, Jin got the kill, and Vulcan on Leona got it on the other side, so gold on the right place for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, gold going exactly where they need it to. Does look like the wave is pushing into C9, though, so shouldn't feel all too bad for the side of Sven and Vulcan. And it really feels like this is the lane that you're going to have to start looking at for C9 with what's happened in both top and jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a really rough game, I think, now. Blabber's now in this spot where he clears out the Krugs, he goes, he sees his Raptors are gone. And now what do? You try to force a gank, right? You try to look for something happening. And this bot lane is somewhat vulnerable because they have to reset the wave. So that's why Vulcan never actually based. Sven is trying to pretend as though Vulcan isn't here. He does get spotted by the sweeper. Nice sweeper there from Barrel. But if they go up too far forward, Ghost has no flash. There they go.
Stun, TP, they're bringing Blabber down as well. And they know Ghost is out of summoners. That should be enough to get the kill. And Sven is able to get the kill credit. Perk shows up for an assist. A little bit of money shared across the rest of the team. Cloud9 up to 2-2.
A really nice read. It's really the only thing that they're able to do on the map. They had complete vision control at bot side. They kept Vulcan there, like Azale said, but we're seeing that counterplay.
Yeah, and Fudge is just so far behind. If you have to lose this wave, this is so brutal. He has 20 CS here at 5.5 minutes. He's going to lose the first play. He just doesn't know where they are. You don't know if Showmaker is already on his way there. You haven't seen Canyon in quite some time, so you could be getting 3-man dove. So he does the smart play. He backs off and plays it respectful, but he's down 1K 5 minutes in the top lane.
And obviously this game isn't necessarily representative of how this matchup should go, but after talking to a lot of the top laners in the LPL, a lot of teams feel like Graves is the best champion right now in the top lane because he's so diverse in terms of he's very safe to leave on his own island. You go the fleet footwork, you have the E to be able to get away, you have a lot of like tankiness built into your kit, but you're also a champion who can, set up these aggressive plays and set up these dives on enemy top laners.
And honestly, even in some of the matchups that you don't actually win out in the 1v1, you have such good wave clear that you can just shove and move. So, I do think that Graves is pretty powerful currently, especially if you're isolated in that 1v1, but they're looking to set up a potential dive here on Sven.
Yep, and here comes Twisted Fate as well. That's going to be an easy gold card. That's every other bit of crowd control. Landing a flash buys a bit of time. He's alive just for now. The follow not going to find it either. And so the 80 carry will live, but several waves are dying into the turret, not farmed for gold or XP. Damwon Kia still ahead on the play.
At the very least, they got the flash out there, and now they're trying to get Khan here topside, but he is 6.
Got plenty of armor here as Blabber gets a bit of damage, stays invisible. Fudge wants to be in range, but no. Oh, gets the blast cone in time. Khan is safe.
And this is exactly the safety that we were just talking about with Graves. Able to, you know, push that advantage forward if he does have jungle around. Able to get away with that E like we just saw. And going back to the bot side, right? They weren't able to get the kill, but still nice to be able to get the flash. More plate gold going over to Ghost, and more lost EXP for the side of Sven. But C9 looking for a counterplay in the mid lane. But nothing.
Nope.
Sadly, not able to find it. I like I like that C9 are continuing to try to find these opportunities forward to be able to set up plays on the map, but sadly, Damwon not really giving them the angles.
So 500 gold was claimed from the first blood in the river at the very start of the game, but another 1,000 has been gained since then, and it's not kills. You can see it's on farm. Yeah, a tiny bit is a TF passive, but it is Damwon Kia winning across the map. Canyon wants to battle Blabber for the red buff, and it looks like it's not going to be a real fight. Blabber going to claim that one even without his smite being up. Canyon doesn't want to face check into a bunch of Fog of War, though he would have been safe, as it turns out. No one was there to defend the man. A couple of wards are down to spot where Vulcan is. His bot lane's under a little bit of fire. Perkz now going to get hit up here. Canyon is there. Has flash if he needs it and doesn't have to burn it. Canyon not going to flash follow for the knockup. I decided they weren't going to have the damage to kill, so Perkz is safe but low on health.
It does allow C9's bot lane to play a little bit aggressive here. The first level 6 on the marksman does go to Sven, and they do have that threat of the all-in potentially if they can lock someone up, but Damwon playing respectful, just sitting back here.
And we are seeing the cross map come out as well, right? We see it now on our screens. Canyon, Showmaker going for the Rift Herald. You still have control of top wave with Khan once he makes his way back up in the lane when waves do crash. I assume you'd probably want to try and set that one up for Khan with how low he's already starting to get that turret naturally. And it looks like in response, Blabber going to go towards the bottom side jungle, get some more camps back for himself. Not really too far behind with how things have panned out, with how aggressive Canyon has been playing the map so far. And I think just a really nice sequence coming out from both teams to play around where they are strong.
A single plate taken in the bottom side, but already 2 for Damwon Kia down there. Second plate taken in the top lane as well. So 4-1 on that score. And now he wants in onto Canyon as TF comes to arrive. Good damage. They might just burn down the Kiana, but hold on first. They're going to kill off Xin Zhao. 1v1, 1-4-1 as now Barrow wants to jump the wall, stunned up, but gets the space to go back to safety. Cloud9 only get that single kill as the teams trade junglers. The red buff may be claimed, but they're on a control ward, and looks like no one is there to defend it. Fudge going to solo farm out of the turret. Khan, no TP. Red will be claimed.
Not a bad play from Cloud9. They're going to be able to get the red buff. They do trade 1-for-1 on the kills. Perkz will be able to get back to mid lane to pick up that farm as well. And C9 will be able to shove in that bottom lane here. But a very early Immortal Shield Bow. And that pretty much eliminates any hope you might have been holding out of winning a 1v1 up there for a very long time. I mean, Fudge is just so far down that at this point, when you're on Tabby's in a Sheen and they have the shield bow, you're looking at like 2-3 items before you would ever have a chance to really catch up and take a winning flight.
It's even disappointing because another nice aspect of that bot side fight that just happened is like, cool, you got Showmaker to burn his Destiny. Now maybe Fudge can get a bit of a break, but with how far behind he is in the 1v1, no break is ever coming. You can see him right now playing far back, closer to his inner turret. Looks like he is picking up Krugs right now, trying to get any farm he can, and Damwon are making their way up towards the top side right now to try and punish him.
I mean, so much of it is just this line of vision. He doesn't see anything past that, right? He's got no wards whatsoever. So, you know, anytime they don't see people on the map, he's like, well, they could be here. I guess I just have to give up the wave again. And he's had to walk back between these tier 2s so many times. And you can see, you know, as the Jax, when you step forward in this melee matchup, you can just have the instant Q, bounce it off the wall for the instant explosion there, you know, punish that Jax every time he steps forward. So Fudge has to play it very slow, very defensive. And he's just bleeding out turret plates, bleeding out gold. It makes it very difficult.
And Damwon looks like they're positioning to go mid. With the status of top wave right now, they realize, hey, we don't actually need to use this Herald up in top side. Graves will get that naturally. Let's break open mid where we've already started to get plates and break open the map to get more vision and to look for more picks.
It is going to be a fairly early herald in the sense that, you know, they didn't get the first 2 or anything. It's not going to instantly knock down the turret. But yeah, as you mentioned, Khan is slowly working this one down. He's going to get almost the rest of the turret here. I'm not sure if Fudge can actually win at this point. No. He's going to dodge away the Q, but yeah, it makes Khan take a turret shot, but this turret is falling, and the waves are not giving gold or XP to Fudge. Now, a fight in the bottom jungle. Blabber stunned up, turns invisible, but that doesn't help you against Twisted Fate. Ult comes around to stun the opposing jungler, but Canyon's still there for the flash follow and gets that kill. Now the bullet time is going to find the opposing AD carry, but not enough for lethal damage, and he's still able to fire all the shots off. Ghost won't knock anyone down. Still the 1-0 fight for Dom1 Kia.
Yeah, nicely done. They take top tower there. Khan, once you have the sustain from the shield bow plus the fleet, you can start taking tower shots even. And Vulcan not going to quite connect there with Canyon, but Barrel was there, so they couldn't really go in anyway. And it just starts to allow you to really ramp up that pressure more and more on the Jax. And now he's just moving down here. They're going to look for the collapse onto Perks.
He's going to be nearsighted and flashes before the gold card can land. Thought he was going to be in a lot of danger. 4th turret plate will be taken in the mid lane. A lot of gold earned. 5 top. I will say only technically 3 plates taken mid. One of them, he was out of range, so we can count that as a little bit less gold than it could have been. Obviously, bot lane is far 2 plates down there as well. Yeah, that gold lead could be 160 gold higher. Instead, it's not. So, you know, 5% of the gold difference is not to be realized. That said, still obviously pretty huge lead, 3,500 to Dom1 Kia.
I feel like when looking at C9's options now, right, you're always put in a bit of a precarious situation when you do have one side of the map losing so hard. And you do kind of feel this sense of like, well, we need to cover, it's just going to blow up. But when you opt into covering a side that is just bleeding out constantly, you're just also allowing the other aspects of the map for Dom1 to win. So I'd much prefer to see C9 just try to hover towards bot, walk around with Vulcan, maybe try to find kills in bot lane, and especially influence mid with Leona.
I can definitely see what you mean, but at the same time, if you never help the Jax, you're playing 4v5. Like, he's just never going to do anything the whole game, and that's my problem with the pick in the first place. Like, this was their last pick on red side to have this horribly losing matchup that you can't even play around, that also can't team fight. It just doesn't really make any sense to me. And yes, Blabber did get put behind, and maybe that has kind of thrown a wrench in their gears because, you know, he did get first blood at level 1, then lost his red. You know, so maybe they were thinking he was going to get up there. And now they are trying to make a 3-man play here, shut down Khan.
Should look pretty good. Flash stun's going to land absolutely everything. Blabber's in for the rest of it. Gets the shield bow, pops, and finally goes down. But Vulcan gets the kill credit. Perks even burns his TP for, which means bot lane is now under fire as well. 15 seconds left on turret plates. It might be the 4th one claimed for the Jhin, though he is slow at that. And as the seconds tick down, Cloud9 get a little bit more gold in that top lane, but the difference still pretty big. 3,000 apart. Sven now finds he's in a 1 versus 3. Gets away from Canyon, and that means he won't be dove, but mid lane is under fire, mid lane will fall.
I feel like that exact play shows exactly what me and you were both talking about, Azale. It's kind of like a lose-lose situation. Yeah. You can put resources into the Jax, and it's like, cool, you got something, you got a kill on Khan, you got a tower, but you're giving so much up elsewhere. But at the same time, like you said, vice versa. Had you ignored him and gone bot, well, then you just don't have a top laner. So C9 trying to make do with what they can. I feel like at this point as Cloud9, like the real big shining hope is that we get either in front of like the next Dragon or Baron at some point and you find some massive combo with the Kiana to set everything up. But as a DK, I feel like you can just play the map wide, keep Showmaker and Khan on opposite sides of the map, and never really opt into situations where C9 can find those big wombo combos.
Yeah, absolutely. You are somewhat relying on an error here from Dom1, and it's not something that they really mess up very often. But fighting in corridors, extremely strong here, you know, for Cloud9 with the potential MF ulti, with the Kiana ulti, even the Spell Flux bouncing around there from the Rise. So if they can set up that type of situation, it could look good for Cloud9, but it's going to be difficult to find. And right now, it feels like the game plan is just try to make Fudge, you know, comfortable to farm, try to buy him time on this Jax, because you can eventually win in that 1v1 against Khan, but with the massive lead that he has, you know, that is so far away. Because Fudge is still looking for that first item, and you can see
oh,
the
we got
Bloodthirster is almost built up here.
Divine Sunder, we take the small wins. Fudge finally gets the item. On the opposite end, though, Dom1 are taking themselves a Rift Herald. Nice job controlling top side of the map. And Dom1 pretty much a free reign with wherever they want to drop this one down. The fact that Dragon still isn't up for a few minutes, maybe you want to hold it, just ease yourself into taking that objective. But for Dom1, everything just looked clean so far. It's not necessarily like any one big play's exploded beyond that level 1 play. That level 1 just really has affected so much and goes back to what we said about Dom1. Their early games so far have been amazing.
Yes, and they are pretty good at closing it out from there. Generally speaking, they don't tend to throw. They just kind of roll you over. That's been what's happened for a lot of their time in the LCK. Not quite as clean a summer split as spring, but hey, still champions all the same with a pretty good run through playoffs. And the gold lead remains 4,000. It's grown very slightly since we last kept track. Next Dragon spawning in 215. They're still looking pretty good on this one. And I do think top lane is the place to put the Herald down. It's where Jax has already lost some turret damage before. But hold on, Vulcan's in for a play. Ulti's coming over the top, and Canyon is unable to ult to the very end. Gets the Gore Drinker, but it's not going to be enough. So now Ghost is going to find himself stunned, not able to get away from Fudge, and Cloud9 may look for those 2 kills. Fudge able to solo kill the bot laner.
That's huge for Cloud9. Nice proactive play there up on the top side. They find the window to get some kills. Yes, Khan can push in that mid lane, so they will give up a couple minions, but they're getting Fudge involved. They're finding some proactive plays, and they're going to need a lot more of that if they want to claw their way back into this one.
I also feel like a bit surprising on the side of Damwon, right? You had resets coming out. No one was in bot, no one was in mid. You really just have these guys push so far up in top side, and it gives C9 the breathing room to where they're allowed to do this, invest everything in top, because look at the minimap. Both Rel and Graves on opposite sides of the map. Sure, Graves does have the TP available, but you're so far behind in tempo, it sets up well to pick up that first kill, Fudge with a nice flank, and the Realm Warp just allowing Cloud9 to finish everything off.
And Graves isn't one of those champions that you can kind of just TP in anywhere. If you TP into the center of a fight, he's not that tanky. Good. So you got to be careful with that. And yeah, Damwon, I think, getting a little bit ahead of themselves. And that's something, to be honest, we've seen a fair bit this Worlds. Teams getting into these massive leads, getting a little bit loose with how they're playing, and giving their opponents an opportunity to potentially claw back in, but they are still in full control.
I do feel like Damwon have been one of the bigger offenders of that. Both Damwon and RNG to me have been the ones where they're able to get these big leads, and it's not like they necessarily ever throw it away, but they do get a bit more loose with how they play out the map and give over some more opportunity.
They think they could.
Yeah, they make you think anything is possible, but Damwon now all coming back on the map at the same time.
It, you know? Just give me that hope so they can see it just drain away.
Azael, if you don't have hope, what do you have? I feel like Damwon doing people a solid with their regional fan bases, but
you have me at the end of group stage. That's what you have.
Listen, right now, Cloud9 have a red buff. They've got a kill lead. What else could you want?
Nothing.
I think this is... how many teams? Really? Name how many teams have gotten more kills than Damwon Key in a game of League of Legends. Not that many.
Probably,
you know, 9 LCK teams and RNG.
Okay.
That's pretty much your list.
There you go.
Yeah.
We did it.
I'm just saying, you know, the 3K gold lead might be nice. This Dragon would probably be pretty good for the side of Cloud9. Maybe some more vision, like in enemy jungle.
Listen, I'm choosing to focus on the kill score as the important facts of this game.
That's true. It's all about KDA in League of Legends.
Right. Exactly. If you listen to the music, that's the whole point. You know, that's what we're trying to tell everyone from the very beginning.
Herald bot, let's see what they can do here. Pushing pretty aggressively, and this time, Damwon does have 5 members down here.
Perk stunned again, Perk rooted in place, Perk stunned a 3rd time, and now burns a stopwatch. Gets the flash away. They're gonna body block the rest of it. Gold card not gonna find the kill, and Perch will limp out with his life. Of course, bot lane tier 2 still has fallen, and there is still more gold in the pockets of Damwon Kia. No kill for Khan.
Still, I mean, Damwon didn't really have to give anything for that play, right? They were dropping the Herald anyway, Purchase stepping too far forward. The gold card comes out from Showmaker. And even now, Ghost with really nice setups with these Ws coming out, allowing to chain the gold card, allowing the damage to come through. And I feel like Damwon just really nice setup with the CC. The second item, Rapid Fire Cannon, definitely helping out with Showmaker, setting up a lot of these picks and burning key summoners on the side of C9.
Yeah, pretty much the only thing C9 got, I think, was a Spellbook Cleanse from Showmaker. You know, forcing that out. But it is very difficult, you know, in that bot lane to actually find an effective Qiyana ultimate, especially when Damwon has this strong front line. You know, Canyon, Barrel pushing forward, you know, really making Viper's job difficult. If you can't find a different angle to actually approach and come on and find that initial engage onto Ghost or potentially Showmaker, it's going to be so tough to make anything happen. And even Showmaker now has his stopwatch, so that's going to be more difficult as well.
Damwon doing a nice job of... Again, they know how much they can take pushing aggressively into the enemy jungle, especially when you look at C9's comp, and it kind of indexes into multiple areas, right? You have like the teamfight Wombo set up there. You also were set up to have a better 1-3-1 coming out with both your Ryze and Jax. But I feel like one problem when you do have a comp that indexes into a lot of areas as well is it doesn't just give you like one hey, we just do this to get back into the game. Even if you do find that team fight, it'd be pretty nice, but you'll still be behind in terms of your soul laners. Graves will still be able to do pretty well.
And I've got to say, very few people have looked comfortable on the Assassin junglers. As much as we heard about them and talked about them coming into Worlds, you know, Owner had an incredible game, but that was against DFM where it felt pretty lopsided anyway. Besides that, you know, most of the players who have been bringing them out have looked significantly less comfortable, haven't been able to find kind of the same success as when they're on some of the more traditional picks that they played throughout Summer Split.
I feel like the only person I've seen who looked like truly comfortable was Canyon, which kind of makes sense, right? But played a bit of mid this split as well, actually pulled out the Kiana when he was there. But you're right, outside of these few junglers, feels like no one really opting in to take them. I feel like champions like Xin Zhao, the Lee Sin, bringing so much reliability, but both teams right now posturing in front of Baron.
Yeah, as they step up, it reminds me, okay, going for the Realm Warp, going for top side. Canyons on the top, they're going to be stunned up. Here comes TF, though, it's a 4v3 for now. Bullet time, not bad, then a Showmaker forcing him out. Now they got to try to finish off the kill, but it's not happening. Stun comes through for Beryl and Vulcan. He is going to fall. Next up is going to be Fudge. Yes, pushed right down, and now it's going to be the third kill. Looking for the fourth. Sven is on his way out, dodges all the shots, but a great answer. Damwon Kia stopped the push. They stopped the kills. They get some of their own, and the turret falls down as well.
Cloud9 saw those members split. They wanted to try to get up to the top side and create a 4v2, but Canyon is way too hard to knock down. Drops the immediate ultimate, has the Gore Drinker there. Damwon survive on the top side. The reinforcements come through. They wipe Cloud9. They'll take the Baron, and with it, full control of this game.
Yeah, and I feel like another pivotal factor in that fight was Beryl, right? Sure, Canyon battle all the time, but he comes in, he finds a nice engage to lock everyone down. Baron coming out, and now Damwon have so many options with how they can play the map. They can play 3 lanes, they can play 2, but we're gonna go into the Axe Effect replay and see, again, you can understand what Cloud9 are going for. They're trying to find an opening anywhere. The ultimate and Gore Drinker come out. Sven's ultimate, sadly, not really able to lock anyone down, get that damage out. We see the Rel come back in. You are able to get the instant stun, and then once the Jhin ultimate comes through, forcing more summoners and just allowing Damwon to have this dominant fight.
Cloud9 just not able to focus anyone down. I mean, I do think it was actually a decent look based on their situation in the game. They are very far down. And yes, Showmaker will be able to respond very quickly, but that still creates a 4v3 type situation with the TP coming in from Fudge. You know, Beryl and Ghost were pretty far away from the initial start of the play, but they couldn't get the kill. And now we're going to see Vulcan falling down here on the bottom lane. Damwon pushing up through this bot lane. You can see Ghost escorting the wave, and they're going to look to crack their first inhibitor.
Yeah, knows he's dead. You saw the emotes. He didn't keep walking when the route ended, but it wasn't going to matter. Obviously, he was always going to die there. Waiting on the 20-second respawn is now Damwon Kia looking to get a little bit more done. Rapid fire cannon shot onto the turret, and now comes the actual siege. Inhibitor itself probably going to fall. Yeah, they're playing quite aggressively, posturing up and leaving the dragon up. That's not the important part. Xin Zhao is heading back to it now, but they're going to guarantee the inhibitor first, and Damwon still playing forward. I don't believe they can ever knock down a Nexus turret here, so it is just going to be the minion wave. But the Xin Zhao of Canyon is on the Dragon. They'll claim the third one. Easily on pace for a 30-minute Ocean Soul. That's going to be in plenty of time as they keep it going with the Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, you know, Freak, I'm kind of disappointed you threw that one out in the end to break the third wall. I was really excited to say Red Bull Baron power play, but I still threw it in there. Damwon going to be able to do a lot with it. They break open the bottom side of the map. Resets are going to be able to come out. I feel like now you can just go back to playing 2 lanes on the top side, have Showmaker in mid, have the rest of the squad up top. Could be vice versa if you want to keep Khan there, but it feels like Damwon can pretty much just do anything they want. You're going to ignore bot now that you have that inhibitor. Get topside vision. Cloud9 can't walk out. You're just waiting for the next siege to come through.
Exactly. I mean, you're 8,000 ahead. You're sitting on Soul Point there for Ocean Soul. You have vision control. You actually look at the mini-map, and where's the furthest ward there for Cloud9? I guess it's just about here. You know, like your line is not very good at this point as far as that offensive vision. Cloud9 are just
they're still looking for it, though.
Maintain something.
Looking for these brush plays. Sadly, they didn't commit. I mean, realistically, they can't, right? Damwon are walking in together. They have pushing waves.
As soon as TF ult comes up, they see you there. The jig is up.
But still, these types of Hail Marys are the plays you need to be looking for. But Damwon know what they're doing. Khan making his way down, the siege coming through in mid, and just very methodical coming out from DK.
A little bit of a root on a Canyon, not going to matter too much though. Heals back up. Indeed even gets it when attacking wards. Okay, wards survives. Vulcan gets to retain a little bit of vision. You know, the little things are what you got to appreciate here when you're down 8,000 gold against the defending world champions. You kept the ward alive, all right? We can still see a little portion of our own jungle. That is one of the fattest dubs.
Take those.
Yeah, that Cloud9 have had in this game, realistically. They'll take what they can get because they're not getting a whole lot into this one.
No, I think they're getting the defeat screen is what they're getting. We're just waiting for Damwon to put the finishing touches on this one. They don't want to take any risks, and rightfully so. You know, looking to move 3-0 in this group, really guarantee themselves safe passage forward, so they want to grab as many wins as possible.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're just going to play towards Ocean Soul. They have strong solo laners. They have the ability to play the map. They're farming the opponent's jungle, getting more really off the map right now, and it's going to be up to Cloud9 to try to force their way out, to try to get some semblance of vision around that dragon area so that they could hope to find a miracle comeback.
Yeah, and when you're in a position like this that Cloud9 is, right, Damwon are going to play out multiple lanes. Looks like, again, they're just opting into a 2-lane setup rather than a 3. Your only option is pretty much say, hey, we're going to give up somewhere, allow C9 to push out, let's say, top or mid, and you're going to all-in 5-man on the other core and just hope with numbers advantage you can burst someone out fast enough to be able to take the rest of the fight and be like, cool, we bought more breathing room, we can try and wait out to next Dragon or Baron, but I mean, Damwon aren't really over-aggressing in any area. You can see it's a bit of like a push and pull in top and mid right now with how they're walking forward. So I really like the way they're playing it. And again, the fact that they're previous world champions, but still being like this calm, still being so dominant in the LCK and playoffs, but giving the respect that's due, I think is quite impressive.
All right, pay attention to the item spikes because Cloud9 just got 2 of them done. Sterix Gage now done on both their frontliners. Yes, they're done 8,000 gold, but as far as those champions are concerned, you know, Khan's only up 1 full item on Fudge, only 2 levels. Junglers are actually pretty equivalent, all things considered. As we kind of go down the list, yeah, in general, it is Damwon Kia ahead. And Baron is going to be up in just 1 minute. 45 seconds later is that Dragon Soul. So there is going to be kind of singular focus for a bit with just the one objective up. You can see the gold differences right here. Yeah, not too bad at the jungle, not too bad at support. Everywhere else, it gets a little bit worse.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, top lane is the big concern there. You know, well over 3,000 gold in the advantage for Khan. He is so ridiculously tanky with this build, and I haven't seen much as far as heal cut in the Cloud9 itemization. There is an Executioner's there, and that's about it.
Ooh, Destiny Gate.
Finds himself a root, a little bit of damage, wants to get the move speed, but now we got to fight in the bottom side. Stun's coming across, Blabber gets a Sterix popped, trying to kill off Barrel, and he has a stopwatch, so he's not going to go down. Locket now pop Vulcan, about to die, wants to get away from Jin, sidesteps it, stays alive for now, but Ghost finds the shot in the end, and knocks down Cloud9's support. 1-0, Damwon Kia again.
I feel like Ghost has been so on point with the skill shots this game. He's rooted a ton of people, he's been hitting those key ultimate shots and helping Damwon, you know, succeed with this victory. For Damwon, it hasn't really been any one member individually to push all of this forward. Sure, kind of a great early game based off what happened level 1, but it's really just been a well-oiled machine with everything working in tandem. They're going to secure themselves this Baron, which also should help set up for the Ocean Soul.
Yep, Blabber is heading down towards that Dragon. Cloud9 going to throw 1 Hail Mary for it, but Damwon have time to just run straight there if they want. TP is available for Khan, so he can go back to base, but they're going to contest this. There's no reason for them to give it up. They're so strong at this point. They just have to delay a little bit here for Ghost, but Cloud9 knows it's desperation time. Look for the Hail Mary, see if he can make something happen. I don't hate the play, because if you just give it up, the game's done.
Absolutely. So they're going to try their very hardest, but the reveal has come through. Showmaker sees all, and in fact goes for the flank play, finds a stun and a perch as they're followed through. Yes, Khan is in. Stopwatch burn, Vulcan nearly dead. Second half of the fight now begins as the front line is Barrel being pushed backwards. Decent damage coming across, a stun onto the Graves. Barrel will go down, 1-0, but big damage still coming across. Stun into the vent. Good cleanse. Fudge has a shield and jumps back to safety. Still waiting on the rest of that fight as we're waiting for the ultis to come back. Kill comes in, 1-0 so far. Sven about to fall for the second. Damwon Kia have too much gold, and they are just beating down the opposing squad. Fudge will not find the stun. He will immune a card, but he will still die in the end, rooted in place and killed indeed. Should we get some clarity, get some mana, but Cloud9 have lost 3 for 1.
Damwon gonna grab this soul here, and then the push is on. They have everything they need. Baron, Ocean Soul here, Cloud9 trying to make something happen. Only one they can take down, though, is Barrel. And the item completions are going to be coming through here a lot for Damwon. You can see the GA now completed as well for Khan. He's already on 4 full items.
And they're just going to keep up the push. I like that the TP comes out. They realize they can look for the end. Still 20 seconds on Fudge. So they are going to have a man advantage while looking for this. And in the end, looks like they are going to meet up with their bot wave. I was going to be a bit surprised if Damwon did back off right now. But with the rest of the cavalry falling in line, they have all their ultimates available. They can take another fight.
A short momentary numbers lead, though, as Cannon and Barrel still walking up from the mid lane, but not enough to matter here. Yes, indeed, bottom inhibitor will fall. Baron Buff still on for a full minute. Means that Cloud9 have to wait a while to find a battle they would like. Maybe with the turrets in the way, but no, they're going to find that first flash stun. But Khan just jumps over the wall, and nothing is claimed for 3 big summoner spells. A flash and 2 ult. This makes it all too easy for Damwon Kia to get the rest of the base.
Yeah, Showmaker ulted up to that top wave. They already had that prepped as well, so it's an easy triple inhib. The minions flooding in here, and Damwon are marching on the Nexus.
Here we go. The final 2 turrets to kill, and the Nexus itself. It'll be a 32-minute win for Damwon Kia on the way to a 3-0 start to the group stage. Taking down all of their opponents so far and waiting for the second week's games. Quick route onto Perch. Stun gonna come across, but not a whole lot though. Vulcan just gonna drop here. Stun won't be found by Barrel. Now he gets in a 1 as Blabber's gonna get low, and he's going to fall. Ghost is dominating 7, 3, and 4. A huge factor in these games. Khan is just too tanky. Ocean still helping here as well, as Canyon and Fudge find themselves in a battle, but this Jax just cannot get it done. It was picked last. It did not succeed. The KDA's padded a little bit more, and Damwon Kia 3-0 in the group stage.
Really dominant first 3 days coming out from Damwon. It's looked clean, it's looked cool, it's looked collected. Their early games have been on points. Their meta read looks tremendous, opening the group with the Yuumi pick, the Graves coming out here today. And I just don't really know where to spot a weakness with Damwon, other than when, again, sometimes they get it too ahead of themselves, but they have like a 10K gold lead in that moment. So,
yeah, I mean, they've looked by far the best team in the group thus far. Yeah. Dominated FBX. FBX, I think, has looked much more vulnerable than Damwon, who has been cruising, who looks like the easy favorite to top this group. We will see it finish out next group. Anything could happen, but Cloud9 on the other side, starting 0-3, you already knew it was slim chances to get out of a group with Damwon and FBX, and those have gotten a lot slimmer.
And I will say, Damwon don't just look like the best team in the group. To me, they look like the best team in the World Championship. To me, they are immediately my favorites for the title already. Yes, it's 3 games in. Sure, there's a lot more games to play, but they have looked the best so far. Until we see something else happen, until we see more teams, figure out what the next step is on the meta game, what the answers to the first answers are, that will evolve. But right now, my eggs are in the Damwon Kia basket.
Yeah, and I feel like when you look at the 2 other undefeated teams, right, it's RNG and EDG. EDG, they've looked good, but it's been like a bit slow. They haven't been great at like closing out games with their leads. And RNG, it's been really messy. I mean, they've had some back and forth games. Damwon have been clean, they've been decisive, and they've been fast.
Yeah, they're definitely impressive. So as we wait for the couple more moments, we can say, all right, Cloud9, you've got to take stock, right? You are not mathematically eliminated. You don't have control of your destiny. If Fun plus Phoenix just like takes down Damwon and takes down Rogue, they're on 4 wins. Hey, it's all pear-shaped. It's done for you. You can get 2 teams at 4, and there's no way to reach that. But Cloud9 will try to fire back in week 2 to see what else they can do. Now, after the break, we will hear from the experts before Lore checks in with Canyon. See you soon.
Can't believe that Daniel deal you got me on my insurance.
Daniel, State Farm offers surprisingly great rates to everyone.
Sure you do. You want to meet the queen?
I'm not dressed for that. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Would you ride with me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big mean vibe on the way. Look.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk after Damwon go undefeated in the first round robin after taking down Cloud9. Looking at the draft, I want to talk about this Graves priority that we have seen rearing its head throughout this group stage. And the fact that we've seen this Jax Graves matchup actually before and it didn't go so well for Graves. But Emily, I know you're a big fan of the pick, especially for LPL teams as well, but also in this game.
Yeah, so Lyric brought this up on broadcast, but I think the Graves pick is something that the LPL teams, and more specifically EDG, who we'll see play later on, were heavily prioritizing going in. So this was the pick that they brought in, as opposed to, you know, Damwon started the entire tournament off, kicking it off with the Yuumi, which we did see banned out by C9. And I wanted to highlight this just because I think Damwon are actually their setup with these players, they can adjust in draft really, really well. So what they end up with is something that they're not only like massively comfortable on, but still plays to the strength of these picks in the current meta.
Yeah, and I think somewhere where C9 struggled this game was actually just the level 1 when Blabber just kind of randomly dies for no reason. Maybe it was some kind of ward there. But once he dies,
I've heard this before.
Yeah, it was an unlucky one. This time it was the river, but he dies, and then Damwon just invade his top side, and now all of a sudden you have some kind of split map-esque going on in the first 5 to 6 minutes of the game with Graves into Jax. Now we saw Khan pick Jax into Graves and had a successful game because he was actually able to play aggressive into Auto Amne. But this time around, if the Jax can't jump in and his jungler's never really top, he just eventually gets pushed in, and we saw him get zoned off waves non-stop. He just had to keep backing off waves. Khan got further and further ahead, and yeah, Damwon played it to perfection from that one mistake from C9.
Trying to theorize then in terms of if you know that is happening in your top lane, was there a way in which C9 could have shielded against that? Because we did see at a certain point they sent 5 people up there, right? So they had the right idea.
Well, I mean, when they sent 5 people up, at that point, Damwon were already taking mid and bot tier 1, I think. And when you take a trade like that in a game where you're already behind, it's not bad, right? You're trying to mitigate the bleeding that's going on all over the map. But Damwon are a team that even when they leave these openings, I feel like they're so good at cross-mapping and recognizing where they can still find advantages. So like we did see, you know, a little bit of a mistake up on the top side of the map, and C9 were able to capitalize on that. But then Damwon were, first of all, they had such a massive lead, but then second of all, I do think they're really good at recovering from mistakes when you see some mispositioning. We saw it yesterday, and then we saw it again today.
And there was glimmers for hope for C9 in this game. Like, this one was a good example of it, where they make the TP play behind, and they actually punish Damwon for overextending in the top tier 2. C9 kind of like fighting in their own vision, trying to find picks and a way back in the game. And just going back to the draft itself that I want to talk about here is we see a very similarity thing here coming in from the Chinese teams and Damwon. It's when you're on blue side, you're first picking a solo laner or first hitting solo laners. We saw things like TF and Graves come out. And then basically C9 have to match, pick bot lane, and then on the 4-5 you have to pick an AD jungler. In this case, Blabber picked Kiana. I think it was Jarvan Olaf that they banned away on the 4-5. Damwon are always banning away AD junglers, and this trend kind of happens in the draft where LeBlanc's banned, Sylas is banned, or LeBlanc's banned, Ryze is banned, and then there's just trade-off of mid laners between TF, Ryze. It's like a 4 champions being rotated around.
As we get in a second here to standings now in Group A on, it does look like FPX also kind of got their read on the meta more up to date, a little bit more, but Damwon for sure, right? And I think if you couple it with how strong they are as a team already, the fact that they've gotten such a good read on the meta and are seemingly able to predict to a T what the enemy team is going to field is one hell of a problem going into the second round robin for the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, I think Damwon absolutely, if you weren't considering them a tournament favorite before, you absolutely should be now, just based on how they've come in, their read on the meta. FPX, I was happy to see them go for something that A, they were more comfortable on, that played exactly to their strengths, and then B, something that, you know, played to like not only their strengths as a team, but their actual comfort picks like Doinby's Ryze.
Yeah, and some of these games were close in this group, right? There was Rogue games, C9 games with a lot of hope in it where they almost won. And I think Mithy summed it up really well in an interview with Esports Maniacos, where he basically said the start of Worlds, week 1, is always kind of Asian team favored because they're so much better organized than the Western teams when it comes to learning the meta. And that's what we can kind of see here reflected from Damwon.
So what you're saying is the second week will be better.
Week 2 Europe, yes.
Hope yeah. Hey, the good thing is Damwon is like undefeated. Damwon is undefeated in this group, so you know the number 2 spot
until the second round robin.
Yes, until the second round robin. That is all from us, though. But we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be setting up for EDG versus That Nation Focus Me. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we have Detonation Focus Me facing a mighty foe in yet undefeated EDG. But there's quite a few ways, hopefully, a team like DFM can come out ahead. So we wanted to take a look at some options in what we're going to dub the underdog playbook, right? And DFM have been the underdogs before this year and have come out on top. So we wanted to take a look at a couple of ways they could do it here versus favorite EDG. I did talk to LGL expert Nymera, and I asked for some ideas. And he said, in terms of the meta read, he talked to Kazu, the coach, and he said, okay, DFM didn't have the best read on the meta. Specifically, the Prio, Graves, and Yumi did not appear in their scrims at all. They'll have that fixed for this one, but where else can they look?
Well, it's also interesting because they went through plans, right? And so the meta in plans has not had not had a ton of
juked.
Yeah, exactly. So I think if they're going to have a chance, I don't think that Evi's TP's bot side are a bad call, just because EDG is an incredibly bot lane focused team. So if you can somehow set them off kilter in that bot lane, obviously, you know, Mako and Viper are, I think, the strongest bot lane at this tournament. So to try to set them behind, that's not a terrible option for win conditions for DFM. I do also think that if you're able to do that, it's then about like spreading the pressure around the map. So it'll be up to them with Ebi on something that he's really, really comfortable on.
When you talk about the bot lane, as you say, it's a tall order, right? Up versus this EDG bot lane. Gang has been a fantastic player, fantastic support all through the season for the side of Detonation Focus Me. But if you can't do anything or not get out of the lane, what are you going to get out of him, right? So I feel like, Kadro, it's a bit of a balance for like, okay, we can't sack the lane, but what do we do instead?
To be honest, I think you could play top side early, like Emily was talking about, to get Evi a TP advantage, and then use that towards bot side, because that's been like the one successful point for DFM, right? If you can't beat them 2v2, beat them 3v2, right? That's the only real plan you can realistically go into in an early game to actually get top ahead to translate that pressure to bot for maybe some kind of 4v2, right? Otherwise, getting him out of lane and going towards top and sacking bot can be a good plan if you put your AD carry on things like Ezreal or Ziggs that can just kind of sit back and wave clear.
Let's look at the mid lane too. We have Scout versus Arya. Arya super hyped mid laner. I asked Nymera, can he play the things that have proven to be super strong, like the Silas and whatnot? He says yes. In fact, they are very comfortable playing around a roaming mid like a Ryze. So they should look at that and try to prioritize that. What do you make of that plan?
I don't think that's a bad plan. I also think that if you're looking at mid jungle, an interesting thing to compare is that, you know, I think Arya in some matchups should be able to stand up to Scout, despite the fact that Scout is an incredibly strong laner. And then Cheche, if we're looking at him, you know, we've seen Steel be more willing to play stuff like the Talon, the Ghostblade junglers. I don't think that's Cheche's style if we look at what he's played. They've actually been one of the teams that have used the Jarvan really well. He plays Lee Sin. If you look at his most played, you know, there's Udyr up there. So that's another thing, you know, maybe get him off of his comfort picks and towards more of these carry junglers that he might not be as comfortable with.
There's a lot of maybes here.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And when I look at DFM in this group, they got stomped by T1, right?
Yep.
There's no doubt about that. 100 Thieves kind of dismantled them. There was no real way into the game. So DFM, I'll be just brutally honest on the desk here and just say, like, I don't think they can win this game purely based on individual skill, right? However, we have seen best of ones go in favor of the underdog team for many different reasons, right? A level 1 lane swap from Gigabyte Marines against Fnatic, right? Take the game off them, because you don't actually have to lane 2v2. Maybe late invading bot side, splitting the map 5-man level 1, so they can't lane 2v2. These are the kind of things you have to come up with, or just some kind of crazy pick to catch the enemy team off guard.
Yeah, I like it. We've got the Hopium also over there. I think a lot of people would like to see them take a game, and maybe it's this one, casters. Let's get over to Freakasail and Lyric.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm hoping for a fun and exciting game. I would love to have some more upsets here in the group stage. You know, I think if the last 2 games were upsets, I'd have a good time casting today. You know, I think I'm looking for that.
No upsets here, Freak. We want EDG, just kidding, but it would be really cool. It'd be really cool if DFM are able to take this one. Again, just the story of LJL in general, right? Finally being able to make a group stage, and sadly, just really looks like what Kadril said. Individually, they haven't really been able to stack up across the board. So especially seeing people like Steel and Arya be able to come out and do well against like Scout and JJ, or Evi being able to do well against Flandre, who has always been hot or cold in the LPL.
And I'm with Kadril 100%. You just have to take a swing. You have to do something crazy, whether it's strategic or pick-wise. They've been blown out 2 games in a row. You know, they got destroyed by SKT. They got destroyed by 100 Thieves as well. And EDG is obviously capable of doing similar things to them in a standard game. So, you know, you have to try to take a risk here, I think, as DFM. And being on the red side, you have the opportunity to look for some sort of counter pick.
There is already something that's different from the T1 game and the 100 Thieves game, though, is both of those teams spanned out LeBlanc, Irelia, and the Xin Zhao. So Xin Zhao will be left open. I don't know if EDG plan on first picking that one when you still have things like Lee Sin left open, the Twisted Fate. So DFM maybe will be able to get their hands on Steel's most played jungler in the LPL and get a bit more confidence on a pick he knows.
Could be fun to look at. Right now, Lee Sin has been locked in, so already Jie is going to be ready to turn a lot of heads, kick people backwards. This is exactly kind of his style, so that's going to look fun. Let's see what Evie can do, you know? Camera's on you, Evie. Where's the thumbs up, man? Where's the thumbs up?
He's
missing an opportunity.
Free.
He's missing an opportunity.
He's trying to do a draft right here.
How hard is Champ Select, really? You know?
Difficult.
Apparently, you just counter pick yourself in top lane a couple of times, and yeah, it is. Leona going to be grabbed. Not much of a surprise here. MF would be a very likely combo alongside that one.
Yep, I feel like that's the most likely, right? Unless we see something like a Sion Tristana come out, which could set up for that level 1 lane swap Caedrel was talking about, but not too likely here. I would like to see this. Steel going back onto the Talon jungle. I'd say has looked mechanically proficient on it. Some of the decision-making has been a bit weird. I remember especially in their game yesterday, answering a play bot. I believe he was the one who took TP on the champion. So maybe higher execution able to come out. Really good team fighting. For the side of EDG, though, they're keeping it very stock and standard.
Man, you already have multiple reveals there for the Talon ulti, the Lee Sin E, the ulti as well from the TF, so not a lot of safety to actually be gained in that.
Yep.
And it's interesting to see MF actually go undrafted here for through that first phase.
Yeah, they really had high Proteon Talon and wanted to make sure they could answer mid lane on 3, and they thought, look, we can't let Talon go to the second ban phase, whatever, we'll deal with 80 carries otherwise, and on the other side, EDG clearly valuing the Jace very highly as well, knowing, hey, they're on blue side, they got to blind something, get it in before the bans can come through.
This is also very stock and standard for EDG. They have one of the highest counter pick rates for both AD and support in the LPL. At this tournament so far, both games, they saved AD and support 4, 4, 5. They play pretty much every type of bot lane, whether it's all in, whether it's enchanter supports, whether it's like wackier things like fasting bot lane. So I feel like this is right at home with EDG, and it looks like DFM want to go toe-to-toe. Potentially, you would expect, you know, get an aggressive AD carry there with the Leona to look for some all-ins.
Of course, first dibs go to the LJL squad of Detonation Focus Me, so leaving up the highest tier, which generally speaking for most teams looks to be Misfortune. So the Draven is off the table as one of the possible answers. I've seen Karthus named as one of the other MF answers. We don't see him, but you know, you get an on-demand slow that's undodgeable, and it's like, what's your move speed gonna do when you're slowed 80%?
Senna as well. I know some players have been talking about Senna. Danny, someone who's been playing a lot of fleet footwork Senna and having success with that. So always interesting to hear about some of those different picks. But Flandre kind of protecting him on that top side. A couple of bans thrown over towards Eva here.
So yeah, we're going to get the Jhin coming out for DFM, so not wanting to opt into the Misfortune. We have been seeing a lot of Jhin into the Misfortune, so does bring strong laning. We've been seeing a lot of like control around the map coming out with both the Snare and the Ultimate. And now for EDG, I'm surprised to see them wanting to go towards something like the Ezreal if they do decide to lock this in. Again, they've been a lot more of a lane-dominant bot lane duo in the LPL.
But to be honest, at Worlds, we've seen kind of more roaming coming out from Mako. If he goes Braum, it's not really what I was expecting, but it would have made sense if you're playing, you know, TF plus Jace, you want to play side lanes, if you wanted to get out of there and roam, well, Ezreal's a great pick to do that. But of course, it doesn't look like it's going to be the Braum, so we'll be probably playing, you know, more just as an answer, it feels like, to the potential Jhin.
Still does set up nicely for the 1-3-1, right? You clearly have the score that's going to sit in the mid lane with Ezreal, Braum, and Lee Sin. You have your two side laners. You're going to hopefully look to make picks, kite out, play from a distance using things like the Glacial Fissure. And now for DFM, it's all about looking for these aggressive engages.
Poppy
we got Poppy
in. So Poppy, Jace, this is a matchup where theoretically you're getting pushed in early game, but you really consistently have lethal threat. It is not that hard to find a decent wall slam, but the damage output is really high. Poppy can be the setup for Talon to finish the kill, and it's one where you lose pressure and then suddenly kill the guy and take the lane over.
And this is another one of those games where you just stack armor. You're not really worried about the magic damage from TF when he is that only source of that. So, you know, potential here for Evie to get very, very tanky, especially early game when you're looking at the Jace plus the Lee Sin. The early armor is going to be really, really powerful here. See if he can hold on in what is still going to be a very tough early lane. And if Flandre does get way ahead, then the scaling kind of matters less, so you can get run over.
I also feel like the only other thing I don't love about the Poppy is when we've very clearly seen EDG draft this composition that doesn't want to fight and just like fine keeping at arm's length and cutting back. Sadly, Poppy doesn't really do anything to lock you down, keep you in the fight. You're looking to like maybe flash in and just pop the quick ult to knock you up, but that is extremely unreliable, so don't know if we can expect that one. And yeah, it feels like both teams kind of looking at different things. For DFM, it's mid-jungle. For the side of EDG, you're definitely looking a lot more towards that top side with Flandre, which is a far cry from what they did in the LPL.
And here we go. Detonation Focus be hoping for a somewhat of a birthday present for Arya. Technically, in Germany, it's not yet, but in his home country of Korea, or even in his home league in Japan, it is his birthday. It is October 14th, so for the home crowd, happy birthday to Arya. And maybe he gets a win over Edward Gaming, the LPL champions. What a present that would be.
I was going to say, I don't feel like you can have a better birthday coming out. And, I mean, if that did happen right, they would exit the week 1-2. So still very doable to be able to try to find their way to make it out of this group stage. And yeah, it feels like they have a lot of champions that are very volatile, can make this very skirmish heavy. And EDG have never really thrived when it gets a bit too chaotic.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team that just loves to play through objectives, right? And that's always what they are focusing on, setting up around objectives. I think their team fighting is the best in the world. You know, they're so proficient at kiting back, at always staying spread out. You know, they kind of have this little line where they kite back into the semicircle, and anyone who gets attacked on the team, the other members collapse in, take them out. It's really, really impressive to watch how they position in team fights and how they work together. And they're going to have a lot of poke here and the ability to kind of perform and replicate a similar thing in this game here, too.
I think that's the good thing, right? Talking about the poke, the fact that Viper, if they do get to that mid-game, will be able to have a massive impact. Viper definitely the standout, by far best AD carry in the LPL this split. No one even close, but it will take him a bit of time to get there, so DFM will have those opportunities available. And, you know, the thing I'm most curious in seeing in this early game is if DFM are going to put any stock into trying to, like, relieve pressure from the Poppy, help him get through that early laning phase, and then maybe try and combo up with it, you know, once it does get a few levels under its belt.
I mean, it's definitely possible if Steel is clearing from bot to top, you know, head up there. If the Jace doesn't have the wave properly bouncing towards him at that time, maybe Steel can look for some sort of a play, but you know, we are seeing Lee Sin clear the same way, so JJ can definitely look to answer that, and Lee Sin plus Jace would be a powerful 2v2.
Interesting choice here. Scout learning the stacked deck at level 1 for the most aggressive pushing possible. It is easily the most minion damage you're going to get from a skill point at level 1. Says, okay, I'm going to make sure I'm getting 2 first. I'm going to have this control over the Silas over here in the mid lane, but as Arya gets level 2 himself, comes in for a pretty decent trade. Yeah, lands both halves of E and Q.
Yeah, just really nice trade coming out from Arya. Scout playing this so aggressively. Again, you really don't see this start come out in this matchup all too often. Steel looks like he wants to capitalize, though. Is it being spotted?
Forward, here he is. Scout at half. Doesn't quite guess the flash E. Scout still flashes as he was afraid, but doesn't land the stun. And now actually takes the better half of the trade as Arya gets pushed down to 120 health.
I actually really like that. You know, being able to circumvent this ward. You know, there's that ward in the pixel brush, and he just hops over the wall so he can attack from a different angle. And yes, the chains did not connect there from Arya, but a nice little try. You have to get cute with these plays. You have to try to find some sort of advantage here against EDG. And Steel's trying to use some clever pathing to do that.
It's also nice that they realize like what their early game win cons are, right? They have mixed damage in the mid lane. They have the setup coming from the Silas for the burst from the Talon and trying to look for those aggressive plays. Again, it was a bit of an execution there, not just predicting Scout's flash correctly, but I like the attempts coming out. If Steel wants to make his way to getting a Scuttle Crab, would have to make his way down towards that bottom half of the map. But you look at the laning phase, you have 3 lanes of prio. So not too much Steel is able to do at this point in time.
Pretty happy. Go ahead and knock down that ward as well. Bit of extra golden experience. Heavy just holding up in farm. And honestly, this is fairly reasonable for Poppy, right? You're down 1 CS. You're doing okay. Your health bar is all right. You still got a corrupting potion stack. That part's going okay. It's just, yes, the priority is there, right? The safety for the Lee Sin to do whatever he wants on the top side of the map.
Exactly. And he's going to be able to get the Scuttle on the bot side as well. So that huge line of vision across the river. And we can see Steel moving in here, trying to find some sort of a play on Scout, who doesn't have that flash, but of course, the control ward will spot it.
And right now, not losing any time, right? Doesn't have any camps up. Doesn't look like his Gromp will come up soon, so maybe can see something like a recall come through. But right now, actually, you look at the mini-map, he is making his way towards the top side. Flandre is pushing, so could set up an opportunity for Steel to find something.
Okay, red buff on. Can Flandre survive the 1v2? Tackles into a mini to get the slow. Now a flashback, but the damage still going to be landing for the auto attacks. That should burn him down. No, the potion! The potion's enough! And he's going to survive with Summoner down. The TP's still up, means he's getting back into lane at full health.
Man, I think they thought it was dead completely. They didn't take into account the biscuits there, the potions that could come through, because Evie still had his flash. He could have flashed in for another auto that would have guaranteed the kill, but I think he thought Steel already had it, and he didn't need to, and now they're looking for a dive mid.
Looks like they think the damage is high enough as Scout forces Arya off the wave entirely. This way, 800 health left in the health bar. Level 5 Lee Sin could have finalized it, so a little bit of poke and nothing else. Most of this wave is going to be denied. 38-22. Off the TPs, it was like 5 CS apart. Now, it's 17.
Yeah, this is just really rough. I mean, we've seen the ideas of what DFM want to do, just a few flubs here and there. And EDG, they're just taking it slow. They're winning naturally through lanes. Their bottom side has been pushed, and not really a whole wave up, but half a wave up. Scout doing such a nice job. They denied some experience from Arya there on that play as well, so Scout will be able to hit 6 first. It's going to set up a window to where he can make a Destiny play, to where typically the Sylas would be able to react, but now he will not.
Gonna try here. Now again, level 6 is in for TF, but not anyone else. Mako coming around, spotted actually by Steel, so they know they've got an enemy support, but now he's far enough away. You can maybe go for the try. Yes, they're gonna look. They know he's flashless. They gotta land the stun, and they will do so. They gotta get the damage over, and yes, happy birthday, Arya, first blood.
Nicely done, and Steel, I think, is actually playing a really good game in these early minutes. Goes mid, forces the flash there, up towards top, forces a flash there, back to mid, gets the kill, while Scout still doesn't have that flash, so Talon paying some dividends here early on. They are still unfortunately down because the lane difference is pretty big.
I feel like a lot of what you're saying as well comes down to the point you hit on earlier about the ward he dodged out.
Yeah.
Even in that play, going to that brush, ignoring the camps he had up, I think EDG maybe expecting he wouldn't be there. He would be farming maybe his quadrant of the jungle and just doing a nice job of taking advantage of these unexpected plays coming out. But speaking of plays, EDG have a wave stacked on top side. Can they find it?
They're looking 3v1 top. Who's going to join them? No TP available. Goes for a little bit of time. Nice ulti charge. Sends them both back. Evie showing us how it's done.
I mean, you love it. That is what you pick Poppy for, to deny those types of plays coming out. And Evie even going to look to brawl with JJ, not going to let him get these drugs.
Krugs. He's forcing the smite, though, so Big Krug is taken, and may have to respect Lee Sin. As you can see, the top wave is now dying to the turret. The first plate is grabbed as well. So, okay, you lose 3 CS, you lose a plate, but at the very least, you wasted some of TF's time.
I even like what EDG are doing on the bot side in reaction to this, though, right? They realize that, hey, because we're wasting so much time on top side, Steel can make his way into our jungle and look to take some of our camps. So Mako and Viper just go and take the red buff themselves, not going to allow that to be taken away, and also going to give them a lot of power in the trades in this laning phase.
The wave goes down. Level 6 comes fairly soon for the bot laners. That's what we're going to watch for soon.
And we'll see what they can get done next. I would love to see Steel try to get back up towards this top lane, punish Flandre on this missing flash. He was able to make it happen with Scout, and the fact that Scout now doesn't have the TF ult means they don't really have an easy response to a sort of gank up there. So we'll see if he can circumvent some of these wards. There are a number that they have actually kind of defending the Jace up on this top side. You can see 3 wards along here, so it would have to be a bit of an oddball path to actually dodge all the vision.
Still does feel like the fact that Flandre doesn't have the flash, we see Arya actually has the Destiny Gate available, and Gang has made his way up towards the top side, should potentially give DFM the option to take away a blue buff, look to start a Rift Herald if they so choose, and EDG probably not in a position to answer, though Mako and JJ are making their way up.
The lane is awkward for Flandre, though. He's got no mana, really, and no TP, so he kind of needs to stay to protect the wave and get that pushed in, but also the rest of DFM are right in that river, so if he goes too far up, you know, Gang and Arya show up and the man dies, so they're going to be able to grab the Herald. Yes, indeed. I was worried about a chance this might not going to happen. Steel and Arya should be able to jump over the wall, so it might be a safe retreat, but hang on. Does Gang get slowed? Is it going to be much of a follow-through? No. The wave's safely pushed in, so Flandre gets what he needs out of that wave, but still, DFM not only have first blood, but they got the first Herald.
DFM are playing a great game, honestly. Yeah. They're playing, EDG pretty tight here. Yes, it is only the first 9 minutes, but this is by far the best early game that they have been able to actually turn in. A lot of clever little bits leading towards that play. Obviously, the gank towards top. Evie sees that Flandre is low on mana, so he takes some damage to actually get up there and delay the base, so Flandre had to stick around. And EDG can't really contest with an Jace coming in. He doesn't have TP either, so he couldn't reset in time. So smart stuff here, and while Steel was spotted out by the ward, the pink ward has now been cleared out, so there is always the possibility that he could look to try to sneak up around.
And I think, you know, with the clever plays from DFM, also EDG looking to go for the Herald contest despite what you're talking about with Jace, despite the fact that Mako's so behind on Roam timer. That is just very standard in the LPL. Our teams do not know how to avoid the Rift Herald fight, but Engage coming out from Gang.
Decent damage. Guardian helping a ton, though. Means Viper gets to block about 120 of that damage at this point in time, and not gonna hurt too badly. Gang should be able to grab the melee minions here and get the cash back in.
Just going to be slow in standard for now, seeing if they can just get a bit of trading coming out. Yutapon wanting to make do with the burst and the 4th shot that he has, but not able to find it.
And it is looking like it's kind of EDG's turn to maybe make a play on the map again, as Scout does once more have the ultimate. It'll be interesting to see if they want to go up towards Evie again, because he had a great response to that TF ulti. His Poppy's ulti as a response to it was fantastic, and if you can get that timing, just reject the TF right as he arrives, at the very least it will buy you so much time. And Steel heading over here.
Okay, Arya gonna take a bit of damage, but JJ pushed on a half HP. Stun comes in on a Scout, and that is a stolen Lee Sin kill.
Oh,
That's gonna be in second!
Let's go!
Oh my word! Jungle mid diff for the LJL squad. Detonation, focus me on the board.
When did Faker arrive in the mid lane there? Arya has the birthday buff. I've heard of the wife buff, but this is a new one.
That's the thing, right? Freak was talking about a birthday present for him. Arya giving himself a birthday present. If they will be able to keep up this momentum and find the win. EDG looking to be the aggressors now.
Finds a stun. JJ forced to flash away. Flash dodges Flandre's damage, and Evie's here. That means it's time to get away. It's going to be a tough one to go in. Here comes the stun onto the wall, and Flandre has been flayed. JJ's next up. A quick point and quick stun. Scout flashes to safety, but Steel wants in. Not going to get any more, but DFM are 4-0.
Yeah, and EDG were the ones, the aggressors in that play. They went for that. Yutapon still down on the bot side. Viper had to make his way up, but none of it mattered. Didn't matter who was there. We saw the ultimate coming out from Gang, locking them down. Evie finding the knockup as well, and just set up for massive AoE damage coming out from the Talon.
And we can see in the new Axe Effect replay here, they just had no idea that Steel was there. They go in for the initial engage, and the stolen ultimate kick flash from Arya. What a play by him. And Steel has been so clever with his pathing, and now we can see EDG is looking to re-engage because Scout's respawn timer is 1 second and he had the TF ult. So they're saying, all right, just play it slow, Scout will arrive, and we can win this out. Gang is pretty low on HP, but the ulti comes in, Evie gets the pin on the wall, Flandre is dead before he even arrives.
That's the thing, right? Flandre flashed into that. Flandre flashes in, immediately gets pinned down. Now you're kind of like cut up as a team, Scout on one side, Braum on the other, and it just leads to DFM being able to find the fight. And I think with DFM having an advantage, looking forward, we're talking about, hey, how do you really consistently engage on the side of EDG? Sure, you have the Leona, you have Jhin ultimate, but I think you'd like a bit more. If they're ahead, they're on objectives first. EDG are the team walking into them.
And the fact that they're doing this at all is impressive. There is so much pedigree on EDG. Scout is a 3-time LPL champion. Mako's a 4-time LPL champion, an MSI champion. He won Asia Games a few years ago, right? At an Olympics level competition. For DFM, even for the Korean imports, I put that in quotes, by the way, because their only league for Arya and Gang has been the LJL. They're basically just native Japanese players as far as the only pro they've played. Their first time in the group stage, they're crushing everybody. Here comes the first kill, here comes the second. Ginger running away under his turret, and yes, he will survive, but it's a 5-0 game for DFM.
Man, Steel is playing out of his mind on this talent. He has been everywhere this game, across the map, finding plays, finding kills, clearing out vision, utilizing the Talon to have these really intelligent gank paths to come from different angles that EDG are expecting, circumventing their wards or making them just not really matter because he's showing up so quick.
Steel has definitely been having a phenomenal game. Let's also highlight Gang for the fact that He's just consistently been right behind him the whole time. They've been doing a nice job of getting vision. You look at the minimap right now, there's pretty much wards littered everywhere for the side of DFM. Anywhere JJ goes, DFM will know, and they can kind of circumvent, make their plan depending on that. Looks like Reset's coming out, going to make their way down towards the bottom side of the map. I wonder if they'd want to opt into something like a Dragon when we will have second Rift Herald soon. And as we've seen, a lot of teams definitely preferring the gold trade over the Dragon stacking as of late.
Waiting for it, because we're 14-10 in, and yeah, no one's even looked at the Dragon so far into this game. Bot lane just kind of clearing back and forth, like, hey man, Unipon's just hanging out. All right, he's just chilling. He's been on this team so long. He was on this team before the LJL even existed. Like, he's just been here. He's seen it all. Finally on his first Worlds group stage, he's like, I'm just farming on Jhin. Like, everyone else getting kills. Like, this is great. This is what I wanted. Get me teammates as good as me. Let's win this way.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good. You look up towards that top side. The Jace is down on farming the Poppy. Evie has the kill and the assist as well. And when you fall behind as Jace against an armor stacking tank, it is sad. You do not do anything. And even if JJ gets up there, I don't know that they actually have the damage to take down Evie whatsoever.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to be doing anything until you at least have something like a Sorrel to scrunch later on in the game, but we are nowhere close. And Evie looking for the 1v1 again. He does so much damage.
There is the Eclipse Power Spike, though. That does change things around a little bit. Nicely timed. Gets rid of the To The Skies. And yeah, he's going back to the ground real fast.
Yeah, that was risky for Flandre. I think that Evie thought someone was behind him, because when you get that stun, he could have just done the point blank ult, and he's going to go for it now.
Crossfire Gauntlet means it's slow. Red buff going to mean more as well. Point blank ulti. Wants the solo kill, not going to get it. And now it might be JJ getting the kill. Waits it out. That's going to be a dash back. It doesn't matter. Gets the kill. On the board finally is EDG, as Steel can't turn one around.
I mean, you finally find something, but still, that was cutting it extremely close for Flandre. One or two things go different. Flandre can get solo killed there. Sure, he traded it back, but EDG get on the board. We'll celebrate that, a small win, but DFM still being the team to hold control. They got the first Dragon only a moment ago. They have their bot lane on the top side of the map if they want to look to start this Herald, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do for now. EDG looks like they're just going to look to funnel gold and Viper and hope that later on he can get to more power spikes to carry.
Yeah, and that's not very unrealistic. Viper can do some crazy things in the team fights. This guy is a walking highlight reel, but DFM going to be able to grab another Herald here, and we'll see where they want to put it. I think, mid is the guaranteed kill, but going through top would make a lot of sense there as well if they think that they can finish off the mid lane turret easy enough later on.
Evie probably should have taken that ult, by the way, just to make Viper take aggro and stop the shots in the turret. Really minor thing, doesn't matter too much. Herald pretty much instantly summoned in mid. Has to take the walk over, but as long as someone walks into range, they'll get the gold. Yutapon, by the way, is going to be out of local turret gold range, so a lot of gold sacrificed there. Actually, 400 gold missed via no one actually walking all the way up to the turret. That said, they guarantee the 150 bonus gold does not go Viper's way. Doesn't get his own first turret gold. Already going to knock down top.
I also really like the fact that DFM, other than the fact that it was low, took mid turret, for the fact that we hit on how EDG's comp wants to play out more through side lanes. And with the fact that DFM have that mid turret down, that they are just ahead, they can continuously push out mid. And it's going to make it really hard for Flandre and Scout to overextend in the side, or DFM can just constantly look to collapse.
Yeah, absolutely. And as long as Arya can continually steal away Scout's ult, he can match those plays, even if Scout wants to go towards sides. Evie just has to kind of buy time in that type of situation. And as you said earlier, Gang has been so active on the map, has been very effective at actually finding these plays, and EDG is very low on actual hard engage. They pick the more defensive support instead of looking for something aggressive, so they are reliant on poking down their opponents, then trying to go in for some sort of a play, unless they can find an odd number play in a side lane. So it'll be interesting to see how they make this happen with a deficit.
Take stock of the game, though. We were very hyped about the beginning of the game, but the gold lead has shrunk down below 1,000. Asterisk with the fact that TF prints 4 gold per CS, so there's 600 gold in the scoreboard that's just from a TF passive that doesn't really explain like good plays or wave control. It just kind of comes in, so you still feel like DFM are leading, just maybe not by as much as they were before. Edward Gaming very slightly pulling back into this one.
I feel like one thing we've seen this game so far, right, is that DFM have definitely been the better team, EDG have just been the better laners. Not necessarily like individual players, they've just been better in terms of like actual laning. So that's how they've been able to keep up the advantages so far. DFM though, again, I still feel like they're in a really good spot. They have some solid power spikes coming out with things like the Gore Drinker, Serrated Dirk on Steel as well, and Everfrost for Arya. So they're definitely in a position where they can take a fight.
Yeah, they totally are. And I mean, all things being equal, I think most people would still take EDG to win this because of their pedigree, because of how good this team is. But DFM are in an incredible spot, and the fact that they are slightly ahead in gold, you know, even though it is just slightly, approaching 20 minutes means they're playing a hell of a game. And it's been really fun to see, and I hope that they can keep it up because it has been very, very exciting.
I do feel like this is a win-win for everyone, though, as JJ walks into Evie.
Yeah, doesn't guess the timing on the Q, so that's going to be the first little bit hit. Now going for movement speed, channeling the ultimate, and they're just going to run away. If he gets to hold it, he gets part of the cooldown back, so indeed gets 2/3 of it away. Still though, top lane turret under fire, and it's going to be in 2-2 in the turret score. Next dragon spawns in 30 seconds. If JJ runs right now, he can get there in time to fight for the dragon. Otherwise, I feel like DFM should be able to stack their second of that objective.
Yeah, you would expect for EDG to start making their way down towards that side. DFM are the team that already has control, but going back to my last point, the win-win, it's either DFM gets a win, that's cool, that's spicy, or hopefully on the opposite end, if EDG do win, hopefully it's all about a Viper highlight reel, because that would be really cool to see. So, you know, viewers, winners in the end.
I always like that, you know? That's the fun thing about watching the game is I see a victory screen every single game I cast. Except at Worlds, where there's exactly one team I'm rooting for, you know, in some of the games I'm casting. So, you know, sometimes let down, but here we go. In this one, I get to see a victory screen no matter who wins. Dragon is going to be claimed indeed. It was EDG playing for top side as JJ and co took a red buff. They took most of this Raptor camp, Krugs as well. So though a dragon was claimed, there was also about 300 gold kind of siphoned out of Steel's jungle.
Yeah, not too concerned about that second dragon just yet, but it is going to be Infernal Soul, very powerful on this comp. You know, honestly, Infernal Soul can really be annoying even when it's just on tanks. Like a bit of added damage for something like a Poppy versus Jace matchup can really make it more threatening, and I do think we're going to see EDG start to play towards this next dragon. They just want to try to get as many items as they possibly can. You can see the two Muromanas, you know, stacking up there, trying to get those completions, I think, before they fight, because the double completion for Jace and Ezreal is going to be really impactful, and they didn't quite have it yet.
I feel like it's also with what you hit on earlier, right, about the fact that Evie has accelerated, does already have the Bramble Vest to play its Steel Caps, the Frostfire Gauntlet, so as Flandre, it'd be nice to get that stacked up, as well as, again, hit things like the Sorelda's Grudge to be able to deal with the Poppy.
I'm going to be interested to see where Evie goes as far as the itemization. I actually am a pretty big fan of Warmogs in a game like this. If you're playing in the side lane, you just step back, you regen to full after every wave. Jace can't really push you off and threaten towers. And as far as team fights, you just stand in front of your carries, tank every single Ezreal Q, every single Jace Q. You can really become very, very difficult for your opponents to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the fact that they really don't have the ability to burst you out, right? Again, Scout not offering any damage, Flandre and Viper's damage both coming over time.
As a question is would you do it before Thornmail, or would you finish that first, then go Warmogs?
I mean, I think it depends on how worried you are about the sustain here. There is a fair bit of sustain on this team, so I think it's absolutely reasonable to finish Thornmail and then go third item Warmogs. I do think that Warmogs is actually going to get you more value than something like a Randuin's or a Deadman's in this kind of game, because you're not really that concerned about getting 100-0 killed. It's more about being whittled down, threatened over time in a side lane or at a team fight where you're being poked out.
Good to know. Well, speaking of being threatened over time, the gold lead has changed hands. Some of that, again, TF passive, technically the reason why it's happened. DFM have sort of earned more gold than EDG at this point in time, but again, it's still changed hands, and Gang is just deleted. There's number one. Now it really is an EDG lead. Evie here on the flank, wants to come to the Viper, can't get him though. Kick back, a knock him as well. Steel nearly dies, and Arya may just do so. Evie shuts two back, a flash to safety, barely Arya will survive. We can see now that Edward Gaming is winning the team fight.
The poke coming out from Viper and Flandre, hitting so hard. Gang right in front of our eyes, then he's gone. EDG still going to be in position to take this turret, and their comp is so good at sieging, they should be able to guarantee this one. Unipon, be careful.
They're going to go for the second tower. They just want more potentially here. No, going to back off now, but jeez, they just deleted the Leona. Taking control there in the mid lane, and EDG showing, you know, just how strong they still are.
EDG doing quite well. You would expect resets to be coming out right now, and then EDG looking towards that top side of the map. DFM, though, do have tempo because they did just come off resets themselves, so they should be able to clear out some vision and maybe make it a bit troublesome for EDG to walk in.
But the game may have changed hands. We can see a 2,000 gold lead here, and EDG is to get back on the map. Say, you know what? As long as we can control dragons now, we're not worried about an Infernal Soul. And with the gold lead we have, that, you know, should be able to keep doing that for now. So I want to see their map movements, what objectives they control, and where they head.
And that said, you know, EDG really was fighting that 5v4, right? Because they killed Gang off before they really could get anything done on the side of DFM. So if I'm DFM, you still have to be confident about your team fighting. You want to look towards stacking Soul. I do think that's probably their best way forward in this game. If they start getting shy around dragons, it's going to be difficult for them to kind of advance the game forward.
Steel wants in, Gang gonna flash, and they're gonna find Lee Sin. Second Sun's gonna come through as well. Will he die is the question. Goredrinker buys a ton of time, and he's gonna stay alive. Jin opens up, they're gonna find a slow and a Mako. Could be the option, stunned up and killed indeed. Pretty good timing here. Dragon spawning in 45 seconds. Evi's still around in the back line. Very tanky. Not easily threatened. Are you going to miss his stun, though? Here comes the damage output, and Evi is finally going to burn down. Kick comes in, and it's going to be a cleanup crew. DFM forced to run. Unipon alone, but Scout is here, and the Scout's code means you leave no man behind. All of DFM are sent back to the fountain, and it's time to claim the Baron.
Nice kiting coming out from the side of EDG. They buy time. Jeje joins the fight. Really sick kick to lock multiple people off. Now, like you said, Freak, they're getting the Baron, they're getting mid lane turret. This should be even able to secure the first dragon for themselves. EDG are taking everything.
Yeah, EDG team fighting strikes again here. I have to say, I felt like Unipon just held that ulti way too long. You know, he was sitting completely out of the fight, waiting to kind of find this perfect third and fourth shot, while Viper is just mopping up his entire team, and I'm not sure if he just misjudged the situation and thought they were going to run it over, and he didn't need to actually move forward and get involved in that fight. But after the initial pick, if Unipon had been more involved, maybe it could have looked a little bit different.
Now we're going to see, though, the vision control coming out from EDG. The fact that they have this Jace, I feel like it's impossible for DFM to be able to walk in.
Yeah.
They got the first two dragons for themselves, so it's not like they need to worry about EDG, like, soul point or anything like that, but still.
I mean, they don't need to worry about the soul, but that was really their only win condition,
Yes.
it feels like, remaining. You're down 7,000 gold, and it's more about the fact that this is probably the only way we can come back now.
Yeah, they're worried about the 7,000 gold lead. They're worried about the fact that Viper is on line 204. The Cyrilda's not going to be far away. And the fact that EDG now have entire control. Jeje, I think this is like his 4th time in a row taking away enemy Raptors. They just own this map now. Summoner's Rift belongs to Edward Gaming, and they're on the way to the 3-0 start.
Yeah, I honestly feel like the only way DFM have to like find a fight now is actually we're going to go into the replay, and Azale, this is a little bit crazy.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, the initial play looks very good for DFM, but they can't quite actually finish off Jeje. Then Unipon, as the team is retreating, I do like the ulti, but watch how long he holds this. The second shot goes in, he kills Mako. He's still sitting here waiting for a third and a fourth shot. Well, Viper is getting out so much damage, and you're not even shooting it at low health targets where he could be looking for an execute. He just ends up essentially taking himself out of the fight. And then by the time he actually arrives, his team is already dead. And it did feel like Viper just had such a huge impact in that fight.
I got to shout out Jeje for a really dirty Lee Sin ult, because he got 2 knockouts with the kick. He got it through 2 other people. That is amazing. That is really outstanding. I'm always a huge fan of seeing that one come through. They maybe win the fight anyway, but it's still the icing on the cake. And now with the 8,000 gold lead, they are sieging top lane. 3,100 gold to the Red Bull Baron power play. Top lane tier 2 about to be joining in. Going to be closer to 4,000 gold when it happens.
And, you know, this is where EDG's composition thrives, right? All 5 enemies right in front of you, able to dish out that poke, doing so well in a siege scenario. You have 2 Baroned up cannons, so EDG are going to be able to keep going with this and whittling them down, but the Poppy Ultimate might be able to buy some time.
Nice by Viper. I believe he tanked it as he Arcane shifted. Wasn't able to walk far enough up to prevent his cannons from being shot out of the map and into orbit, but still, the rest of the squad is here to push it down. The cannons are back in range, and the inhibitor turret will fall. 28 minutes in, and you would be forgiven if you didn't think this game started 5-0 to DFM, because now it is pretty much all Edward Gaming as they knocked down the first inhibitor. 28 minutes in, they're ready to close this one out pretty fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be pushing down mid lane. They have the waves prepped here, mid and bot. Going to be looking to just try to finish this one off. You can see the waves coming in, but Talon is actually looking for a flank here. One last desperation play potentially coming in from DFM.
Here we go, big play coming in, gonna stun the front line, but Braum is in the way. Rampage picked up, that's the name LJL fans have seen before, but this time around, it's EDG making it happen. Viper on a killing spree, and a kickback not gonna matter. Mako stays alive. Good snipe coming through for Utapon. A second kill coming through as well. The trap, I believe, is the reason that even happened. But you can see the fight still went well. 3-2 for EDG.
Still, with the fact that DFM have been on the back foot for so long, being able to pick up some kills, really nice for Utapon on the Jhin. EDG started it off so well that they kited out the initial engage. They find their first kill on the gang. Viper also some really nice mechanics with the flash to cleanse the E to be able to escape both Steel and Arya and output all the damage in the fight. And it feels like for EDG, if Viper can stay alive, they're going to be able to take these fights no matter what.
Yeah, and it's just going to get harder and harder to actually take him down. He has the stopwatch now. He's building towards that frozen heart where it becomes very difficult to actually burst out this Ezreal. One saving grace, they did force both of his summoners, so that is something, as he had just used the Arcane Shift forward when Steel came in on that flank, so he had to immediately flash to get out of there.
I also feel like the idea is right coming out from DFM, right? That it's like the last play they have available is looking for this flank coming out with Steel and Arya. The problem for them is they really don't have a lane that they can push to be able to guarantee of like, hey, I'm going to try and get behind the likes of EDG to set up this play. But if they can find that play once again, it is always available. With Viper's summoner spells being down, Steel and Arya's are as well, so it also will be a bit harder to close the gap.
9,000 gold and a base to kill. Middle inhibitor turret still alive, but locked at 1/3 HP. Won't regen past that point. And they're going to get ready to make this one happen. Now, next dragon spawns in 35 seconds. It wouldn't really be in the back of their minds, doesn't have to be. Even if you somehow lose this fight, you're only giving away third dragon. You're not immediately, getting aced into soul. So the risk of a bad fight isn't too high here. But they may choose to play it slowly. They may choose to wait all the way for the dragon spawn, claim that, and then go. JJ going to be stunned up. That gets out of the way. And Gang is almost going to drop, but just barely stays alive. True Shot Barrage comes through from Arya. Doesn't get a whole lot of damage done, though. And ultimately, DFM are forced right back out. Scout is here ready to keep playing.
The thing is, DFM are just feeling the pressure overall, right? You look at topside super minions coming in, you just sit on the fact that Dragon's coming up. They know that they need to do something now if they want to have a chance.
Yeah, but with Gang in base and Arya actually answering top, they just can't do anything. Viper lights up Evie, and now they can close in. You can see mid and bot already chunked out pretty low. These towers are going to go down fast.
There we go. Turret going to fall. And the inhibitor going to be next up on the docket. 30 seconds still for Evie to respawn. Yeah, not going to be a problem here. As now mid lane can be attacked. Look, Scout makes his way over. That's going to be another turret down. And honestly, in a 4v5, there's no way you fight for this inhibitor. You get this one up away as well, and now you fight for the double Nexus turrets. But as the waves come in, the 5v4 siege may be enough. They can end the game right here. Dragon's going to be ignored. The Nexus is the target. Second turret falling, waiting for Evie still for 8 seconds. And health bars are too low to keep fighting. So EDG just going to walk it in as DFM finally take the fight. They get the stun, but can they kill Lee Sin? JJ able to get out pretty easily. The root comes in, and down goes Steel. Looking for the fight still in the 4v5. Evie in the front line, quite tanky, but not gonna matter. 3 more kills. Nexus falls. Edward Gaming 3-0.
And it feels great. A lot of people doubting EDG despite the fact that they were the LPL champions. Some people having more confidence in FPX, but EDG definitely looking like the best LPL team here at Worlds. And honestly, they're right up there with Damwon as looking like the 2 current best teams. So really excited to see EDG going forward.
Yeah, very impressive team fighting from EDG. It is the expected result at the end of the day, but it was not the expected path to the result.
No.
DFM had a very strong early game. Steel, I cannot sing enough praises for his early game play on the Talon. I thought that was so impressive, circumventing the early wards, forcing flash from both mid and top, re-ganking, finding kills, finding creative paths that gave DFM a potential path to victory.
Yeah, especially, I want to highlight Gang as well, right? We highlighted how much time he spent on a lane, following Steel around and really setting up a lot of those plays. Sadly, in the end, it just feels like, again, the caliber of players and team that EDG is, which was just too much for them to overcome.
5 players the first time at the group stage. EDG, you got a laundry list of people who have international accolades, so well done to them for the win. Now we're going to take a quick break. On the other side, Shox, Cadril, and Emily are going to break down that game.
magical power of the realm is a mystery. Like a guardian, it is with you always. Defending you, charging you, watching over you like... Actually, it's not magic. It's this Cisco network. The power behind every gank, every combo, every mind-blowing moment. At League of Legends World Championships.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we are going to break down that win by EDG. Oh, man, poor DFM. I mean, we talked about the underdog playbook possibly coming in for Detonation Focus Me. And to be fair, when we look at the draft, getting a good pick in the mid lane, a good read on the meta with the bot lane Jhin, and a Poppy, you know. Emily, what did you make of it?
I love the UOL flair with the first Poppy play. That, you know, the thanks UOL for giving us this pick. But with this, I see, I mean, obviously, EDG heavily prioritized JJ's Lee Sin. I did like, and I pointed this out prior to the match, that Talon has been something that Steel has gone for, and they've actually played around it really well, especially in play-ins. The last-minute poppy pick isn't something that we've seen from Ebby recently. I know, Kadril, you looked it up, and he hasn't played it since 2017.
Season 7, yeah.
Yeah, so, but to see him bring it out here, I thought was kind of a cool answer, even though it didn't end up working out.
I'll be honest, I think DFM kind of screwed themselves a bit in the draft when they give away first pick Lee Sin to JJ, as Emily highlighted, and then they go TF Jace on 2-3, and you don't pick your top laner on 3 because you have to match Sylas into TF, and then they ban away Set and Gnar. Irelia's already down, Urgot's already down, 4 top lane champions banned, and the enemy team has a winning jungle matchup and Jace TF, so they can just play hard for top side, so it kind of worked out. The Poppy weathered the storm. It was going quite deep in his champion pool to kind of pull it out.
Yeah.
And they got some early leads, but I think the birthday miracle kind of ran out for Arya.
Yeah, the question is, how much are you really giving up to, like, kind of be able to ban out the enemy, and what do they still get their hands on? But as you said, the early game, man, we were full of hope because it was honestly well played, and a lot of the micro movements and micro mechanics coming out of Arya and Steel really were great.
Yeah, cheeky little kick flash here from Arya, and I think that Steel's positioning was great. He was already there to match the mid jungle play straight away, so that's a quick kill. And then what happens is support jungle mid matching up together, just as Emily highlighted in the pregame, and then they move around the map, right? And this is where they get even more kills.
Yeah, I mean, and I really liked, we talked about, oh, how are DFM going to win? This wasn't, we talked about mid jungle, this wasn't necessarily how we thought it would happen, but I thought this was a very well played early game from DFM, given their composition. It felt like they really did know how they needed to play it. Because of, you know, as we're going to see in a little bit, when EDG's composition does come online, it's really difficult if Flandra and Viper remain untouched on that Jace Ezreal.
Yeah, Viper, Ezreal, playing Ezreal Braum into Leona lane, so they have a winning bot matchup, and he was just scaling the whole game long.
Yeah, and then I remember we were watching this and we were kind of like, okay, an underdog winning, this would be great for DFM. You're like, please don't give Viper a kill. Whatever you do, be very, very careful. And I want to skip forward to the team fight in the bot lane jungle where, you know, you see what the composition of EDG is designed to do, Emily.
Yeah, and I mean, you really don't want Viper to come online, although in fairness, it is only a matter of time. And because he's able to go untouched throughout this fight, it's, you know, the itemization comes in afterwards. Yutapon is, like, quite frankly, really distant. The fact that, they pointed this out on cast too, the fact that he saves his shots, it just means that he is out of this fight for so long. And then JJ has the insane play. Viper is virtually untouched throughout. Flandra is also fairly untouched, and they're just able to clean up.
Is it happening? Is the first seed and EDG being the first seed from the LPL, the champions, and they're playing so well? Well, Emily, is it happening?
No, you just cursed it.
I don't have that kind of power.
I refuse to believe. I'm a KT fan, you know, I can't get too excited about anything.
I don't have that kind of power, or at least that's what I tell people. We'll be right back after this break to get you hyped up for the last game of the day, the last hope of the West, 100 Thieves versus T1.
UNA might go 0-6 if they lose. Oh no.
Again, we want a dose of this right now. It's KD. I'm a goddess with a blaze. Story trouble, let it out. 믿지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal, gal, gal. When I started talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 닿을 수 없는 river. 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보던 좋아할 거야 I'm so tough let's get it show you out can you feel the rush now ain't nobody bringing us down 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 they could try but we're gonna wear the crown you could go another round 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 wish you luck but you're not bringing us down we go hard till we get it we go hard we so in it we pop stars only winning now ain't nobody bringing us down 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 난 멈추지 않아 we go hard we pop stars ain't nobody bringing us down 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 they could try but we're gonna wear the crown you could go another round 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 wish you luck but you're not bringing us down we go hard till we get it we go
Welcome back for our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. 100 Thieves versus T1. Faker at Worlds. It is a tale as old as time, but he's up against Abbedagge in this game, and we like to call him Faker Dagge, if you've been paying some attention to the LEC or the LCS. But let's talk about this matchup, because this is obviously a great occasion for Abbedagge to show what he's worth. And as we said at the top of the show, but that's been a while, so we're kind of rehashed the story, Cadwell. Abbe was really kind of a scrim god for the longest time in Europe, and then it finally came to fruition on stage with Schalke.
Oh yeah, definitely did. And then coming to 100 Thieves and then winning the LCS as a whole. And I think that 100 Thieves, when he slotted in, they look like everything started to work. The only worry I have for them is at Worlds, it really doesn't look like they're playing through him much at all. The 2 games that he's played so far, he's kind of been left out to dry, which is not what you want to do. When I look at 100 Thieves, they're very, very good at playing through one lane. Bot lane specifically, majority of the time. However, Abbedagge is not really getting the attention that he needs, especially up against someone like T1 with Faker, where Owner always likes to go mid first to get Faker the push. But as we'll see soon, Abbedagge has been getting dove a lot, and Closer, meanwhile, has been on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and I want to point out the fact that obviously we're going to see here a few of the plays where Abbedagge kind of gives up his mid pressure because 100 Thieves are making plays elsewhere on the map. And as Cadwell just pointed out, you know, like Faker covers so well for his junglers. Like I feel like Faker's been in almost every single featured matchup we've had, right? Which speaks to his legacy. But I brought up earlier how well he's been able to play for a variety of junglers throughout his career, especially new and up-and-coming junglers, just because he knows that mid lane so well. And it allows them to either invade or just play very comfortably until they make plays around the map. And then also, as Cadwell pointed out, you will see him go towards the mid lane for Faker, so it is kind of a trade-off.
Yeah, we saw that from the DFM game. He was getting three-man dove Abbedagge, but in the EDG game as well, he was playing Zoe against LeBlanc Lee Sin, right? And he really could not do anything. His jungler was a Jarvan. They didn't win mid-jungle 2v2, and he got ganked and ganked and ganked. They kept flashing on him. They misplayed a little bit here and there, but the point is he's stuck under his tower in these 2 games. And it's just making it harder for 100 Thieves in general, because if you're playing through one lane and you don't have mid-push, you're going to get collapsed on 4-man, right? The mid-jungle is going to be there first, so you're on a timer. However, if you bring your mid laner with you, you can 4-man the play yourself, so you're already first to the play.
So TLDR, be more proactive from that mid lane out, maybe get the support to roam as well, but that just does bring me to the bot lane. We've seen the meta evolving, and it does seem that 100 Thieves has the right read on the meta so far, so they need to be able to get that priority also in this game.
Yeah, so I wanted to point out a few, and obviously this is against, you know, DFM, so, you know, T1 is going to be a lot tougher of an opponent, but I did really love how they pushed the Lucian Nami lane in the bot lane. This is a lane that I called out that could be very, very strong, but when we saw it in play-ins, I didn't feel like teams were playing it as well as they could. And then sending Closer down here, like this is something that we've touched upon with 100 Thieves several times, where they really do like to set up their bot lane for success by sending Closer bot and setting up these dives, regardless of whether Someday joins in or not, which also does contribute. So part of this is that, you know, I really loved how they played around this lane. It helped out both Huhi and FBI get ahead and Closer get ahead, but it also couples with Kadril's point, right, where it leaves this really big vacuum in the mid lane that I definitely feel like T1 will be able to capitalize on.
Yeah, just look at the minimap right now. You can see Arya was already, as we saw it just disappeared there, he was already halfway to bot when the play was happening. The time before that, the same exact thing was happening. It feels like the mid lane is collapsing on them and they're on timers. Luckily in the DFM game, those timers worked. But when we're talking straight 2v2, FBI and Huhi have been playing fantastic. Against EDG, Viper and Mako are playing, I believe, Kai'Sa Nautilus, and they were playing an MF lane. They were this close to getting 2v2 kills multiple times, both of them living on under 100 HP, and they were dominating that lane. So I think that 100 Thieves have a great win condition for them in the bot side of the map.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to be looking towards that. And I think we've been left wanting just a little bit for T1, right? I think always this organization coming to Worlds comes with huge expectations, but they are still ramping up. And I think for that reason, this is a huge game for both sides, right? Especially in the context of this group.
And I want to see if 100 Thieves can punish that Herald play that we've all talked about, right?
Oh, yeah.
Where I know Kadro has talked about this several times.
T1 love their
about the predictable pathing that we've sometimes seen out of Owner, going mid and then going to topside and then setting up for Herald regardless of map state. So I do think, I really want to see how T1 recovers from how they were punished from that previously, and if they bring a different look to this game, or if they just bring stronger matchups and set up the map a lot better so they can contest for Herald or be first on it.
Yeah, 100% agree. And I think against the EDG game, 100 Thieves kind of put themselves, they dug their own grave kind of, because they drafted Zoe Jarvan. We talked about it already, but if you watch that game back, they were making so many defensive plays on the map and they weren't able to be aggressive. Now we're going to see a true game of what 100 Thieves are made of.
Yeah, and now both teams have had, hopefully, a bit of a better read of the meta and what they are comfortable on. And immediately we see that Graves is taken off the table.
Yeah, Graves, something that Someday played, I believe, this Worlds. And what we see is this mid lane trade-off. Ryze, LeBlanc, Sylas, TF. These four champions are just cycling around. But Kana's Jace, Kana's Graves are already going to be taken away. So 100 Thieves on blue side, just covering their blue side top lane picks up against T1, who can always last pick top.
And it's really interesting, the things that you've pointed out in draft on blue side specifically, because the way that 100 Thieves treats Someday is a lot more of a weak side, almost tank player to help, you know, set up fights, or, and you know, he's not someone like Kana who are looking to go into more of a carry matchup. I do also want to point out the Gwen for Kana, that like there might be a Gwen angle here. He's an excellent Gwen player, so I'm looking to see if T1 go for that as well.
Yeah, definitely. And first pick will be going over to 100 Thieves. Blue side, I think in group stage has a 59% win rate. Has been struggling today though, so that's probably changed the later we go for the next round. Robin, last band coming out from T1. It's going to be Lee Sin. Expected first pick, of course, 400 Thieves. Now it's up to them. Mid lane, jungle could be first picks. Could even prioritize an AD carry. Lucian Nami's up. And that's going to be a Lucian straight away, as I said.
Banking on that lane pressure once again for 100 Thieves.
And we expect MF to match that perhaps, or Aphelios lanes to match that. We'll see what Gumayushi opts into, or Draven into Lucian could be something that they want to look into. With Yuumi being down, on red side, of course, you can counter-pick support, so they can do AD jungle here, counter-pick support on 3, but then that leaves you in a hole where if 100 Thieves blind pick a solo lane, you have to make a choice. So Aphelios Thresh here wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I like the Aphelios Thresh. I also think that Leona is just the strongest support with the Yuumi off the table, especially. So, oh, and we're going to go TF. Yeah. I love that for T1, actually, just because of all of the reasons that we talked about with Faker and Abbedagga, where they're not going to push this mid lane, right? Like, we're not going to see Abbedagga. They typically don't play for him to dominate mid, so Faker shouldn't have as much pushback when he's leaving that lane.
Also, quicker way to Herald, Emily.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
You know, collapse on Herald that much quicker.
But we will have to see kind of something matching in terms of that global presence.
What will they go for mid though? They're hovering Kiana right now, and they're going to go for some AP mid. They must do with the AD jungle. I'm looking at Sylas. I'm looking at Zoe for Abbedagga specifically to match up into that TF, but Nami going to get picked up for the lane itself. And now this is where the issues come in. Yes, you can match LeBlanc into TF, but this is what's been happening all day long, all worlds long, is now jungle is now such a high contention point. You pick a solo lane, I have to match you. You pick a support, I have to match you. And now both junglers start to realize, well, I need some setup. You know, TF loves setup junglers. Kiana, Tadon are the junglers I'm looking at for them. And for 100 Thieves, maybe things like Trundle and Olaf will be taken away.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at a Ghostblade jungler for Owner, just especially with the Lulu lock-in, right? Like, we've seen these junglers do so well with Yuumi and the sustain and speed that she brings. However, I still like Enchanter supports, not necessarily even for the bot lane, but for a carry jungler.
Yeah, and for the team fights that ensue, I just want to call out that Abbedagge did pick his LeBlanc versus Faker in that matchup, which they both know very well, but of course it's always a bit special.
Oh yeah, it is indeed. So we've talked about what's next for both teams. It's jungle, and we're obviously both being banned out, but just like Emily brought up, top lane blind pick for 100 Thieves can get counted, right? Kana is a strong side top lane player. We've seen him on things like Lucian, Jace. He's a resource heavy player. Gwen could be something that they look into. But if you have TF on your team, you want to play for side lane. Aphelios Lulu will scale into the late game. Great, you can use TF defensively to cover them. But playing for a strong side top is something that they're going to have to do. So counter pick top is extremely valuable. But for now, it's about getting the strongest jungler.
And I really like the Viego ban, not only because it's a huge comfort pick for closer, but also because, you know, we saw that 100 Thieves and then the Chinese teams had this Viego read that they brought to the table that other teams didn't. So I really like that ban from T1, and then the Kiana as well banned out. They hovered it earlier, and then Xin Zhao for Owner.
I really wonder what AD jungles here. There's Zed, there's Trundle, there's Olaf. These are the AD jungles we're kind of looking at, unless I've skipped over one. But T1, you expect definitely picking jungle.
Okay.
That's locked in.
Is that a Poppy's flex?
Poppy flex jungle? I was going to say Olaf would be great here, but no.
Now they can just get Trundle themselves. LeBlanc Trundle, not a super strong mid-jungle 2v2. In the early stages, it's fine. Obviously, Trundle becomes more of a tank, and you don't have as great setup as Lee Sin LeBlanc, for example. But Kindred is another AD jungler, of course, that would do well into Poppy. If this is a Poppy jungle, it could get exploited pretty heavily if Closer has some kind of pick, but obviously they can flex it. And it looks like 100 Thieves gonna go for Renekton top.
I love it. This has just been turned completely on its head.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they end up picking for jungle now for Closer, just because, like I pointed out, like obviously they're gonna play heavily for bot 2v2, but Closer is such a massive part of this team's success, and he does so well on these carry champions.
And if this Poppy is going jungle, I wonder what counter Kana has for top lane. You could go for Gwen, you could go for Gnar in a way into Renekton. Renekton obviously nerf, doesn't have as great setup. And they're playing double AD jungle top on the top side. So Poppy top is actually not that bad either in this situation. If you want to pick like Kindred for yourself now into Trundle, which is a fantastic matchup. So this blind pick from Poppy actually giving them a lot of value.
It's very interesting also.
Draft. Oh my
the way
gosh.
we've gone down kind of the rabbit hole of the junglers getting banned out and then the compositions, and it does look like it will be going to the jungle.
Gives them a little bit more AP, the cannon. Gives them a lot of team fight as well. But yeah, T1.
Wow.
Poppy jungle playing with a TF and a team fighting top lane. It's a little bit all over the place. I can see how it's going to come together a little bit with the Yordle comp. Gives them a Yordle buff from the Lulu, Poppy, and Kennen. But we'll see what happens, because Kennen's going to go into team fights with Poppy next to him, and Aphelios Lulu are kiting back.
But Emily, what do you think about 100 Thieves comp? Have they given you what you asked for?
I mean, they've given themselves what they're comfortable with. So I think that in and of itself should give them confidence. Again, I think this is a very tall order to take out T1.
True.
I did pick T1 in this matchup for anyone that was wondering. But I do think, again, like they've given themselves the tools that they would want to see success and that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at both drafts, T1 will have top push.
Yep.
100 Thieves will have bot push, but mid push will be contested. TF can contest the wave if he wants with Corrupting Pot and E-Start and push in the LeBlanc, but the LeBlanc has more kill pressure. So it's all going to be about mid, as we talked about on the desk, of course. Whoever can get the push there can move to either side first.
Yeah, we still have a little bit of time, but I love that it's played out this way with the drafty inventiveness and the fact that the onus will come down to the mid laners once again.
Yeah, and if you cast your minds back to T1 versus HLE, I think Game 5, Kana would play 5 games of Kennen in a row, but Game 5, he played Kennen into a melee champ. I'm not sure if it was Renekton, but what happened was Owner path top and he zoned him off 3-wave stacks, and he got a 40 to 50 CS lead in the first 10 minutes. Can they do it again?
Can they do it again? Let's see. Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you very much. We've got the last game of the day. The LPL went 4-0 today. The LCK so far is 2-1. The LEC sadly winless. The LCS also winless on the day. 100 Thieves would be the only team west of the Atlantic to pull up a win.
We're running on fumes. We just need just a crumb of hopium here, Free. Give me anything. It's going to be an exciting game. I do really like the jungle matchup here for closer. Being able to have Trundle, that's going to make things a lot more difficult for Owner, especially later on in the game. Predator versus Phase Rush is pretty interesting stuff, but yeah, we'll have to see how it goes.
Let us know, by the way, what you think about this game. Do you have NA Hopium, or are you an EU fan and you want to see us down in the flames with you guys? I accept either way. Let us know. Verizon 5G All Chat will bring your hot takes up on air.
And I think both compositions looking pretty interesting. Like the analyst desk said, it was fun, but...
Double exhaust for T1 bot lane. That is not something you see every day. And that, like... This is interesting. So I'm going to act as though this was intentional and just like think about it from there. It could be theoretically a misclick or whatever. But because a lot of ADs are taking exhaust now and the support takes heal. But in this case, if you think Lucian is going to have cleanse and you think that like double exhaust that you want to play it defensively anyway because you are a Aphelios Lulu, you're looking more to scale. Lucian goes aggressive, you exhaust him, he cleanses it, you have an instant second exhaust. Like that seems like that can be pretty valuable. Also going to get value very easily on Renekton as well as the LeBlanc. So it does kind of seem pretty interesting. I do think in a full all-in, not having a heal there at all could be pretty rough to deal with, no ignite as well. So I want to see how that goes, but I was also kind of surprised by the Someday pick. Like Renekton is very nerfed now. And we haven't been seeing a lot of it. It is like supreme comfort for Someday, so I think they're just kind of defaulting to comfort in what was, a blind pick situation for him, but it does seem like it could be a really difficult matchup.
I'm just really curious to see where like 100 Thieves find their openings on the map, right? Because I do feel like they need to get ahead early. I do feel like there's a lot on closer to like, maybe go up top side, use a pillar, blow a flash, try to repeat gank, because the longer this game goes, I actually really like what T1 have drafted together. They have like so much like disengage and like peel and just keeping the Aphelios safe. And that's Gumayushi's Aphelios, so I think it's pretty scary.
Yeah, definitely. I just always know anytime you are behind and you don't have engage, you just lose all the tools to have any agency on the map. And it's like, well, we can walk at Dragon that they're already taking. Gets tough. Now, T1 have a very good early game. Could expect them to do pretty well and be ahead, but otherwise it's kind of in flanks, right? It's up to Kana. Quick interjection, T1 are the team who paused, have not been told the reason just yet, but by the way, they are the cause of it so far. One thing I want to bring up, though, because you talked about bot lane real quick, I vehemently dislike Electrocute Nami. It makes sense. You eat Lucian, he puts the shots off, Electrocute pops. It feels very good, but the damage difference compared to Aerie is not very high, and the cooldown is substantially worse. And in a Lulu lane, you're not bursting them anyway. You're not one-shotting a Lulu with exhaust. So it's not like, oh, well, there's this window where it works. Like, you're going to grind this lane out of anything. So just take the cooldown that has like 1/3 the cooldown, that can shield, that can work reliably, and it's just a better keystone.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. Like, Aerie obviously having the defensive component as well. Like, I kind of just see it as, like, very all-in for you're looking for these burst kills. You're looking to hit some sort of CC, 100 or 0 someone on that type of play. Obviously, Electrocute plus Mandate plus BTA plus the buff as well for Lucian getting buffed up by an Enchanter. So you're hoping to kind of just snowball all of these procs on top and maybe find some sort of a very quick burst kill. The only person who can kind of survive, I think, that type of play really is going to be the Poppy, and that's going to be made more difficult for Owner by the fact that Trundle's there. But I'm going to be interested to see what the reason for the pause is. I wouldn't be shocked if it was accidental to take double exhaust in the bot lane. It's not something you ever really see, and generally, yes, there is some thought to like, you're going to layer the exhaust or whatever, but it's not something that's very common.
Yeah, not very likely on that one. And with the fact we've kind of hit on bot lane matchups, we've hit on top lane champs a little bit. I think the only thing really left is, again, what's going to happen in the jungle. We saw the Poppy go phase rush. I think the few times we've seen Poppy over in the LPL was almost always Predator and looking for like more aggressive plays. I know we've seen like Hail of Blades even come out a few times in solo queue.
The phase rush is very much it's a Trundle specific thing. When you're dealing with the Trundle pillar, for that jungle matchup specifically. So if you're running into, this is something we saw a little bit in LCS and I've talked to some pros about. If you feel like you're in a disadvantageous jungle matchup and you show up to Scuttle, well, phase rush makes it so you can never really lose in the 1v1. You always have the option to retreat. And because the Trundle pillar slow is pretty impactful there. So I think it's kind of just like a tech choice about that. I will say I'm pretty surprised to see Predator Trundle. Generally we see, like we saw a lot of PTA against tanky teams. We used to see Conqueror and things like that. But Predator is going to amp up his gank potential, is going to allow him to get into lanes, find things like lane ganks, which Trundle is less popular with.
We saw it from someone else at Worlds. I want to say it was Wei from RNG, and it looked pretty good. I was casting it up on day one, and yeah, you like zoom at somebody. Like they are not, like you are getting the pillar off. It's going to hit somebody, and that can look pretty spicy. So here comes the bot lane fight. And again, Aerie would have done something here in this one. Instead, we're not getting a whole ton done right now. But they are, of course, trying to scrap back and forth. Gamiyushi's going to have a little bit of lifesteal thanks to the red gun that you always start with. These guys are clearly battling back and forth as Huhi tries to hit the W, and Keria does something similar with help picks.
Yeah, I really like how much they were fighting over that ward at level 1. Both supports had sweeper, so that was their one ward really that they have, unless someone else came down and dropped that at the level 1. But having side brush control is so important for enchanters because it allows you to just step in, land an auto plus a Q, land an auto plus a W if you're the Nami, poke away, and really just kind of maintaining that side brush control is so critical for this matchup. I do expect Nami to be favored in the support matchup with the additional sustain, but if you give the push over to T1, well, it's much more difficult to play it out.
Sidestepping the Q right there. I want to point out, Owner went for Red Raptors Wolves. The early pathing was spotted. He was on a ward clearing Raptors, so they know he skipped Krugs. They know he went bottom side. And this aggressive ward actually going to look pretty good as they're going to spot Closer in his clear. They see he's at 12 CS and Blast planning over. Gamiyushi taking some decent damage as Abadaga also fighting Faker. Chain's going to land with a level lead. That's decent damage. Faker 200.
Yeah, and I think just heavy trading across the board really does favor 100 Thieves, who again wants to look for these more volatile lanes. They do have really strong early trades coming out.
Could be a 3v3 on bot.
Keria not going to be in range to help just yet. Word comes down. Owner going to take the first half of the Q and going to get the shield now as well. FBI is exhausted. FBI has to flash back to safety. The follow-through could be there, and it's first blood. Owner grabs it. Ignited, but survives out of the turret.
And I just love that we saw exactly what Azael was talking about with the exhaust coming out. Doesn't matter if you have that cleanse, you're still able to keep him down. And T1 feeling really good coming out ahead in that 3v3.
Well, that's why you have to play those fights really slowly. If you are going to play against double exhaust as a Lucian, if you dash in, you can't really get out once the exhausts are coming in to be layered. That is a huge win for T1, not only because they got the kill, but because there's so much farm being denied from FBI. He has no buy. His buy is a refillable and a pink ward, and this is supposed to be an aggressive, a dominant lane. We saw them play it against DFM. They got way ahead. And now you're almost just permanently stuck on the back foot unless they can get someone down there to get them a kill.
Yeah, and I believe there was another team who played out this exact lane matchup, and I think it was Gone One. I really liked what T1 did. It's very similar that Aphelios and Lulu actually are able to get the prio level 1 with the range advantage and the trading that they do have. Bring your jungle down. They do quite well in this 3v3. We saw the double exhaust do so much work, and it's like play around the one window where this bottom lane does come out ahead, because once level 2, once level 3 comes out, that is where Nami and Lucian are able to start having advantageous trades.
And I think it's just that situation of they didn't expect Owner to be there. They knew that Closer's coming down, so they're going in aggressively. Unfortunately, Owner is the one who was winning out in the trades against Closer. He pushes him back.
I mean, that's just so silly because they saw him skip Krugs on the clear. They know how fast his clear is. They know where he's going to be, beyond bottom scuttle. This was information they entirely had. So that is, to me, full misplays and a lot of things going wrong now for T1 in the early game. A full 1,100 gold lead to T1. And right now, based on how the group is going, this is the battle. These are the teams fighting for the second spot out of the group. EDG's 3-0. Detonation Focus be 0-3. This is the fight for that second spot in quarterfinals, and right now T1 getting the better of it.
I mean, T1 are definitely the favorites coming into this, and top lane looking like it's going to be pretty tough there for Someday. The wave, I believe, was pushing away from when we last panned back to it, but it looks like Kana is going to try to shove this in. I want to see if Closer will try to get up here and where he's going to look to attack next. I mean, their next play, I think, becomes very, very important when you're falling this far behind in the early game. T1 known for their early game, how dominant it was in the LCK. Their ability to snowball those games is where largely a lot of their wins came from.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like T1 are positioned decently well for that. Faker will be level 6 soon, can look to use a Destiny. I'm interested to see what Closer will do before that to, be able to find some momentum for themselves. We can see he's pathing down towards this bottom lane. There are no exhausts up yet. Carries will be up soon. No flash for Gumayushi, but still going to opt into not looking for that one. Funnily enough, Owner is also back on this side of the map.
A couple of defensive wards are going to spot that Owner is on the way down, so okay, he's going to clear these ones out. Closer waiting in the fog of war, waiting for Krugs to spawn. Going to hit those on spawn, both level 5, by the way, for the junglers here. Owner going to see this, though, and is aware of what's happening. Now, not close to 6 for Closer, barely 5, to be honest, but is able to get some gold, and
The owner knocks down a controller, puts one of his own. Survival, level 6 now for both top laners. Not going to be a big all-in fight just yet. Of course, both having the ultimates available. If health bars get too low, Kana could try to force that one.
Yeah, the ultimate not going to be super threatening before the buy there from Kana. You know, no AP to really amp it up, so not really worried about getting 100-0'd or anything like that for someday, but pretty late bases, honestly, from them on that top side, and Kana, you know, getting the better of it is up a significant amount of farm. We'll see how much someday can catch as it does get pushed into him.
I mean, honestly, Kana's winning the lane. He's up 15 CS right now, and you don't want to let up that pressure. You're going to force the Renekton to keep bleeding CS as it goes, so you're kind of happy to say, all right, look, once you flinch, sure, right, I'll shove the wave in and maybe get to walk back to lane, and now I have TP advantage. Good luck winning bot lane when I can Kennen TP, so seems to be happy for Kana to keep this one as it is. As FBI and Hu, he's still trying to lick their wounds and survive down in the bottom lane. 10 CS different, but the wave is pushing towards Gumayusi. That said, he's going to clear it out, wants to keep it under turret. Already has one turret plate taken, and being that his buy is 650 gold better, wants to stay in the lane with the advantage here as well.
I do like T1 strat overall so far, right? You're leaving top lane in an isolated matchup where you're already winning. Even if no action happens in the bot lane, I like that Owner's continuously pathing down there. If you prevent things from happening, you have this Aphelios and Lulu scaling up. Now Faker getting another reset as well, maybe can try and look to influence the map if he so chooses. But I definitely feel like 100 Thieves are the ones who are supposed to be in the driver's seat, who are supposed to be looking for these aggressive plays to happen. They have the Lucian, they have the LeBlanc, they have the Renekton, these champions who do have more bursts and want to get ahead earlier on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm, you know, I would be less concerned about the someday deficit if it was the only deficit, because he was obviously the blind pick here, and he has been in the isolated 1v1 there against Kana, who had the Kennen as the answer, but the bot lane is just such a problem. You know, FBI dying that early, losing sums, you're not having a buy, means they're playing out, you know, 8 minutes in here, and he has no ability to play aggressive, right? So it's allowing Gumayusi to get past these early levels. It's allowing Keria to get past those weaker early levels where you would expect the Nami and the Lucian kind of have some dominance post-level 3 with the additional sustain that the Nami brings. But instead, has not been the case, and T1 up towards top side.
Yeah.
Looking for this Herald.
It looks really good. I mean, this is a great power spike to be on Berserker's Great Noon Quiver. This is really outstanding, and so feels like this is a 5-on-5. They will cleanly win, but Closer's still walking up. Smites are upgraded, but only available for Owner. So Closer won't have the ability to steal it away, but still gonna walk up, puts the pillar down, looks for the fight, maybe. Again, gonna be in Smite range, gonna be claimed easily, and now TF gets the vision. Decides if they want to fight or not. 100 Thieves contesting without Smite is a bit foolish. Knockup comes on the 2, forcing a flash away from 1. I'm not sure in what world 100 Thieves find themselves winning that fight, being that they are down in gold. Why bring your AD carry?
Yeah, just overall everything was just better there for T1. The item spikes that they were on. Kana also got off his reset at the last second. Very close for Gumayusi. And in the end, he having to burn his flash.
I mean, especially because somebody hadn't even based, right?
Yeah.
So you're not going to team fight with a Doran Shield Renekton who hasn't gone back to base when Kana did get the reset. So really didn't make any sense there from 100 Thieves trying to look for that type of play, but now trying to push in here, trying to be a little bit more aggressive because they have TP advantage. Someday held his TP, he walked back to lane, whereas Kana based and TP'd back to try to secure that Herald fight.
A big thing as well, right? We see right now 100 Thieves bot lane is pushed in. Is Abadaga might be able to find it.
Second ult comes in, but a sidestep figure. It's away from the chain, and that might be all the CC they needed as Closer unable to get in the range for anything else. Predator still on cooldowns, nothing to do but clear the mid wave. You can look at the gold lead, 2,000 to T1, and that's waiting for 500 gold from Rift Herald Crash. So that will grow further down the line.
And that's still, you know, again, taking into account like more item advantages that are to come out with more resets coming through. I do see the 100 Thieves did get a River Ward down, so now if T1's bot lane does push out, they can utilize that someday TP advantage that Azale talked about and maybe get something going from there. But the pace has been pretty good so far from T1. That 2K gold lead's going to be nice. And again, they're the ones who feel fine kind of waiting it out. They have the hyper-scaling AD carry. They have the Poppy, who will have some resistances later on. And I mean, we've all seen what Kennen can do throughout this tournament. Honestly, his burst has surprised me every single time.
Yeah, I mean, especially everyone's thinking of the Nuguri game, obviously, going full glass cannon, killing perks over and over again. And it looks like Owner is going to go for a more aggressive build. It might be Divine Sunder or something kind of like along those lines here. It won't just be pure tank. I'm not sure if that is a nod to the Trundle on the other team, or if he just prefers this more aggressive build, because Poppy on a damage mythic, you know, everyone thinks of her as a tank, but you do actually have a significant amount of burst against some of these squishier members. You know, if you can get on top of someone like the Nami, Poppy can 100-0 you.
Ward's good enough to spot that Owner has jumped back out of the wave, so some days able to last it under turret, otherwise would have had to really respect the fact that a TF Poppy dive would have just killed the man. So clears the wave as well as he can. You can see how much threat Kana could put towards him. Yeah, that's a Sork Shoes diff right there. No MR for Someday means he's taking a lot of damage from the Kennen combos. The alternator adding a fair bit as well. So yes, the gold lead still growing, 2,100 now to T1, and we still await the Herald charge, which can get a lot done. One turret play taken in the bottom lane, and nearly the second here as well, so could well be that, as Poppy is heading down to the bottom side. And you can see FBI doesn't even pop carry his shield. He's that far behind in gold.
I also like just overall what T1 did with that last sequence, right? You go up towards the top side, we hit on the TV advantage for Someday, try and put a bit more pressure on him, zone him off the wave. They get first move, Nami did follow, and they get down towards bot side where they can set this one up.
I wonder if Faker will move as well. I mean, he does have the ulti available, but they're just trying to stack this wave. They're trying to keep them off it so they can build it up, push it in here. It is 100 Thieves actually on the roam. Abadaga moving down river with Closer, so could potentially be a 4v4 if Faker wants to join.
And we're going to have Someday take a battle with Kana, maybe try to get him away from teleporting, but big damage. Kana could nearly tower dive him. Tidal Wave comes in. There's going to be a fight in the bottom side. No knockups really to be had. Gumayusi drops a bit low as the Lulu ult comes across. The flash follow, but he heals back up with the red ulti. Closer still wants in. Flash comes in, and they will get the rest of the damage. Finally, one kill on the board for 100 Thieves. Herald still gets rid of 2 plates in the bot lane.
Man, that double exhaust looks so annoying for FBI there. Flashing in to try to finish off a no HP Gumayusi, but he gets exhausted. The red gun ult comes through. Faker, though, never matched the play, just decided to stay mid, look for the push. So 100 Thieves do get a kill. They do force all the summoners there off Gumayusi, so we'll see if there can be any sort of a repeat play to try to punish. But Someday now has used his DP and it was back towards top, so there will be a significant window for T1 where they're going to have TP advantage.
And we're going to see here, going back into the replay, 100 Thieves did move first. Faker did start to hover down, but decided not to in the end. We saw the first exhaust. This is what Azale was talking about, though. Second exhaust comes
annoying.
out. Can't get anything done. The red ult comes out from Gumayusi, but we do see Closer follow through with the flash to continue with the kill. Faker maybe not thinking he can follow through and save Gumayusi. I think he would have been able to with, you know, the circumstances of the second exhaust and the red ult, but that is something that's very hard to predict.
It is, and it's one of those things where you know for sure you will get an advantage if you just push out mid lane and you take down some tower plates. You can see there's already 2 tower plates being taken off mid. There's 1 being taken off top. 3, almost 4 were taken on bot. So that is a significant amount of additional gold that T1 has farmed from these turrets early on in the game, and 100 Thieves on the back foot pretty heavily.
I also think you made a really good point about, like, and now the TP is going to come up for Kana, and now you have this big window as T1 where you have TP advantage top, you have the Destiny, you have like so much of a window to make a play, and all you lost for was, okay, Gumayusi did die. So I think this is now T1's turn, but 100 Thieves once again being the aggressors.
Oh, misses the chain again. Owner just sidestepping it, but maybe find a pillar. Keep in mind,
Gumayusi available on failure chase. Yeah, here it is.
Gonna flash the bubble, and here comes Faker. Here comes Owner for the stun, and that's gonna be one easily. Kana looking for a bit more. Finds the second kill. A solo onto the Nami. Nowhere for the Trundle to go either. Closer has some stats for now. Ulti gonna land. That's gonna be a root onto Abadaga as Owner shows up for kill number 3 and 4. Gets rid of a clone. Okay, fine. Just the 3 kills picked up. Someday and managed to walk down to mid to catch a wave. The first dragon of the game now to be claimed.
I mean, T1 just massive lead now, but for 100 Thieves, come on, that's basics. Tracking TP timers there. You had to know that the Kennen was going to have the teleport soon. They did no kind of like precursor to that play. They didn't sweep out any wards on the side brushes to know that they could make it. And if you don't know for sure that there's no wards behind you, when they overcommit on that, it's so dangerous. And Kana just eviscerates them off the play. Now has a huge buyback to base. Already Sork's Oblivion Orb plus the Rocket Belt completed. And we can see it again in the new Axe Effect replay. Once 100 Thieves are committed, it's that lane ward that is going to punish you every single time. Faker has the ulti. Someday was moving down, but you can't go for this play unless the Croc's already here.
Exactly. It's just like it was a bit of a timing problem. I get why they went for it when they did, for the fact that, okay, well, your jungler just went mid, you got the prio, this is when the timer's to walk down. But like you're saying, I mean, you're just running into a man advantage for the side of 100 Thieves. Kennen ult, of course, is going to be able to be up for the play. Faker will always be able to follow. Just like a massive flop coming out from 100 Thieves.
No, absolutely. I mean, they knew that the TP timers were not at the same timing there. Somebody used the very late TP. So Kana able to really punish them here, and now 100 Thieves really on the precipice of just being out of this game entirely. 5K down already. Looks like they want to try to force this Herald, but T1 are moving up to contest.
A slow one to Owner, a chance to knock down this Rift Herald for some damage onto a turret, waiting for the eye to be popped. That won't quite be in smite range. Smite fight, and it is going to Owner. Thank you very much for the leash.
Oh, Kana has flash ulti.
Yep, finds the stun. Big damage on the closer. Needs his ulti come off now, but it's already deletion. He is gone. The rest of the bot lane already dead. Closer limping away with the slip of the health, but it's just everyone dying. Owner's on a killing spree. Faker spots it. Closer. Yeah, sorry, buddy. You are dying here as well. 4-0 on the fight, and T1 are slaughtering.
And overall, I feel like it's just been everything across the board for T1. Really nice early game pathing coming out from Owner. Nice early game plays. I love the draft overall. And the team fighting as well has been on point as Abadaga not going to get away.
Faker going to heal in for the gold card to get into range. Abadaga going to go for the guesswork. Sorry, buddy. This time they found it out, and that's going to be him dropping. So mid lane tier 2 also going to drop. Thank you, second Rift Herald. 3 turrets to 0, 9 kills to 1, 1 dragon to nothing. Practically a perfect game against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, this is just an absolute blasting at this point. T1 got the early advantage on the bot side. You know, that gave them the early lead. Superior laning, farmed the plates from 100 Thieves, and then that bottom lane TP from Kana felt like it pretty much all but secured it. But if that didn't secure it, the top lane Herald certainly did.
And I feel like coming into this match, right, I think we all knew T1 were favorites, but we were holding out hope that 100 Thieves would have been able to put up a better fight.
So yes, indeed, Genius Monster, Keria has the exact same birthday buff that Arya had, where in his home country of Korea, it is already tomorrow, and he has 21, I believe, his age. I have the notes, but they're not open in front of me right now. Either way, happy birthday. One thing I want to point out about T1 as well, as they are crushing this game, is as an org, their scouting is ridiculously good. So Faker, we all know, has been on T1 forever. 2013, when his career started, his 9th year on the team. Yeah, great. Kana, Owner, and Gumayushi all started in a trainee or academy program or straight out of solo queue. T1 scouted all 3 of them. Keria, in his 2nd year, has now gone over to T1s. Okay, he technically, you know, there is footage already, but T1 scouted the rest of this team by themselves, and here they are, back at Worlds.
Ooh, Faker did not scout out this play coming out from 100 Thieves, though.
Good stun, good damage, flash, maybe to safety, not closers here. Big shutdown on the Trundle, so a bit of gold back in the pockets, but it's still fighting down a nearly 9,000 gold difference.
Yeah, it's a moral victory, you know. You killed Faker at least. Got something going for you.
You know, oh, actually T1 now wanting to make a brush play of their own, but 100 Thieves know they're not going to walk into this one. All of their members are topside. They know T1 has to be on the bottom half of the map. Yeah. But talking about scouting for T1, it's not only right their own roster, but the players that have gone to other teams as well. Even we just watched EDG scout, of course, coming from that organization. Definitely historic with the players that they have been able to bring up.
It's also interesting because they're one of the few top teams over the years that has consistently utilized subs. You know, a lot of teams really only use subs in kind of like emergency situations, but T1 has aggressively done it for years and years and years. You think of like even the Easy Hoon situation. You think of, you know, like Cuz, and you think of Teddy and all the different people that they have actually swapped through. And Faker didn't even start all the games this year. And they have done this consistently year after year, you know, experimenting, trying different players, utilizing this multi-man system, I think both to try to have, you know, both aspects of it where you're learning from your sub, you're helping each other, pushing each other, and it is very successful for them.
You know, it's actually incredible, the foresight T1 have had, because it's another game where T1's here and Closer loses. You know, when he was a mid lane sub, Closer lost. Now against him, Closer's losing. It's just incredible the kind of things that T1 puts in the universe. And now 9-2 on 2 Dragons, looking to make it a win here.
Yeah, T1 looks like they're going to aggressively push on the map after taking everything right. Right now, Gumayushi getting his red buff. We see Faker pushing out on top side, but they can look to aggressively collapse on the mid lane because Faker does have the Destiny, and...
Yeah, I mean, for 100 Thieves, your only recourse in this game is you overload a lane and you try to find a pick, right? So I think they're going to try to attack the global. They're going to look for Faker every time he shows in side lane. You can see that who he is up here. They want to try to find 2v1, 3v1 type plays, and they may have found Faker again, but we'll have to retreat.
Yep, not going to go for anyone on that one. Actually, T1 now going to be the aggressors.
They'll be able to hide under the turret, though, so... Destiny comes off, and it doesn't turn into anything more than just a faster rotation into the Western jungle. Ready to siege yet another turret, nearly crushing that 10,000 gold difference. Someday, nearly another turret. He's dead to this. Ulti, big stun, big heal. Gore Drinker not gonna be enough. Kana went for early grievous wounds that made the difference, and down goes Someday.
Man, I mean, he is just so fed. 2.5 items, didn't even need to use the stopwatch there. Solo kills Someday under the inhibitor tower. 21 minutes in, that inhib tower will fall. Nowhere is safe on the map for 100 Thieves.
I mean, Kana even saw his TP as well if you wanted to like back, and T1 still wanted to make plays towards the top side though. Looks like all of them actually, when they go for resets, they probably are sitting on a little bit of gold, making their way onto that 2-item mark. As you said, Kana already much past that with the Oblivion Orb as well. I would love to see T1 go for some more aggressive plays, you know, not only the 1v1s, because that was pretty aggressive coming out from Kana, but again, look for a Baron bait, look to use that Destiny Gate, maybe find some picks on the top side. Not only those faster rotations, which, let's be fair, is always what the LCK was known for back in the day, so I still did respect it coming out from Faker.
And now we see how long it takes him to close the game out. Question kind of has been for T1. Their early games have been outstanding. Their mid games have been the weaker of what they do. They are obviously such a very good team. Went all the way to the LCK finals here in summer. To me, I consider them the second seed from Korea. Technically, they are third because Gen G went on championship points. T1 won the sort of championship qualifier to take the third seed, to not have to go through play-ins. Regardless, a very, very good team, and looking at a very early Baron now, 23 minutes in.
I mean, they're the only team to have actually taken a game off Damwon in playoffs over the last 3 splits, I guess it is, where Damwon has won back-to-back-to-back titles. They did challenge them in the finals this year and did push them pretty hard. 100 Thieves trying to contest here, but it's just too
He gets the Baron, but is it going to be much more? A clutch smite to be sure. However, it's still 1 kill picked up. Faker finds a tidal wave. Kana sidesteps and doesn't find his way in for a slicing maelstrom. So, if somehow 100 Thieves can keep from losing anything more, they get at least to claim the Baron buff and buy a little bit of time.
That was a fantastic smite from Closer, but T1 had no business letting him he just walked in there and smote it away from Owner. Beautiful play from Closer, but Owner not even using the ulti to reject him. T1 could have just turned before.
You have like cannon stuns, there's so much available to go for.
He stuns Someday. Bro, you had vision. Click the other guy.
I mean, great job by Closer. Does get it, but T1 definitely could have done a much better job preventing that.
You know, I forgive him. It's rookie nerves for Faker. You know, he hasn't been at Worlds in a while. So, you know, we give him the
I'm just
pass.
saying hasn't been on Worlds since, you know, they've been T1, so I'll give it acceptable pass. And
rookie team.
New team here at Worlds. And, you know, you did also just say Freak, a team much more known for their early game as compared to these later decisions.
Yeah, just, I mean, it takes a lot of practice to know to stun the jungler outside the pit, so I forgive him. You know, it's the kind of stuff where, you know, it's happened before, so.
Look at this Chad Poppy build, by the way.
Yeah.
Just straight up going for the damage.
It's good.
It is actually really good, especially if you have a strong early game, you know, and you are ahead of the pace of the game, which he was, you know, and against a lot of these squishy targets, really can threaten them. And just pure tank builds are just weakened quite a bit when you're playing against a Trundle. So I think it's pretty smart, makes a lot of sense, and they are going to have a tremendous amount of burst on this team.
Ooh, I like 100 Thieves you're going for.
Can he sidestep the chain? He's done it so many times. Finally, this one will land. Does not have a stopwatch. This should allow the follow through, but they can't get the rest of it. The tidal wave not there in time, and Kana, I've seen this battle before, and it's gone the way of T1. Owner here to make it even easier. Someday can barely tax some minions, despite the Baron buff, despite it being plus 1,000 gold for the Red Bull Baron power play. It's been T1. Kana gonna take some damage, has to burn the Zonias. Ulti onto 3 is a big root, and that might be the team fight. FBI gotta cleanse and run away. Inhibitor still going to fall. Now, will they find a battle here? Owner down to only 1,000 health, but able to walk away cleanly. Third dragon ready to be killed, and that will put T1 on soul point, on pace for a 31-minute Ocean Soul.
I feel like a big thing as well, right? A lot of ultimates blown by T1. I'm still gonna be able to get this. 100 Thieves not gonna be able to match in time. I like 100 Thieves looking for that topside play. It goes back to what you were hitting on earlier, Zil, about still trying to like overload one side of the map. Doesn't matter that they have Baron, they are still behind and still need to look for those plays. But T1 are at least able to answer with an inhibitor in that time. You know, will be more minions for 100 Thieves to pick up and try and close that gold lead, but now we're on a timer, 5 minutes, T1 gets Soul.
Yep, they're going to be looking towards Soul, and before that, I think they're just going to start Baron again and try to just do a little bit of a better job keeping Closer away from it this time around. And when you're this far ahead, they also have a very good turn as long as you set up the vision denial. And you can go over to the Baron pretty early here. Just try to kind of set up, this area where you're cutting out T1's vision, or rather cutting out the 100 Thieves' vision. And as T1, you can then utilize flanks, utilize positioning from the Kennen with deep wards to get a TP flank or anything like that. And if you find a decent engage, it just lights out for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and I feel like especially now with T1, right, you have Kana on those perfect Kennen items with the fact that he also does have the Zhonya's and the Void Staff in there, so he's going to be doing a ton of damage. Abba realizing what he needs to look for, just kind of weaving in and out of these fights, trying to hit a chain and set something up. But I don't really think they should have the opportunity, but I look wrong.
Cannot get over the wall, so they're going to have a hard time joining Someday here. Wants to stun Owner. Decent damage. Stopwatch burn Faker here, but not a lot of damage out of him either. Owner going to get back to safety to the rubble of his turret.
Here comes Kennen.
And Kennen, yes, Someday has to mark it, but he can't find the stun. The flash is too soon. Kana plays it beautifully, kills off 2, and Someday is going to be next. Gets a heal, it's not going to matter. And it's time for T1 to march into the 100 Thieves base.
Yeah, Kana coming out so big. 100 Thieves trying to find the pick, but T1 just keep pulling off such insane games. Individually, looking super good here today.
Kana is just playing out of his mind in this one on the Kennen, destroying 100 Thieves. They're pushing in through top. They'll grab another inhibitor. Supers are already on the Nexus towers, but T1, they're gonna make it painful. They don't want to end.
Nope. Go shop one more time. Look, the respawns are coming in. They want the extra gold. Maybe they go for the Dragon, so maybe they go for Baron in 1 minute's time. 100 Thieves, they lose a Nexus turret to just minions. That's how far behind. They can't clear the waves in time.
And now it's also just really easy for T1 with what to do, right? I mean, you have supers in both side lanes. You could just group mid, put the siege down. 100 Thieves are the one who are forced to look for some aggressive play onto you.
You got some options. Option number 1. 8-click towards the enemy Nexus. I think that one's going to work when you're at this point. You don't actually need any other options. We'll just give it to that one. But we can see Kana lighting him up here. He gets in behind. And 100 Thieves, once you're on the retreat, if you don't get an initial kill, the gold lead is just way too much. Like you have to try to burst someone down 100-0, otherwise you got no chance at all.
You know, as the LPL caster watching the LCK versus LCS game, this gold lead.
Decent damage on a carrier. They find one for nothing. Kana gets a stun onto the 2 frontliners as it is going to be Trundle dropping. It's a 4v4 doable. Gumayushi, he gale forces forwards and just finds himself the kill as the FBI try to open up, but gets shut down instead. Huhi going to drop, and Faker finds the kill onto Huhi. It's time to get away from this one. It's time for T1 to march straight down the mid lane.
You know, 100 Thieves did everything they did with so much confidence. I kept believing they could bring it back, but T1 are just too far ahead. They have the death timers. They're going to be able to just push into the base and look for the close.
Somehow a 2v4 defense has to happen as Carrier respawns inside the fountain. The stun to Abadaga. Faker a little bit low. Owner in there as well. Doesn't quite find the kill, but Gumayushi going to find himself the turret. And now the Nexus is open. The Nexus will drop. And T1 in under 30 minutes take down their primary competition and are in control of second place so far in the group.
Well played game by T1. Pretty easy for them. They made it look. Winning on that bottom side, I really do think dismantled a lot of what 100 Thieves wanted to do here. Highly prioritizing this Lucian Nami. They first picked the Lucian. They had to blind top, so Someday was always going to be in a tougher matchup up on that top side. You know, even getting the Trundle into the Poppy, which I think they were feeling would give them an edge there. Abadaga held up pretty well in the mid lane, but it just didn't really feel like it mattered because top lane was passively winning, Kana playing that incredibly well, and bot lane got put so far down by that early death. The double exhaust actually came in pretty clutch, and FBI was put so far behind when his first buy is just a refillable and a pink ward, and you're locked in that lane for the next 5-6 minutes. They got nothing out of the early bully lane that they wanted.
Yeah, and we kind of saw continuously, right, that even when they started to be a bit more proactive in terms of how they were using mid-jungle, I mean, they were forgetting other things. If like the TP timer was the big one that we talked about, that after T1 punished that, it felt really hard for 100 Thieves to find a way back in. But again, props to T1. Also really fun draft, really fun build coming out from the Poppy. Always exciting to see when people have these types of niche champions and strats that they can pull out, especially if T1 can keep the momentum and, you know, make their way to a best of 5.
Yep, I still want to harp on my minor point, which is Electrocute is trash in a scrappy lane. The cooldown's worse, the expected value of that rune is worse. Because, look, listen, it's important because that lane was
taken
scrappy.
Airy, that game was free!
It would have been a much different bot lane with a real keystone that would have done anything at level 1. It would have mattered some. Now, that's it for us here in the cast. We will have a short break, and then Dash will be joined by Kadriel to send us off the world's cooldown. See you there.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Welcome, one and all, to World's Cooldown. I'm Dash, joined by Kadriel. Just Kadriel. And what an exciting day of games it has been, my friend. We're taking social distancing to the extreme here in this version of World's Cooldown. It's been a great day of games. And later on, we will have Lore checking in with T1's victorious support, the birthday boy, Keria, of all people.
Birthdays, Arya and Keria.
That's right. That's right. And what a day of birthdays it was. Keria, of course, being the victor. But we got to pull up the standings. We got to take stock of where everyone's at because we've closed the first round robin here, Kadriel, when it comes to the group stage. And It's looking scary for the West.
Yeah, I love these scrim results because I heard group stage starts on Friday.
Yep.
Yeah. This was just
it's a solid warm up. Right? We know how much work we need to do.
Yeah.
Is really what I'm gleaning from here.
Yeah, the West went 0-6 today, so it's rough for us. But there's a lot of standouts, right? Royal never give up, look dominant in their group. Damwon, Kia look a cut above, and EDG as well. I think those are the three kind of teams you can look at right now as favorites in a way to win the entire thing. Couple teams right behind them, right? We've got T1, FPX, and PSG, and LNG, and Gen G. All these teams are like cut below. But it's looking like we're shaping up to see who the tournament favorites are.
Right, I mean, you're always going to look at the undefeated teams, and the question remains across the history of the World Championship, which teams will go, or make it rather, all the way through the group stage in that fashion. So, of course, spotlight on the rematches that are to come in the second round robin. But I like the call out to Group D, because that one, if anything, is the closest and seems like the most competitive. But Gen G, it feels like maybe they're warming up. I'm still nervous for the two Western squads, Mad and Team Liquid, who are trying to make their way up that standings.
Yeah, Gen G to me is almost like the enigma of the group in a way, right? The two wins that they've had are really sloppy. Against Team Liquid, it was incredibly sloppy, and their loss against Mad Lions, they are ahead in that game. All of Group D is a bit of a mess right now. I'm sure the West is praying for Mad and Team Liquid to step it up, because they obviously Team Liquid beat Mad beat Gen G, right? There's glimmers of hope. Similarly, in Group A, you know, Rogue and C9 have had good games against Damwon and FPX, just they weren't able to win, and so they're struggling.
But for me, though, that Group A point, it makes it all that much scarier, right? If you play games the way that Cloud9, for example, has played, where you've got to lead 25 minutes in and then you manage to throw it, mental is going to come into question, as well as even without that, just if you cannot capitalize on a lead that big, then you're not even guaranteed to get that lead the second time around against Damwon.
Like, the worry I have is, like, the Western teams are winning, but then Doinby says in an interview, like, oh, we had a bad read on the meta the first 2 days. We were just kind of griefing it. We were winning 70% of our scrims. Now we figured it out. We're not going to lose any more games now. And you're like...
yeah, right. Any hope, you know, any remaining hopium that I had has just been extinguished. I'm out of my supply. I'm checking the web for
They're
a new
out of stock.
They're out of stock. Oh no, disaster strikes. I mean, it is a scary thing when you have former world champions saying that they don't feel like they're playing up to par, and yet they're still in so many ways dominating the competition.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly, FPX is the only team with 5 world champions on it. Right? Yeah. Damwon has Khan, who always keeps showing these teams which won worlds, and then he has a year with them and they don't win worlds. And Khan, it's his last year as a pro, and it's going great for him. I have to say, standout top laners for me in this tournament, if we're going to just kind of go off topic here a bit, Xiaohu and Khan. These are the standouts for me.
I mean, Xiaohu, I mean, again, in the role swap, so phenomenal to see. But the point about Khan in his last year, I mean, you see the narrative, you see the story beginning to take shape. I know it's early on and it's just 3 games into the group stage. But if Damwon continues this form, they really are looking like a favorite.
Yeah, third time's a charm, right? Joins T1, they flop out. Joins FPX, they flop out. Joins Damwon, third time's a charm, right? And that's the one game where you can be like, they beat FPX, and you can just be like, so buddy, huh? What happened last year, huh? Top gap.
All of that, too, considering the fact that we've only ever had one organization to repeat back-to-back years at the World Championship. So if Damwon was able to do it, again, they would join the likes of T1 in that echelon of historical organizations. But let's talk a little bit about that second round robin, okay? We've established, you know, this pretty distinct separation between what it seems is the eastern regions and the western ones, but there still is hope. It is not all, you know, it is not all extinguished from a mathematical perspective. Maybe from an emotional perspective, I'm down here. But I'm relying on math that says there are ways for our teams to get out.
It's not over until the Nexus explodes, right? So we got a chance. We got a chance. But looking at the groups, I would say Group A is obviously the most difficult for the West, right? Rogue and C9 struggling in that group.
That one I've thrown to the wayside.
Okay, we'll still that one to the way. Okay, let's move on then. Group B, 100 Thieves got a little bit... I would say dismantled by T1 and EDG. T1 especially. Today, EDG game, they were playing a little bit from behind. But I have to say that EDG game, I think 100 Thieves also had a similar meta read to FPX, where they were both first rotating Jarvan, and then the enemy team just locked in LeBlanc, Ezio, on Graves top, and you're like, well, now my champ's useless. So they've both fallen into that pitfall. So hope for 100 Thieves. DFM, I kind of want to count this out. I would love to see them upset. But yeah, they got a couple kills in that early game, but they fell behind.
I mean, I want to see the Japanese region pick up a win after historically qualifying to the group stage. as a North American fan, I don't want to see it come against 100 Thieves. And I mean, what a miracle it would be if they were to take down T1 and Edward Gaming and maybe open up the avenue for 100 Thieves to get through. But I think it's a good point that, you know, you assume the victory for 100 Thieves over Dead FM, then maybe they only need to find one more to force a tiebreaker or something and get out of that group. We can come back. We'll talk about Group C and Group D in just a bit.
Or DFM can play Spoil.
That would be pretty sweet. Yeah. Spoil us, spoil somebody else. Who knows? We're going to come back and talk a little bit more about how it's gone down in the first iteration of the group stage. But for now, let's hear from Laura, who's standing by with the victorious Keria.
Thank you very much, Dash and Keria. Sengil Chokaheyo, great game from you today on your birthday. I want to talk about a specific thing in the matchup because you chose double exhaust against Lucian Nami, and we know that it's a lane that's supposed to be very strong, especially with Nami Electrocute. So give me your thoughts about your choice in the summoner spell, and do you think it's something we're going to see more because we haven't seen this choice so far at Worlds?
네, 우선은 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 오늘 이제 더블 탈진에 대해서 설명해 주실 수 있을까요? 왜냐하면 루시안 나미가 원래 항상 굉장히 강한 걸로 알려져 있고 특히 나미가 감전이 터지면 딜 교환이 엄청 센데 혹시 그런 점을 겨냥해서 새롭게 시도한 소환사 주문인지 스펠 배경에 대해서 좀 설명해 주시고 앞으로도 자주 등장할 것 같은 그런 스펠 조합일까요?
일단 저희가 엄청 많이 연습을 했던 구도인데 일단 아이템 트리와 스펠이 이게 제일 괜찮다고 생각해서 들었고 앞으로도 계속 이렇게 될 것 같습니다.
So we practiced this champion matchup so many times, and this is the conclusion we came to. You know, this item build, this summer spell, is the conclusion that we found.
That was a great choice from you, especially to shut down the bot lane for 100 Thieves today. Now T1 is 2-1 in the end of the first round robin. How would you rate this performance?
T1이 1라운드를 2승 1패로 마무리했습니다. 지금 경기력에 대해서 전반적으로 어떻게 평가하시나요?
일단 저희가 연습하는 것만큼 제대로 안 나오고 있는 것 같고 되게 오늘 경기도 이제 보기에는 깔끔하게 이긴 것 같을 수도 있지만 어쨌든 저희가 좀 많이 아쉬웠던 경기인 것 같아요.
I don't think we're playing up to the level that we do in the practice, so it's a bummer. And some people might think that we picked up a very clean victory today, but I think there were a lot of things left to be desired.
Could you give me any specifics maybe into the improvements you will be looking to get for the second round robin?
그럼 2라운드에 접어들면서 좀 구체적으로 개선하고 싶어하는 그런 방향성 같은 게 혹시 뭔지 알려주실 수 있나요?
일단 이제 조합 컨셉에 맞게 게임을 해야 되는데 이제 그거에 맞게 잘 준비해서 게임하고 싶고 그거에 맞게만 잘 게임하면은 좋은 결과 나올 것 같습니다.
I think we have to play according to the theme of our draft, and that will be it.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get the improvement, especially on the first few games. Now, Keria, this is your second year at Worlds. You were a rookie last year with DRX. How different do you feel compared to the first year you had?
이제 캐리아 선수 2년차 월즈에서 경험을 쌓고 계신데 그러면 작년에 신인으로서 DRX에서 펼쳤던 월즈와 지금은 어떤 점이 다른지 궁금하네요.
작년에는 너무 이제 좀 뽐내고 싶어하는 그런 마음이 많이 컸던 것 같고 지금은 좀 여유롭게 뽐내려고 하는 것 같아요.
Last year, to be honest, I really wanted to show off how good I was. But this year around, I'm playing more at ease, you know, feeling a lot more comfortable.
And it looks like you're very comfortable with this T1 lineup. That's all for the interview for now. Keria 감사합니다 for the interview. Jason, thank you as always for the translation. And back to you, Dash.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Welcome back to Worlds Cool Down. The happy birthday hat, rather, in hand.
Yeah.
I want to see it on the head.
I want to see it on the head, too.
Right?
Maybe one of those things, you know, what are they called? I don't know what they're called.
Actually, yeah, party.
Yeah.
We're not gonna find the words. So now we just look like dummies. Anyway, it's great to see, too. I like the point about how last year he felt like he had a lot to prove individually, and this year he's playing with a lot more comfort. Second time out on the world stage, and we'll see how that ultimately, you know, manifests for him and the rest of T1.
Yeah, especially with such a young lineup. We touched about it before, but like Owner's 18, Gumyushi's 18, he's 18. They're all so young. They were 11 years old when Faker won Worlds. All these things.
I was going to say, but then you also have the most veteran of veteran players there, right, as your pillar in the mid lane, and that's
reliable.
Pretty cool.
But what it brings is it brings a lot of innovation and dedication to the point where you're just non-stop grinding and non-stop searching for things. Keria notoriously plays in solo queue, Anivia support, Echo support, Talia support, all these crazy things. Predator Thresh, we saw him pop off in the LCK on. So it brings this kind of different take, especially this double exhaust in bot lane that they were running, right? They're just trying things.
Exactly. I've got good news for you.
Okay.
We asked for it. Production has delivered. We have a birthday hat cam.
Okay, birthday
hat cam.
Let's take a look.
Bring it up. Yes!
Okay!
I love it.
I love it.
Oh, wonderful. Good
Translator had
celebration.
one too.
Happy birthday, a victory today.
Oh, it fell off. No!
Oh, no!
I fell off.
Oh, that's a bad sign for the second half of
That's
the group
a worrying
stage.
trend.
That's a very worrying trend for T1.
100 Thieves.
We're gonna. This is our opening. Let's get it, everybody. All right. Well, the first episode of the new Spotify podcast is Riff Reaction, rather, hosted by Travis Gafford and Emily Rand, is out now. Releasing every Wednesday, they'll cover trending news in the world of LoL esports. Plus, fans have the chance to join in on the conversation with interactive polls and Q&A. Now, this week, they're posing the question, who is your dark horse to make it out of groups? And we already began the discussion about that second round robin, and I think this is a good jumping off point, a good precursor to continuing that discussion. So when you take a look at all these behind us, the dark horses, where are they, if any?
It looks pretty hard.
It's a dark night. It's a black night, and we're trying to find a dark horse in it.
Someone give me a torch, because I have got no clue, because the top two of each group look like they're getting out. If I had to choose, can I have 3 choices?
Sure, go.
I'm going to say Hanwha.
I'm surprised you can find 3.
Hanwha from Group C, I'd say have a chance. I think Fnatic, I'm going to not count them as down and out, but I think they're really struggling. Can they bounce back from 0-3?
Yeah.
It'll be a miracle. They've done it before in 2017. Can they do it again? I would say Hanwha from Group C. 100 Thieves from Group B, we just talked about it. If DFM can kind of take down T1 and 100 Thieves maybe have a miracle win against them in a best of 1, then they can all of a sudden play tiebreaker, right? Or EDG. And then Group D, Mad Lions. I'm a bit biased. I think
fair.
Second week Mad Lions, hopefully it's better. They're not a great best of 1 team. They haven't shown a lot yet. Their win against Gen G, I want to say, is... I don't like the word lucky, but Karzi stealing a dragon and Gen G throwing a bit here and there kind of helped out a lot.
Yeah.
But I
securing
still feel
multiple Drakes in a row to keep them off of Soul in that game was so necessary. And the fact that it wasn't always coming from the jungler, to your point.
They managed to stall the game out, and Elioyo's team fighting was amazing, right?
Yeah.
I just feel like, is this really the Mad Lions that we saw in the finals from the LEC? Is this really it? I feel like there's a little bit more.
Okay, so it was Hanwha, it was 100 Thieves, and it was Mad Lions. I'm going to follow your rule of 3. Group A, no shot.
No shot.
No shot. It's Damwon and it's Fun plus Phoenix. I do like the 100 Thieves call out. Again, only because in that group, I do have the expectation that they'll at least put 2 wins on the board with Dead FM.
Yep.
So really, they're looking for one kind of an upset and maybe forcing a tiebreaker and some other things going their way. Maybe Dead FM playing spoiler to somebody else. So that's why I think there's a shot there. But I'm actually going to say that Group C is also locked up. I think that RNG, PSG Town are straight through. So my next 2 are actually both in Group D, and it's Mad and Team Liquid. I think either of them at this point can do it. I'm kind of with you. I actually would probably favor Mad a little bit more. I think they've shown a little bit more fight, a little more creativity, and even just a little bit more of a predisposition to the current world's meta, or at least what the top teams are playing. And TL, it looks like they're falling back. As soon as they took their first loss, they're falling back on what worked for them in North America, and the reality is that's just maybe not the strongest set of champions and tools that you can ultimately play with.
Yeah, the irony is the TL beat Mad, I suppose, on both of our comments, so we'll have to see how that next matchup plays out. But just in terms of TL, against LNG, it looks really one-sided. Against Gen G, there was the throw moment on the bot dive. Gen G's notoriously been throwing most of their games, kind of, and that's what gave Mad Lions the win. But yeah, I obviously have faith in Mad because, you know, EU's first seed. I really feel like there's more coming out of that team from the finals, the LEC coming into Worlds. But TL, I think they've improved a lot on their mistakes. We saw it today in the analyst desk. Mid-jungle, especially Santorin and Jensen, just been playing so much better together.
Santorin's been playing pretty great.
Yeah, it's all about getting Alfari ahead for that whole team. I feel like if Alfari's not ahead and Tactical doesn't have Kalista, the whole team doesn't really have that much of a carry potential, unless Jensen might be on the Blanc, perhaps.
All right.
But those are definitely dark horses for me.
So those are our thoughts, some dark horses, however grim it might look for the Western teams at the moment. But before we leave you, we're going to take one final look at the schedule to get you prepped for next week's action, if we do call it a week. And so we
got it all again
at this point, right? As you know, at this point, we now dive into each of the groups one day at a time to fulfill their second round robin. And I really like the way that the format works out in this way every year, where you know, day to day, you get your taste of each of the matchups, and then boom, all right, Group A is gonna get decided here and now. And of course, we're gonna kick it off with the 2 most recent world champions going up against each other yet again.
Oh, it comes out the gate swinging, doesn't it? FPX versus Damwon, the rematch. Damwon dismantled them in the first time they've been up against each other. And I actually think these 2 games, the first 2 games, are the most important games, and will set the precedent for the rest of the group, right? If Damwon beat FPX, they're a clear first seed. And if Rogue do take down Cloud9 again, then they're the only real team with a chance left, unless Cloud9 can make some miraculous run happen, and it's not really in their own hands anyway. So if C9 beat Rogue, I count Rogue out. But if Rogue win and Damwon win again, then there's all to play for those two teams.
Right, Damwon winning essentially locks up the #1 seed right there in game #1. FPX still, of course, the favorite for the 2nd seed at that point, but I like to call out in the battle between the two teams that are really hurting for wins, that second matchup is going to be all important.
We got to play together in these groups to West. That's what I reckon. I think that...
So 10v5, is that what you're saying in every match?
10v5 only C9 need to give the win to Rogue to give them the 2 wins.
Yeah.
And then C9 need to play upset against one of the top teams. Similarly, in Group D, we'll return the favor, yeah?
Okay.
We'll give TL the win,
you know
and then Mad will play upset.
Yeah,
and we'll have two teams in the knockout stage.
Don't mind us. Cadro and I just win trading here on the world's cooldown stage.
It's the only way, man. We went 0-6.
Oh, God, how far we have fallen. All right, well, that is all for us today. And there will be no games tomorrow, so a bit of rest for everybody. But on Friday, we'll return with even more high stakes, an even more high stakes week to close out the World's 2021 group stage. From there, we're off for the night. Get some rest, stay safe, stay healthy, be good to each other. Good night.
See ya.
Welcome back, everyone, to Worlds 2021 taking place in Reykjavik, Iceland. We are approaching the midway point of the group stage, and as the finish line grows ever closer, the stakes continue to rise. Damwon Kia, EDG, and RNG all remaining undefeated so far.
Ming's in trouble on the bottom side as well, but does get a double face breaker as Gala's trying to rain those bombs from over the wall. Deft doesn't have the ulti, but will have one more auto attack as he flashes on forward. The Q's going to be there as Solar Flare comes through from Vista. He's got 100 health, but he does not care, and the Ziggs will get taken down, and he's unable to answer. Deft is on the bottom side. Solar Flare will connect, though, and there's the Everfrost as well. Humble Life piling on in. Cryan's already going to get taken down. And there's the kick flash onto Morgan. He's going to die as an afterthought. Vista flashes, grabs the Solar Flare, and in comes immediately out of nowhere Morgan. That is 2 kills now for Chovy here as well. Facebreaker is decent there from Mick. As Chovy falls down, Mick now down, tries to find the minion. Tarzan gets underneath the turret, though. He's got the safeguard, and that is a very simple first blood. Oh, they're going again. Yeah, level 2 actually just getting a trip. He's going to get taken down. That timing utterly beautiful in first blood. Curtain call, and Hansama doesn't have a whole lot of places to go. He's playing some DDR pretty decently here. Is now trying to work out when he has the opportunity. He's got this strut available as well, and he gets himself out. From Kylie Niski, looking for the low health targets. He's going to take down Unified in the back line. Oh, this could be the pickoff, though. That just destroys the Silas. His ultimate was better as the hook is going to connect from Hillsong as well.
Who's going to join the no TP available? Goes for a little bit of time. Nice! Holy shit! Sends them both back. Evie showing us how it's done.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is waiting.